Chapter 1 Return to the Capital. On the day of Wen Shining's birth, the flowers in the state withered overnight. A master uttered the Amina's words, the child will bring calamity to her parents and doom the entire family, and thus, thine font was into a secluded village 100 miles away. For 16 long years, she remained neglected. In her childhood, Wen Shining did not comprehend the meaning of bringing misfortune to her parents, she clamored to go out and play, but after being scolded and beaten countless times by the caretakers, she eventually understood and became subdued. She was a harbinger of disaster, so me only very avoided. Except for the nurse and their family. The nurse, Lou, had been found between family and the locality. She nurtured Shining for wires, forming a profound bond with her. With a little kindness shown to the caretakers, Leia was able to come and go without much interference. Yet, Wen Shining was still confined within the state. Fools off the courtyard were adorned with talismans, binding Harris firm Leia Sarankines. None taught her to read or write, nor did they know care to converse with her. Had it not been for the frequent visits from the nurse's family, Wen Shining, though not foolish, would have been rendered mute. So, when family sent Samiana to fetch her, the nurse wept bitterly. At last, the heaven shiva peen thyrias girl has finally been remembered. Wen Shining lay on the nurse's lap, gazing up at the vast ski. She had imagined countless times to she could venture outside, she would see the bustling market her sister had ascribed anthus our jujube tree thought bear fruit every year. Unfortunately, her sister was no pregnant and could no longer accompany her to thither to catch fish or climb tree a stopic fruitesi unseated. After wiping her tears for a while, the nurse didn't like arrest Wen Shining share, speaking softly as usual. Do not be afraid, midir. There is not in this world wodo is not care for their child those lithabile fabrications of heartless, thankfully, they have a final licament of their sensasure de soft suffering garit last coming to an end. Wen Shining did not fully understand, Bucha felt a sense of funes. She had never seen her parents and did not know what they looked like. Yet she was not naive if they true likered, they wouldn't if they've waited 16 long years. The nurse continued, if I were scared, I will accompany you back. But their sister was about to give birth, and the Wen family wasn't taking her decisions were beyond their control. Wen Shining knew the nurse was trying to comfort her, Sasha lifted her small face and smiled sweetly. I am not afraid. Once I settle in the capital, it will bring you all to enjoy a life of comfort. Lio had lost the husband dearly and had an daughter. Her daughter, Chu Yun, had married Likal Bucha and was living fairly well. Person Chu Yan, way so similar to Wen Shining Gand was determined to achieve academic success. He had already excelled in the preliminary exams of the county and was actively preparing for the upcoming imperial examination in the spring. Wen Shining had not expected him to come to her off. Feeling said that the nurse hadn't arrived, she suddenly heard Simeon calling. Shining, Shining. The fool was a grow closer, and Wen Shining hurriedly lifted the curtain of Tepalanquin to look. They had not seen each other for a long time, as the caretaker had forbidden it. They insist that men and women should not engage in close contact, and should word off as reached Wen family, the caretaker would not on Lila's their waves but might also track misfortune. In the past few years, they had been our life semi height. Now looking at him, Chuyan was significant littler, already resembling Dayunman. My sister assunable to move about, so abrupt is some food. Chuyan thrust thetums a wash holding throat Hugh window. Sarja jubes, pastries, meatballs freed be her brother-in-law, tea eggs, and esmal pacho silver soins. Mother ways afraid of upsetting Jew, Sasha didn't dare come Shining, rest assured, I will excellent the spring examination next day and I will bring mother and sister to see you. Wen Shining healthy Bontayan harems, gazing at the unman with a saligrin. Chu Yan, why have you grown a beard? Chuyan paused, his facet turning crimson in an instant. Before he could respond, the caretaker in charge of escorting, looking displeased, ordered the driver, hurry up. Soon, the unman sajarera be faded into the distance. Unlefended Wen Shining managed to free any hand, waving gas he called out loudly. Chu Yan, when sister gives birth, you must write to me will be waiting for you in the capital. On Seshalo read the curtain, Wen Shining was still smiling. She was returning to enjoy a life of comfort, and de very own wash up before her, Sasha too old but cheerful. Yet she was soon certain if she would ever see her sister scowled again, or if Chu Yan would be able to find here in the capital, or if Anyon would ever be at least Hugh nurse helping her with her hair. The uncertain future loomed like a bada and less abyss. Wen Shining finally, quietly wiped away tears. The accompanying caretaker Frona din disdain but ultimately said nothing, perhaps deeming it unworthy of comment. After several days of travel, they finally arrived in the capital. Thegati softy Jarl's residence stood from Leishut, with no one to greet them. The caretaker old Wen Shining through a side door and din struck at the doorkeeper to announce that they were arrival. Wen Shining did not glance around, only catching a hurried glimpse, but she felt Thurl's residence susvistanto orange of a bird with wings might find it difficult to escape. Moments later, the doorkeeper instructed the caretaker to take her to their courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, laughter and chatter filled the air. Viewed upon seeing her, the merriment abruptly ceased. Wen Shining understood that they were scrutinizing her. Thoughts were at the new clothes prepared with the winner's and her sister, the coarse cotton garments were a stark contrast to the luxurious silks worn by the others. Wen Shining did not grasp the term self-deprecating, but in that instant, the confidence she had built up over the past few days vanished entirely. Is het healed her sister? A young woman in splendid attire, with a charming voice, approached her and lifted her chin with a delicate hand. Shu Yuan, don't touch her. Having lived for 16 years in this world, Wen Shining final ice or biological mother. She was much unjur than the nurse, adorned with jewels and fine clothing, exuding elegance. Yet in Harry's, there was a palpable disdain mingled with a hint of wariness. Wen Shiuan flink kada thermother's reprimand, retracting her hand, Anthan playfully complained. Mother, the Astronomical Bureau has declared that the notion of calamities to risk pure nonsense. Would you still believe it? Madam Wen cast a glance either, Hergas returning to Wen Shining. The agonizing memory of giving birth 16 years ago was still vivid. She had endured near fatal pain, unable to bear any more children thereafter. And Theomina Samina flowers with ringed hot night weighs a hunting reminder, leaving Gurner room for doubt. But now, there was no third choice. Mother, sister. Thun familiar titles, when college upon be Wen Shining, held little warmth. Fedistain and Madam Wensi as Gromer pronounced. La Mamalin, take her to her quarters. Jean Mama, you stay behind to report. Fetch woke a taker acknowledged at her command. Please, Mississippi. As soon as Lin Mama spoke, when Shuyuan protested, Shice Fieldest sister, what doest that make? Fieldest sister is natural Ithildest sister, but. Lin Mama found herself in a predicament. Madam Wen furrowed her brow and stated she has been culled thought for men years leather bid dressed dismissing. Wen Shining felt indifferent. She was some than Ryan merely hoped to asun. As Lin mumbled derut off the courtyard, Shiver heard Wen Shui expressing concern, what if Fufamolido was not find her suitable? Madam Wen reassured her, donatoire they have no choice. Not choice, how can there be no choice? In the Duke of Loyal Tan Valor's residence, Fu Wanzhou, hover hard those words, slam a disty cup down with a resounding crash. Chapter 2 Acceptance of Fate. The second son of the Duke of Loyal Tan Valor, Fu Wanzhou, was renowned at Tangage, excelling in both literature and martial arts, and had become the ideal match coveted by the nobility of the capital. It was no wonder Thwen family leveraged their connection to the current Empress Dowager, going to great lengths to secure marriage proposal early on. At the time when Chuyuan wasted the only legitimate daughter of Thwen family. Even at the tender age of 12 she had already gained fame in the capitalis a prodigy, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Even the reigning emperor believed them to be much medine heaven, thus bestowing the marriage with great fanfare, known through thesity. However, the following year, Fu Wenzo was injured on the battlefield. The imperial physician diagnosed him with a rare and peculiar poison from the northern tribes, declaring Jike incurable the inability to acquire the beginning. In time, he would like lilozal sensation in his body, even finding it difficult to swallow. For several years, the few families spared no fort in seeking treatment. They couldn't manage to slow the progression of illness. The Ansadashan Jung General was notstein to be confined to a wheelchair, unable to wield open or radio horse. Life stretched before him, ablio horizon. The few family had contemplate annulling the engagement all thought fifth had been granted by the emperor. They felt it was reasonable given Fu Wen's heroic exploits and the injury he suffered in battle. Yet, the Wen family refused to agree. Initially, they did not believe a illness to be incurable, fearing the emperor's rat hand the scorn of society for being gun-feeling. Thus, the matter dragged Donald Wen Shuyuan camouflage. Up and reaching adulthood, marriage was mandated by imperial decree, and it could not be late. Moreover, Wen Shuyuan herself could not afford to it. Not long ago, she had caught the second prince, how wished to take her as a concubine. As the daughter of account, why the Empress Dowager's favor, she was free to choose among the young men of noble familias in the capital. While marrying into the royal family would undoubtedly be advantageous, being a concubine would always place her in a subordinate position, yet Wen family was still willing to allow Wen Shuyuan to become a concubine. In plain terms, it was a matter of seeking the power and influence of the royal family, with Nuna daring to pick aloft them. They were also confident that few family would think twice before provoking second prince. Furthermore, the Wen family had no right refused the marriage. When the emperor granted the engagement, here for the legitimate daughter of Thwen family, without specifying which own. Ifa knew to speak of the legitimate daughter, it was the long forgotten Wen Shining how was the true firstborn. Wen Shuyuan was merely this con legitimate daughter not in thy soft primary wife. Thus, the few family found themselves with nuptians. Regardless of what second prince would retifend them, how would the emperor perceive an attempt to annul the engagement based on his reasoning? Would nilling a ring feelings of guilt and pity for Fu Wen's still remain after all these years? Consequently, the matriarch of Fu family and the current heir Fu Yanxiu gazed at Fesha to red tiki upon the ground, letting out a long sigh. After a moment of silence, Fu Yangxi spoke gently, given the circumstances, I believe it may be best to go with Theflo and consider right of shaving gun additional caretaker for my younger brother. The matriarch tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her voice arise in danger, you speak so lightly fit, do you know what sort of person Thwen family has changed for? Fu Yangxi replied, didn't Thwen family say the consult of astronomical bureau, that the eldest daughter is not a calamity star? If she's no tackle a minister, then why has he been neglected for 16 years? What do you persuado? The second prince is scoredly favored by the emperor, and the Wen family's third son, Wen Zixin, is also a general held in high esteem the emperor. At this point, Fu Yangzi instinctively glanced at Fu Wanzhou. As for young generals, how could rival his younger brother's renown? Yet him had changed if the Thwen family had no confidence, how could they diretto humiliate them so? Whether Thwen family sent a calamity star was soon certain, but if this matter were mishandled, I would surely mark the beginning of disaster for Thwen family. This issue had been deliberated for quite some time, not morally a day or two. Every onu is acutely aware of tempers and cons involved. The matriarch suppressed harassing frustration and anger, casting a sympathetic glance of Fu Wenzhou. In a few days, the Wen family will host a family banquet intending to sit down and discuss matters together. What are your thoughts? Fu Wenzhou managed a bitter smile, since there are no options. Ishali the Ovito mother and my elder brother to decide. Youthful vigor thetan se grace edition some faso snor placed with palaranda laco vitality. When Shining ways a signet or a motor courtyard. Themists secludi do fall courtyards. Originally filled with clutter, it had been hastilited, yet a musty odor stilling arid in the air. Mamalin Saman the servants and instruct them to attend to Wen Shining in her presence. Though someone could do nothing but wail and plead. Oh, mama, I have elder lipper and say hope it'll live a few more years, please show mercy. Please sparim, mamalin me parents are accounting on mata support theme and thyroldage. I don't want to stay here in Macalamida Star War brings misfortunito my own parents my life is too frail to endure these. When Shining listened, feeling litlin res. From my own she had heard fair worse insults. Those how I should ever her and blamed her for thyron ailments or for malim misfortunes, resorting to beatings and scoldings. Herr Wetners had quarreled with them countless times. She had offered them various incentives, appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them. She had assured them when Famula was still willing to provide for her and that they might come to fetch her any day should anything happen to her, they would but he honesto bear the consequences. Some of women had he edited her words and from then on, their refrained from laying a hand in her. Just then, a timid young girl raised her hand. I am willing to serve Miss Ning. Mamulanada danda pointe daneth her servant. The new servant, disheartened, had no choice but to comply. Mina mai xiang so a hay met the onlid lady. When Shining looked at the round face off to Gerland was reminded of her older sister. A sense of warmth blossomed in her heart as softly said I am no takalamity star please do not be afraid. Her wet nurse, elder sister, and Shuyan Hadel said that she was na takalamity star, butratherista offerchin. Since if he had mother, their life shade improved considerably. Moreover, fearing that she did not exercise and would not grow properly, her wet nurse had bought many flowers for her to plant, all of which thrived beautifully. If she cold the farm plants, how could she bring misfortune to others? Zayanko blink at her large eyes and quietly replied, Miss, I am not afraid. I have no parents. They say I am a calamitisterous. Well, fortunately, a kind person fabricate an identity form, or else none would beam. After saying this, she looked worried. Miss, please do not alanyoni otherwise. I will be driven away. Rest assured, I will serve you all. When Shining patted her head and nodded earnestly. Don't worry, I will no telenion. Besides, they were not calamity stars. They were merely victims of fate. This last part was a mething Chuyan had said. Thus, when Shining settled into her new life. There was no coming banquet, norwards, and nuna media concerted effort of zither. She still could not leave her little courtyard, confident to her small world. Yet, from Xiangsao, she finally learned theorist for a return. She was to take her sister splation Mary Amanon thebring cough death. Washa sad in Edbethus? When Shining could not say for certain she merely recalled a remark her witness had made before your return anything was better than being trapped here for all. Most importantly, she had no choice. All she could do asquayed lie away whimsofate. However, she did not expect that the first visitor would be her legitimate sister, Wan Shu Yuan. The pampered legitimate sister, dressed in vibranthues, adorned with valuable hairpins, exudi de la noble presents. When Shining, watery ortolans? Wan Shu Yuan inquired, looking down at her with a condescending air. Chapter 3 Lessons. After pondering for a moment, When Shining replied, I cultivate flowers. Cultivating flowers, that is a task fit only for the inept. When Shu Yan scoffed, When Shining was uncertain of what her legitimate sister wished to hear. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, then what do you wish for me to be skilled in? When Shu Yan raised her chin with an air of superiority, perhaps playing the piano? When Shining shook her head, I cannot. Composing poetry, then? I cannot. Creating paintings? I cannot. You must surely be familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics and the teachings for women? I cannot. Slap. You know nothing, yet you expect the Fu family to be satisfied? How can you take my place? When Shuyan's palm stung, her beautiful eyes brimming with fury when Shining covered her face, her expression somewhat dazed, coldly gazing at her sister before her. Dare you blare at me? Kneel. When Shining neither knelt nor moved. It had been a long time since she had faced physical punishment, and those distant grievances and memories surged in her mind, opening wide like a monstrous maw, threatening to consume her. If this had occurred back at the estate, she would have wept in her nurse's arms for a good while, coaxed by her sister with treats, while Chu Yan caught small birds or brought her lovely flowers to console her. They would have scolded the wrongdoers while soothing her, but now, no one would come to her aid. When Shining forced back her tears, standing tall, her gaze resolute, each word clear and powerful. The reason I lack these skills is not due to my ignorance or laziness, but because I was abandoned and sent to the estate at a young age. I had no opportunity to learn. However, despite my shortcomings, as your legitimate sister, you have no right to reprimand me. You, how dare you retort? When Shu Yan raised her hand again, fuming, but Xiangzhao swiftly pulled When Shining back, bravely stepping in front of her. Please, miss, quell your anger. The Fu family will send someone tomorrow. You wouldn't want Miss Ning to bear any injuries, would you? The maid following Wen Shuyan chimed in softly, "The family banquet is set for tomorrow, and I've heard that the second young master Fu will attend." Wen Shuyan finally calmed somewhat, pointing an accusatory finger at Wen Shining, "Useless wretch. Remember, if you do not impress the Fu family tomorrow, I shall ensure you regret it." With her heart full of indignation, Wen Shuyan departed, and Xiangso hurried forward to check on Wen Shining's hand. "Miss, does it hurt?" Wen Shining's skin was already pale, and years of isolation had lent her a frail, sickly appearance, as if a mere breeze or rain could extinguish her delicate essence. Her pair of glistening, innocent eyes evoked deep sympathy. As Xiangso beheld the swelling half of her face, a pain greater than that inflicted upon herself surged forth, and tears streamed down instantly. "You are clearly taking her place in the fire. How can she treat you like this?" Wen Shining herself did not understand. Yet, Madame Wen comprehended all too well. Wen Shuyan's resentment was, in essence, rooted in her own discontent, for it was Fu Wenzhou, once a renowned and spirited young man with a boundless future. Every noblewoman in the capital was enamored with him, longing for his affection. The final battle he fought was nothing short of legendary, known far and wide. When he departed, the current emperor personally sounded the drums in farewell. Upon his return, the citizens welcomed him with tears of joy. Though he bore injuries, he triumphed in battle, leading tens of thousands of soldiers to vanquish 300,000 northern barbarians and reclaim 3 cities. His poetry, paintings, and the treatise Human Nature and Military Strategy remain essential readings for countless scholars to this day. Such achievements, such talent, how many possess similar stature throughout history? Were it not for the current emperor lacking a suitable daughter and the Empress Dowager's assistance, how could a mere countess's legitimate daughter ever hope to win his favor? Wen Shuyan's feelings for Fu Wenzhou transcended mere infatuation. He embodied all her youthful dreams. She had exerted immense effort in preparation, of which her mother was well aware, yet life is too long to dwell perpetually in dreams. A mother knows her daughter best. Thus, when Wen Shuyan, after venting her anger, came to her in tears, Madame Wen felt nothing but heartache and regret. Wen Zixian was also present. The third young master of the Wen family, the future count, had studied alongside Fu Wenzhou at the same private academy. After their families became connected, he grew even closer to Fu Wenzhou, learning archery and horsemanship, and absorbing lessons from him in every aspect. Fu Wenzhou was, in essence, his childhood idol. Yet now, everything had changed. Wen Zixian was furious and bewildered by the Wen family's decision. How could a person as admirable as Brother Wenzhou be deemed worthy of an abandoned girl from the countryside? Moreover, elder sister, you clearly harbor feelings for Brother Wenzhou. Why would you rather marry the second prince as a concubine than pursue him? You have waited for so long, put in so much effort. It is not only Brother Wenzhou you are betraying, but also your own sincere heart. Are you not afraid of regretting handing him over to that disaster? Are you not afraid of his resentment towards you? Madame Wen glared at him. What do you know? Silence. Wen Shuyan's sobs intensified. But what could she do? If Fu Wenzhou still had a chance to live and rise again, she would never let go. Was it truly necessary for her to remain a widow at such a young age to prove her loyalty? For all these years, how much effort had she expended to become worthy of him, who could truly understand? She was unwilling. To marry Fu Wenzhou and live as a widow was one thing. To relinquish him to that worthless fool was another, far more intolerable agony. Thus, her heart was tormented, unsure of what to do. Once when Shuyan's tears had subsided somewhat, Madame Wen gently reproached her. If your heart truly aches, you may curse a few times, but why strike her? She already presents a pitiable sight. If you leave marks upon her, what will the Fu family think? After all, our families have maintained a friendship for so many years. Your father and the young marquis see each other often. If things truly deteriorate, it would be a pity, mother. When Shuyan fell into her embrace, weeping loudly, I am in pain, dear mother. In that instant, Madame Wen's heart ached profoundly. Though Wen Shuyan was not her biological daughter, she had raised her since birth, accompanying her through the darkest of times. Their bond surpassed even that of blood relations. Unable to voice further reproaches, Madame Wen sighed softly. Very well, you have struck her, and it is done. Lin Mama, take some ointment to apply on Miss Ning's injuries. Tomorrow, we will cover it with powder. After all, she held no hope that the Fu family would take notice. Wen Zixian, filled with indignation, stood and declared, I shall go. In the courtyard, Wen Zixian summoned Wen Shining outside. He scrutinized her from head to toe. Her features were developing, inheriting the virtues of both parents, yet she appeared too frail, like a reed swaying in the wind and rain. Not particularly tall, she seemed even smaller than Wen Shuyan, resembling a young girl yet to reach maturity. Clad in ordinary cotton garments, her hair tied back with a simple cloth, she adorned no jewelry, presenting a pitiful sight that made one wonder whom she was attempting to evoke sympathy from. Chapter 4 It was a mistake. Wen Zixian suppressed the disdain bubbling within and handed over the ointment. Eldest sister is oblivious, you need only focus on your own affairs, apply this ointment properly, and the swelling will subside by tomorrow. Wen Shining, still unfamiliar with the Wen family, gazed at the youth before her. He was of similar age to Chu Yan, and his features were strikingly handsome, evoking a sense of closeness within her. What do you call me? In truth, she merely sought to ascertain his identity, but to Wen Zixian, it sounded like a brazen provocation. He scoffed coldly, you think you can contend for the title of eldest sister? Have you truly deluded yourself into believing you are the legitimate daughter of the Wen family? How ridiculous. Wen Zixian expressed his disappointment. Before my arrival, I harbored a glimmer of hope that having grown up in the countryside, you might possess some of the simplicity and purity characteristic of rural folk. Even if you are dull-witted, I thought perhaps reason might prevail. Yet, the moment you open your mouth to contest the title of eldest sister, it becomes evident that simplicity and purity are foreign to you. What resides within you is nothing but base greed and a complete lack of shame. When Shining froze, she was at a loss as to what she had done wrong or what she had said to provoke such ire. She had never realized that a person's gaze could inflict such pain, piercing deeply and acutely. What did you say? She genuinely could not comprehend how she was being accused of being base and greedy. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and her eyes, bright as stars, radiated an indescribable force that made it difficult for others to meet her gaze. Wen Shining, aware that his words were excessively harsh for a lady, briefly averted his eyes. Yet, he felt compelled to speak plainly. You are an ill omen, nearly costing your mother's life, casting a shadow over the Wen family for years, and altering the destinies of countless others. As he spoke, his gaze hardened further. Let us not even mention the trials your own family has endured because of you. Do you know what sort of man the second son of the Fu family is? Wen Shining remained silent, having been confined for 16 years. How could she possibly know? Wen Zixion's disdain for her deepened. The second son of the Fu family is exceptionally talented, having made a name for himself in the capital by the age of 10. At 13, he entered the battlefield. By 15, he was bestowed the title of a 5th-rank cavalry general, and by 17, he was promoted to a 3rd-rank cloud banner general, achieving remarkable military exploits and commanding great respect. He is not only a paragon of talent but also possesses an enchanting demeanor, akin to a handsome jade tree graced by a phoenix, and his character is marked by elegance and humility. After extolling his virtues at length, he abruptly turned his words against Wen Shining, nearly with venomous hatred. Tell me, how could you possibly be worthy of such a man? For 16 years, Wen Shining had encountered only a select few individuals, easily counted on her fingers. She did not know how to engage in arguments, yet she felt compelled to clarify her position. You ask how I am worthy, but was this betrothal my desire? Did I insist on marrying? You claim I am an ill omen. Was that my wish? Did I plead with my parents to bring me into this world? Was it my desire to be left in the countryside for 16 years, neglected and forgotten? Is it what you all wish for me? Her confrontational tone incensed Wen Shining. He retorted, if you truly wished to avoid this, you could simply end your own life. Why burden us all? If she were to die, the engagement would naturally be nullified. Fu Wenzhou would not have to feel ashamed or resentful for marrying such a person, and the eldest sister would not have to suffer guilt or torment. Wen Shining was taken aback, her heart feeling as though it had been struck by a fist, swelling with a suffocating pain. So, am I meant to die? Her voice quivered, on the verge of tears, yet her gaze remained cold and resolute. Third young master, do not speak such nonsense. At that moment, a woman rushed in from the courtyard. Wen Zixion's expression shifted slightly, and he bowed respectfully. Aunt Feng. Aunt Feng, catching her breath, admonished, is this how the sage's teachings have influenced you, third young master, to disregard decorum and speak vile words? This is the conduct of a gentleman? Wen Zixian pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Apologize to your eldest sister. Aunt Feng. Aunt Feng glared at him, her tone severe. If you refuse, then you need not call me aunt any longer. Wen Zixian's eyes brimmed with grievance and confusion. After a moment's hesitation, he begrudgingly cupped his hands towards Wen Shining. Please forgive me. Call her eldest sister. Aunt Feng's voice was sharp. Eldest sister. The title burned his tongue, and after uttering it, Wen Zixian stormed away in anger. Their eyes met, and Wen Shining obediently performed a junior salute. Thank you, Aunt Feng. The concubine of the Earl's residence, though not as resplendent as the legitimate wife, adorned in splendid garments and jeweled hairpins, was a sight Wen Shining had never before witnessed. Being still a child at heart, she momentarily lost herself in thought, imagining how lovely it would be if her wet nurse were to wear such attire, and her elder sister, all she desired was a hairpin adorned with jade. Aunt Feng, for reasons unknown, had tears in her eyes. She gently took the ointment and applied it to Wen Shining without uttering a word, before finally speaking. Zixian is not a malicious person. He is merely young and has little understanding of the world's injustices. Can you forgive him this once? I ask you to accept my apology on his behalf. Aside from her wet nurse's family, no one had ever spoken to her with such tenderness. Thus, under the spell of her kindness, Wen Shining nodded and acquiesced. Aunt Feng's eyes grew redder, praising her as a good child. Later, after Aunt Feng departed, Xiangsa revealed to her that the third young master was actually Aunt Feng's biological son. Due to his intelligence and excellence, he had been recognized and recorded under the mistress's name, destined to inherit the title. So, was this the so-called change of fate that the third young master spoke of? That afternoon, Aunt Feng sent over some clothing and jewelry. Wen Shining examined each item carefully for a long time, but when Xiangsa offered to help her change, she declined. Xiangsa asked, why not? Wen Shining found herself unable to articulate a reason. Perhaps it was envy. Aunt Feng's kindness and gentleness, along with the gifts she had sent, all conveyed a mother's love. Her wet nurse had said that no parents could forget their children, but why was she deemed unworthy? Her wet nurse had also said that returning to the Wen family was far better than being trapped on the estate for a lifetime, but Wen Shining felt her wet nurse was mistaken. She was wrong, uncertain if it was due to her fragile health or the collapse of all her hopes. Wen Shining developed a high fever that night. In her nightmares, the Wen family transformed into a far greater prison, and every person bore grotesque fangs, relentlessly questioning her as to why she did not choose to die. As if they would tear her apart and feast upon her if she did not. Wen Shining trembled in fear, and the tears she had long suppressed finally broke free. Nanny, elder sister, Yan, take me home, but it was too distant. They could not hear her even if they did, they could not take her away. Despair enveloped her like soil, slowly burying her. Xiangsa was awakened by Wen Shining's cries, and upon feeling her forehead, she jumped up in fright and ran outside. Someone come. Miss Ning has a fever, quickly, someone. But no matter how loudly she called, no one appeared. The woman assigned to serve Wen Shining was not there to attend to her but merely to keep watch. Every night, she would lock the courtyard door from the outside at a set hour, returning only the next morning to open it whenever Wen Shining rose. Chapter 5 Reunion. Xiangsa cried for a while and wept a bit more, then wiped her tears, splashed her face with cool water, and alternated between the two, incessantly wiping away her distress. Wen Shining's sobs resembled a lost kitten, piercing Xiangsa's heart with each sound. My lady, do not be disheartened. Once you marry into the Fu family, all will be well. The second son of the Fu family is indeed an exceptional gentleman. He will surely treat you well. Xiangsa was uncertain whether her lady could hear her, but she believed that to live, one must hold on to hope. The second son of the Fu family was their beacon of hope. As dawn approached, Wen Shining's fever finally subsided, when the old woman arrived and heard Xiangsa recount the events of the previous night, she exhibited no trace of remorse or fear, but instead scoffed dismissively. In this household, even if a mouse were to scurry in, the guards would be aware in an instant. It is not that you were denied, but rather that our master is simply unworthy. Xiangsa caught sight of Wen Shining's figure and, in a fit of urgency, attempted to cover the old woman's mouth. The old woman pushed her away, her voice rising. Perhaps the lady's cat went missing yesterday, and the guards are out searching for it. Without a hint of expression, Wen Shining turned and entered the room. Without hope, there could be no disappointment. Although she could not compare to the beloved cat, she had a wet nurse, an elder sister, and Chu Yan. She too was someone who was cared for and remembered. Having just finished her breakfast, Granny Lin arrived with several maids at the side courtyard. Upon seeing Wen Shining's pallid complexion, which had improved slightly but still bore clear marks of distress, Granny Lin frowned and instructed the maids to apply more powder. Wen Shining, like a marionette, allowed them to dress her as they pleased. After all, she had no choice, she lacked even the right to resist. Any misstep could implicate Xiangsa as well. After more than an hour's toil, the maids finally deemed her presentable, yet Granny Lin's expression appeared even graver. Xiangsa, at a loss for words, looked at her mistress, unsure of what to say. In truth, it was merely a matter of ill-fitting garments, and inappropriate makeup and adornments. Her slender frame could not support the elaborate and ostentatious finery. Such thick powder and heavy makeup were ill-suited for her youthful face. The jeweled hairpin and extravagant hairstyle seemed to compress her, rendering her small and diminutive like a comical fool upon the stage. But what did this have to do with her? None of it was her choice. In the front courtyard, someone had already come to urge them on, and with no other option, Granny Lin had no choice but to escort Wen Shining out. The Fu family had sent numerous representatives today. Fu Wanzhou, the matriarch, Fu Yanxiu and his wife, the unwed Fu Wan'er, along with several representatives from collateral branches of the family. As the head of the household, Wen Qingzong maintained a facade of composure, striving to uphold appearances. Wen Zixian also rallied his spirits, attempting to engage Fu Wanzhou in conversation now and then. Yet, the Fu family members remained aloof, with only Fu Yanxiu managing to feign cordiality. When Xu Yan stood by Madame Wen's side, stealing glances at Fu Wanzhou, her feelings a tumultuous blend of hope for a smooth negotiation and a desire for the Fu family to dismiss them outright. She even contemplated that if Fu Wanzhou declared he would marry no one but her, if he lowered himself to plead with her, perhaps, no, there could be no perhaps. The second prince was in his prime. If the future held, then she would undoubtedly become a consort. The choice between being a consort and a widow was not difficult to make. When Xu Yan straightened her back, refusing to look at Fu Wanzhou any longer, after waiting a moment longer, Granny Lin finally led Wen Shining into view. The sight of her ludicrous and unsightly appearance astonished not only the Fu family but also the Wen family members. Wen Qingzong felt a deep sense of disappointment and discreetly cast a glance at Madame Wen. Had he known she would be such an unpresentable burden, it would have been better to simply purchase a maid from outside to take her place. That glance from her husband felt as though it had carved out a piece of flesh from Madame Wen's heart. This was the child for whom she had nearly risked her life to give birth. Had she known, she would have never kept her. But now, it was too late for regrets. She had no choice but to steel herself and speak. Shining, quickly greet your elders. Wen Shining had never encountered so many people at once. She felt as if their eyes were branding her like a hot iron. Unfamiliar with those present, she understood not the proper salutations, and merely clumsily performed a gesture of respect for a junior. Every face in the room furrowed in disapproval. When Xu Yan felt a surge of indignation, yet her lips involuntarily curled into a smirk. She could not help but glance at Fu Wanzhou, eager to see disdain, anger, and resentment etched upon his visage. Just as her gaze fell upon him, Fu Wanzhou spoke unexpectedly. May I have a moment alone with the eldest Miss Wen? The Fu family members exchanged incredulous looks. When Shining instinctively turned to him. The young man, seated in a wheelchair, was already wrapped in a thin blanket. Despite it being early autumn, his complexion was poor, pale, and drawn, with deep-set eyes, yet his handsomeness remained undiminished. His brows resembled distant mountains, his nose high and proud, his eyes bright as stars, exuding an air of composure. Most importantly, his gaze was gentle and kind, imbued with a sense of compassionate understanding. Surely, he was the second son of the Fu family. When Shining felt a flicker of sympathy arise within her, he was indeed one of the finest young men in the world. How unfortunate it seemed that fate had also played tricks on him. At that moment, when Qingzong interjected, the scenery in the courtyard is lovely. Shining, why don't you take the second son for a stroll? Zixian, you accompany them too. Madame Wen then urged everyone to partake in tea, wishing fervently that the beverage would help them forget the earlier scene, to erase the memory of the unsightly creature she had brought into the world. Naturally, Wen Shining was eager to push Fu Wenzhou along, seizing the opportunity to whisper into his ear. Brother Wenzhou, if you find her unworthy, simply refuse, the eldest sister is helpless in this matter. Perhaps she hopes you will stand firm. Fu Wenzhou slightly furrowed his brow, eldest sister? Wen Shining cleared his throat, it's a habit, I meant second sister. Wen Shining had no choice but to silently follow them. Xiangso wished to accompany her but was pulled back by the old woman, anxiously stamping her feet and gesturing furiously. The implication was clear, my lady, seize this opportunity. Wen Shining could only feel a bitter taste in her mouth. Such matters were not something she could influence through effort. Besides, what could she offer in terms of effort? Upon reaching the courtyard, Fu Wenzhou instructed Wen Shining to halt. You may step aside. I wish to speak privately with your eldest sister. Wen Shining felt a sting of hurt. Ever since the two families had diverged in their views on the marriage, Fu Wenzhou had grown distant. Yet, there was nothing he could do about it. As he brushed past Wen Shining, Wen Shining lowered his voice. If you possess any sense of shame, do not make things difficult for the second son. Wen Shining pretended not to hear. The wet nurse had said that if one heard something they did not wish to, it was best to treat it as the barking of a dog, unworthy of concern. She stepped forward, obediently standing there, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Fu Wenzhou scrutinized her for a moment before inquiring, have you truly reached the age of maturity? She appeared so young, almost akin to Wanner. Wen Shining responded honestly, I only know that I am 3 days older than my younger sister. It was still what Xiangso had said. You do not know your own birth date? No. Wen Shining explained, the old women who guarded me at the village forbade me from mentioning it. They said my birth date is an ill-fated day, one that ought not to be remembered. Chapter 6, Self-Recommendation. Fu Wenzhou's striking brows furrowed slightly. And you, how old are you? Wen Shining retorted. Fu Wenzhou paused momentarily, then smiled, I am 5 years your senior. Wen Shining recalled Wen Shining mentioning that he had already been appointed a formidable general at the age of 17, which meant he was only a tad older than her. Such an impressive individual, yet even he was toyed with by fate. A wave of sympathy washed over Wen Shining, but then she pondered, what right did she have to pity others? Fu Wenzhou noticed the flicker of sympathy in her eyes, and his hand resting on his thigh instinctively clenched tighter. I called you here to personally inquire whether you truly wish to marry me in my current state. If you do not, please express your honest thoughts, I shall bear the consequences without requiring you to feel any pressure. Wen Shining gazed at him with clear, bright eyes. And what about you? Do you genuinely wish to wed me? They say I am a harbinger of disaster, does that frighten you? Fu Wenzhou was momentarily taken aback by her counter-question, then let out a soft laugh. If there truly existed a calamity that could end lives, it would be splendid to send it to the enemy realm, thus sparing countless soldiers and preventing untold suffering. His laughter was genuinely delightful, akin to a refreshing breeze on a clear moonlit night. It was more captivating than Chu Yan, and he was the most handsome man she had ever seen. Wen Shining thought this and voiced it aloud. Fu Wenzhou had been praised since childhood, yet in the years of his injury, everyone spoke to him with utmost caution, fearful of touching upon his wounds. Thus, the unexpected compliment left his ears inexplicably warm. Who is Chu Yan? He feigned calmness. Wen Shining proceeded to recount tales of her wet nurse, her elder sister, and Chu Yan, concluding with, they all say I am not a disaster. If I were, why would they spend every day with me, living well? My sister is even pregnant, and Chu Yan topped the imperial examination. Fu Wenzhou patiently listened to her, but then gently reminded her, yet you still have not answered my question. Wen Shining lowered her gaze. Is there truly no remedy for you? Fu Wenzhou's voice turned somewhat bitter, there is no cure. No matter how hard I strive, I may only have 3 to 5 years left, perhaps not even that long. Wen Shining felt a pang of sadness and contemplated seriously for a moment. If I were to marry you, would I still be allowed to go out? Before Fu Wenzhou could respond, she continued, the wet nurse said that returning to the capital would be better than being trapped for a lifetime, but if it is merely a transfer from one cage to another, I would rather remain confined in the countryside. In the past, Fu Wenzhou could not fathom what it would be like for a person to be imprisoned for decades, if not a lifetime. But now, he understood all too well. However, it seemed he could not even offer such a simple promise, thus, silence ensued. Wen Shining appeared to harbor no expectations for his reply and continued to express her thoughts. I still wish to study and learn it. Just yesterday, my younger sister asked me if I could write poetry or paint, if I knew the 4 books and 5 classics. I told her I did not, and she angrily struck me, saying how could someone like me be worthy of the Fu family, how could I replace her? It was only then that Fu Wenzhou noticed the faint marks on her face beneath the thick layer of powder. Wen Shining added, the 3rd young master subsequently came to reprimand me, declaring that I was greedy and shameless, and that a calamity like me deserved to perish, so as not to cause you, the 2nd young master, any trouble. Fu Wenzhou's heart raced at her words. Nonsense. What does this have to do with you? Wen Shining's lips curled slightly. Chu Yan said that I am a person toyed with by fate, but what can I do? I had no choice in my birth, no choice in being sent to the countryside, no choice in being brought back, and I have no choice in whether I can marry you. If you were to refuse me, I would either remain confined in the countryside until death or marry someone indiscriminately, equally devoid of choice. I fell ill with a fever last night, and the wet nurse could not summon help. The housekeeper said it was probably because all the men were searching for the mistress's cat. I can foresee the end of my life in an instant. Thus, when the 2nd young master asked if I would marry, it truly held little significance. Even if I have a myriad of thoughts, they are not mine to decide. If you insist on receiving an answer from me, then I must pose a question to you. Fu Wenzhou's eyes softened. Speak.
Wen Shining looked at him with her clear, pure gaze, biting her lip with determination.
Though it may be presumptuous, I must ask.
If you were to depart one day, would you grant me my freedom, allow me to live independently, or retreat to a temple for solitude? As long as I am no longer ensnared by familial ties, it would be preferable to any fate I cannot choose. A gentle breeze wafted through, fragrant with blossoms. Two individuals, both capable of glimpsing the end of their fates, exchanged silent glances. Fu Wenzhou had never anticipated such a scenario, that he had thought that granting the young lady the right to choose was the only kindness he could offer. It could only be said that he had faced too little malice in this world. When Shining's lengthy discourse, in essence, conveyed a simple truth: she did not wish to avoid making a choice. She simply had none. The seemingly calm yet profoundly deafening sense of powerlessness emanating from her clashed against his heart. He felt as though he had posed himself a daunting dilemma, whether to marry or not. He was pushing a young woman into a pit of fire. The longer Fu Wenzhou remained silent, the more Wen Shining felt the torment. As humans are not mere wood or grass, who does not long for hope? In the distance, Xiangxiao, hiding from the crowd, was still waving and stomping her feet at her. Wen Shining steeled herself, summoning her courage to take 2 steps forward, crouching beside Fu Wenzhou's feet, gently tugging at the sleeve of his garment, sliding down his knee, raising her small, palm-sized face. Though I may not possess the same talents and beauty as my younger sister, I will listen to your words, care for you well, and I can work and tend to flowers. Whatever I do not know, I can learn, and the wet nurse says I am exceedingly clever and can grasp things quickly. If the second young master also has no choice, then please choose me. Wen Shining could not contemplate overly complex matters. She merely felt that if he had a choice, there would be no need to reach this point. Asking for her willingness was simply a reflection of his lack of interest in her. Yet the wet nurse had assured her that she was an exceptional young woman. Initially, she believed the wet nurse was deceiving her until she returned to the Wen family and met the well-raised Wen Shuyan, which led her to also feel she was indeed remarkable. The girl's expression was rather comical, yet her eyes shone with innocence and sincerity. Fu Wenzhou's heart, weary as if aged, was gently tugged. Contemplating briefly, he reached out to help her up and solemnly declared, "If we are truly to marry, I will certainly make proper arrangements for you." This merely addressed her previous comments, without confirming whether he would marry her or not. The fervor in Wen Shining's blood gradually cooled, and she felt weakened as she watched Fu Wenzhou turn his wheelchair and depart. Xiangxiao rushed towards her, and Wen Shining managed a faint smile.
Xiangxiao, I tried my best.
But how fate would govern her was beyond her control. The Wen family did not remain for a meal, and Wen Shining was sent back to the side courtyard, awaiting the judgment of destiny. Little did she expect that what awaited her was Wen Shuyan's even greater wrath.
Chapter 7. On my wife in the secluded courtyard. Nearly everything that could be smashed had been shattered by Wen Shuyan. In a fit of near madness, she pointed at Wen Shining and exclaimed, "I underestimated you. Speak, who taught you the seductive art of enticing men? No wonder you managed to survive in such a place for over a decade, all thanks to those wild men. You wretched creature, how dare you say that? How dare you?" Wen Shining, cornered and bewildered, was protected by Xiangxiao. Fortunately, Wen Zixian arrived just in time, restraining the hysterical Wen Shuyan from attacking. "There is no choice but to consult Brother Wenzhou, so stop this nonsense." Upon hearing this, Wen Shuyan suddenly burst into tears. "What do you mean there's no choice?" He could very well plead with the emperor to annul the marriage. After having tasted the best, how could he possibly settle for such a lowly woman? Wen Zixian was infuriated. "Your words are unreasonably selfish. You were the one who abandoned him, yet you wish for Brother Wenzhou to live out his days in loneliness? What wrong has he committed? What wrong has he not committed? He has brought such disgrace upon himself, leaving me in a position of emotional betrayal. Is that not cruel? Wen Shuyan, be rational." As the two continued their tug-of-war and finally exited the secluded courtyard, a trembling Xiangxiao let out a sigh of relief. Then, the two stared at each other. Wide-eyed Xiangxiao asked, "So, has young Master Fu agreed?" Wen Shining, slow to react, blinked and replied, "I suppose so. Wonderful, congratulations, miss, your future days seem to hold promise." Xiangxiao joyfully leaped about, filled with exuberance, yet Wen Shining only felt a sense of melancholy. For herself, and for Fu Wenzhou. One was a tasteless bone that, though discarded, was resented for not burying itself. The other was an innocent stray dog, instinctively receiving the bone it was offered, yet scorned for being greedy and shameless. It seemed that the principles of this world were held firmly in the hands of the privileged. However, Wen Shining believed that since Fu Wenzhou had made a promise to her, he would surely keep his word. Thus, it appeared that there might indeed be some glimmer of hope. At the Fu residence, the atmosphere in the main hall was rather heavy. The matriarch, having endured her frustration, could no longer restrain herself and reproached Fu Wenzhou. "Even if you wish to agree, shouldn't you at least discuss it with us first? Did you not notice how the Wen family looked so relieved? It was an utterly disgraceful display." Indeed, the Wen family had put the Fu family in a difficult position, yet, upon seeing the eldest daughter of the Wen family, she had resolved that no matter the cost, the marriage would be annulled. The Fu family, despite its declining status, was still a noble house. How could it be humiliated by a mere countess household? Even if the second son of the Fu family was deemed useless, he was still a third-rank general bestowed by the emperor, not to mention a cherished son. How could he ever stoop to marrying such an eyesore of a country girl? Yet, it was unclear what methods the lady had employed. After merely exchanging a few words, Fu Wenzhou returned and readily agreed, even expressing a desire for a swift marriage. The matriarch pressed her forehead, feeling a headache from the frustration. You all persuaded him not to annul the marriage when he was determined to do so. Now that he has finally come to his senses, you are unhappy? Silence.
Fu Yanqiu glared at her, then turned his gaze, complex and conflicted, towards Fu Wanzhou.
Mother is correct.
You ought to discuss this with us. Yes, my elder brother acknowledges that he does not wish to sever ties with the Wen family and is too afraid to gamble with the Emperor's favor. All of this stems from my elder brother's incompetence in preserving the honor you and father fought for. However, after today's encounter, it is undeniably disheartening. The Wen family is being exceedingly unreasonable, and my elder brother cannot allow you to suffer such indignities.
Madame Shin Yujao interjected, I personally think that girl is quite good.
Having grown up in the countryside, her character must be pure and kind, far better than those heartless, selfish individuals who speak one way and act another.
Fu Wan'er nodded in agreement. Elder sister is right. When Shu Yan claims she does not wish to annul the marriage and pretends to be deeply devoted to my elder brother, but during these years of his recovery, how often has she visited? While keeping my elder brother tethered, she has hardly missed the gatherings of high society. Otherwise, how could she catch the eye of the second prince? Even if the second prince fancies her, she is already betrothed, and that marriage was sanctioned by the emperor. Does she dare to think the second prince would steal her away? In the end, she is merely seeking a better option, and now that she has found one, she wishes to kick my elder brother aside, fearing the label of being heartless, thus shoving a country girl upon him. Once she finished her tirade, Fu Yanqiu could only helplessly say, everyone, be quiet. How shameless the Wen family maybe was no longer of consequence. What truly mattered was the feelings of the parties involved. Thus, all eyes turned towards Fu Wanzhou. Since returning from the Wen family, Fu Wanzhou had remained silent, his eyes veiled in an inscrutable calmness. After a moment of scrutiny, he finally stirred as if awakening from slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips. Annulling the marriage is too troublesome. Besides, I think having someone to accompany me is quite nice. With that brief statement, a wave of emotion swept through the assembly. Some sighed in relief, while others felt a deeper sorrow of the favored son, confined to a wheelchair, evoked a sense of lament from all. Yet who could truly fathom the relentless solitude he endured day and night? Even among close kin, time dulls the senses. Each had their own lives to lead. Even if they kept him in their thoughts, they could not offer constant companionship or care. Having a kindred spirit to share life with is undoubtedly a blessing, yet it must be that kind of woman. The matriarch's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. If you wish for that, then seek her out again. It is her. Fu Wanzhou's smile was faint yet tinged with bitterness.
Given my current state, someone willing to marry me is already a stroke of fortune.
I implore you, mother, to grant your blessing.
Tears finally spilled from the matriarch's eyes. Her proud son had buried himself in the dust, seemingly unwilling to emerge. Now that it had come to this, she would leave it to him. If he found the union unsatisfactory, he could simply dismiss her. After all, she had no intention of preserving the Wen family's dignity any longer. Just as the matriarch settled her thoughts, Fu Wanzhou continued, the sage once said, to judge a person by their words is to lose the essence of their character. To judge by appearance is to lose the essence of one's nature. Since I have committed to this marriage, I must take on the responsibilities of a husband. I hope, dear mother, brothers and sisters, that you will treat my wife with kindness. As for the arrangements for the wedding, I entrust them to you all. I imagine this will be the only occasion in my life. I do not dare seek extravagance, but simply wish for it to be appropriate and without regret.
The crowd was left dumbfounded. My wife? Was he already defending her before the wedding?
What did he mean by seeking appropriateness rather than extravagance? After saying so much, how could one not take it seriously? Thus, within a few days, the highest standard of betrothal gifts from the Marquisate were delivered to the Wen family. Soon after, a date was set. The two families, in perfect harmony, selected the nearest auspicious date, September 9th. Nearly a month away, the marriage was now as good as finalized. Fearing that Wen Shuyan might erupt again, Xianxao even requested that the courtyard be locked during the day, only hoping that the days would pass swiftly. However, when summoned by the master and mistress, Wen Shining dared not decline. Chapter 80 Family Affection. In the Grand Hall, Wen Shuyan and Wen Zishan were present. After much deliberation, Madame Wen had selected only these two from among the numerous illegitimate sons and daughters. They did not disappoint her nurturing, and in the eyes of the capital, they were indeed the C'Armée de la C'Armée d'Ai. In contrast, the disdain in her gaze was palpable, almost spilling over onto her face. As she observed Wen Shining bowing from a distance, Madame Wen immediately remarked, "Do you not realize that you are unworthy of the second young master of the Fu family?" Wen Shining pressed her lips together, seemingly burdened with unsaid words, yet she opted for silence. Wen Shuyan, with a mocking tone, interjected, "How could she be unworthy? In my view, a discarded daughter paired with a useless son is a match made in heaven." Madame Wen shot her a glance, prompting Wen Shuyan to turn her face away in feigned grievance. Wen Qingzong scrutinized Wen Shining closely and, with a tone of false benevolence, began, "Your mother spoke no falsehood. Given your appearance, had this marriage not been forced upon you, you would not even merit servitude in the Fu household, let alone with the second young master. I have summoned you today to impart a few words of caution. The Fu family's compromise is not by choice. Now that you have accepted this marriage, you must conduct yourself accordingly. The Wen family does not seek your glory. We only ask that you remember one thing. Upon marriage, you belong to your husband, and your honor and disgrace are shared. Do you understand? Your father's words are so delicately phrased. How could such a fool grasp their meaning?" Wen Shuyan seized the moment to add, "What he means is that your ability to secure this marriage is solely due to your being a Wen family daughter. The Wen family does not expect your gratitude. We merely hope you refrain from tarnishing our name in the future. Whether the Fu family declines or you find yourself a widow is of no concern to the Wen family. Do not think there is a safety net awaiting you here. You are not welcomed, nor is anyone indebted to you. Madam Wen continued, in this month, you are to keep a low profile and diligently learn the rules from Aunt Feng. I do not expect you to earn the Fu family's approval, I merely hope you do not disgrace yourself upon entering their home.
Wen Zixian, still indignant, exclaimed, what can one learn in a month?
It is merely a case of imitating the foolish, inviting ridicule. I cannot fathom what the second young master of the Fu family is thinking. Were it me, I would prefer to remain single for life than to marry a rural wastrel who would nauseate me daily.
Wen Shining's gaze fell, her spirits dampened. Madam Wen, unable to contain her fury, demanded, have you understood?
Wen Shining nodded, rest assured, uncle and madam, I shall remember your words.
What did you say?
Madam Wen could scarcely believe her ears when Xingzong's anger flared, and he slammed a teacup onto the table.
Wen Shining looked at them with clear eyes, are you not expressing precisely this?
Bringing home a stray dog and offering it a bone they did not desire but felt reluctant to discard, they believed it an act of divine grace. Yet, she had nothing to repay them with, severing familial ties was the only recompense she could offer. However, I am perplexed about one matter and wish to inquire of uncle and madam.
How is it that I am unworthy of the second young master of the Fu family? Is it because of my birth, or am I deemed ignorant and lazy? Do you truly know me? How have you arrived at such judgments?
When Xingzong and Madam Wen's faces darkened, like the bottom of a pot, when Zixian and Wen Shuyan were astonished and furious, how dare you speak back?
Wen Shining pressed her lips together, how could a mere girl like me presume to speak?
I simply feel compelled to clarify a few points for the Wen family. This marriage is a bestowed favor. For me, it is merely a way to repay the kindness of being raised. The Wen family owes me nothing, and I owe nothing to the Wen family.
I wish uncle and madam well.
With that, she performed a proper bow and departed without a backward glance. Behind her, a teacup shattered on the floor. Unworthy wretch, had I known, I would not have kept her.
Madam Wen's voice echoed, filled with anguish.
Truly a debt collector, a heartless wolf raised in vain. When Shu Yankud, father and mother, do not be angry. It is not worth it. When Zixian added, at least the wedding date draws near, there will be no further entanglements, except for the suffering of the second young master of the Fu family. In the courtyard, Aunt Feng watched Wen Shining with a complex expression, shaking her head in resignation. She then returned to her own quarters and summoned someone to present pastries, her gaze laden with a myriad of emotions. Indeed, your mother has had her struggles. During your birth, she faced complications and nearly lost her life. Over the years, on the 1st and 15th of each month, she has gone to the temple to meditate and chant scriptures, no doubt harboring thoughts of you. Wen Shining responded softly, that is not my fault. Her prayers and offerings were not for me, but for her own peace of mind. Aunt Feng fell silent, who claimed this girl was dull. She perceived far more than others realized. Reflecting on the past, her heart was a tumult of emotions.
Do you know who bestowed your name upon you? Wen Shining raised her gaze to meet Aunt Feng's, who was it? She truly did not know. Aunt Feng lightly tapped her nose, smiling gently. It was I. Not long after she entered the household, Madam Wen was in labor, and it was Aunt Feng who received the newborn, slick with birth fluids from the midwife's hands. Do you remember, you were a wrinkled little bundle, yet your cries were loud and clear. Yet the following day, news came that the small pink bundle was to be sent away. As a concubine, her voice was weak, and even if she did not understand, she dared not speak against it. When the servant responsible for this matter encountered her in the courtyard, she hesitated, saying, the young lady has yet to be named. But with the master and madam still engulfed in fear and anger, none dared to provoke their ire. Strangely enough, at that moment, the small pink bundle awakened, her round eyes twinkling as they fixed upon Aunt Feng. Aunt Feng's heart softened, she touched the child's small face and declared, let her be named Shining. May she move in harmony with the world, enjoying health and peace. This is my blessing and hope for you. When Shining stood in astonishment, emotions swelling silently within her, she then rose and performed a formal bow. Thank you, Aunt Feng, for bestowing my name. Aunt Feng helped her up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In truth, I have little to teach you. I only wish to share this one thought with you. The flowing water does not race to be first, it seeks only to flow continuously. Life is neither excessively long nor unbearably short. The causes sown today will yield their fruits in time. There is no need to contend for fleeting moments of glory, nor to envy a brief splendor. Persevere, and your own tower will rise. Each has its own timing, each its own fate. You must understand, striving is not the same as contention, and not contending is a form of striving. At that moment, Wen Shining could hardly grasp the profound wisdom contained within those words. She had no inkling that this brief exchange would benefit her for a lifetime, nor did she comprehend the interconnected nature of good and evil in the world. The most challenging debt to repay was that of human affection. From that day forth, Wen Shining visited Aunt Feng's quarters daily to learn the rules for 2 hours. Beyond the customary morning and evening rituals, she imparted lessons on navigating life's complexities. Occasionally, she invited her to dine, managing her dowry with the dedication of a mother. Wen Shining had not anticipated that the maternal love she had never dared to yearn for would be fleetingly found in Aunt Feng. Consequently, she became increasingly obedient and diligent, tending to the flowers and plants in Aunt Feng's courtyard with care. One day, arriving earlier than usual, she overheard Wen Zixian in a heated argument. Why do you insist on meddling with a calamity that everyone seeks to avoid? Chapter 8. Abuse. In response to Wen Zixian's inquiries, Aunt Feng's tone was somewhat stern. How have I instructed you? When someone is in a lowly position, do not trample upon them. When they are elevated, do not raise them.
30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, the affairs of the world are ever unpredictable. Were it not for that baseless accusation, how would you enjoy your current glory?
You ask me why, what can I say, since I bore you, everything I think, desire, and do is for your sake.
Wen Shining turned to Xiang Tso and said, let us return at a later hour. Yet, Xiang Tso appeared even more aggrieved, her eyes reddening. Miss, do not let it weigh upon your heart. Do not be disheartened. Wen Shining looked at her in puzzlement. Why should I be disheartened? What was never mine to begin with, yet I have unexpectedly gained some, I ought to be pleased. Xiang Tso rubbed her eyes and broke into a silly smile. What you say is true.
Others do not matter, what is important is that young Master Fu holds you in regard.
Ever since the marriage was settled, Fu Wanzhou would frequently send items over, sometimes it was pastries, other times hair ornaments, or little trinkets, as if he truly anticipated this union. Wen Shining was unsure how to convey to Xiang Tso that young Master Fu's gestures did not stem from genuine affection but rather pity. He feared she would be bullied in the Wen household, thus sending reminders of her impending marriage. Of course, she was indeed fortunate that he was such a kind-hearted person, hence, she prayed for his well-being daily. Xiang Tso teased her, saying young Master Fu could not see her prayers. Wen Shining chose not to dispute with her. The sincerity of her heart did not require public validation. She simply understood that if others treated her well, she too must reciprocate. In this world, true kindness is exceedingly rare. She must cherish every fragment she encounters. Xiang Tso mentioned that the second prince had also sent a marriage proposal. A concubine's marriage is less ceremonious than that of a primary wife. One merely needs to choose an auspicious date for the procession. However, it seemed that Wen Shuyan was quite satisfied, hence she did not deem it necessary to cause trouble in the secondary courtyard. Yet, Wen Shining could not fathom why the wedding was to be held on the 9th day of the 9th month. In any case, the entire estate was bustling with joy and activity. However, Wen Shining was acutely aware that this had not to do with her. The bridal attire was a mere garment hastily procured from a local tailor, and the dowry consisted of trivial, inexpensive items, leaving even Aunt Fong momentarily speechless. Wen Shining was indifferent. She would not contest it, for such efforts would be futile and merely serve to humiliate herself. The Wen family did not fear losing face. What concern had she, a person of no standing, to fear? Soon, the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, drawing nearer to the wedding date. On this day, the estate was particularly lively. Granny Lin had come early to the secondary courtyard to greet Wen Shining, informing her that she need not visit Aunt Fong for lessons in propriety or even step outside the courtyard. Meanwhile, Fu Wanzhou had sent mooncakes and a small flask of osmanthus wine well ahead of time. Xiang Tso was overjoyed, eagerly urging Wen Shining to taste each offering, blissfully envisioning the future.
Once you are married, you will be the second lady of the Marquisate, and with young Master Fu's affection, who would dare to treat you lightly?
In a few years, when you bear children, life will hold even more promise. Wen Shining listened with a gentle smile, unwilling to remind her that young Master Fu's days were numbered, and pondering the future was a precarious endeavor. Yet, the wet nurse had once said that life is but a day-to-day affair, and living in the present is of utmost importance. Thus, she encouraged Xiang Tso to pour the osmanthus wine, and the two joyfully drank together. The Marquisate was also abuzz with excitement. However, this was no concern of Fu Wanzhou's. He felt no obligation to interfere and merely planned to make an appearance at the evening banquet. He had long since established his own quarters and had grown increasingly fond of solitude, preferring not to leave his yard unless necessary, nor did he relish disturbances. Over time, even the old matriarch seldom visited. When she did, it was inevitably sorrowful, serving no benefit to either party. Yet, Fu Wana remained as she had in her youth, running back and forth, impossible to restrain.
Second brother, just accompany me this once. Is that too much to ask?
Jinan, returning from the Marquisate with goods, heard the third young lady's coaxing from afar. The servants in the courtyard reported that she had been pleading for the second young master to join her in releasing lanterns for nearly half an hour. Jinan's mouth twitched. The second young master rarely left the courtyard. How could he possibly navigate the throngs of people at night? This time, the third young lady's tears would likely be of no avail.
Dear second brother, my beloved brother, will you not accompany me just this once?
In the study, Fu Wan'er had exhausted her persuasive efforts. Yet, Fu Wanzhou remained unmoved, engrossed in his reading, impervious to her pleas. Fu Wan'er, indignant, resorted to threats. If you do not accompany me today, I shall never speak to you again.
Fu Wanzhou finally spoke. That is a wish I cannot fulfill.
You. Fu Wan'er's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of throwing a tantrum, prompting Jinan to intervene.
Third young lady, why trouble the second young master?
If you truly wish to go, I will accompany you.
I do not want your company.
Fu Wan'er huffed, crossing her arms as tears streamed down her cheeks. It was not that she desperately wanted to release those lanterns. Rather, she sought an excuse to coax her elder brother out for a stroll. Once, she could not remain a moment in the estate, like a wild steed galloping freely. Now, she could sit for an entire day, confining herself within these four walls, resembling an elderly recluse. This sight pained her heart. Jinan had grown up alongside Fu Wanzhou, having witnessed Fu Wan'er's birth and growth. He understood her intentions well. However, it seemed cruel to ask an eagle with clipped wings to witness the vastness of the world and the splendor of human life. He too felt a pang of sorrow and fell silent. After a moment, Fu Wanzhou suddenly recalled something and inquired, have the items been delivered? Jinan hurriedly replied, yes, they have been delivered, but Fu Wanzhou finally shifted his gaze from the book. But what? Jinan replied honestly, the Marquisate is quite lively. Every courtyard's illegitimate offspring has new garments to wear, even the household cat is dressed in finery, yet Miss Ning possesses nothing. Everyone else can enjoy the flowers and mooncakes, but she is denied. I feared Miss Ning might not receive the mooncakes you sent, so I personally delivered them to the secondary courtyard. She was overjoyed and wished you a happy festival. The maidservant even confided that Miss Ning prays for you every day. Fu Wan'er, upon hearing this, momentarily forgot her tears and exclaimed in anger, how can the Wen family be so cruel to Miss Ning?
Is she not the legitimate eldest daughter?
Jinan replied, who says she isn't, just look at the quarters Miss Ning resides in, it is less than suitable for a servant.
Regardless of their feelings, Miss Ning is soon to be wed. She will become one of us in the marquisate. Is it not wise to show her some respect, even if only for the sake of appearances? Do they not understand this?
Jinan cautiously glanced at Fu Wanzhou, hesitant to respond further. Even he, a servant, knew that the Wen family was not ignorant, they simply did not care. Fu Wanzhou's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled those bright, clear eyes and that frail, delicate figure. A twinge of guilt arose within him. He intended to protect her but seemed to have overestimated his capabilities. Indeed, who would pay him any heed in his current state? Observing his furrowed brow, an idea suddenly sparked in Fu Wan'er's mind.
Chapter 10 Madness. Fu Wan'er exclaimed with great enthusiasm, second brother, why don't we invite Miss Ning to join us in releasing lanterns?
During such splendid festivals, all unmarried young ladies from affluent families could gather to socialize, making it an excellent opportunity for single men and women to meet. Not to mention, their wedding date was approaching. Before Fu Wanzhou could give his consent, Fu Wan'er had already dashed out. Rest assured, second brother, I shall handle it myself. The Wen family wouldn't dare to disregard me. Fu Wanzhou could only respond with a resigned expression. Very well, let her have her way this time. Jinan, observing the scene, was utterly astonished. This was not merely the indulgence of the third young lady, it was evidently an act in favor of Miss Ning. Truly, joy brings forth a vivacious spirit. The master seemed to have regained his vitality. The arrival of the third young lady of the Fu family surprised the Wen family to a significant extent. When Xu Yan personally came out to greet her, calling out from a distance, Wan'er, what brings you here? In their younger years, the two had shared a close bond, and Fu Wan'er had often playfully referred to her as second sister-in-law. However, the warmth had vanished from Wen Shuyan's face, replaced by cold indifference.
I have the honor of meeting Miss Wen.
Oh no, in a few days, it seems I shall have to address you as noble lady. Congratulations on your auspicious marriage, second Miss Wen.
The smile on Wen Shuyan's face faltered. Do you blame me as well? Fu Wan'er found it amusing. What, am I supposed to thank you for abandoning my second brother?
When Xu Yan attempted to salvage the conversation, but Fu Wan'er, frowning, stated, I came to invite the eldest young lady to the Lantern Festival. Please inform her to prepare, my brother and I shall personally come to escort her at the hour of the dog. She deliberately emphasized the last sentence. When Xu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Fu Wan'er had intended to seek out Wen Shining in the courtyard, but when Xu Yan denied her the opportunity, coldly declaring, I will convey your message truthfully, but the household is quite bustling today, so I cannot invite the third miss inside.
Bound by decorum, Fu Wan'er could not act rudely and had no choice but to retreat.
Unbeknownst to her, this encounter reignited Wen Shuyan's jealousy. Meanwhile, Wen Shining and Xiang Chao, having finished a small jug of osmanthus wine, found themselves thoroughly intoxicated. It was only after several buckets of cold water were poured over them that they finally stirred awake.
Shameless little hussy, is it so hard to wait a day for a man? Do you honestly believe Fu Wanzhou is interested in you? Have you looked in the mirror? What could he possibly see in you? He is merely vexed that I cast him aside, putting on a show for my benefit. Today, I shall show you whether he truly intends to protect you. Wen Shining firmly grasped the raised hand of Wen Shuyan, forcing her to face the mirror. The one who ought to look in the mirror, Wen Shuyan, is you. Take a good look at your uncouth demeanor. Who could possibly be worthy of you? Though appearing frail, Wen Shining was surprisingly strong. During her time at the estate, she had been accustomed to moving flowers and plants around, making it a trivial matter to subdue a pampered young lady. When Xu Yan had sneaked away with only a personal maid, seeing the commotion, the maid attempted to intervene, but Xiang Chao held her tightly, not letting go. When Xu Yan's face contorted with rage, Wen Shining, have you lost your mind? If you dare to treat me like this, I will certainly inform father and mother. Fine. Wen Shining tightened her grip around her neck, dragging her outside. Why not let everyone see how the Wen family has raised such an extraordinary daughter? The nursemaid had said that there comes a time when one can no longer endure. Xu Yan and her elder sister had also advised that if retreating could not bring about peace, one should take the initiative. With these thoughts in mind, Wen Shining exerted even more force. When Xu Yan found herself dragged into the courtyard, utterly humiliated, just then, when Zixian arrived, his voice booming, Wen Shining, what on earth are you doing? Wen Shining shoved Wen Shuyan forward and, brushing her hands together, turned her cold gaze toward the siblings. What is done is done. The heavens are watching. Good and evil will eventually receive their due retribution, whether sooner or later. I know I owe you nothing, but if you dare to insult or bully me again, it will lead to a life or death struggle. Her fierce demeanor left the siblings momentarily speechless. After a pause, when Zixian furrowed his brow and said, eldest sister merely came to inform you that second Master Fu will come to escort you to the Lantern Festival at the hour of the dog. Why are you acting so irrationally? But upon seeing the disheveled state of Wen Shining and her maid, it was clear to him what had transpired. The message has been conveyed. We shall take our leave. Wen Zixian firmly supported Wen Shuyan out of the courtyard, visibly irritated. At this point, I truly do not understand what you are still dissatisfied with. Fu Wanzhou is the one you rejected.
The marriage contract was your request to father and mother to bestow upon another. You have obtained everything you desired. What more could you want? Wen Shining could hardly believe that her brother, who had always been obedient to her, would speak such callous words.
Even you do not understand me? Wen Zixian scoffed lightly. Am I the one who fails to understand, or are you simply too greedy?
On one hand, she yearned for a prosperous marriage, while on the other, she expected Fu Wenzhou to remain infatuated with her. In essence, it was nothing but vanity at play. You have incited the entire Wen family against her, treating her harshly and coldly. Have you considered the Wen family's reputation? Have you thought about how Fu Wenzhou would feel? Have you ever considered me? Wen Shuyan looked at him in confusion. What does this have to do with you? Wen Zixian felt a bitter pang at her question. Fu Wenzhou may have been rendered useless, but his former subordinates were now prominent figures in society. Over the years, he had established himself in the military. To claim he had never relied on Fu Wenzhou would be the height of ingratitude. If such matters were to spread, how would Fu Wenzhou's old subordinates perceive him? Would they belittle or trouble him because of it? Evidently, the sister he had called eldest sister for over a decade had never considered this. Wen Zixian could not help but recall Madame Feng's words, his heart growing heavier. They enjoyed the fruits of others' labor while oppressing those very individuals. It was hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Watching Wen Shuyan maintain her sense of entitlement, he felt a wave of frustration and coldly remarked, with the wedding approaching, it would be wise for you to refrain from provoking her further. She has nothing to fear. Can you afford to lose? With that, he turned away without looking back. When Shuyan glared at his retreating figure, biting her teeth in anger, how could she possibly lose? The whole family was already in decline. Once Fu Wenzhou was dead, it would be as if they were non-existent, and she, marrying into the royal family, could easily crush a widow as one would an ant. What was there to fear? She was merely infuriated that Fu Wenzhou was blind. Damn Fu Wenzhou, indeed, he should have perished long ago but insisted on dragging her into this heartless and ungrateful abyss. The resentment in Wen Shuyan's eyes deepened. In the courtyard, Wen Shining and her maid stood in a daze for quite some time. Suddenly, Wen Shining raised her hand and pinched her own cheek with great force. It hurt. Xian Chao quickly intervened. Miss, what are you doing? Wen Shining stared at her in a daze. Did you hear what the third master said? I heard. Second Master Fu truly intends to invite you to the Lantern Festival. It is genuine. Xiang Chao finally understood her mistress's state and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Chapter 11 Departure from the mansion. Wen Shining was so overwhelmed with excitement that she hardly knew what to do. What should I prepare? Xiang Cao, please help me think. It was not merely the invitation from the second young Master Fu that stirred her, but the Lantern Festival. In previous years, the town had hosted such festivals during the holidays, yet she had never attended, relying solely on her sister and Shu Yan's descriptions to imagine it. Am I truly allowed to go out? Will the uncle and aunt agree? While changing into dry clothes, her worries resurfaced. The hope in her eyes mirrored that of a childish. Xiang Cao felt a pang in her heart. The legitimate daughter of the Marquis was, in fact, worse off than an orphan like her. Before entering the Marquis, although she had endured a life of hardship and deprivation, she had at least enjoyed her freedom, unlike her mistress, who had been imprisoned since infancy, confined for a full 16 years. The second young Master Fu has promised to come for you. He will surely find a way. Do not fret, miss. Allow me to assist you in preparing your attire. Xiang Cao reassured her. When Shining replied, thank you, Xiang Cao, you are truly kind. As she spoke, she affectionately rubbed against Xiang Cao like a cat. Xiang Cao's heart melted instantly when Shining continued, I believe my nurse was right. I am indeed a lucky star, always encountering the most wonderful and benevolent people in this world. Xiang Cao, observing the gleam in her bright eyes, felt a deep sense of shame. Having recently arrived at the Marquis, she was clumsy and awkward, and the concubines and young ladies in the various courtyards did not take a liking to her. She had volunteered to serve in the side courtyard, thinking that a less favored young lady might be easier to attend to. To be frank, even she harbored a certain disdain for the young lady, believing her unworthy of such kindness. Xiang Cao silently vowed that from now on, she would be devotedly loyal to her mistress and protect her with all her might. Yet, her clumsiness persisted, as she struggled even with hairstyling. After much effort, Wen Shining could not help but laugh. All right, Xiang Cao, the most disheveled version of myself has already been seen by the second young Master Fu. I trust he will not judge me by my appearance. We merely need to be clean and presentable without being disrespectful. After all, she had little beauty to boast of. However, Xiang Cao insisted earnestly, Miss, you simply have yet to blossom. Once you do, you shall undoubtedly become an extraordinarily beautiful woman. When Shining thought of Fu Wenzhou's visage and mused that no amount of beauty could ever match that of the second young master. How could there be such a remarkably handsome person in the world? Life seemed unbearably unfair today. Even the beautiful people had donned attire befitting his status, a blue cloud-patterned brocade robe, his usual scattered black hair neatly tied with a white jade crown, presenting an image of cultured elegance paired with noble grace. The Marquis's inhabitants were left in awe. The old lady repeatedly exclaimed how lovely she looked, though she could not help but dab at the corners of her eyes. Fu Wanner, filled with pride, declared, Soon, I shall accompany my second brother to fetch our future second sister-in-law. We will go together to the Lantern Festival. The crowd was once again taken aback. Fu Yanqiu asked, Go, to the Lantern Festival? The last time he had heard them mention attending such an event seemed to be years ago. In recent years, not only had he refrained from participating, but even Fu Wanner had avoided the festivities, preferring to linger in the second brother's residence during such occasions. The usually composed Marquis appeared unexpectedly emotional. The first lady, Shen Yujiao, remarked with a brisk tongue, joyous occasions invigorate the spirit, it seems the second brother can hardly wait to meet his bride. The old lady and Fu Yanxiu exchanged glances, realizing the focus was not merely on attending the Lantern Festival, but rather on the engagement with the young lady from the Wen family. Hope was indeed a precious thing, the old lady hurriedly instructed, prepare the finest carriage, Jinan, you must go and rent a boat, ensuring everything needed for our outing is well arranged. Fu Yanxiu added excitedly, issue orders for everyone to make more lanterns, if they cannot manage to create them, then we shall purchase them, wish lanterns, flying lanterns, we shall buy them all. Yes, old lady, Marquis, I shall attend to this immediately, Jinan replied, his eyes seemingly filled with dust as he rubbed them vigorously. Meanwhile, Fu Wenzhou, who had been quietly sipping tea, felt a wavering in his usually dark eyes. It seemed there was some misunderstanding among them, yet it mattered little. Over the years, he had cast an invisible shadow over the Marquis. Though unintentional, he felt powerless to change that. Thus, he found himself grateful to Miss Wen for her unwitting actions that brought such joy to the family, stirring a vague ache in his previously silent heart. At the hour of the dog, in the side courtyard of the Marquis, both master and servant stretched their necks in anticipation upon seeing it was Wen Zixin arriving, their expressions dimmed as if the sun had been obscured by clouds. Wen Zixin's handsome face stiffened, and he coldly remarked, though the marriage date has been set, you are not yet wed. A father has instructed me to accompany you, lest you embarrass the Marquis with any improprieties. Little did he know, in an effort to speak on her behalf, he had risked a confrontation with Wen Shuyan, pleading with their father for a considerable time. Though their father was indifferent to this daughter, he cared deeply for his own career and the reputation of the Marquis, which led him to reluctantly issue a verbal warning to both their mother and Wen Shuyan. It seemed that the coming days would not be easy for him. Wen Shining blinked slowly, processing his words.
So, am I permitted to go out? Wen Zixin nodded instantly, the tranquil depths of Wen Shining's eyes sparkled like the stars. Xiang Cao. Miss.
The two of them joyfully stomped their feet in unison. Turning away, Wen Zixin averted his gaze, though an inexplicable emotion began to swell within him, under the venomous glare of Wen Shuyan and the scrutinizing gazes of others. Wen Shining straightened her back and boldly exited the Marquis. She had awaited this day for a full 16 years. Of breathing felt significantly easier, and even the wind seemed sweet. A lavish carriage awaited at the entrance of the Marquis, beside which stood a charming young woman in Jinan, who frequently delivered goods. The lively young woman rushed towards her, cheerfully exclaiming, greetings, eldest lady, I am Fu Wanner, your future sister-in-law. Wen Shining quickly returned the greeting, greetings, Miss Wanner.
At that moment, Fu Wanner noticed Wen Zixin behind her and frowned. Are you also going? Wen Zixin replied, why should I not go?
The two, of comparable age, were accustomed to their playful rivalry and often exchanged barbs. Due to the engagement, Fu Wanner harbored a deep resentment for Wen Shuyan, making it even more unlikely for her to display kindness toward Wen Zixin.
Shameless little follower, do not sit in my family's carriage. Wen Zixin retorted, I shall sit, indeed.
With that, she boldly stepped forward, lifting the curtain of the sedan chair and climbing aboard. Fu Wanner, furious, turned to find Wen Shining's soft gaze meeting hers. The expression mirrored that of her cherished pet, as if to say she feared being left out of the fun. Fu Wanner's heart softened, and she willingly took her hand. Let us not be bothered by the pesky ones, come, let us enjoy the Lantern Festival.
Wen Shining replied,
Her cheerful nod was irresistibly charming, a stark contrast to the clownish demeanor she had shown earlier.
As Fu Wanner assisted her into the carriage, she could not help but inquire, have you truly reached the age of maturity?
Wen Shining recalled that Fu Wenzhou had posed a similar question, likely due to her shorter stature. Thus, she responded using Xiang Cao's words, perhaps I have yet to blossom, once I do, it shall be well. Just as she finished speaking, she raised her gaze and locked eyes with Fu Wenzhou's dark, ink-like orbs.
Good day, second young master Fu.
Wen Shining's heart inexplicably raced a little faster, and she sweetly smiled, you look particularly handsome today, second young master. Such a candid remark left everyone in the carriage utterly astonished. Chapter 12 Lantern Festival. Xiang Cao gently tugged at her master's sleeve and courteously performed a bow.
I have paid my respects to the second young master.
Fu Wenzhou, with a warm smile gracing his lips, replied, there is no need for such formality. Please, take a seat. He pondered that perhaps it was the second occasion on which he received such straightforward praise from Wen Shining, and unlike the first time, his reaction was more subdued, with only a slight flutter in his heart. Fu Wanner playfully nudged Wen Shining to sit beside Fu Wenzhou, while she and Xiang Cao took their places on the other side. If it weren't for the detestable presence across from them, the moment would have been utterly perfect. Wen Zixin's expression was equally grim, primarily due to his embarrassment over Wen Shining's earlier frivolity. Wen Shining sensed his discomfort but felt justified in her actions. As her nurse once said, compliments should be voiced to spread joy amongst all. Every time her nurse and elder sister praised her for being perceptive or clever, her heart brimmed with happiness. She wished for the same joy for second young master Fu. Thus, would he be pleased? When Wen Shining stole a glance at him, she found Fu Wenzhou gazing back, causing her cheeks to flush. To her astonishment, Fu Wenzhou remarked, Miss Ning looks particularly lovely today. This was not only a truthful observation but also a gesture he would not have dared to extend previously. Her face, though petite, was adorned with soft, flawless features, and her simple garment, devoid of makeup or extravagant adornments, suited her refreshing demeanor perfectly. Wen Shining smiled brightly, it is primarily because I appeared rather unappealing last time. Her candidness was endearing.
Fu Wenzhou, with a subtle smile, inquired further, have you tasted the mooncakes?
Yes, indeed, they were delightful, truly the best I have ever had, and the osmanthus wine was sweet and fragrant, though I was unaware of its intoxicating effects, which led to both Shangtsao and me becoming tipsy. As she recounted this, her eyes sparkled with vivacity.
Meanwhile, when Zixian remained tense, fearing she might mention her quarrel with Wen Shuyan, fortunately, she displayed enough discretion not to bring it up, instead innocently asking, did the second young master partake as well?
Fu Wenzhou replied, I am not fond of sweets, but I did sample a bit. Wen Shining exclaimed, then next year, I shall learn to make savory ones, as I am quite adept at picking up new skills.
Fu Wenzhou paused, then consented, very well.
Their conversation meandered through mundane topics, while Fu Wanner inexplicably shed tears.
When Wen Shining's gaze fell upon her, she asked in confusion, what is the matter, third young lady?
Fu Wanner, wiping her face with her sleeve, managed a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful.
Nothing, I am simply overwhelmed with happiness.
When Zixian observed her with a peculiar feeling stirring within him. Soon, the carriage approached the bustling marketplace. After casting several glances out the window, Fu Wenzhou suggested, you may lift the curtain to take a look, there should be many lanterns visible now.
Is that permitted?
When Shining's face lit up, prompting Fu Wenzhou to reach out and gently ruffle her hair.
Of course, it is.
In his eyes, it felt akin to comforting a younger Fu Wanner. Yet to outsiders, it appeared as a romantic and tender gesture. Fu Wanner and Shangtsao exchanged glances filled with astonishment. When Zixian was equally taken aback. In his youth, he had played with the Fu siblings alongside his elder sister. Fu Wenzhou had always displayed impeccable manners towards his sister, never once exhibiting such affectionate behavior. He wondered how such an ordinary girl could capture Fu Wenzhou's fancy. Could it truly be as Wen Shuyan suggested, a performance for their benefit? With permission granted, Wen Shining eagerly pulled back the curtain and leaned out to gaze. The streets were ablaze with a myriad of lanterns, a spectacle of fiery trees and silver flowers, creating an atmosphere of exuberance.
This is the world outside.
It is so vast and beautiful, a stark contrast to my imaginings. The carriage could not penetrate the heart of the marketplace and thus halted at a tavern. The original plan was for Fu Wenzhou to enjoy tea inside while Jinan escorted Fu Wanner and the others to explore, followed by a joint boat ride for lantern releasing.
Unaware of this arrangement, Wen Shining obediently followed Fu Wenzhou's wheelchair. It was only when Fu Wanner came to fetch her that she inquired, will the second young master not accompany us?
Fu Wenzhou patiently replied, I shall wait for you at the tavern. It is crowded, so do not rush. Wen Shining instantly withdrew her gaze, longing for more of the sights. Then I shall stay with the second young master.
No one understood the pangs of solitude better than she did.
He had rescued her from despair, and she felt compelled to remain by his side. Come what may. Seeing her resolute stance, Fu Wanner feigned reluctance. Very well, then I shall stay behind too. Fu Wenzhou felt somewhat ensnared, yet facing Wen Shining's pure and benevolent eyes, he found it difficult to utter a harsh word. Thus, this disabled man joined the throngs of people. When Zixian stepped forward to assist in pushing the wheelchair, seizing the opportunity to converse with Fu Wenzhou.
My second sister, Shu Yan, harbors feelings for you.
Circumstances have forced her into a difficult position, so please do not hold it against her. Fu Wenzhou responded with a calm demeanor, I have never harbored resentment towards her, nor have I ever wished to bind anyone with an engagement.
When Zixian pressed further, and what of my elder sister, Wen Shining? Do you genuinely wish to marry her? Fu Wenzhou affirmed, yes. Why? Fu Wenzhou turned to regard him quietly for a moment. Zixian, do you not know the answer in your heart? Why inquire further? What significance did it hold?
When Zixian's gaze faltered momentarily as he muttered, the Wen family is not as intolerable as you may believe.
If he did not wish to marry, he could simply return Wen Shining to the estate. After years of care, he would continue to provide for her. After all, she was family, and even if neglected, she would not be left destitute. Fu Wenzhou shook his head in resignation, then I suppose that makes me base. There was nothing more to discuss between them.
Meanwhile, Wen Shining remained dutifully beside Fu Wenzhou's wheelchair, her curiosity piqued but her gaze respectful and distant. Gradually, Fu Wanner's earlier exuberance was tempered, and the group began to leisurely stroll through the crowd.
For Wen Shining, this world was utterly novel. She continuously asked, what is this, what is that? Fu Wanner and Shangtsao took turns explaining.
This is Xian Yuan, which can be brewed for tea or made into sachets. That is Xianji Yinzi, a tea made from various flowers and herbs. That row is filled with clay sculptures.
Are they not adorable? Those are embroidered pieces, and those individuals are performing tricks. Fu Wanner could not resist chiming in, have you truly never ventured outside before? Even if I had not, surely ordinary households possess such common items, have I not seen them?
Wen Shining pressed her lips together. The estate where I reside is inscribed with talismans, and there is but one gate, guarded day and night by matrons, preventing any exit. While my nurse and others could visit me, all items brought were subject to inspection. Apart from daily food, simple clothing, and flowers, nothing else was permitted. Upon returning to the capital, the matrons would not allow me to show my face. The curtains were tightly drawn, and even after disembarking the carriage, I had to wear a veil. Thus it is indeed my first encounter with such a broad and lively world.
Fu Wanner was incredulous. Why is that? Chapter 13. Wishes. Wen Shining remarked, they say I am a disaster, that I bring misfortune to my parents and calamity to my entire family. Thus, I must live like a sinner, so as not to bring harm to others.
Her tone was shallow and ordinary, devoid of any resentment, yet the listeners were filled with a medley of emotions. Fu Wan'er glared at Wen Shining with palpable disdain, exclaiming, "It is truly astonishing how there exist such ignorant and malevolent families in this world." Wen Shining's handsome face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words, merely directing an irritated glare at Wen Shining, who was entirely oblivious to his presence. She sensed Fu Wan'er's goodwill, intrigued by her past, she shared it with her candidly. Wen Shining did not perceive herself as seeking sympathy, she was simply speaking the truth. However, Fu Wan'er was overwhelmed with compassion, and with a wave of her hand, she commanded, "Jinan, purchase it." Before they had even completed their stroll down the street, Jinan was laden with packages. He handed over additional silver coins, instructing the merchants to deliver the goods to the Marquis's residence the following day. Wen Shining, having indulged in an array of delicacies, found herself unable to walk further, prompting the group to make their way to the dock. The boat that Jinan had rented in advance awaited them. Just as Wen Shining was about to assist Fu Wanzhou onto the vessel, a voice exclaimed in surprise, "Fu's second young master." Moments later, several individuals surrounded them, some called out second young master, while others saluted him as general. Fu Wanzhou's hand, concealed beneath a thin blanket, instinctively tightened as he coldly replied, "I am no longer a general. A soldier for a day is a soldier for life. This is what you once told me, general." The speaker was Shaoqi, whose brother had been the closest companion of Fu Wanzhou. After his brother's death in battle, Shaoqi had joined the military under Fu Wanzhou's command and had since risen to the rank of a 5th-grade general. Wen Shining also offered his respects. General Xiao. He currently served as a 6th-grade Jinwei lieutenant under Shaoqi. Shaoqi nodded at him, affirming, "Well done," implying that Wen Shining was performing admirably as a junior, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not interrupt the general's enjoyment. I will visit again another day." With that, Shaoqi and his entourage performed a formal military salute before taking their leave. Once aboard, Wen Shining could clearly sense Fu Wanzhou's despondency, though she could not fully empathize. She imagined that his feelings must be even more despairing than her own return to the estate. She felt powerless to alleviate his sorrow, and even the vibrant world around her appeared to dim. Wen Shining remained silent, his emotions particularly complex. How would Shaoqi and the others perceive him if they were aware of the Wen family's actions? Yet, as the legitimate eldest daughter, her marriage should prove more advantageous to him than a direct annulment, should it not? Even Fu Wan'er was unusually quiet. Her feelings were more complicated. On one hand, she felt a deep sympathy for her brother, while on the other, she reflected on Shaoqi. He had matured significantly, now exuding the presence of a formidable general. Had he noticed her earlier, surely he must have. He should be aware that in just a year, she would come of age, right? A young girl in the bloom of adolescence. Her heart was laden with unspoken thoughts. As the masters each wrestled with their own concerns, Jinan and Xiangcao dared not express any enthusiasm, silently accompanying them. By the time Fu Wanzhou regained his composure, the boat had drifted far from the dock. Wen Shining, having squatted beside him at some point, gazed up with her small, palm-sized face, her clear eyes filled with genuine worry and care. For a long time, he had found such looks profoundly unsettling. They served as a constant reminder that he could not cry out in pain or express his suffering, lest he inflict further anguish upon those who cared for him. Thus, he felt agitated, desperate to escape from this world entirely. Following that moment, everyone refrained from showing their true feelings, pretending as though nothing had changed, which only compounded his discomfort. Now, gazing into such eyes, he was taken aback, his heart stirring with bitterness. Seeing him in this state, she must be frightened, fearing that the freedom and future he promised would amount to nothing. Fu Wanzhou involuntarily raised his hand, gently placing it atop her head, his voice emerging softly, albeit hoarsely, yet imbued with tenderness. "Do not worry, I have made you a promise, and I shall see it through." Wen Shining shook her head, her expression earnest. Zhu Yan said that true righteousness is not merely about family and country. Respecting the capable, accepting oneself, and doing what is appropriate in the present moment is also a form of righteousness. Though she did not fully comprehend, she believed that Fu Wanzhou was far more knowledgeable than Zhu Yan and would certainly understand. Amid the surrounding clamor, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter, Fu Wanzhou found himself enveloped in a profound silence. An intangible force seemed to strike against his once quiet heart, and an indescribable emotion churned within him, surging toward his throat. Beneath his palm lay her soft hair. He heard himself say, "I understand. You and Wana should go set off the wishing lanterns. Remember to make a heartfelt wish." He thought to himself that as long as he was able, he would fulfill her desire. This was indeed the most appropriate course of action for him at that moment. Upon receiving the directive, Fu Wana sprang to life, her excitement palpable. The three young ladies busied themselves with the wishing lanterns, while Jinan assisted in lighting them, one by one sending them soaring into the sky. They then clasped their hands together, each making their wishes. After they finished, Fu Wan'er inquired, "Shining, what did you wish for?" Wen Shining hesitated. "Can I say it?" "Do share," Fu Wan'er urged, sensing that her second brother would surely want to hear. As anticipated, when Wen Shining instinctively glanced at Fu Wanzhou, although he did not voice his thoughts, his gaze was undeniably encouraging. With a sweet smile, Wen Shining replied, "I wish for second young Master Fu to live a long and prosperous life." This was a wish Fu Wan'er had anticipated. Clever individuals would surely express such sentiments, and what else? Wen Shining blinked. "Can one make many wishes? Of course, at the very least, you should wish for something related to yourself." Wen Shining continued to smile. "I fear the heavens might deem me too greedy, so I only made one wish." Fu Wanzhou's lips, which had initially curved upward, slowly fell. How regrettable. He feared he would be unable to fulfill that wish for her. The following day, merchants began to arrive at the Marquis's residence, delivering various goods. When Xu Yan, once again engulfed in fury and eager to confront Wen Shining, was intercepted by Wen Zixuan. I do not understand what it is you find unsatisfactory. If you continue this way, the only one to suffer embarrassment will be yourself. I have spoken to Fu Wenzhou, he bears no grudge against you and has never intended to bind you with the engagement. A man of his pride would never disgrace the Marquis for the sake of love. You ought to abandon such fantasies. Furthermore, you need not trouble our elder sister, we both know better than anyone how innocent she is. When Xu Yan could scarcely believe her ears, her anger boiling over as she retorted, what kind of enchantment has that disaster cast upon you, now you even speak in her favor? You call her elder sister, what does that make me? Were our years of sibling affection all a facade? Chapter 14 The wedding procession. When Zishan let out a faint sigh and remarked, were it not for the ominous label of disaster star, you and I would merely be the illegitimate children of the Bo family, devoid of the current grandeur in choices. When Xu Yan, her face drained of color from indignation, pointed a trembling finger at Wen Zishan. Very well, you wait and see. One day, you will comprehend who is truly worthy of your reliance. Whether it was a twinge of conscience or a concern for her own reputation in future, with Wen Zishan keeping a vigilant eye on her, the two inhabitants of the side courtyard led a placid existence. Wen Shining, akin to a genuine bride-to-be, grew increasingly expectant day by day. On the eve of the wedding, concubine Feng came to bid farewell, discreetly slipping 500 taels of silver notes into Wen Shining's hands. And knows that this sum may not wield much power. However, as you step into the Marquis's residence without the backing of your maternal family, you are bound to encounter small-minded individuals who elevate themselves by belittling others. Having a little financial leeway allows you to occasionally reward the servants around you, which can earn you some genuine loyalty. Remember, harbor no ill will towards others, but remain vigilant against them. You must gradually learn how to safeguard your own interests. Do you understand? Not being her biological mother, concubine Feng refrained from expressing her thoughts too bluntly. Indeed, young Master Fu was a kind-hearted gentleman, yet the fate of good men is often short-lived. Should he leave, how could the Marquis's residence accommodate someone who was originally forced upon them? Lacking offspring, talent, and connections, even if she managed to stay, how could she achieve independence? Out of sympathy, concubine Feng sighed repeatedly, yet felt powerless to assist. When Shining was uncertain what 500 taels could truly accomplish, yet the weight of this goodwill felt substantial in her hands. Concubine Feng continued, I have arranged for you a maid and 2 handmaidens as part of your dowry. If you find this inadequate, I can provide you with 2 more from my quarters. When Shining shook her head, saying, I need only Xiangcao, can you assist me? She had heard from Xiangcao that if the Bo family did not provide a contract of servitude, those accompanying her could be reclaimed at any moment. Rather than complicate matters, it was best to avoid the hassle. Understanding her intent, concubine Feng approached Madame Wen to discuss the matter and secured Xiangcao's contract for her. On the day of the wedding, it was also concubine Feng who styled Wen Shining's hair and recited auspicious phrases. 1 combing brings fortune without worry. 2 combings banish illness and sorrow. 3 combings promise many children and longevity. Another combing for harmony in the household. These were moments that should have been performed by a biological mother. However, with Wen Shuyan also marrying on this day, and both departing at a similar time, Madame Wen naturally had to attend to her. All the siblings had gathered with Wen Shuyan, leaving the side courtyard eerily quiet, devoid of adornments. The bustling shops were absent, and even the savings meant for the wedding were nowhere to be found. It felt as if Wen Shining were the one being taken as a concubine. Fortunately, the Marquis's household had sent a set of bridal attire and a phoenix crown a few days prior, a stark contrast to the one made by the Wen family. It seemed to herald the beginning of an entirely different life for her. During the formal farewell to her parents, Elder Wen and Madame Wen could only impatiently utter a few words of caution. When it came to Wen Shuyan, Madame Wen grasped her hand, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "My precious daughter, strive to lead a good life, never suffer indignities, your parents are here to support you." Even the esteemed Elder Wen had reddened eyes. Wen Shining felt little emotional stirrings. After all, once she crossed this threshold, they would become inconsequential to one another. Her thoughts wandered to whether Fu Wenzhou would come to welcome her. During previous visits by Jean and bearing gifts, it had been mentioned that since the Lantern Festival, Fu Wenzhou had sequestered himself in his study, unseen for several days. Wen Shining understood that Fu Wenzhou, like herself, was ensnared by fate, dragged into an abyss. Yet, he had unhesitatingly chosen to be her lifeline. Wen Shining could sense that Fu Wenzhou was diligently striving to keep her hopes alive, struggling against the depths. Yet, with each struggle, the sunlight outside reminded him of his former glory and freedom, a torment likely more agonizing than the pain itself. A wave of guilt washed over Wen Shining. She promised herself that once she overcame this hurdle, she would find every means to treat young Master Fu kindly. At the entrance of the Bo residence, 2 wedding processions stood ready on either side. The second prince, Jolyon, sat astride his steed, exuding an imposing presence. In contrast, Fu Wenzhou, seated in a wheelchair, though dignified, could not help but appear diminished. Out of courtesy, he had to approach the horse and bow to the second prince. As those nearby reported the scene, Wen Shuyan seethed with frustration at not being able to witness it firsthand. She glared at Wen Shining with an air of superiority. "Did you hear that? For the rest of my life, I shall overshadow you, including Fu Wenzhou. I will ensure that every time you see us, you will bow your head, never to rise again." Wen Shining was perplexed. "You have everything. Why harbor such hatred towards us?" Wen Shuyan retorted, "Because you are unworthy." As the bridal veil fell, it concealed the bitterness in her eyes. The hour had arrived to depart. Traditionally, the bride is carried out by her closest brothers, and naturally, Wen Zishan would bear Wen Shuyan. The other brothers were too young, and no one else volunteered, leaving the task to the matron of honor, who carried Wen Shining. The second prince, by virtue of his noble status, could have chosen not to attend, yet his presence conferred great honor upon the Bo family. Elder Wen and Madame Wen personally came to bid farewell, while the procession from the Marquis's residence had to stand aside, allowing the second prince to pass. The contrast was stark, and Wen Shuyan relished in her triumph. She felt assured that her choices were correct, while Fu Wenzhou alone bore the blame for his ill fate. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there existed a custom where the brothers of the bride would whip the air as they escorted the procession. Led by Wen Zixian, the male members of the Bo family followed the second prince's procession, none willing to escort Wen Shining. Unfazed by these traditions, Wen Shining obediently sat in the flower palanquin, her mind occupied with concern for Fu Wenzhou. He had been engaged to Wen Shuyan for many years, and she presumed he had invested genuine feelings. It must be excruciating for him to witness the one he held dear being so trampled upon. As the firecrackers exploded and the palanquin began to move, Wen Shining suddenly heard a few birds chirping. Her heart skipped a beat. It was Chuyan. That was their secret signal. She longed to peek out and see if her wet nurse and the others had come, but she understood all too well that at this moment, she represented the bride of the Fu family. If she made a fool of herself, it would only serve as a source of ridicule for Fu Wenzhou in the future. Wen Shining bit back tears, feeling the sting in her eyes. Then the whips cracked, and Chu Yan's resonant voice echoed forth. 1 whip to announce to heaven and earth, 2 whips to rouse the spirits, 3 whips to send off the groom, as the newlyweds embark on their journey to happiness. May heaven and earth bless them, and may all spirits yield to them. The groom pays his respects. Should blessings fall short, I shall seek restitution. Wen Shining did not fully grasp the words, but she recognized that Chu Yan had come to support her in his capacity as her elder brother. In that moment, her tears could no longer be contained. To her astonishment, the sound of whips and shouts multiplied, growing louder and more fervent. Who else, aside from Chu Yan, would be willing to whip the air in her honor? Chapter 15 Entrustment. At that moment, the voice of Shang Tsao floated through the curtain. Do not be afraid, miss, for it is General Xiao who has brought the soldiers.
Fu Wenzhou was investing the entirety of his life as accrued goodwill in this moment.
He was already exerting himself to fulfill the promises he had made to her. Wen Shining was immediately overcome with tears. Upon arriving at the Marquis's residence, she was assisted down by the matchmaker, clutching the crimson silk tightly. Led by Fu Wenzhou, she stepped over the fire pit and into the grand entrance of the Marquis's abode, thus embarking on a new chapter of her life. First, we bow to heaven and earth, and then we bow to the heavens above, for a match made in heaven. Second, we bow to the earth, celebrating the union of 2 hearts. Third, we bow to the heavens and earth, for a love that endures through time. Following the officiant's words, Wen Shining performed each action with utmost precision, imbued with sincerity. She silently prayed for divine recognition and a chance at rebirth. Just as her thoughts began to form, gasps erupted from the crowd. The second young master has fainted. Quickly, fetch a doctor. I knew this marriage would not succeed. The Wen family harbors a heart as venomous as poison. Hurry and remove this calamity from our midst. In the midst of the chaos, Wen Shining's bridal veil fell to the ground, revealing her face, which bore a look of confusion and numbness. Fu Wenzhou was encircled by a throng, as if they were separated by mountains. In an unresponsive state, Wen Shining sat there, resembling a soulless puppet. Shang Tsao grasped her hand, stifling her sobs, and gently offered her comfort. Miss, do not be afraid. It is all right. The second young master has always been frail. It is not your fault. Wen Shining numbly raised her gaze to her. Shang Tsao, it seems my fate is truly cursed. She had once been a skeptic, but at this moment, she could not deny the truth. It was all her fault, entirely her fault. Had she not selfishly wished for rebirth from the divine, the heavens would not have been angered, and Fu Wenzhou would not have collapsed. It was her fault that the red veil had fallen, bringing forth calamity. From this point onward, peace would likely elude her.
Shang Tsao, I am sorry.
A look of desolation akin to that of an aged soul appeared on Wen Shining's youthful face. I had hoped to bring you here, thinking it might grant you a more carefree life, but I seem to have erred. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would not have sought Fu Wenzhou's sympathy that day. She should have voluntarily returned to her estate. If she were truly extraneous to this world, then it would be of no consequence if the heavens wished to reclaim her. Shang Tsao held back her tears, gently brushing away the droplets at the corners of Wen Shining's eyes.
Miss, do not think this way. Meeting you is a blessing for me. I will be with you for life. Even if they were driven from the Marquis's residence and left homeless, they would make the world their home and become each other as family. Yet, Shang Tsao could not voice these thoughts, for she firmly believed that the second young master would awaken and honor his initial vow. She tightened her grip on Wen Shining's hand, the two of them leaning against each other, quietly awaiting the whims of fate. This wedding had been meticulously planned by the Marquis's residence. Primarily, Fu Wenzhou was deeply invested, even inviting those military personnel he had hitherto refused to meet. Additionally, it was intended to bring good fortune. They believed that the more extravagant the ceremony, the more it would touch the divine. Thus, every invitation that could be sent was dispatched. However, they overlooked a crucial point. The Marquis's residence was currently in decline, much like Fu Wenzhou's leg, with little hope of recovery. What advantage could be gained from associating with such a household? Today they arrived. Tomorrow, if they were to seek assistance wrapped in the guise of old affection, would they be helped or turned away? Conversely, the Wen family was flourishing, and it was only natural to seek favorable ties with them. Consequently, the banquet set according to the invitations ended up with more than half of the seats empty. Moreover, with Fu Wenzhou's sudden fainting and the elderly matriarch collapsing from distress, the atmosphere in the Marquis's residence became frenzied. Seeing this, the guests, who had come with great reluctance, began to disperse, leaving only Shao Qi and his companions behind. It seemed inappropriate to either stay or leave. After a considerable time, Shao Qi finally spoke. Everyone, please take a seat. How could we not drink to General Fu's wedding? Thus, they all sat down, but there were only 2 tables.
The wine flowed swiftly, leading to swift intoxication. Some began to voice their grievances. The second prince, having gained the emperor's favor and basked in today's glory, must not have forgotten how all of this came to be. If he hadn't been so eager for achievement, insisting on going to battle, how could the general have been injured while rescuing him? Yet he shamelessly takes all the credit for himself and even resorts to seizing another's wife. The Wen family is no paragon of virtue either. Clinging to high branches while repulsing others, forcing a calamity they dare not acknowledge upon the Marquis's household, how malicious, how overbearing. Shao-Chi clenched his fists, not intervening, for his thoughts ran deeper than those of his companions. The second prince's actions were indeed disheartening. Having only recently gained the emperor's favor, he brazenly trampled upon the one who saved his life. Should he ever rise to power, those who had witnessed his disgrace would likely meet with a grim fate. Even in drunkenness, one must retain some clarity. My friends, while you risk your lives, do remember your families waiting at home? Fu Wanzhou's weak voice broke through, and the crowd immediately sobered, rising to their feet. General, you have awakened. Having indulged in drink, Shao-Chi's eyes were slightly reddened. Fu Wan'er pushed Fu Wanzhou closer, her voice tinged with grievance and a hint of tears as she called out, Brother Shao-Chi. Shao-Chi nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Wanzhou's gaze swept over the assembly with quiet intensity. I invited you all today, and I must apologize for my lack of foresight. Please return now. Shao-Chi tightened his fists again, speaking with a hint of defiance. According to military custom, as long as one has not committed an act of betrayal against the code, one day as a general means a lifetime as a general. There is nothing amiss with old subordinates coming to celebrate the wedding of their former commander. In terms of brotherhood, we have fought together through thick and thin. This cup of celebratory wine must be consumed. Even if you do not invite us, we would still show up uninvited. This was the truth, yet they were oblivious to the sordid matters lurking beneath the surface. Had they known, perhaps as the whip cracked today, it might inadvertently fall upon the Wen family. Fu Wanzhou took a slow breath. I acknowledge the bonds of brotherhood, and I, Fu Wanzhou, shall remember today's promises. He referred to the act of cracking the whip to send off the bride. Shao-Chi paused, and the others exchanged glances of confusion. Shao-Chi hesitated, having taken on the role of the whipcracker. We are now akin to family, but what of the Wen family girl? General, you surely cannot be unaware of her origins? Fu Wanzhou coughed lightly. All I know is, now that she has married me, she is my wife. He did not mention the Marquis's residence, only stating that she was his wife. Shao-Chi understood. Fu Wanzhou was determined to protect that woman for life, even distrusting the Marquis's household, hence entrusting her to his former comrades. This trust weighed heavily, akin to 1,000 pounds. Shao-Chi clasped his fists and solemnly declared, from this day forth, we shall regard the second Madame Fu with utmost respect. Should she ever require assistance, we will not hesitate to leap through fire and water for her. It was evident that Fu Wanzhou was struggling to maintain his composure, and with that, Shao-Chi and the others took their leave. Once they had all departed, Fu Wanzhou's face turned as pale as a sheet, and after a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, how is my mother faring? Fu Wan'er hurriedly replied, she has already awakened. Elder sister-in-law is attending to her. And where is elder brother? Logically, as the head of the family, he should have been present to oversee the proceedings. Chapter 16 Consolation. Fu Wan'er spoke softly, elder brother is currently delivering return gifts from house to house. Fu Huizhou could only manage a bitter smile. He believed that this wedding should have made his brother realize that it is the norm for people to be trampled upon when they are down on their luck. The most elusive of all pursuits is genuine affection. Rather than shamelessly fawning over those who seek to curry favor, it is far better to fulfill one's own responsibilities and live one's life well. Let him be. After all, he is now the master of the Marquis, and how to manage it is no longer within the purview of this invalid. Fu Wanzhou glanced at the untouched dishes and instructed, you and Jinan should arrange to distribute this food to those in need. Jinan hesitated, knowing that the young master is getting married. Many commoners have come to offer their congratulations, and a number are still waiting outside for you to distribute wedding sweets. Some may forget the youthful general of yore, yet others will forever remember him, not only for his numerous victories but also for his unwavering efforts to secure a better life for the people. He constructed irrigation canals, built reservoirs, and advocated for a tax system proportional to harvest yields, providing subsidies for those unable to meet basic living standards. During those 2 years, as the young man continuously achieved military success while striving for the welfare of the populace, not a single impoverished citizen in the entire Great Zhou suffered hunger to the point of death. Fu Wanzhou swallowed lightly. Then please invite them in for a seat. Additionally, go and search for the person who took the lead in cracking the whip today. That may be a friend of Shining from the village. If found, please bring them into the estate and ensure they are well accommodated. Jinan complied eagerly and dashed off to fulfill his task. Only then did Fu Wanzhou allow Fu Wan'er to push him back to Lingfang residence. Fu Wan'er sniffled. Shining must be terrified. Second brother, do you think she could really be Wan'er? Fu Wanzhou interrupted her sternly. She has never truly harmed anyone, yet anyone can inflict blame upon her. If there exists a divine will, then it is the fault of the divine. Fu Wan'er fell silent, frightened. She sympathized with Wen Shining, but her heart ached more for her elder brother. You go and assist Jinan with the guests. I can manage on my own. Fu Wanzhou appeared to be upset and struggled to maneuver his wheelchair into Lingfang residence. As Fu Wan'er was on the verge of tears, she suddenly heard Shao-Chi call her name, third young lady. Shao-Chi go. Fu Wan'er pouted, disregarding all notions of propriety, and threw herself into Shao-Chi's embrace, weeping. Xiaoqi stiffened, his hands suspended in the air, unable to move. When Fu Wan'er had cried for a while, he finally spoke. I merely came to inform you that we shall remain to oversee things, preventing any chaotic situations from arising. Fu Wan'er sobbed, thank you, Xiaoqi go. It is such a relief to have you here today. As she spoke, she pressed a long-held pouch of incense into Xiaoqi's hands. I made this myself. I hope you won't find it unworthy. With her in such a state, Xiaoqi dared not voice any disdain and accepted the pouch with a grateful nod before hastily departing. Behind him, Fu Wan'er shyly covered her face, finally breaking into a smile. Little did she know, the wheels of fate had begun to turn. Fortune and misfortune were indistinguishable. In the bridal chamber, the door creaked open, and both master and servant jumped as if startled by a bowstring. Upon seeing Fu Wanzhou alone, Xiangzhou hurried forward to assist him. When Shining stared blankly at Fu Wanzhou, his complexion was so poor, he appeared as though a mere gust of wind could scatter him. His survival in this world was already a challenge. If she were to cling to him like a drowning person grasping at a straw, she would indeed fulfill the prophecies of those who deemed her a calamity. When Shining knelt straight before Fu Wanzhou.
Fu Wanzhou frowned. What is the meaning of this?
Ignoring his question, Wen Shining bowed her head repeatedly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed up at him. Please, young master, allow me to leave the estate. Even if it is just a release letter for my marriage, or to retreat to a temple for seclusion, I would accept either.
Fu Wanzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Have you resigned to your fate so soon?
Wen Shining remained silent. It seemed that whether she accepted her fate or not was beyond her control. Fu Wanzhou pressed further. Do you not trust me at all?
Not at all.
Wen Shining shook her head, tears spilling unbidden down her cheeks.
I cannot bring harm to you.
I wish to harm no one, least of all you.
You foolish girl.
Fu Wanzhou curled his finger and gently wiped away the tears from her cheek. It is my own fault. Out of fear of others' gazes, I have not rested well for several days, and thus I could not hold on.
I owe you an apology.
The anguish that overflowed from his eyes tugged painfully at Wen Shining's heart, yet she was at a loss for how to comfort him, stumbling over her words. Young master, you are the best person I have ever encountered. No one can compare to you, but if anyone belittles or mocks you, they are blind, cold-hearted, and wretched, behaving like petty villains. Her ineptitude in expressing kind words was evident, as she had only learned a few phrases from her wet nurse. Yet, when Shining felt it was insufficient, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she sought help from Xiangzhou. Xiangzhou, rising to the occasion, continued the tirade. Some people are just like that, possessing mouths but lacking the ability to speak properly, only using them to make nonsense. They are utterly worthless yet spend their days judging others. They have no concept of shame, and it is better to ignore them than to argue.
Wen Shining blinked in surprise.
Xiangzhou was truly impressive. Fu Wanzhou could only smile through his tears, gently ruffling Wen Shining's hair as he asked softly, are you hungry? It was only then that Wen Shining remembered she had not eaten all day. Her stomach responded with an audible growl. Fu Wanzhou instructed Xiangzhou to prepare some food from the kitchen, and while they waited, he had Xiangzhou fetch a wedding veil to cover Wen Shining once more. Xiangzhou was somewhat nervous taking on the role of the matchmaker for the first time. Fortunately, during her days as a beggar, she had listened attentively to storytellers at the tea house and remembered a few lines. Clearing her throat, she announced brightly, the scale is gold, the scale is bright, the scale picks auspiciousness, to the left is wealth, to the right is good fortune, and in the middle, gold and jade fill the halls. From now on, may the couple love each other until they are gray. Next came the ceremonial wine.
Having drunk this cup of marriage wine, may you be bonded for life.
With the ceremony complete, I wish the newlyweds a long and happy life together. Fu Wanzhou produced silver from his sleeve and rewarded Xiangzhou.
You performed admirably.
You have a natural talent.
Thank you, second young master.
Xiangzhou beamed with joy, arranging the food before discreetly withdrawing. When Shining felt somewhat dazed, she had resolved to leave the marquise yet found herself lifting her veil and drinking the marriage wine instead. Fu Wanzhou gazed upon her charming and lively visage, his heart heavy with sorrow. She was destined for a splendid life, yet she had leaped from one pit of fire into another.
Perhaps he was indeed mistaken.
Now that matters have come to this, you have married me as your husband, and the thought of leaving the estate should no longer cross your mind, unless he were to die. Rest assured, whether before or after, I will do everything in my power to ensure your well-being. Rumors and gossip are inevitable, but I agree with Xiangzhou, others' words are their own business, and we need not heed them. As for my fate, it was sealed long before I met you, and it cannot be blamed on you.
Do you understand what I am saying?
Chapter 17 Similar kind. Wen Shining obediently nodded, I understand. I shall refrain from speaking of leaving the manor. She set down her chopsticks, her bright eyes earnestly fixed on Fu Wanzhou. And please, sir, do not feel burdened. Each person has their own fate. You have already altered the course of my life, and the remaining path I shall traverse on my own. Fu Wanzhou offered a faint smile. It is not a burden, but rather a stroke of fortune. It is you who has rendered my life complete, making me feel I possess some measure of worth. From now on, you shall reside here, while I shall inhabit the front courtyard. Should you require anything, feel free to summon Xiangzhou, or come to me directly. If you wish to venture beyond the manor, I shall arrange for Jinan or Wan'er to accompany you. Here, there are no stringent rules. You may learn the customs of the manor should you desire, or disregard them at your leisure. I shall speak to mother and my elder brother and sister-in-law regarding this matter. As for the distant relatives and elders, you need only show them respect. There is no need to heed their whims. If you wish to learn to read and write, I shall teach you, for I find myself with ample leisure time. Fu Wenzhou spoke at length, persisting until he accompanied Wen Shining through dinner, only to faint again upon returning to the front courtyard. Nevertheless, Wen Shining found solace in his reassurance, cradling the jewel-encrusted phoenix crown and sleeping soundly. In the Prince Anne's manner, to take a concubine was a mere formality, and no banquet was necessary. Yet, many still rushed to present lavish gifts. The second prince, now the prince and Zhou Lian, patiently navigated the social intricacies, eventually dragging his confidants to drink until the early hours, before stumbling back to the bridal chamber. The customary rituals within the chamber were also omitted. When Xu Yan sat demurely at the bedside, a bridal veil atop her head, yet she was on the verge of collapse. The bridal crown felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Had it not been for the indomitable spirit within her, she might have succumbed long ago. Her maid, Yuzhu, who accompanied her dowry, sighed in relief upon the arrival of Prince An. Your Highness and the madam should rest early. I shall take my leave. Zhou Lian then abruptly tore off the bridal veil and tossed it aside, lifting Wen Shuyan's chin with his fingers. Indeed, a captivating beauty, no wonder she could ensnare Fu Wenzhou for so many years. Hearing Fu Wenzhou's name in such a context sent a jolt of fear through Wen Shuyan. Steadying her nerves, she smiled charmingly. Now that I am the princess, allow me to serve you as you rest. Zhou Lian appeared pleased, laughing heartily.
I hear Fu Wenzhou fainted during the wedding ceremony. With over 100 tables laid out, not a single guest attended, and in the end, common folk were invited just to lend an air of respectability. Is that not absurd?
His penetrating gaze remained fixed on Wen Shuyan. She did not disappoint him, her eyes reflecting genuine delight. To bring a calamity into the household, even if he had 9 lives, it would not suffice for the turmoil. The wedding night is worth a fortune.
Let us refrain from mentioning such disheartening figures, shall we?
Ha ha ha. Zhou Lian's laughter grew increasingly brazen as he violently tore open Wen Shuyan's bridal attire, his hands tightening around her throat as he pressed against her. I have not misjudged. We are indeed kindred spirits, heartless and ungrateful. As he spoke, his grip tightened, and haunting nightmares flooded his mind. What of the young general, brave and loyal, yet what does it matter?
Now he is but a useless man.
I truly wish he could witness how the beauty that should belong to him finds pleasure beneath me.
Ha ha ha. The sinister visage of Prince An left Wen Shuyan trembling with fear, the suffocating dread coiling around her like a venomous serpent. She could neither speak nor scream, her eyes brimming with helplessness and terror. Just as her consciousness began to fade, Prince An finally released her. However, the true torment was only just beginning. In the midst of heart-wrenching and humiliating agony, Wen Shuyan could not help but wonder if Fu Wenzhou would treat Wen Shining in the same manner. No, he would not. He could barely stand. How could he consummate the marriage? With such a thought, a fleeting sense of satisfaction blossomed within her, as if the pain coursing through her body had lessened somewhat. She would not be mistaken. With her talents and beauty, captivating a man's heart was an effortless task. Not only would she secure her footing within the prince's manor, but she would ascend even higher and further. As for Fu Wenzhou and that wretched woman, their lives would remain as they were, scurrying like ants, devoid of the right to beg for her mercy. The following morning, Fu Wenzhou arranged for an elderly woman to bring 3 maidservants. The elderly woman, claiming to be surnamed Qin, was Fu Wenzhou's wet nurse and was in charge of Lingfeng residence. The 3 maidservants were named Honger, Lanner, and Zier, ready to follow Shang Tsao's directives. Although Qin Mama appeared stern when admonishing the servants, she treated Wen Shining with utmost respect, infused with a touch of affection. Wen Shining mused that this must be what Chu Yan often referred to as loving the house and its crow. Recalling the words of Aunt Foam, she invited Qin Mama into her quarters and produced the silver note of 500 taels. Mama must understand that I am like water spilled from a pot in the Bo family.
From now on, the home manor shall be my home. I have had no one to guide me since childhood. I lack knowledge and understanding of the rules. In the future, I hope you will take care of this courtyard, and I shall defer to your arrangements.
Qin Mama smiled gently. Madam, you are the master, and I am but a servant. That is the way of things.
Wen Shining pursed her lips, unsure of what to say next. Qin Mama scrutinized her before stating plainly, the second young master has grown up before my eyes.
It may be heretical to say, but I regard him as my own. For me, it is quite simple. Those who treat the second young master well are good people, those who do not are my adversaries.
The second young master marrying you, whether out of sympathy or genuine affection, given his nature, he would never mistreat you. I harbor no further ambitions. I merely hope you can remain content and not bring more trouble to the second young master. Wen Shining nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Mama, I have noted this. The second young master is now my closest kin, and I shall find ways to treat him well.
Qin Mama chuckled lightly. What couple still addresses each other in such a manner? Wen Shining, puzzled, inquired, how should I address him then?
Qin Mama replied, naturally, you should call him husband or perhaps second master, and now that you are married, you are both adults. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had longed for the second young master to grow up, to establish a family, and even to assist him in raising children. Now that she had finally witnessed his marriage, it felt as though she had reached the end of her hope. Wen Shining felt a lump in her throat. She too had a wet nurse. Her wet nurse had treated her with similar sincerity. Thus, the genuine emotions in this world bore little relation to blood ties. She wondered where Chu Yan was now. How were her wet nurse and the others? Suppressing her swirling emotions, Wen Shining took the initiative to ask, how is the second master?
Qin Mama replied, he is still resting. Then let him rest. I must trouble you to take me to pay my respects to my mother-in-law. It was customary for a new bride to pay her respects upon entering the home. Qin Mama hesitated. The old lady is unwell. Perhaps another day. Going now would likely result in her being scolded.
Since my mother-in-law is unwell, it is all the more imperative that I attend to the second young master. Wen Shining's eyes were resolute, this hurdle must be crossed. I cannot continually hide behind the second young master. Chapter 18 punishment by standing. Madame Qin was somewhat taken aback. To speak candidly, upon hearing that Fu Wenzhou intended to marry such a woman, she was vehemently opposed. However, after a brief acquaintance, she found her rather agreeable. The girl was fair of face, her eyes bright, and not at all the foolish and ugly person as rumored. The approval of the old matriarch was indeed necessary. With her own feelings of resentment towards this marriage, compounded by the events of the previous day, if she were to hold a grudge in her heart, it would ultimately be the second master who would suffer. As the steward of this household, Madame Qin was acutely aware of the dowry that Wen Shining had brought. There was not a single item worthy of note. Fortunately, the second master had instructed her earlier to prepare gifts in advance, and along the way, Madame Qin had meticulously briefed her on how to present the gifts and the appropriate words to say. Upon arriving at the courtyard where the old matriarch resided, the head servant, Madame Fong, informed her that the old matriarch had yet to rise and asked her to wait in the courtyard. Madame Qin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Standing there, they waited for an entire hour. It was the season of the autumn tiger, and even in the morning, the sun felt oppressive. The fragrant herbs were beginning to wilt, yet Wen Shining stood tall and straight, her demeanor still gentle and respectful. Being an elder in the manor and the wet nurse of Fu Wenzhou, the old matriarch would certainly not allow her to endure hardship, and had long since sent Madame Fong to invite her inside. As the sun grew increasingly fierce, and seeing that the old matriarch showed no signs of relenting, Madame Qin couldn't help but urge, the old matriarch is well aware of the second master's temperament.
Why must you make things difficult for him?
The old matriarch took a sip of ginseng soup and, with irritation, lamented, I only regret having indulged him initially by allowing such a calamity to enter our home.
What peace can we expect to have in the days to come?
Madame Qin replied, I believe the second master's affection is not necessarily a bad thing. As for those unfounded rumors, the old matriarch need not take them to heart. The second master is blessed and fated, and no calamity can befall him. The old matriarch shook her head, you saw it yourself yesterday, during the wedding ceremony, he fainted midway. Afterward, Yan Xiu returned from delivering the gifts, seething with anger, blaming me for allowing this disaster into our lives. Just then, Madame Fong entered and whispered, old matriarch, the second master has arrived.
The old matriarch looked behind her, where is he?
Madame Fong replied, he is waiting in the courtyard with the second madam. The old matriarch felt a pang of anger in her chest, then let him wait. Having a new bride who forgets her mother, she had worried all night for him, yet he, without a word, had rushed to her side. If it were simply Wen Shining, Madame Qin might have remained an onlooker, but with Fu Wenzhou's arrival, she could no longer sit idle and immediately knelt before the old matriarch.
The second master fainted again last night.
The doctor said he must not exert himself further. With the sun so intense, how can he endure? I implore the old matriarch not to vex the second master. The days ahead are long, and there will be ample opportunity to set rules. The second master's health is of utmost importance. I hope the old matriarch can understand. The old matriarch, already reluctant, found it hard to remain angry after Madame Qin's words.
Hurry and call him inside.
Fu Wenzhou awoke early, aware that Wen Shining had come to pay her respects. However, the doctor had been delayed in coming, and he thought that with Madame Qin present, any mishap would be promptly communicated. To his surprise, when he finally arrived, he was met with a scene that set his heart ablaze. The two of them stood in the sun, their faces flushed and foreheads beaded with sweat, especially Wen Shining, who, being petite, looked as though she might wither away under the scorching sun, resembling a wilting daisy. Fu Wenzhou felt a surge of anger, his voice betraying his irritation. Since mother does not wish to see you, why do you linger here?
Second master, why are you here? The sun is blazing.
You should return, Wen Shining said urgently, unconcerned about his anger, eager to step forward to shield him from the sunlight. However, having stood too long, her legs grew numb and unsteady, and as she stumbled, she fell into Fu Wenzhou's embrace. Meeting her frightened doe-like eyes, Fu Wenzhou felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Despite his anger, he could not bear to direct it at her. Wen Shining struggled to regain her footing and spoke softly, do not be angry, second master. I do not feel wronged. Back when I was at the estate, there was a time when Chu Yan stealthily brought me some wild fruits, and I ate too many, resulting in a stomachache for several days. The wet nurse was furious and gave Chu Yan a beating. That was the most severe punishment Chu Yan ever received, and I heard from my sister that she couldn't get out of bed for several days. I think the wet nurse was not truly angry with Chu Yan.
She was simply more concerned for me.
The second master is the flesh of the old matriarch's body. She cares for you more than anyone else. Rather than letting her be vexed to the point of illness, I would prefer to share some of her burden. Fu Wenzhou felt a tightness in his throat and sighed softly. I do not know whether I have saved you or harmed you. Of course, you have saved me, Wen Shining interjected eagerly. Though I am the legitimate daughter of the Wen family, my daily meals are either spoiled or sour, the courtyard where I reside is filled with clutter, and the furniture is cast-offs from other yards. I sleep on a hard wooden bed, and as autumn approaches, I still cover myself with the thin bedding from summer. Aside from Shang Sao, no maidservant is willing to attend to me. Just one old woman is tasked with guarding me to prevent my leaving the courtyard, and none of the ladies in the manor wish to befriend me. They avoid me as if I were a fearsome plague. When Xu Yan believes that I have usurped her marriage prospects and loathes me to the core, while Wen Zixian says that someone like me ought to throw myself against a wall to die, sparing others from hardship. Before my marriage, Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen specifically warned me to share the fortunes and misfortunes of my husband's family, but they also said that no matter what happens, I must never return. If Fu Wenzhou was somewhat aware of these circumstances, yet hearing her recount them so vividly still left him incredulous. How could such parents exist in this world? He instinctively glanced at Xiang Sao, who, with red-rimmed eyes, nodded earnestly. Second master, every word the young lady says is true. At that moment, Wen Shining squatted down, placing her hands on Fu Wenzhou's knees, lifting her small face to look at him. The Wen family has never been my home, nor have the Wen family members ever been my kin. Over the years, aside from the wet nurse and her companions, you are the first to extend a hand to me. Uncle Wen did have a point. From now on, I will share the fortunes and misfortunes of my husband's family. So, second master, please do not feel guilty. To marry you is a blessing I have earned over several lifetimes. It is the duty of a mother to establish rules for the new bride. It is only natural for the old matriarch to feel vexed with me. However, I believe that with time, she will come to accept me. She will understand that I am not as lacking as the Wen family has claimed. The wet nurse and her companions all praise me as an exceptionally good girl. The wet nurse says that only a kind heart can resonate with flowers and trees, and I am certainly not a calamity. I will learn to care for you, to serve the old matriarch. Give me time, and I will prove myself no less capable than anyone else. Second master, will you believe in me? Chapter 19. The wet nurse Wen Shining's gaze was gentle yet resolute, imbued with an astonishing strength that profoundly moved those who encountered it. The overwhelming melancholy and hesitation within Fu Wenzhou inexplicably dissipated. He gently ruffled her hair and said in a soft voice, "Then let us wait together." Wen Shining wanted to protest, but when she met Fu Wenzhou's eyes, she obediently fell silent. She had already declared their shared honor and disgrace. With his temperament, how could he allow her to face this alone? Fortunately, it was not long before Mama Fong and Mama Qin emerged together to invite them inside. Mama Fong had already relayed the situation in the courtyard to the old lady in meticulous detail. She is indeed a sensible girl, Mama Fong remarked, but what difference did it make? Her proud son was in such a state. The old lady sighed. Very well, summon everyone from each household to prevent further turmoil. Consequently, Wen Shining no longer had to go from courtyard to pay her respects. After smoothly offering tea and acknowledging their kinship, the old lady decreed that she need not come every day, but only on the 1st and 15th of each month to pay her respects. No one in the households made a point to target them, they merely encouraged the couple to live harmoniously. Once they exited the old lady's courtyard, Fu Wenzhou expressed concern about whether Wen Shining could walk back. Wen Shining boldly replied, "You must not underestimate me, second master. Though I may be slender, my physique is quite robust." With that, she seized the wheelchair from Jinan and began to run at an accelerated pace. Second master, can you feel the wind? Fu Wenzhou, taken aback, instinctively gripped the handles, then chuckled helplessly. Jinan shouted in alarm, "Second madam, please be careful." Mama Qin was rendered speechless. Whether the second master felt the wind or not, she certainly did. The second madam was truly reckless. Wen Shining was utterly astonished to encounter Chu Yan in the courtyard of Lingfeng residence. She thought her eyes were deceiving her and rubbed them vigorously. Dressed in a simple blue garment, Chu Yan appeared somewhat haggard. Shining. Upon hearing him call her name, Wen Shining dared to approach, her eyes widening in disbelief. What are you doing here? Has the wet nurse arrived? What about my sister? Has she given birth? Is it a boy or a girl? When did you come to the capital? Why didn't you come to find me? Chu Yan looked at her with a tinge of bitterness and said, with so many questions, which one should I answer first? One by one, and not a single one must be omitted. Seeing her assertive demeanor, Chu Yan finally managed a slight smile. You, as always, know how to be domineering with me. At that moment, Fu Wenzhou interjected, since I could not invite Brother Chu to celebrate last night, how about we make up for it today? Let us host lunch in my courtyard, where you two siblings can converse comfortably. Wen Shining blinked, wanting to point out that Chu Yan was actually a few days younger than her. However, this fellow refused to acknowledge it and insisted on playing the elder brother, which she found unconvincing. They all simply addressed each other by name, unwilling to yield. Now, hearing Fu Wenzhou refer to Chu Yan as an elder brother, Wen Shining felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Very well, she would let Chu Yan have this round. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that in just a few months, Chu Yan seemed to have matured significantly, resembling a young man now. Taking advantage of the need for rest, Fu Wenzhou instructed Mama Qin to arrange refreshments and ordered the servants not to disturb them, allowing the siblings to converse freely. Mama Qin complied, albeit with reservations. After all, even a biological brother was still an outsider, let alone a non-blood relative. Several times she hesitated to speak, but Fu Wenzhou preempted her. I have grown up under your watchful eye. The time we have spent together far exceeds that which I have shared with my mother throughout my childhood. Whenever I faced grievances or harbored secrets I could not share with my mother, I always felt comfortable confiding in you. Though we are not mother and son, our bond surpasses that of blood relations. Thus, I naturally believe you to be the person in this world who understands and empathizes with me the most. Mama Qin was taken aback. Second master, Fu Wenzhou raised his hand to interrupt her. I understand you all mean well, but what constitutes good? Is what you perceive as good truly beneficial, or is it what I truly need? If these wet nurses cannot discern this, then there is no point in keeping them around. I have already arranged a property for you. Tidy up, and I shall have Jinan take you there. You may choose any two from my household to assist you, and you need not worry about any expenses. Are you sending me away? Mama Qin fell to her knees with a thud, tears welling in her eyes. Because of my daughter, who, after giving birth, suffered injuries rendering her unable to bear more children, my husband's family cast me aside. It was the old lady who saved us and gave me the chance to care for you. 7 years ago, when my daughter passed due to illness, I had intended to follow her. It was you who said I was needed. Pain flickered in Fu Wenzhou's eyes as he hurriedly reached out to support her. To kneel before me in such a manner is unbearable. Please rise, I have not forgotten my promise to care for you in your old age.
Mama Qin brushed his hand away.
What need have I for your support in my old age? The silver I have saved over the years would suffice for a lifetime. When a person dies, they merely become a handful of soil and bones. It matters not who sends them off to the underworld. I wish to see you, second master. If I could leave, I would have done so long ago. Wiping away her tears, she continued, I know that when the old lady set the rules today, I stood by without helping the second madam, and you are upset. I merely wish to gauge the second madam's character. In high society, which household is without its murky waters, I must ascertain her true measure to look after her.
In any case, you cannot use this as an excuse to drive me away. That is simply out of the question.
She was resolute in her belief that their bond as master and servant would last a lifetime. Unyielding and steadfast, Mama Qin rose and dried her tears. You are always preoccupied with protecting this and that. If I do not assist you, how can you possibly safeguard anything? Go and rest, instead of contemplating how to send me away. You ought to cherish your own health. The longer you live, the longer I shall live. With that, she turned and headed toward the kitchen. Should they be hosting the elder brother for lunch, they ought to prepare a more sumptuous spread. People tend to be soft on the weak and hard on the strong. If she truly left, given his temperament, it would be remarkable if the servants did not take advantage of him. As Mama Qin pondered this, she once again shed silent tears. Fu Wenzhou let out a long sigh. Each time he heard Wen Shining mention her wet nurse, he felt a profound sense of empathy. The bonds of affection in this world are cultivated through companionship. Blood ties are but a trivial connection from childhood. Every time he fell ill, his mother felt distressed, yet she had countless other pressing matters to attend to. After the incident, his mother wept endlessly, spending considerable wealth in search of doctors and remedies for him. This love, too, was heavy, yet it was not everything. She would not allow anyone to shake the foundation of the whole residence. She would not forget that she remained the matriarch of the household. However, for Mama Qin, he was her entire world. Residing alone in a courtyard, countless nights spent in agony, wide awake until dawn, there was always a figure waiting outside. While he remained restless, she too did not rest often. He feigned sleep, yet she could always discern the truth. Years passed, and though she was only entering middle age, she had already grown thin and aged, resembling a crone. If this continued, who could say who would leave this world first? Fu Wenzhou sighed again, wondering what truly constituted goodness. He found himself unable to discern it any longer, and now, with Wen Shining's presence, what should he do? Chapter 20 of the Bittersweet Garden Tea House. Wen Shining learned from Chu Yan that his nursemaid was uneasy. Soon after she was taken away, Chu Yan followed closely behind. Unable to afford a carriage, he traveled on foot, taking him a full half-month longer than expected. Hesitant to approach the noble residence directly, he first settled himself down. Another half-month passed before he finally inquired about Wen Shining's situation. By that time, the wedding date had already been set. Upon discovering that the Wen family had brought her back to marry a dying man, Chu Yan, filled with rage, sought them out. However, upon hearing that he hailed from a village, Master Wen ordered his men to throw him out. Chu Yan sustained some injuries and was unable to walk for several days. Afterward, he awaited the day of the wedding. Realizing the futility of his efforts, he became the whip-bearer on the day of the ceremony, wishing to convey to Wen Shining that he had come, that she was not alone. Wen Shining, upon hearing this, wiped away her tears multiple times. How could you act so recklessly? What if you were beaten badly or rendered foolish? What about the nursemaid and the others? Did you not say that you would study hard to earn a degree and bring the nursemaid and my sister to the capital? Chu Yan's throat tightened with an indescribable sorrow. Why did he aspire to earn a degree? It was to have the rightful status to propose to her, to bring her back from that four-walled confinement. Just as he was hoping for that day to arrive, she had turned into someone else's wife. Shining, I am sorry. Chu Yan's voice was barely audible. I came too late. Wen Shining, in a dazed manner, broke into a smile. You have no idea how delighted I was to hear you crack the whip that day. Chu Yan, your arrival is not late at all. By the way, you still haven't told me, did my sister give birth? Chu Yan took a sip of tea to suppress the bitterness within him before responding. Fool, when I left, my sister had not yet given birth. Afterward, I arrived in the capital. How could I possibly know? But if I count the days, she should have. Ah, right. Wen Shining slapped her forehead. I truly am foolish. Chu Yan then spoke earnestly. Shining, last night I shamelessly mingled with the common folk to come here and even asked Master Fu to meet you. I wanted to inquire whether you would be willing to return with me. Wen Shining was taken aback. Chu Yan, I am already married. I know, but there is no but. If I were to return with you now, what would happen to Master Fu? Wen Shining gazed at Chu Yan with clear eyes. As for Master Fu, you must have heard about him. He is an exceptionally good man. He married me to rescue me from my plight. How could I act ungratefully? You are well read and understand the principles of life, but I will tell you this. I am doing well, and you must convey the same to the nursemaid and my sister. Moreover, I believe you will certainly earn a degree and bring the nursemaid and my sister to the capital. At that time, we can meet often. Chu Yan's fingers turned pale as they gripped the teacup, and after a long pause, he solemnly promised, I will succeed. Shining, wait for me. During lunch, Fu Wenzhou accompanied him. Unable to drink alcohol, he poured wine for Chu Yan. I often hear Shining speak of you, Chu Yan. Today, I am fortunate to meet you, and now I see that her words are not false. Indeed, you are a remarkable person, both in appearance and intellect. Should you succeed in your studies, it will certainly be a blessing for the great Zhou. Shu Yan forced a smile. Only upon arriving in the capital did I realize the vastness of the world, where talent is abundant. My abilities are merely that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Wen Shining frowned in discontent.
What nonsense are you speaking? Did you not say that where there is a will, there is a way? As long as you are willing to work hard, achieving your degree is only a matter of time. I believe in you.
Fu Wenzhou glanced at her and chuckled. Shining speaks wisely, Shu Yan, do not belittle yourself. After a pause, he continued, the capital, after all, is the emperor's domain, and it is indeed filled with talent. If you plan to participate in the spring examination, I suggest you remain in the capital to meet like-minded individuals. Your horizons will naturally broaden. Shu Yan's expression momentarily froze. He had indeed considered this, but his remaining funds were scant.
Fu Wenzhou then added, I have a house that has been vacant for some time. If you do not mind, you may stay there. If you need a tutor, I can recommend one or two.
Shu Yan hurriedly replied, absolutely not, that would be out of the question.
Fu Wenzhou smiled, why not?
That house was originally intended for Shining. You are her brother, her cherished family. There is no reason you cannot stay. You know well that she does not have many people to rely on. With you in the capital watching over her, she can feel more at ease. As for the nursemaid and the others, I can send someone to fetch them later. It would be good for the family to be together, looking out for one another. He had always worried about Wen Shining's future, fearing he would not have time to make enough arrangements, that people would grow distant. Even if he arranged things, it might be futile. Shu Yan's presence eased his worries. While Wen Shining's innocent nature may not perceive it, he could clearly see that Shu Yan harbored feelings for her. His ambition to earn a degree was likely for her sake. It was unfortunate that he had not clarified this beforehand, but it mattered little. Shining was pure and innocent, and he believed Shu Yan would not resent her for being a second wife. Such sentiments need not be openly discussed. Those who understand would naturally grasp them, like Shu Yan. He grasped his chopsticks tightly, a medley of emotion swirling within him. In the presence of the upright Fu Wenzhou, his own feelings appeared rather sordid. Were it not for Master Fu's impending demise, and had Shining been able to marry such a man, he would sincerely wish them well, no matter how reluctant. Alas. Shu Yan steadied his heart, rose, and drained his wine cup, then bowed respectfully.
It is better to obey than to decline. I will forever remember Master Fu's magnanimity and kindness.
Fu Wenzhou hurriedly beckoned him to sit. There is no need for formality among family.
Thus, was this matter settled?
Wen Shining's eyes sparkled with joy as she busily served dishes and refilled Fu Wenzhou's bowl.
Thank you, Master Fu, you are truly the best person in the world. If such a wonderful person does not live to a ripe old age, then heaven must truly be blind.
Fu Wenzhou smiled, Shining, do eat, and Shu Yan, make yourself at home.
Shu Yan had partaken a bit too much and insisted on leaving.
After all, Wen Shining and Fu Wenzhou were newlyweds. It would be inappropriate for him, an outsider, to remain. Should he lose control and say something inappropriate, it would be unforgivable. Fu Wenzhou then instructed Jinan to escort him to the house, which was already cleaned and merely needed a few items to make it livable. Shu Yan did not allow Wen Shining to see him off, merely casting her a complex glance, and instructed, Master Fu treats you sincerely, you must be obedient and not trouble him. Wen Shining nodded vigorously. Do not worry, I will definitely live well with Master Fu and will never let him down.
Shu Yan felt a pang of heartache.
Yet, she was not like others her age, her innocent nature resembled that of a child. Some things were better left unsaid. She only needed to know that she was not without support.
Shu Yan silently vowed he would earn a degree and establish himself in the capital. The debt he owed to Fu Wenzhou, he would find a way to repay. Meanwhile, Wen Shining was eager to do something for Fu Wenzhou. She was simply overjoyed. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that Master Fu would actively assist Shu Yan and even arrange to bring the nursemaid and the others over. But what could she do? Chapter 21. Worthy Wen Shining strolled around the front and back courtyards of Lingfeng residence, finally discovering her niche. The garden was adorned with numerous chrysanthemums, presumably favored by the second master. She resolved to tend to them meticulously, ensuring they flourished even more. There were also some unfamiliar plants that appeared to be on the verge of perishing. She felt compelled to give them a try. Wen Shining instructed Xiangcao to fetch some tools, and without hesitation, they set to work. Xiangcao, Honglan, and Zi all joined in to assist, breathing life into the once tranquil courtyard. In the afternoon, when Fu Wan'er visited with her pet, Laifu, she was taken aback by the scene before her. She hurried to inform the old matriarch, her excitement evident as she recounted, Mother, you should have seen it. Second sister-in-law worked so efficiently, utterly unlike a lady from a prominent family. The old matriarch snorted in response, she was never one of them. Fu Wan'er countered, yet I believe such a vibrant person is far more suitable for second brother.
Mama Fong chimed in, regardless, what matters most is that the second master is pleased. The old matriarch sighed once more. Fu Wan'er, with a sweet demeanor, reassured, Mother, given the circumstances, we must think positively. At the very least, second brother has shown a sense of responsibility thanks to second sister-in-law, he is more cooperative with his treatments. If he can maintain this, he will surely find a way. Mama Fong added, Miss San is correct, the greatest fear is losing one's spirit. Moreover, I see that the young lady has a promising appearance. She is indeed a fortunate person. The old matriarch cast a glance at her. Is it possible for someone to capture Wen Zhou's attention without possessing fortune? Fu Wan'er and Mama Fong exchanged amused glances. Indeed, a household blessed with a virtuous wife will find success in all endeavors. With such praise, what could the old matriarch do? She promptly bestowed some pearls and jade hairpins upon them. Wen Shining was overjoyed, her eyes shining brightly, yet she hesitated to touch them. When she fixated on a hairpin adorned with sapphires, Jean Mama directly placed it atop her head. The second mistress' hair is well nurtured, thick and dark, perfectly suited for this adornment, and the color complements her beautifully. Wen Shining foolishly shook her head, causing the pearls to sway.
Mama, is this not exceedingly valuable? Qin Mama replied, the old matriarch's possessions are never inexpensive.
If I recall correctly, this piece was custom-made for her birthday 2 years ago, costing around 2,000 taels. Originally intended as a dowry for Miss San, it could hardly be deemed cheap. The old matriarch's gesture was merely to appease the second master.
2,000 taels?
Wen Shining's composure shattered, the 500 taels given to her by concubine Foam already felt like a fortune. Was that merely enough to purchase a few small beads? Yet she vividly remembered that her wet nurse's family earned only a few taels a month. This was the moment when Shining grasped the stark disparity between wealth and poverty. She hurriedly removed the hairpin and set it aside. With 2,000 taels perched atop her head, she felt as if she could scarcely breathe. Qin Mama hesitated, then said, do you know, the betrothal gifts sent by the Ho residents were valued at 15,000 taels. However, the dowry prepared by the Wen family was only worth about 5,000 taels.
What? Wen Shining leaped up, how shameless can they be?
She was aware that her dowry was not substantial, as concubine Foam had hinted. Yet she had no idea that the betrothal gifts from the Ho residents were so exorbitantly priced. What a loss! During dinner, Wen Shining, still fuming, consumed 2 extra bowls of rice, lamenting about Fu Wenzhou. The second master clearly knows what sort of people the Wen family is, yet he sent such lavish gifts, it's like a meat bun thrown to a dog. Fu Wenzhou glanced at Qin Mama, who stood her ground. I merely believe the second mistress has the right to be informed about her dowry.
Mama speaks true.
Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to the fact that I had unwittingly earned such a fortune for the Wen family. Enraged, Wen Shining drained another bowl of soup. Fu Wenzhou chuckled softly, then said earnestly, how the Wen family treats you is their affair, but Shining is worthy. Worthy of 15,000 taels, and even more. Wen Shining stared at him in astonishment, her spoon slowly descending until she burst into tears. Fu Wenzhou, taken aback, inquired, what happened?
Xiang Cao comforted her, Miss is simply overjoyed.
Qin Mama, bemused, remarked, if she is truly happy, why shed tears?
It is unbecoming for a young lady to cry.
Wen Shining sobbed, Mama is right, I might scare away my fortune by crying, I shall not cry anymore, I promise. In truth, she rarely cried. It was merely the word worthy that had broken down her defenses. No one had ever told her she was worthy, such affirmation was equivalent to 15,000 taels, it was not mere flattery. Fu Wenzhou's heart softened at the sight of the young girl weeping, and he wheeled closer to gently pat her head.
It matters not.
If you wish to cry, then cry, if you wish to smile, then smile, just be at ease, there is no need for such reservations. Qin Mama rolled her eyes in exasperation, this was hardly a marriage. It felt more akin to adopting a child. In her flurry of activity, Wen Shining had completely forgotten about her return visit, having never intended to go, the old matriarch summoned her for a conversation. Wen Shining answered honestly, before my marriage, the elder master and mistress had already informed me that the elder residence does not welcome me, the second master has only just begun to recover. It would be unwise to exhaust him further, so I shall not go.
The old matriarch scrutinized her, are they truly that harsh toward you?
Wen Shining replied, I cannot say for certain, but I believe her remark about regretting not having drowned me was sincere. Even the fiercest of tigers would not harm their own cubs. The old matriarch found it unimaginable, yet what she had learned confirmed the dreadful reality. As for others, it could be forgiven, but how could a biological mother act in such a manner? The old matriarch, being a mother herself, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Very well, it is as it is, there is no hope for any future interactions. As long as you live your life with peace of mind, the Ho residents will not mistreat you.
I am aware of this. Wen Shining hesitated, then continued, but I am curious, how did the second master sustain his injuries? Is there truly no remedy?
The old matriarch's expression darkened, prompting her to quickly add, the second master has shown me immense kindness, I wish to do something for him, yet I am at a loss for how to begin. She had been busy tending to flowers and learning to cook, which the old matriarch was aware of. Acknowledging her sincerity, the old matriarch sighed softly. He has been poisoned with a brutal toxin, it is not entirely without remedy, but many of the antidotes can only be found in the northern regions. Over the years, many have been dispatched to seek them, yet despite the considerable expenses incurred, the results have been minimal.
Wen Shining inquired, then why not go to the northern regions to seek them?
The old matriarch replied, not to mention the enmity between the two nations and the arduous journey, many of the antidotes require live specimens. By the time they arrive, they would have already lost their potency. In short, all possible methods have been considered, Wenzhou himself has lost confidence and asked us not to trouble ourselves further. But tell me, how can we simply stand by and watch him? The old matriarch's voice choked with emotion, leaving her unable to continue. Wen Shining stepped forward, taking her hand and gazing earnestly into her eyes, there must still be a way. You may not know, but I can cultivate flowers, growing medicinal herbs should be quite similar. In any case, I will do my utmost to try, and I believe that someone as good as the second master will surely be protected by the heavens.
Chapter 22.
Prince and the old lady's heart trembled slightly. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to her in such a manner. Initially, everyone in the household firmly believed that Fu Wenzhou would surely recover. They searched for remedies and consulted physicians, spending silver with great enthusiasm, yet, a year passed, then two, and despite the money flowing out like water, hope remained elusive. The Marquis's residence had already been shaken to its foundations. Their once reliable branches had all been dispersed under various pretexts. In the end, even her son and daughter-in-law subtly urged her to accept and give up. Coupled with Fu Wenzhou's own loss of confidence, the old lady often felt a profound sadness of isolation and helplessness. Now, finally, someone stood by her side, promising to find a way and declaring that they would never give up. Tears welled up in the old lady's eyes as she gently caressed Wen Shining's still youthful face, repeatedly expressing her approval. Shining, you have yet to witness Wenzhou in his prime. Had you seen him then, you would understand how difficult it is for him to have endured this descent from the celestial heights to the dust of the earth, and yet to have persevered until today. This world is filled with the cold-hearted. Think of my son, valiant and skilled in battle. Had it not been for the second prince's insistence on achieving military merit at the hands of the northern barbarians, my son would not have recklessly stormed into the enemy camp to save him. Now, my son has become this way, and not only does the second prince show no gratitude, but he also seeks to seize his marriage, turning him into a laughingstock in the capital. That Wen Shuyan is equally heartless. After the incident, Wenzhou repeatedly sought to withdraw from their engagement, yet she insisted on pretending to be deeply affectionate, refusing to let go. When the moment came, she simply declared her intention to marry another, placing my son in a most difficult position. Wen Shining was unaware of the myriad complexities behind it all, feeling both heartbroken and indignant. They are simply despicable and detestable. Had she known, she would not have yielded to Wen Shuyan. She should have confronted her fiercely, leaving her to pick up the pieces. The old lady, seeing her clenched teeth and fierce expression, couldn't help but chuckle. If it were you in my place, I must admit I would harbor resentment, yet I also ponder that perhaps heaven has other arrangements. Shining, I do not truly care about your background, nor do I believe in any notions of calamity. I only hope you can engage Wenzhou, to give him something to occupy his mind, to help him find some joy in life. Do bear in mind that we were resolute in our refusal of the marriage at first, yet after he met you, he readily acquiesced. Even when we voiced our objections, he fervently defended you, insisting that we treat you with kindness for his sake, and that the wedding be as grand and fitting as possible, at his behest. I know he has long since lost romantic inclinations. Marrying you is out of sympathy. My son Wenzhou is just that kind of person, kind-hearted and loyal. Once he is committed to something, he will go to great lengths to fulfill it. Shining, I do not care what methods you employ. You must ensure he cannot let go, that he sees a glimmer of hope. Do you understand? Wen Shining was uncertain if she could achieve this, yet she nodded vigorously. Rest assured, mother, I will do my utmost. Regardless of the outcome, she would exert every effort. The Wen family estate, no, it should now be referred to as the Marquis's residence. On the second day after Wen Shuyan entered Prince En's residence, the emperor decreed the title of Marquis. Thus, on the day of her return home, even though Prince En did not attend, the Marquis's residence prepared the highest standards of reception. The Marquis commanded every courtyard to come and pay their respects, and in a state of merriment, he spoke boastfully. With my son's talents and looks, it is only a matter of time before he is called a side consort. Who knows, he may even ascend to the position of imperial noble consort. Lady Wen turned pale with fright. Marquis. But Wen Shuyan interjected, Father, let him revel in his joy, it matters not in his own household. Then, the Marquis summoned his most favored son, Wen Zixian. Zixian, make sure to visit Prince En's residence frequently. After all, we are now family. If Prince En takes an interest, why would you need to seek your future elsewhere? Remember this, when Prince En flourishes, it is our Wen family that flourishes. Wen Zixian glanced at Wen Shuyan, lowering his head and respectfully replied, Yes, Father, I shall remember. That day, the Marquis's residence was more lively than during the New Year celebrations. Yet, no matter how vibrant, all festivities must eventually fade. The Marquis, having drunk to excess, was taken away to rest. The various courtyards also took their leave. As Wen Zixian escorted the concubine, she observed him and asked, Why the long face? You and Shuyan have been close since childhood, I thought you would share in her joy now that she is so favored. Wen Zixian forced a bitter smile. It is likely that, like a person drinking water, one knows whether it is warm or cold. When Wen Shuyan returned, her father had instructed him to greet her at the door. He clearly saw her alight from the carriage, her face pale with pain, her gait noticeably unsteady. Though he was inexperienced in matters of love, he was not entirely oblivious. At that moment, he suspected that the second prince lacked the sensitivity to cherish her. However, later, when he reached out to assist her, inadvertently brushing against her back, Wen Shuyan let out a cry of pain. He did not know if others noticed, but he certainly did. Wen Shuyan had been forcing a smile all day and even changed to retire in the meantime. As she passed by him, he caught a whiff of blood. But how could he express such observations? The concubine looked at him deeply and said, It is good that you understand, yet no matter how deep the bond of brotherhood, do not meddle in the affairs of others. Keep your focus on your own path and do not allow yourself to be blinded. When Zixian replied, I understand. The concubine continued, When you find the opportunity, please deliver something to Shining for me. Today, she has made it clear that she does not wish to acknowledge the Wen family. Why should you go out of your way to pursue her? When Zixian was genuinely perplexed, furrowing his brow in displeasure, the concubine longed to smooth away his furrowed brow but hesitated to extend her hand. Let us not forget, she is still your sister. The world is unpredictable, a small act of kindness may not lead to ill consequences. Upon finishing her words, she added, You can seek an opportunity to do so discreetly. When Zixian had never defied her and had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet inside, he felt a twinge of resentment. Did Wen Shining not understand? Did Fu Wenzhou not comprehend either? The loyal and brave Marquis's residence was now in decline. Maintaining good relations with the Wen family could prove beneficial, yet they were adamant about closing off all avenues.
Then there was Wen Shining. He had never seen a concubine so brazenly ostentatious. Even if Prince and rose in prominence, such behavior was bound to attract misfortune. None of them were easy to deal with. On the other side, only the mother and daughter remained. Lady Wen finally inquired, what exactly transpired? Like Wen Zixuan, upon seeing Wen Shuyan's awkward gait, she had thought that Wen Shuyan began to remove her garments, revealing a shocking array of injuries. Lady Wen gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Heavens, what happened? Who did this? Wen Shuyan could no longer contain herself, collapsing onto Lady Wen's lap, weeping uncontrollably. Mother, who else could it be? Princeton, he is a madman. For 3 whole days, he tormented her in various ways. Several times she fainted, wishing never to awaken again. Lady Wen was horrified. How could he be so cruel? Had she known it would come to this, she might have preferred to marry into a humble family, choosing to be a modest wife rather than a highborn concubine. But what use was such hindsight now? Lady Wen quickly regained her composure. Is it that Princeton treats only you this way, or does he act similarly with others? Chapter 23. The divine Dr. Wen Shuyan merely shook her head. For 3 entire days, she had been unable to rise from her bed. How could she possibly know these things? Madame Wen diligently applied medicine to her, offering comforting words. Men often possess certain peculiarities in that regard, yet most are too shy to speak of such matters. Before her marriage, she had indeed invited an experienced matron to provide her with guidance. However, one could not push a person to their limits. The mere thought of Prince An's ferocious visage made Wen Shuyan tremble. Madame Wen's hands quivered in unison. Yenner, do you harbor any regrets? Wen Shuyan paused for a moment, her expression momentarily blank, before her gaze steadily cleared. I have no regrets. Madame Wen gently caressed her face, her heart heavy with compassion, though her subsequent words were almost cruel. You must understand, at this juncture, regret is futile. Even if the prince's residence is akin to a fiery pit, you have already leaped into it, and there remains but one path forward. Wen Shuyan stared at her in a daze. Mother, Madame Wen articulated each word carefully. Before the phoenix can rise anew, it must endure the searing flames. Only by surviving this trial can one attain rebirth. In the eyes of men, women are inherently undervalued, a mere concubine, dispensable and inconsequential. Yet, if you can be of benefit to him, anticipate his thoughts, and fulfill his desires, he may willingly lower your status. Wen Shuyan's eyes flickered with emotion. I wish to do so, but it is not as simple as it sounds. Madame Wen's lips curled into a faint smile, though no warmth resided in her eyes. Which woman in this world finds it easy? She recalled the harrowing ordeal of giving birth to a calamity. Had it not been for her family's connections, she would have perished alongside that misfortune. From that moment, she realized that a woman's lack of ruthlessness leads to an unstable position. It was then that her goal crystallized to maintain her status as the matriarch, and those who sought to undermine her would meet their demise. Yet that calamity, knowing her very existence was a source of eternal shame, it was still allowed to linger. And what was the outcome? A heartless betrayal. A glint of cold malice began to surface in Madame Wen's eyes. You must act boldly, for your mother and the Wen family shall always be your unwavering support. Those scoundrels in the courtyard, if you can maneuver them wisely, they may lend you a helping hand. She wished the world to know that even having given birth to a disaster, she was still destined for wealth and nobility. Furthermore, she aimed to ensure that Calamity understood that once she stepped beyond the Wen family gates, she would no longer possess the right to even cast a glance back. That very day, Wen Shining implored Fu Wenzhou to teach her to read and paint. Fu Wenzhou had previously promised, so he first took her to the storeroom to select her favorite brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. He even set up a study for her in his own courtyard. Wen Shining was overjoyed, returning to her room and spinning in circles with Xiangxiao. I never imagined that one day I would have my own study, where I could read and learn to write. Xiangxiao, you were right, the days ahead are filled with hope. Xiangxiao shared in her joy, yet being slightly older and having witnessed the vagaries of human relationships, her thoughts were naturally more cautious. If only the young lady could bear a child for the second master, that would be even better. Having offspring was essential for establishing a foothold in the Marquisate. Wen Shining did not possess a profound understanding of consummation, but she knew it entailed sharing a bed. The second master, currently sleeping apart from her, sought to preserve her purity and consider her future. We will have children in the future, Wen Shining declared with conviction. After all, she was willing to bear children for the second master. Xiangxiao could only sigh. Her mistress was so innocent, while the second master was, it was not merely a matter of desire. The next day, Wen Shining rose early, first patrolling the garden to tidy up the flowers and plants before obediently waiting in the study. After a considerable wait, Fu Wenzhou had yet to arrive. Concerned that he might have forgotten, she was about to seek him out when she encountered Jinan, who was escorting the doctor out. What is the matter with the second master? Wen Shining approached anxiously. Jinan replied, do not worry, second madam, it is merely a routine consultation. This is Physician Liao. Just a title, Physician Liao responded, who appeared to be in his 60s, sporting a half-white beard and eyes that sparkled with wisdom, exuding an otherworldly demeanor. He had previously retreated to solitude but had been coaxed back to the capital at the request of the old madam. Wen Shining respectfully bowed. Thank you, Physician Liao. I have some questions I wish to ask. Naturally, she inquired about Fu Wenzhou's condition. Physician Liao elaborated, the poison is derived from 49 different herbs, combined with various venomous insects, brewed into a concoction, and then applied to arrows. Fortunately, the second master was only struck by an arrow and promptly had the surrounding flesh excised, significantly impeding the spread of the toxin.
Had it been a blade, within 3 days, the wound would have rapidly deteriorated to a state of decay throughout the body. Unfortunately, the arrow penetrated his bone. Physician Liao did not mention that had it not been for the continuous pain management, Fu Wanzhou would likely have succumbed to agony long ago. It was said that the pain felt akin to having a cleaver incessantly hacking at one's bones, a torment few could endure. Throughout the years, treatment had yielded no progress. The sole benefit was pain alleviation, attempting to slow the toxin's advance. However, the analgesics would gradually lose efficacy with time. Increasing the dosage would further compromise the brain's nerves. In summary, 2 foreseeable outcomes remained: either death by pain or a state of complete numbness, languishing until the final breath. The second master was now exhibiting signs of drug resistance, and the true suffering was just beginning. Wen Shining could not fully comprehend the intricacies. Her sole concern was, what can I do now? She then shared her plans to cultivate medicinal herbs with Physician Liao. His gaze toward her was complex, filled with both admiration and pity. Such sincerity was rare, yet time was of the essence, and many of the herbs remained beyond his understanding. Yet, one must always cling to hope. I will compile a list of known medicinal herbs for the second madam. To be frank, I have indeed located some seeds, but the climate and soil of the northern barbarians differ greatly from that of the Great Zhou, and thus far, only a few have managed to sprout. Wen Shining's eyes lit up. If I can cultivate them, could the second master's poison be cured? Physician Liao replied cautiously, there is at least a 60% chance. However, the method of detoxification was not something everyone could endure. It was best left unspoken for now. Wen Shining brimmed with confidence. Give me some time, I will surely succeed in cultivation. Physician Liao, reluctant to dampen her spirits, advised, before that, it is imperative to ensure the second master receives adequate nutrition and regular massages to prevent muscle atrophy. Ultimately, the second master must possess sufficient confidence to endure. The challenge lay in the fact that human willpower is finite. No matter how robust the second master may be, he could not withstand the dual torment of time and illness, and his spirit had been nearly worn down. Previously, there had been a period when he neither ate nor slept, appearing emaciated. Even he believed he might not be able to persevere. Yet, after the engagement was settled, it seemed a flicker of hope had reignited his spirit. Wen Shining inquired further about massage techniques, and Physician Liao patiently explained, promising to send her relevant books for study. Wen Shining, somewhat embarrassed, confessed, to be honest, I do not yet know how to read, but I will soon, as the second master will teach me to read and write starting today. Physician Liao cast a surprised glance at Jinan, who nodded in affirmation. Yes, the second master intends to do so. That is wonderful, Physician Liao said with evident satisfaction. As he gazed at Wen Shining's youthful and innocent countenance, he could not suppress certain thoughts. In truth, the second madam and I crossed paths 16 years ago. Chapter 24. Zhuangzi. Wen Shining looked bewildered. Dr. Liao remarked, it was I who saved Madam Wen during her difficult labor years ago. To this day, the memory of that harrowing rescue still lingers, yet, that moment has passed. What he meant to convey was, in such dire circumstances, even I could not guarantee your survival, yet you prevailed. The instant I heard your cries, I thought to myself, this girl is destined for a life of fortune. As for the saying that flowers wither overnight, I suspect it was done with malicious intent. To address this, I even made a special visit, but my humble words failed to persuade. Wen Shining felt a twinge of emotion in her eyes. Dr. Liao continued, today, seeing Madam so healthy and fair, and married to a good man, brings me genuine joy. I still believe that you are a fortunate person, and all will turn out well. Thank you for your kind words, Doctor. Wen Shining nodded earnestly, echoing Dr. Liao's sentiment, everything will turn out well. After bidding farewell to Dr. Liao, she turned and collided with Fu Wanzhou's deep, somber gaze. Instantly, she beamed and rushed towards him. Second master, can we begin? Fu Wanzhou's long lashes fluttered like cicada wings as he smiled and agreed. I in the study, Fu Wanzhou instructed her to write her name. Wen Shining gazed at the crooked characters, her face lighting up as she said, Second master, do you know, my name was given by Aunt Foam. She said it signifies moving with the times, embodying health and tranquility, her blessing and expectation for me. I understand the latter part, but what does the first part mean? Fu Wanzhou proceeded to write down that phrase. Gazing into her clear, round eyes, he gently explained, to move with the times and act accordingly means that wise and far-sighted individuals prepare well, acting swiftly when the time is right, making judgments based on the current situation before taking action. Wen Shining appeared to grasp part of it, saying, Aunt Feng surely hopes I do not give up on myself. Fortunately, I have not disappointed her expectations. During my time in Zhuangzi, the only thing I could do was tend to flowers, and I did it well, and now, I plan to use that experience to cultivate medicinal herbs. Do you think that makes me wise and far-sighted? Fu Wanzhou felt a pang of sorrow, his voice heavy as he replied, Shining, I married you from the Wen family with the intention of granting you freedom in the near future. If I were to drag you into despair, that would be a grave mistake. Wen Shining understood that he must have overheard her conversation with Dr. Liao. Lowering her head in contemplation, she softly spoke, Second master, I do not comprehend grand philosophies, but I know one must be grateful and repay kindness. You have treated me so well. If I were to solely seek my freedom, would I still be human? I would look down upon myself. Just as Fu Wanzhou was about to respond, Wen Shining raised her head, her dark eyes sparkling with clarity, untainted by worldly impurities. Now that we are husband and wife, we are also comrades. I cannot stand idly by while you fight valiantly on the battlefield, can I? Fu Wanzhou was taken aback. Who taught you these things? Wen Shining held his cold hand and smiled brightly, I thought of it myself. I know you are going through a tough time, even harder than battling enemies on the field, but once on the battlefield, one cannot be a deserter, right? Fu Wanzhou was momentarily lost in thought, then quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling helplessly. You certainly have a way with words. Wen Shining took it as a compliment and became even more proud. Nanny says, living well means making the most of the present, moving forward day by day. The future is merely imagined, not yet real, so it cannot be counted.
Regardless, I will accompany you, second master, to cherish each day.
Thus, even if that day were to arrive, she would be able to accept his arrangements with peace of mind. Fu Wanzhou remained silent for a long while before gently patting the top of her head.
Then it will be a hard journey for you, Shining.
He thought that finding meaningful pursuits was naturally better than waiting for a slow demise alongside him. In the afternoon, Dr. Liao indeed sent someone with the medicinal seeds. Along with them was a book detailing human anatomy and acupoints, clearly marking the points to stimulate and the methods of massage. It was easily comprehensible even without extensive literacy. Unfortunately, Fu Wanzhou resolutely forbade Wen Shining from participating, thus she stepped back and accepted Qin Mama and Jin An's assistance. Previously, the two had been persistent, but ultimately, Fu Wanzhou deemed it futile and forbade them from continuing. He even lost his temper and resorted to fasting as leverage. Unexpectedly, the second madam's insistence led him to relent. Qin Mama and Jinan were both overjoyed, and their respect and gratitude towards Wen Shining deepened. Although Wen Shining could not partake in the massages, she did not abandon her learning. Instead, she focused her efforts on cultivating medicinal herbs. To her surprise, upon hearing the news, the old madam immediately gifted her a farm. This farm backs onto green mountains, with a stream in front, comprising about 1,000 acres of land and 2 wooded areas. It is more than sufficient for cultivating medicinal herbs. The old madam instructed me to inform the second madam that this farm, along with the second master, shall henceforth be entrusted to you. The property deed and land deed will be placed in your name for safekeeping. After Mama Fawn conveyed the old madam's words and left, Wen Shining was still in a daze, feeling as though it were unreal. Was such a vast estate truly hers? Qin Mama, equally astonished, felt it was a cause for celebration. The old madam trusts the second madam. This is indeed a fortunate matter. But this is too extravagant. I would be thrilled just to borrow the farm for cultivation. It need not be given directly to me, it could be given to the second master instead. Qin Mama glanced at Fu Wanzhou and replied with complexity, as long as it benefits the second master, the old madam would not hesitate to give away not just 1 farm, but even 100. For she could afford it. One must understand that the old madam was the daughter of a merchant family, whose maternal lineage was once so wealthy that it could rival nations. It was merely due to mismanagement by the subsequent generation that they had fallen from grace. However, no one truly knew the extent of the old madam's wealth. Moreover, you and the second master are married, it matters not to whom it is given. Upon hearing Qin Mama's words, Wen Shining readily accepted. She squatted in front of Fu Wanzhou, her eyes sparkling as she shared her plans. Second master, I've thought it through. If I truly have this farm at my disposal, I will dedicate it entirely to cultivating rare medicinal herbs. If I do it well, I can surely earn back 10-fold or 100-fold. Fu Wanzhou chuckled, being a herbalist is wonderful, you can help others while earning a profit. Wen Shining grew even more enthusiastic, exactly. The money we earn can be used to assist even more people. In that way, it is a form of great righteousness, isn't it? Fu Wanzhou was momentarily taken aback. Did she mean to tell him that there were many noble deeds to be done without stepping onto the battlefield? A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him. He was not as noble as she imagined. He too had moments of cowardice, selfishness, and fear of death. Yet, when faced with her eyes, pure and untainted by the world's dust, he felt inexplicably soft-hearted. Indeed, what you say is true, Shining. After he spoke, he felt oddly as though he were merely appeasing a child. Yet, Wen Shining was elated. Regardless of what he said, she believed him wholeheartedly. Upon hearing that the old madam had directly bestowed such a vast estate upon Wen Shining, the first madam, Shen Yujiao, was left in shock, clutching her handkerchief for quite some time. Mother is indeed quite generous. When Fu Yanqiu returned, Shen Yujiao indignantly recounted the incident. Chapter 25. A sister Fu Yanqiu is now merely a 6th-rank civil official, devoid of substantial power, and perpetually constrained by others. If only the old matriarch could be as generous with them, offering more silver to smooth over matters, it would not have come to this. Shen Yujiao has expressed this sentiment on numerous occasions, and Fu Yanqiu, as before, responded, it is merely my mother's private funds, she may spend it as she pleases. Yet such a vast estate was indeed beyond his expectations. Shen Yujiao retorted, true, mother has not drawn from the marquisate coffers, but times have changed, each branch has been separated, and now it is solely upon you to rely on your meager salary. The few shops allocated to you are hardly profitable. At this rate, how many more years can we endure? Dispersing silver for my second brother's medical needs is one thing, but today gifting jewelry and tomorrow a property, will the day come when everything must be given away to my sisters-in-law? To speak bluntly, how many years does my second brother have left? Once he is gone, can we truly prevent them from marrying? Fu Yanqiu, irritated, replied, then what do you propose? Should I confront mother? Outside, rumors have already begun to circulate, labeling him as incompetent, incapable of upholding the honor of the loyal and valiant Marquis VIII. Ultimately, he is destined to be seen as the architect of its downfall. Fu Yanqiu, distressed and agitated, exchanged a few harsh words with the first madam and, finding no solace, sought refuge in a distant courtyard to indulge in wine with a concubine. However, upon returning inebriated and suffering from a stomach ailment, the first madam chastised the concubine, leading to a chaotic uproar. When these events reached the old matriarch's ears, she clutched her chest in pain for quite some time.
Since my marriage into the Fu family, have I not provided enough support?
Now, when I bestow a property, it causes such heartache, they do not reflect upon who has sustained the marquisate since the late marquis's passing. It is my son Wen Zhou. He understands that the late marquis's brilliance faded with his death. If the marquisate lacks support, those who were once suppressed by the late marquis will undoubtedly come to prey upon us. Hence, Wen Zhou diligently studies, excelling in literature to govern the nation and mastering martial skills to defend it. He strives to shine so brightly that none dare to belittle him, thus ensuring the marquisate's prosperity and the flourishing of the businesses held by each branch. Even your position, Fu Yanxiu, has been secured through Wen Zhou's military achievements. Moreover, regarding the Fu family's assets, which shop or business was not funded by me? I have established and managed this estate for decades, and now that I am old and weary, I can no longer oversee it. But whether they choose to divide or abandon it, what can I do? I am merely dispersing some silver, gifting a property, providing Wen Zhou with a few more hopes, and reserving a little for myself as a safety net.
Why is that so intolerable?
After this outpouring of anguish, the old matriarch's face turned as pale as paper. Nearly gasping for breath, Madame Fong, in a flurry of concern, wept. The marquis has not troubled you directly. He is merely vexed. You must understand his position. After all, he is the marquis, the head of this household. The honor and disgrace of the marquisate now rests solely upon his shoulders.
It is no easy burden.
The old matriarch's tears flowed freely.
It is indeed not easy, but who among us finds it simple?
Yet Madame Fong spoke the truth. Ultimately, the marquisate must rely on Fu Yanxiu for support. Whether he can uphold it or not, he must try. She cannot simply watch him be crushed under the weight of it all, nor witness the marquisate's decline. But what is the urgency? She had not declared that she would not leave them anything. It was merely a matter of timing. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Wanner had learned of these troubles and rushed to find Fu Wen Zhou, weeping as she clung to him.
Second brother, you must recover. What are we to do without you?
Fu Wen Zhou gently stroked Fu Wanner's head, his gaze darkened with deep concern. Even their mother's thoughtful gifts have been met with disdain by their elder brother and sister-in-law. If he were truly to depart, it seemed that no one would accept him anymore. His intentions to marry Wen Shining had been overly ambitious. Once Fu Wanner had cried enough, Fu Wen Zhou instructed, do not speak of these matters to Shining.
Fu Wanner sniffled, I know.
Speaking of my sister-in-law, I thought that once she married in, I would finally have a companion, yet she spends all her time either working in the garden or studying in the study.
I cannot fathom what is so fascinating about those books.
Fu Wen Zhou, exasperated, gently tapped her with his finger. That is because she aspires to achieve what you have. Fu Wanner pouted, setting everything aside. The fact that she can marry someone as wonderful as second brother is already a privilege beyond my reach. Fu Wen Zhou detected the subtle thoughts of a young girl and regarded Fu Wanner with newfound seriousness. The little girl he remembered had blossomed into a graceful young lady.
Next year, you will reach the age of coming of age, will you not?
Fu Wanner, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement.
Do you have someone you admire? The question caught her off guard, and she hesitated before shyly admitting, what does second brother think of General Xiao? Xiao Qi?
Fu Wen Zhou had not anticipated this.
Are you aware that he bears the responsibility of a widowed mother and sister, and his circumstances are not prosperous?
Though the loyal and valiant marquisate has seen better days, it should not be overly difficult to find a suitor of matching status, even if it means a slight compromise. Moreover, he harbored a private desire to shield his only sister from marrying a military man. The battlefield, with its indiscriminate blades, serves as a poignant example. Fu Wanner, with furrowed brows, expressed her discontent. I thought you were different from others.
Is the family background truly of such paramount importance?
Fu Wen Zhou replied patiently, importance varies by person. Allow me to ask you, if you were to serve your mother-in-law personally, subject to your elder sister-in-law's commands, and perhaps even struggle for your livelihood while fearing for your husband's safety in battle, could you endure that?
Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Wanner stated, as long as it is worth it, why should I not?
This conviction had clearly been contemplated for some time, and her resolve was unwavering. Fu Wen Zhou found himself momentarily speechless. Were he still the Fu Wen Zhou of old, he would support his sister's choice in marriage, regardless of whether it was to a beggar on the street, as long as she was happy. The concerns of livelihood would fall to him as the elder brother, yet he knew he could not protect her forever. Their mother's capacity to assist was limited, and should the marquisate truly fall from grace, who could be her support?
During dinner that evening, noticing Fu Wen Zhou's troubled expression and his meager consumption, Wen Shining lingered, imploring him to speak. Second master, do you have any worries that you might share with me? Fu Wen Zhou scrutinized her for a moment. Have you ever contemplated whom you wish to marry?
Wen Shining shook her head, no. I do not even know how long I will remain at the estate. How could I dare to ponder such matters? Fu Wen Zhou considered inquiring about Chu Yan but hesitated, fearing it might be intrusive.
If given a choice, would you wish to marry someone you love or someone of suitable standing?
Wen Shining pondered for a moment, her cheeks reddening as she replied, of course, I would choose someone I love. As she spoke, her sweetness shone through. After all, being able to marry second master is something I never dared to dream of.
I believe all my fortunes have been spent on this matter.
The purity in the young girl's eyes radiated sincerity, her words igniting warmth within Fu Wen Zhou's cold heart. However, all he could do was reach out to pat her head gently.
Your fortune has only just begun. You will encounter even greater individuals in the future. There is no one better than second master. Wen Shining tilted her face upward, so, are you worried for me? Chapter 26 On naming Fu Wenzhou candidly remarked, I am also concerned for Wanner. With this, he began to recount the matters concerning Fu Wanner. Wen Shining tilted her little head, pondering earnestly. It depends on whether General Xiao also holds affection for Sister Wanner. If he does, he would not wish for her to suffer. Moreover, life is not devoid of second chances. We could very well be Sister Wanner's second chance. Fu Wenzhou was momentarily taken aback when Shining continued, and besides, nothing has transpired yet, so the second master need not fret about this. This saying, there is nothing in this world that is inherently troubling, it is the foolish who cause their own distress. Is that not how it goes? Fu Wenzhou chuckled softly, you are indeed imparting wisdom, Shining. So, this was what it meant to impart wisdom? When Shining's cheeks flushed crimson, regretting her earlier display of cleverness, fortunately, her whimsical chatter had somewhat alleviated the frown upon Fu Wenzhou's countenance. A few days later, the person Fu Wenzhou dispatched to fetch the wet nurse's family returned. When Jinan came to call, when Shining was busy in the garden, her hands covered in dirt, yet she hurried to the front courtyard. To her surprise, Chu Yan had also arrived. However, the absence of the wet nurse's family cast a shadow upon her face. Fu Wenzhou promptly instructed a servant to report back. The servant respectfully replied, Second master, second madam, when I arrived, Miss Chu Yun had only given birth 2 days prior. Did my sister give birth? Was it a son or a daughter? Is my sister in good health? When Shining was both anxious and elated. Fu Wenzhou gently wiped the dirt from her face and smiled warmly, do not hurry, let him speak at his own pace. Seeing this, Chu Yan felt a prickling in his eyes, the ache in his heart indescribable. The servant, having been interrupted, continued, Second madam, she has given birth to a precious daughter, and both mother and child are safe. Wonderful! When Shining exclaimed as she dashed to Chu Yan's side, excitedly shaking his arm. Chu Yan, you are now an uncle. Chu Yan, momentarily lost in thought, was instantly illuminated by a radiant smile. Shining, you are now an aunt. Ha ha ha. I am so thrilled. When Shining laughed heartily, devoid of any decorum. Once her laughter subsided, she inquired of the servant, have they decided on a name yet? The servant responded, old Madame Lu has only given a nursing name. The formal name is to be left for the uncle to decide. When Shining's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned to Chu Yan, completely enraptured by When Shining's joy, found his mind muddled. Given the suddenness of the events, allow me a moment to contemplate. When Shining, unable to contain her dissatisfaction, retorted, you hadn't thought of it beforehand? She had already conjured several names in her mind, though she hesitated to present them, aware of the significance of a name that would accompany a person throughout their life. Second master, do you have any good suggestions? Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, Fu Wenzhou felt a pang of distraction as he observed the warm interaction between Wen Shining and Chu Yan. Called upon unexpectedly, he forced a smile. And you, Shining? Me? When Shining was taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she replied, I think I shall abstain. Fu Wenzhou asserted seriously, setting aside the fact that you are a young aunt and thus entitled to bestow a name, such a significant matter warrants collective brainstorming to arrive at the best possible choice. This way, when the niece is called by name, she shall undoubtedly feel the abundant love and blessings of her family. Chu Yan, now catching on, chimed in, what the second master says is true. Let us each propose a name, and then allow my sister to choose. When Shining eagerly agreed, I have thought of many Lele, Jian, Kong, Ping, and but regardless of whether it is a son or daughter, we are bound to find a suitable one. Chu Yan and Fu Wenzhou exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Fu Wenzhou remarked, Lele and Nen are quite fitting for a daughter's name, and the meanings are lovely. Chu Yan concurred, then it shall be these two, I will write to my sister today. What about you, second master, please assist in naming as well. Fu Wenzhou pondered momentarily, what do you think of Anji? Since she has come, let her be at peace, may my niece's life henceforth be filled with grace and tranquility. When Shining's eyes gleamed brightly, the formal name shall be Fang Anji, and the nursing name Anan. Splendid. Chu Yan pressed his lips together, thank you, second master, for the name, I shall remember it. Fu Wenzhou observed his downcast expression and kindly remarked, it is merely a suggestion, ultimately, let your sister and brother-in-law decide for themselves. Indeed, when Shining pouted, you, as the uncle, must also put thought into a name, and then let my sister choose. Chu Yan forced a smile, yes, I shall heed your advice. In truth, he had already settled on a name. He wished for his niece to possess a disposition akin to Shining's, maintaining a positive outlook, no matter the circumstances, living a life of ease and joy. Thus, the name Lele would perfectly encapsulate this desire. Yet, to voice it would seem as though he were vying with Fu Wenzhou, perhaps he simply did not wish to admit it. In any case, the wet nurse had mentioned that once Chu Yan completed her confinement, they would tidy up and surely gather before the new year. When Shining was so overjoyed that she could scarcely contain herself, and the more grateful she felt towards Fu Wenzhou, the more she yearned to do something for him, yet, there was so little she could do at present. Thus, in her excitement, when Shining disregarded Chu Yan's presence and dashed into the back garden, busying herself once more, her focus was on the few pots of longevity flowers originally dried up, their roots had begun to rot, and Mammy Chin had long wished to discard them for new ones, but when Shining had disagreed. She was determined to revive them, as if their survival would somehow ensure Fu Wenzhou's well-being. The staff at Lingfeng residence understood her sentiments, and consequently, none could bear to dissuade her.
In the front courtyard, as soon as Wen Shining departed, Xu Yan prepared to leave as well. Fu Wanzhou had intended to invite him to dine, but he recognized that under the circumstances, it would seem like an imposition. Thus, he merely engaged in a few inquiries, learning that Xu Yan had successfully become an apprentice under his former mentor, which brought him solace while also stirring memories of the past.
Is old Master Yu in good health?
He should have visited in person, yet fearing that his current appearance might sadden his mentor, he had opted only to send a letter. Xu Yan replied respectfully, old Dr. Yu is still in good health, though with age, one can perceive a deficiency in his vitality during lectures. Fu Wanzhou shook his head with a smile, it is fortunate that he teaches you all now. You are all mature and will not trouble him. I recall the times he lectured us rascals, often to the point of his temper flaring. Reflecting on those moments now, I feel exceedingly ashamed. Xu Yan chuckled slightly, old Dr. Yu has mentioned it before, yet to him, those memories have become precious.
Especially you, second master, you will forever remain his most esteemed disciple. Fu Wanzhou was momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet sensation welling in his eyes. I have let him down. Xu Yan's emotions became complex. Both publicly and privately, he felt a deep gratitude towards Fu Wanzhou, honoring his character and past deeds, yet, a despicable little voice resided within him, urging him to surpass Fu Wanzhou whenever he thought of Wen Shining. But rationality prevailed in his mind, making him acutely aware that he could never truly surpass him. Thus, he perpetually battled within himself, his emotions tumultuous and difficult to articulate. Chapter 27. Just for several consecutive days, Wen Shining was ceaselessly occupied, either engrossed in her studies or laboring diligently. As the weather grew increasingly chilly, Fu Wanzhou felt a pang of concern for her. Yet, unable to dissuade her, he enlisted the help of Fu Wan'er. True to his expectations, Fu Wan'er adeptly persuaded Wen Shining to leave the estate with a single reason. I hear you have been promoted to a concubine, congratulations. As a concubine, do you not wish to prepare a gift for your little niece's full moon celebration?
Wen Shining certainly desired to, but what should I present? She pondered, still undecided. Fu Wan'er replied, you cannot merely contemplate within the confines of your home. You must venture out, explore, and discover what would make a fitting gift. Her reasoning was sound, prompting Wen Shining to glance at Fu Wanzhou, with a gaze brimming with tenderness. Fu Wanzhou encouraged, go forth, and should you find something you fancy, select a few items for yourself as well. At her age, the foremost concern for a young lady was the latest styles in clothing and jewelry. However, Wen Shining, now a second wife of the Marquis, still donned plain garments and eschewed jewelry altogether, deeming it inconvenient for her work and fearing damage. Those unaware might presume that Fu Wanzhou had fallen into dire financial straits. Yet, he was not one to be swayed by vanity, he merely yearned for Wen Shining to possess what other young ladies enjoyed. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Wan'er playfully extorted, if I find something I fancy, may I also select a few items?
Fu Wanzhou, in good spirits, nodded, indeed, choose as you wish.
Fu Wan'er, now brimming with excitement, grasped Wen Shining's arm, eager to set off. It would be ill-mannered to have Fu Wanzhou accompany them while shopping, so Wen Shining obediently asked, I shall return shortly after my outing, is there anything you desire, second master? Observing her eager expression, Fu Wanzhou's heart melted, and his tone became imbued with a reluctant affection. I seek nothing.
You may decide, Shining.
The affectionate exchange between the two prompted an exaggerated shiver from Fu Wan'er.
Oh, how sweetly sentimental, you two are positively nauseating.
Do not speak nonsense, Fu Wanzhou retorted, his ears flushed with embarrassment as he shot a glare at Fu Wan'er.
Undeterred, she teased, tell me, sister-in-law, was not my brother rather sentimental just now? Wen Shining blinked, her expression grave as she earnestly nodded, a bit.
The look in the second master's eyes had nearly convinced her to remain indoors.
Fu Wan'er burst into laughter, growing bolder, do you like it?
Wen Shining coyly replied, I shall not tell you, that you will understand once you marry.
Ah, sister-in-law, how mischievous you are.
Now, it was Fu Wan'er who blushed. Wen Shining, beaming, countered, you are quite unreasonable, sister-in-law, if you can jest about my relationship with the second master, why may I not jest about yours? Fu Wan'er was momentarily rendered speechless.
Fu Wanzhou chuckled, Shining speaks the truth.
Defeated, Fu Wan'er stamped her foot in frustration, you two conspire to bully me, just wait until I drain your coffers. After some playful banter, Fu Wan'er and Wen Shining, adorned with fragrant herbs, finally stepped outside. As was his habit, Fu Wanzhou, finding himself with idle time, retrieved an ancient tome to peruse, yet, thoughts of earlier events lingered in his mind, causing him to chuckle to himself several times, which drew a smile from the quietly accompanying Granny Chin.
It seems to me, the second mistress is quite the eloquent young lady.
Were she to further her studies, I fear none would dare to best her in wit.
Fu Wanzhou, however, remained unconvinced, many matters cannot be resolved merely through verbal sparring. Indeed, it might even invite greater troubles. Yet, tolerating such transgressions was no solution, but lost in thought, Fu Wanzhou felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Ultimately, it was his own fault for being unable to protect her for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Fu Wanzhou was unreserved, dragging Wen Shining through 7 or 8 renowned ready-to-wear shops, selecting several outfits for herself and a few for Wen Shining as well. They then ventured into a jewelry store. Typically, silver jewelry is favored for full moon and first birthday gifts. I received many silver locks and bracelets when I was young. Fu Wan'er led Wen Shining into the finest gold store in the capital, guiding her to the silver jewelry section, where she began selecting pieces for Wen Shining.
Wen Shining admired the charming silver trinkets designed for children, each more delightful than the last. Filling her with joy, the shopkeeper explained that pure silver possesses the ability to expel toxins, particularly beneficial for newborns who carry maternal toxins. Silver could alleviate these, especially. Longevity locks were said to soothe the spirit and ward off evil, ensuring a safe and healthy upbringing if gifted by elders. Wen Shining promptly decided to purchase a longevity lock. However, as Fu Wan'er urged her to try on various pieces, Wen Shining resolutely refused. "I often have tasks to attend to, these would be quite impractical." Fu Wan'er pouted, "I suspect you simply do not wish to part with your money." Wen Shining admitted, "Indeed, the sum I am spending today exceeds what I once dared to imagine." Moreover, and most importantly, not a single coin was earned by her own hand. Fu Wan'er insisted on adorning her with a golden hairpin, stating seriously, "A woman's purchase of jewelry is not solely for adornment, it is a form of personal security, do you not understand? Otherwise, why would the second master allow her to accompany him on this outing?" Though young, Fu Wan'er was astute. She comprehended the dynamics within the household. Should the second master no longer be present one day, given the temperament of the eldest brother and sister-in-law, it would be difficult for them to accept the second mistress. Who then would protect such a vulnerable woman, with their mother aging and lacking the strength to defend her, and given the absence of a son, would it be wise to oppose a family member for an outsider? Even if a manor were bestowed upon her, who could guarantee that the second mistress would be able to retain it? Jewelry, however, was a different matter altogether. Regardless of the decline of the loyal and valiant Marquisate, they would not be so miserly as to become a laughingstock. Wen Shining understood Fu Wan'er's sentiments, yet she remained steadfast in her refusal of the golden hairpin. "The second master's illness incurs many expenses. I believe a woman's best security lies in her ability to provide for herself. Rest assured, Wan'er, once I cultivate my herbs, I shall earn a substantial income, then, it will not be too late to purchase these items. I shall buy for myself and for you as well, if you wish." Her bright eyes, coupled with her gentle tone, would soften anyone's heart. Fu Wan'er playfully tapped her nose. "You, my dear, are rather foolish." Wen Shining smiled sweetly. "The wet nurse said that foolish people have their own blessings, otherwise, how would I encounter such kind-hearted individuals like you and the second master?" Fu Wan'er was at a loss for words, ultimately selecting a modest yet elegant silver hairpin for her. "May I gift you this with my own allowance?" The silver hairpin, adorned with magnolia carvings, delighted Wen Shining, who accepted it and promised, "Once I earn money, I shall certainly buy you the most exquisite and expensive piece here." Wen Shining also chose a piece of jewelry for Xiangxiao. Overwhelmed with affection, Xiangxiao vehemently refused. Wen Shining insisted, saying, "I have no other sisters, aside from my elder sister, you are the only one. This shall be purchased with the funds from Aunt Feng. When I make money, I promise to buy you something even finer." Fu Wan'er added, "The second mistress's intentions are sincere, Xiangxiao, you should accept it." Only then did Xiangxiao reluctantly accept, yet she could not help but repeatedly wipe her eyes. The feeling of being cherished was utterly delightful, albeit slightly bittersweet. At that moment, a mocking voice pierced the air. "A lowly servant is still a lowly servant, a mere trinket can win her over. Such baubles are not even worthy of our Wang family's dogs." Chapter 28. Bringing trouble. Wen Shining and the others raised their eyes, and the one spouting vile words was none other than Yu Zhu, Wen Shuyan's personal maid. Beside her stood Wen Shuyan herself, resplendent in luxurious attire adorned with a jeweled hairpin, exuding an air of opulence. The master and servant shared identical gazes, filled with disdain, contempt, and utter scorn. Xiangxiao instinctively shielded Wen Shining behind her, flustered as she performed a hurried bow. "This servant greets the second Mississippi." Slap. Yu Zhu raised her hand and struck Xiangxiao across the face. "Lowly servant, how dare you call out like that?" Wen Shining quickly drew Xiangxiao close, her anger barely contained, when Fu Wan'er stepped in, positioning herself protectively behind them, her almond eyes wide with indignation. "What should I call the second miss then? Should I refer to her as the noble concubine of the Wang family, or perhaps as a side consort, a side wife, a princess? And you, with your incessant calling of lowly servant, as if you possess any true nobility. How is it that upon entering the Wang residence, you consider yourself elevated? Do you think yourself superior now? In highborn families, those without offspring, no matter how favored, remain the most menial of concubines. Particularly in aristocratic households like the Wang residence, to ascend from concubine to side consort necessitates not only offspring but also the backing of a powerful family. Privately, Wen Shuyan may claim the title of side consort, and the Prince of An may have tacitly approved, having even granted her the position of side wife from the outset. However, such titles cannot be publicly acknowledged. A concubine is merely a concubine, and even a concubine of the Wang family must lower herself before the second lady of the Marquis household. Fu Wan'er was all too aware of how to strike at the vulnerable spots of such individuals. Noticing the change in Wen Shuyan's countenance, she sneered, "Perhaps one day, when the second miss has the qualifications, you may come again to flaunt your power." Wen Shuyan's gaze turned dark and menacing. "Is this how the Marquis household instills decorum in you?" This time, Wen Shining resolutely pulled Fu Wan'er behind her. "It is of no concern how the Marquis household teaches decorum. As for you, if you cannot manage your servants well, it is the Wang family's reputation that will suffer. You ought to know the difference between light and heavy matters." It was not surprising that Xiangxiao misaddressed Wen Shuyan, nor was it unexpected that Fu Wan'er was aggressive. Even she was unsure how best to address Wen Shuyan. To call her second sister, she was no longer a member of the Wen family, and such words choked in her throat. To call her second miss? She was already married and did not take kindly to such a designation. To address her as noble lady. After all, she was the second lady of the Marquis household, and such subservience would diminish Fu Wanzhou's face. Thus, why did Wen Shuyan forsake the esteemed Fu Wanzhou to marry into the Wang residence, even with familial support and children? What good would being a side consort do? To be constantly suppressed and to share a man with numerous women, could that truly bring happiness and joy? Wen Shining genuinely could not comprehend it today. She had deliberately donned vibrant and bright clothing in preparation for leaving the residence. Living well in the Marquis household had improved her spirits, and her once gaunt face had rounded out slightly, now glowing with a hint of pink, appearing lively and radiant, a stark contrast to the dowdy figure who had returned from the countryside. Had it not been for Yuju's reminder, Wen Shuyan might not have recognized her at all. At this moment, seeing her stand out, her gaze fierce and her words resonating with authority, Wen Shuyan felt both astonished and amused. What a formidable second lady of the Marquis household, how grand your confidence. I hope you can maintain such confidence for a long time. With that parting remark, when Shuyan turned to leave Dai in her current position, she could not afford to be ostentatious. She had plenty of time and opportunities to gradually wear down the loyal and brave Marquis household. Yuzhu followed closely, muttering in frustration, relying on the power of others, but how long can she remain so arrogant? Who, indeed, is relying on the power of others? You insult yourself, foolish and oblivious. Fu Wan'er retorted defiantly, but Wen Shining quickly restrained her. Let it go. Fu Wan'er huffed in anger. It's one thing to bully my second brother, but to target those close to him? That is utterly unacceptable. Yet Wen Shining furrowed her brows slightly, knowing Wen Shuyan as she did, she feared this matter would not end here. She hoped it would not bring calamity upon the Marquis household. At this moment, across from the Jin Tower in the Fulin Tower, Wen Zishan was accompanying Prince An in drinking tea. Since gaining insight from Madame Wen upon her return, Wen Shuyan had subtly and overtly expressed her family's willingness to extend their utmost support to Zhou Lianen. She had even proposed that several of Wen family's younger sisters were willing to marry as concubines. The families showing interest were precisely those Zhou Lianen sought to cultivate. Consequently, Zhou Lianen began to regard her with newfound respect, and his attitude underwent a drastic transformation. Not only was the torment lessened, but he also found a reason to promote Wen Zishan to the position of Deputy Minister of War, a fifth-rank role overseeing military selections and weaponry affairs, the most favorable position for attracting military talents. On this day, Wen Zishan hosted a banquet for Zhou Lianen, who graciously accepted the invitation. After the meal, Zhou Lianen suggested they share tea and conversation, choosing the Jin Tower for the occasion, allowing Wen Shuyan to select jewelry. Moments later, he observed a jubilant departure turn into a darkened return. Zhou Lianen could not help but ask with a smile, "What has transpired?" Wen Shuyan remained silent, her lips pressed together, prompting Yuzhu to boldly explain, "Your Highness, just now I was assisting my mistress in selecting jewelry when we unexpectedly encountered the second lady and third miss of the loyal and brave Marquis household. I am unsure how it happened, but we inadvertently provoked their ire, and they spoke disrespectfully to my mistress." Second lady, the wife of Fu Wanzhou? Zhou Lianen inquired in surprise, glancing out the window toward the opposite side. Just in time, when Shining and the others emerged. Fu Wan'er appeared animated, her expression lively and charming. Zhou Lianen smirked, remarking, "The third miss of the loyal and brave Marquis household has certainly grown." In his memory, she had been but a child. He recalled his efforts to ingratiate himself with Fu Wanzhou during his quest for merit, often visiting the Marquis household. As for the second lady, she seemed rather commonplace, while not as hideous as the rumors suggested. Her beauty paled in comparison to Wen Shuyan's. Zhou Lianen's casual comments sent ripples of excitement through Wen Shuyan. An ingenious scheme began to take form in her mind. If memory serves, the third miss will come of age next year. If the prince is fond of her, then it would be easy enough to bring her into the residence. Zhou Lianen locked eyes with Wen Shuyan and immediately grasped her intent. Who would suffer the most from taking Fu Wan'er as a concubine? Surely it would be the proud and arrogant Fu Wanzhou. The pain would be inescapable, yet he would have to feign gratitude toward her. Just the thought of it brought him great delight. A cold, sharp light flickered in Zhou Lianen's inscrutable gaze. Wen Zishan felt a heaviness in his heart and blurted, "The loyal and brave Marquis household is unlikely to acquiesce." Wen Shuyan shot him a sidelong glance. Is that so? They may not be willing now, but once the Marquis household finds itself cornered, they will likely seek the prince's favor by any means necessary. Zhou Lianen lifted his teacup, concealing his sinister smile within the rising steam. In that case, he hoped Fu Wanzhou would live a little longer. Ideally, he would rise again before kneeling down, bowing his proud head, but just the thought excited Zhou Lianen, causing his blood to boil. That very night, when Zishan quietly visited the loyal and brave Marquis household regarding the conflict that had arisen in the jewelry shop, Fu Wan'er dared not conceal anything from Fu Wanzhou. To avoid alarming Wen Shining, Fu Wanzhou reassured them that it was of no consequence and that there would be no further contact. However, unease lingered in his heart. Thus, when he learned of Wen Zishan's visit to deliver items for concubine foam, Fu Wanzhou did not immediately inform Wen Shining but instead met with Wen Zishan privately. Chapter 29: A Sacrifice. Perhaps it was the anxiety of concern that rendered Wen Zishan blunt in his speech. The circumstances of the loyal and valiant Marquis today are far removed from the past. Do the third miss and the second madam truly not comprehend this? It is imperative that they learn to discern the times. Fu Wanzhou gazed at him with a cold, composed expression. Are you suggesting that the members of the loyal and valiant Marquis should henceforth venture out with their heads bowed, allowing themselves to be humiliated? That is not my intention. Wen Zishan was aware that his emotions had gotten the better of him. Given his understanding of Wen Shuyan, it was inconceivable that Wen Shining and Fu Wan'er would instigate such a conflict. Yet, this matter ultimately tarnishes the Marquisate reputation. I fear that Princeton is genuinely harboring such intentions. Fu Wanzhou's hand, concealed beneath a thin blanket, involuntarily tightened. Zhou Lianen, who frequented the Marquisate, was undoubtedly aware of the affection showered upon Fu Wan'er by all within the household, especially from him, her elder brother, who cherished her as dearly as his own eyes. He would even confront the tutor if the latter dared to strike Fu Wan'er's palm. He recalled Zhou Lianen jokingly stating that any man who wished to marry Fu Wan'er would first have to endure a beating, for Fu Wanzhou would indeed go to great lengths to protect his sister from any slight. Now that it was certain he could not rise to her defense, he was subjected to such indignities, but why Zhou Lianen in particular? Why, had it not been for his life-saving intervention, would he have suffered such a fate? He had never anticipated that Zhou Lianen would repay kindness with malice, yet he should have seen it coming. A prince, captured and subjected to humiliation, and it was this very humiliation that he had to witness. As long as he drew breath, this disgrace would persist in haunting Zhou Lianen. I came today to deliver something from my aunt to the second madam. As for everything else, let it be as if I never spoke. When Zixian believed he had done all he could, he set down the items and made his way to the door, but could not resist adding, while this matter remains concealed, the second young master must devise a plan swiftly. That Princeton is certainly no benevolent figure. Fu Wanzhou steadied himself and clasped his hands in gratitude. I am deeply appreciative of the third young master's efforts in making this trip. When Zixian's lips twitched, a bitter expression crossing his face. When the two families were on amicable terms, they had indeed contemplated a closer union. Once, he had even harbored dreams of such. Yet now, with both families diverging, that possibility had vanished. When Zixian thought he had come to terms with it, but the mere thought of Fu Wan'er enduring the same humiliation as when Xu Yan caused his heart to ache. When Shining, accustomed to visiting Fu Wanzhou before bed, arrived at the front courtyard only to encounter Wen Zixian. Without uttering a word, he regarded her as a stranger and walked straight out of the Linfeng residence. When Shining immediately recalled the events of the day and furrowed her brow. Upon seeing Fu Wanzhou's pale countenance, her heart sank with certainty. Is it because of what transpired earlier? Did when Xu Yan send him, what was said? She had a habit of firing off multiple questions at once, her doe-like eyes brimming with unease. Fu Wanzhou forcibly suppressed his emotions and gestured towards the items on the table. Do not overthink it, it was Aunt Feng who asked him to deliver these to you. When Shining opened the package to find 2 pairs of shoes and several sets of intimate garments crafted from fine silk. When she first arrived at the Marquisate, she had worn only coarse cloth. Aunt Feng had remarked that a young lady's skin was delicate, and while outer garments could be less refined, the undergarments must be of good quality. She had even promised to make several sets for her. After that, she had married, and it was surprising that Aunt Feng still remembered her. However, since arriving at the Marquisate, she had been clad in fine attire both inside and out. Nevertheless, the thought that someone cared for her warmed her heart. Fu Wanzhou originally intended to keep the situation under wraps until he could formulate a plan. In truth, there was only one course of action. To promptly arrange Fu Wan'er's betrothal to dispel Prince An's intentions. Of the dilemma, however, lay in the fact that Prince An had already set his sights. Who would dare to offend him for the sake of a soon-to-be-fallen Marquisate? If she were to marry into a powerless family, the situation would likely worsen. After much contemplation, Shaoqi seemed a reasonable option at first. The general's household was renowned for its loyalty across generations. Second, among the young military leaders of the current Great Zhou dynasty, Shaoqi stood out and had caught the emperor's favor. Prince An would not openly suppress a woman without incurring reproach. Yet Fu Wanzhou felt that Shaoqi was hardly a suitable match. Setting aside his ordinary background, he had a rather somber demeanor and heavy thoughts, entirely preoccupied with restoring his family's glory, and was certainly not a man of gentle understanding. Who else could there be? Before long, as Fu Wanzhou had yet to consider a second candidate, the old matriarch sent someone to summon him. Upon seeing Fu Yanqiu present, Fu Wanzhou's instincts screamed of impending misfortune. Sure enough, as soon as his wheelchair settled, the old matriarch lamented, Wanzhou, it has come to my attention that Prince An harbors thoughts of taking Wan'er as a concubine. What are we to do? Fu Wanzhou turned to Fu Yanqiu. Fu Yanqiu sighed. Today, Lord Wang came to see me, and his words implied that Prince An wishes to take Wan'er as a concubine. If I handle this matter adeptly, my future prospects could be boundless. Lord Wang was Fu Yanqiu's superior. The implication was clear. Should they defy Prince An, not only would they jeopardize their future, but even their current modest positions would be at stake. Fu Wanzhou inquired, what is your stance, elder brother? Fu Yanqiu pursed his lips for a moment, then smiled bitterly, what can I do? Is that not why I called you here to discuss? There are essentially 2 paths: either finalize Wan'er's betrothal before she comes of age, or sacrifice her for the sake of the Marquisate. No sooner had he spoken than both Fu Wanzhou and the old matriarch exclaimed in unison, absolutely not. The old matriarch was distraught. Wan'er is your own sister. She is my only daughter. How can you bear to utter such words? Fu Yanqiu found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he cherished his only sister, but what of his future? Would he forsake it? As a marquis, if he held no position whatsoever, who would respect him in the future? How could the Marquisate maintain its standing in the capital? Moreover, Prince An was in a position of power, basking in glory. Fu Wan'er would be marrying upwards, and in time, she might even be conferred a title and enjoy wealth and status. What harm was there in being a concubine? Which man did not have multiple wives? It was precisely because Fu Wan'er was so cherished within the Marquisate that she ought to be the one to sacrifice herself. Of course, Fu Yanqiu thought this but dared not voice it in front of the old matriarch and Fu Wanzhou. The old matriarch, having weathered many storms, was the most adept at discerning the situation. She would come to understand, ironically, it was Fu Wenzhou, who prided himself on his moral integrity, who, even in his disability, always presented himself as a savior of the downtrodden. Now, he would see how this remarkable second master Fu intended to rescue his own sister. Fu Yanxiu simply shut his mouth, choosing to say nothing further. The old matriarch could only look on anxiously at Fu Wenzhou. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Wenzhou resolved, we must hasten to arrange Wan'er's betrothal. Fu Yanxiu scoffed, easier said than done. I fear that now all the civil and military officials are aware of Prince An's intentions. Who would dare? The old matriarch, fully grasping the gravity of the situation, hesitated. If she were to marry down, it would be better to. Chapter 30.
Will different.
Fu Wenzhou interrupted the old lady's words, his gaze resolute as he declared, Prince An is far from a nobleman. Wan'er would never consent.
Which is more important, her will or the future of the Marquis?
Fu Yanxiu had not intended to speak, yet the words escaped him. Fu Wenzhou cast a glance at him, calmly stating, if that future must be built upon the sacrifice of our kin, then it is better abandoned.
Fu Yanxiu scoffed coldly, indeed, you are lofty, you are remarkable, but have you considered that should the Marquis fall, Wan'er will find no happiness regardless of whom she marries? And at that time, who will suffer but her? Whoever wishes to marry can marry, I shall not. Fu Wan'er, having eavesdropped for an indeterminate time, entered with an unexpected calmness and unwavering determination. You may call me selfish or childish, I accept it all. But if it means marrying Prince An as a concubine, I would rather die. With that, she turned to leave, ignoring the old lady's frantic calls. The old lady sighed heavily, while Fu Yanxiu hung his head, his expression clouded with gloom. Fu Wenzhou observed them for a moment before declaring, I will resolve this matter. As for my elder brother, let us navigate the waters carefully. If all else fails, he should resign willingly. As Fu Yanxiu was about to retort with scorn, Fu Wenzhou interjected earnestly, elder brother, you must understand that Prince An's intention to take Wan'er as a concubine is not to elevate the Marquis. Given the circumstances, he chose to speak plainly. In other words, the downfall of the Marquis is inevitable. At least the path of officialdom is no longer viable, yet the Fu family's century-old foundation cannot perish. If necessary, we may, like our maternal grandfather, venture into commerce. Fu Yanxiu's anger turned to incredulous laughter. You have long presumed I am incapable, have you not? Without you, Fu Wenzhou, the Marquis is but a pitiful failure. Yanxiu, Wenzhou did not mean it that way, cease your nonsense.
The old lady interjected sharply, but to no avail. Fu Yanxiu rose, his finger nearly jabbing Fu Wenzhou's face.
Are you not aware of why the Marquis has fallen?
Yes, the glory and honor of the Marquis are indeed your achievements, yet you are also the one who extinguished that brilliance. If only you possessed a shred of righteousness and were willing to bow to Prince An, we would not be in this predicament.
To put it bluntly, you believe that since you are nearing death, you do not wish to grant me, your elder brother, an advantage. You desire to prove to all that without you, Fu Wenzhou, the Marquis is doomed. I, Fu Yanxiu, am nothing before you.
The old lady gasped, her heart racing and her eyes nearly bulging, almost unable to breathe.
Fu Yanxiu, be silent, be silent.
After unleashing his grievances, Fu Yanxiu felt a wave of indignation wash over him, his eyes reddening. Fu Wenzhou's complexion had turned ashen, his tone still calm but devoid of warmth. Once Wan'er's situation is resolved, I am willing to leave the Marquis and establish my own household, ensuring I do not burden the family. With those words, he added solemnly, I have no regrets.
He felt no guilt toward Prince An, nor toward the Marquis.
He would not allow the distortions of humanity to twist his own nature. At Lingfang residence, Fu Wan'er wept in the embrace of Wen Shining. Upon learning of the matter, Wen Shining's heart ached with fury. It was obvious that Wen Shuyan was behind this person was vengeful, insidious, and cruel. If Wan'er were to marry into that family, she would undoubtedly suffer. Wen Shining cursed Wen Shuyan in her heart, her thoughts racing as she continued to comfort Fu Wan'er.
Do not cry. The second master will not allow this to happen, you must believe in him.
Fu Wan'er sobbed more violently, but it is my elder brother and mother who hold the authority.
I am merely heartbroken that they would even contemplate sacrificing me.
Wen Shining found herself at a loss for words. The most painful wounds are those inflicted by kin, yet people are inherently drawn to self-interest. In the face of absolute gain, familial ties can seem inconsequential. She was a living testament to this truth, yet she still wished to place her faith in Fu Wenzhou. Just then, Fu Wenzhou appeared at the door. Their eyes met, and Wen Shining felt an inexplicable pang in her heart.
Second master, what troubles you?
Fu Wenzhou's complexion was pallid, particularly the depths of his gentle gaze, which now held an unsettling stillness.
Her heart sank, and she instinctively clutched Fu Wan'er tighter, resolutely stating, Wan'er cannot marry Prince An.
Fu Wenzhou's voice was hoarse, I know.
Wan'er, please cease your tears for now, your second brother has something to ask you.
At his words, Fu Wan'er stifled her sobs and looked up at him with tear-filled eyes.
Fu Wenzhou inquired, do you truly wish to marry Shaoqi, even if it means enduring hardship? Fu Wan'er replied with a quaver, what could be more painful than marrying Prince An as a concubine, subjected to humiliation and oppression?
Second brother, I fear not hardship, I only fear hopelessness. To marry one I love, I would gladly endure any suffering. In that moment, she could no longer concern herself with modesty, boldly expressing her desires. Fu Wenzhou nodded, very well, I shall go to the Xiao family now. The Xiao family resided in the western part of the city, a general's estate bestowed by the late emperor. When the brothers Shaoqi were still young, their father perished on the battlefield. The elder matriarch raised the two brothers alone, and shortly after the elder son married, he too went off to war and never returned. It was then that the young Shaoqi bore the weight of the family. At that time, Fu Wenzhou was in his prime. Recalling his camaraderie with the elder Shao, he had offered them much assistance. He frequently brought his brothers to visit the widow and her children, ensuring the world knew that despite their misfortunes, the Shao family was not to be trifled with. After the incident involving him, he had never returned. Now, upon his sudden visit, even the elder matriarch personally came to greet him. General Fu, the elder matriarch looked at Fu Wenzhou in his wheelchair, momentarily stunned, before tears streamed down her face.
How did it come to this? Fu Wenzhou smiled bitterly. Do not grieve, matriarch.
It is fate, and I am powerless against it. The mention of fate left the elder matriarch feeling utterly helpless, and she could only wipe her tears as she welcomed Fu Wenzhou inside. Shaoqi, being a martial general, prioritized training soldiers and, due to his temperament, seldom interacted with scholars. He was still unaware of Prince An's intentions to take Fu Wan'er as a concubine. However, Fu Wenzhou's unexpected visit surely signified something of great importance. Shaoqi said to the elder matriarch, "Mother, please go rest, I will speak with the second master."
Please invite the matriarch to join us. Fu Wenzhou said wearily, I have come today with a request.
The mother and son of the Shao family exchanged surprised glances. Fu Wenzhou wasted no time in explaining the situation. Shaoqi's fists clenched in anger, and with a loud bang, he slammed his fist on the table, startling the teacups.
This is intolerable.
Fu Wan'er had visited the general's estate several times in her youth, and the elder matriarch remembered her as a lively and warm-hearted girl.
Raised in indulgence, she would likely be unwilling. Thus, the elder matriarch's eyes brightened with understanding. General Fu means to propose a marriage before the third young lady comes of age? Fu Wenzhou replied, I am no longer a general.
Please, matriarch, just call me by my name. To be frank, I have come today to seek the general's assistance in resolving this predicament through a union between our families.
The elder matriarch wore an expression of knowing expectation.
Chapter 31. The method. Shaoqi furrowed his brow. Fu Wenzhou quickly said, I understand, this action is indeed too demanding. The humble general is not afraid of offending Prince An. Shaoqi hastily explained, I am merely concerned about causing distress to Miss San. Fu Wenzhou smiled bitterly. To speak candidly, my visit to you has been a matter of deep contemplation and careful consideration, but the most crucial factor is that Wan'er is willing. Shaoqi was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the night of Fu Wenzhou's wedding when Fu Wan'er had thrown herself into his arms in tears, gifting him a fragrant pouch. Perhaps his lack of rejection had led to some misunderstanding. Just as Shaoqi was about to clarify, the old lady Shao interjected, thanks to the loyalty of the Marquis of Zhongyang, being able to marry Miss San is my son's fortune earned over 3 lifetimes.
Please rest assured, second master, I shall expedite the arrangements for the betrothal. Mother!
Shaoqi exclaimed sharply, and the old lady turned her gaze toward him. Your elder brother and second master fought side by side, akin to brothers.
After your elder brother's passing, if it were not for second master's care, our lives as orphans would undoubtedly have been fraught with difficulty. And now that the Marquis's household is in distress and second master faces challenges, can you stand idly by? Shaoqi's gaze faltered, I cannot.
Fu Wenzhou observed the reluctance in his eyes. Regardless of the reasons, such matters cannot be forced. Fu Wenzhou clasped his hands together and said, I have come today not to coerce or seek favors. Moreover, the bond between Shao and myself is our own affair. It is my duty to care for his family. How can it be considered a matter of gratitude? I ask for Madame Zhao's understanding. Yet, the old lady Shao continued to regard Shaoqi with piercing eyes.
Cheer, do you truly wish to watch Miss San leap into the fire pit? Tell me.
Shaoqi was torn, his face a mask of anguish. Fu Wenzhou, however, remained composed. I believe General Shao has his own difficulties. Marriage is indeed not something that can be enforced.
I have been presumptuous.
With that, he made to take his leave. Shaoqi escorted him out, bowing his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Second master, it is not that I am unwilling to marry Miss San.
I simply have no intention of taking a wife in this lifetime. Fu Wenzhou inquired, why not?
Shaoqi lamented, as a soldier, facing life and death, I am not in control of my fate.
Why should I bring harm to others? Fu Wenzhou nodded, I understand.
This was indeed his greatest concern. Based on his understanding of Shaoqi, he was genuinely of such disposition. Even if it were merely an excuse, what of it? The essence of human relationships is fundamentally an exchange of interests. With Shaoqi's capabilities, should he rise further, he would have ample choices. Why then should he be burdened by the Marquis's household?
What does second master intend to do?
Shaoqi asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Fu Wenzhou found himself at a loss for an answer. Let us ponder further, surely a solution will present itself. Shaoqi suggested, if all else fails, I could accompany you into the palace to plead our case.
Fu Wenzhou agreed, contemplating.
Yet, he feared that the emperor would not grant him an audience. Throughout history, which monarch would concern himself with a discarded pawn? After bidding farewell to Fu Wenzhou, Shaoqi entered the courtyard only to find the old lady Shao standing beneath the eaves, her gaze filled with profound disappointment.
Shaoqi's heart tightened, mother.
The old lady Shao retorted with sarcasm, do you not pride yourself on your integrity? Why do you lack the courage to be honest with second master? Why not reveal that your heart belongs to another?
Shaoqi's face turned ashen.
The old lady's voice grew colder still. Do not think I am unaware of the sordid affairs you have engaged in. I am not preserving your dignity. I am preserving your elder brother's honor. A wave of immense pain surged in Shao Qi's chest, as if his heart had been cruelly wrenched from his body. The old lady concluded, I present you with two choices: either go to the Fu household tomorrow to propose, and henceforth live honorably, or come to my courtyard tomorrow to collect my body, and I shall offer an apology to our ancestors and your elder brother.
Mother! Why must you pressure me so?
Shao Qi sank to his knees, feeling utterly drained, yet the old lady Shao did not spare him another glance. Moments later, a slender figure appeared in the courtyard. The eldest lady of the Shao family, Jiang Yun, knelt before Shao Qi, tears streaming down her face. Second brother, please heed mother's words. Shao Qi felt as though a stone were lodged in his throat, unable to utter a single word. Fu Wenzhou had never imagined that the journey home would prove so arduous. When he was injured on the battlefield, facing death repeatedly, it had not felt this difficult, yet every challenging path must eventually be traversed. What needed to be faced must be faced. Upon learning of Shao Qi's reluctance, Fu Wan'er surprisingly did not react with shock or tears. She sat quietly, lost in thought. Wen Shining, deeply worried, grasped her hand, looking expectantly at Fu Wenzhou.
Second master, is there no other solution? Fu Wenzhou's thick eyelashes trembled as if burdened by an immense weight. I will think of something.
Yet, in truth, there seemed to be no viable options left. Wen Shining, unable to contain her anger, exclaimed, Is there no law in this land? Regardless of whether he is prince or even the emperor, he cannot forcibly take a common woman.
If we refuse to marry, what can he do?
Fu Wenzhou could not reveal to her that the law and justice were not non-existent, but rather held in the hands of a select few. There were indeed paths to take. He could seek an audience with the emperor, and if denied, he could make the matter public. There were plenty of righteous individuals in the capital. Especially those fresh-faced students, still filled with idealism about the world, were the most easily incited. In plain terms, it would involve creating a scene. Tearing down facades. It was unseemly but undeniably effective. However, such a ruckus would irrevocably tarnish the Marquis's reputation, making Wan'er's marriage all the more challenging. Contemplating this, Fu Wenzhou spoke earnestly to Fu Wan'er and Wen Shining. There will certainly be a solution.
Allow me some time to think.
Wen Shining believed in him completely. Fu Wan'er seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, rising to say, I trust second brother, I shall return to rest now. Wen Shining wished to keep her company for the night, but Fu Wan'er smiled, let it be. Your sleeping habits are too free-spirited for my liking. The two had shared a bed once, and Fu Wan'er had been unceremoniously kicked off 3 times. Wen Shining instinctively glanced at Fu Wenzhou, her cheeks flushing. It was hardly that exaggerated. Once Fu Wan'er departed, Wen Shining hastily instructed Shang Cao to bring some ginseng soup.
Second master, please drink a bit, it would do you good.
Confronted with her shimmering, pleading eyes, Fu Wenzhou always found himself unable to refuse. Even though his appetite was non-existent, he reluctantly swallowed a few sips. Wen Shining, sitting across the blanket, gently massaged his legs with practiced care. Fu Wenzhou wished to decline, yet she persisted. While she pressed, she spoke softly, I know this matter is difficult to handle, and I am unable to assist second master, nor do I know how to offer comfort. I merely wish to convey that no matter what you decide, I shall support you. However, we cannot stand idly by as Wan'er leaps into the fire. That would not just be her tragedy, but the beginning of our collective misfortune. Nanny often says that as long as the family stands united, with efforts directed towards a common goal, no hardship is insurmountable. She tilted her face upward, her expression earnest. If it comes to it, we can leave the capital. The world is vast, and there will always be a place for us. Fu Wenzhou's turbulent emotions were stirred by her innocent resolve, deepening his bittersweet sense of despair. Her clarity and open-mindedness shamed him. He could not explain to her that while one might sacrifice much for fame and fortune, it is exceedingly difficult to relinquish them for someone else, especially in a household like the Marquis. The pursuit of status and wealth was ingrained in their very essence. He too had once been such a person, yet he never anticipated that Fu Wan'er would have no faith in him, choosing instead to tread down a path of despair. Chapter 32. Life the following day, just past noon, when the news of Fu Wan'er's suicide attempt reached him, Fu Wenzhou felt as if something within his mind had exploded, and a bitter, metallic taste erupted from his mouth. Jinan hurriedly reassured, Second Master, do not be alarmed, the third miss has been saved. It was a close call, merely a hair's breadth away. Fu Wan'er had embarked on this endeavor with a resolute determination to perish. Had it not been for her vigilant maid, the would have been plunged into mourning that very day. Upon hearing the news, Wen Shining immediately dashed towards Fu Wan'er's courtyard.
Jinan, with concern etched on his face, inquired, Second Master, shall I assist you in going to see her?
No need, Fu Wenzhou replied, raising his fingertip to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his voice heavy with resolve.
Jinan, prepare ink and paper.
There was no room left for hesitation. If fate was unjust, he would dare to defy it. All concerns of fame and status paled in comparison. The must either let go or be forced to release its burdens. Just as Fu Wenzhou was fervently writing, a servant arrived to announce that Shao Qi sought an audience.
Not seeing him.
Fu Wenzhou had already steeled himself for a point of no return, yet moments later, Shao Qi barged in regardless. The news of Fu Wan'er's desperate act had left him profoundly shaken, engulfed in guilt. Upon glimpsing the contents Fu Wenzhou had inscribed, Shao Qi's visage turned ashen.
Second Master, are you aware of the ramifications of such actions? Fu Wenzhou pressed his lips together, his deep-set eyes glinting with an icy glare. Shao Qi recognized this demeanor all too well. In that moment, he felt as though he were witnessing the indomitable General Fu of the battlefield once more, yet, this was different. The imperial authority was unassailable. Even if a tempest could be stirred to obscure transient ugliness, it would ultimately be that succumbed to the depths. Shao Qi's previously wavering heart now stood resolute as a rock.
He knelt on one knee, clasping his fists, and declared, "I am willing to marry the third Mississippi." Fu Wenzhou regarded him silently. Shao Qi continued, "My refusal yesterday stemmed from my superficial thinking, fearing I would delay the third Mississippi. Upon further reflection, her willingness to marry me signifies her trust, and I cannot betray the trust. Second master, you know me well, though I am naturally taciturn, I possess no vile habits." These words were uttered with a sense of guilt and difficulty. "I cannot guarantee much, but if I am to marry the third miss, I vow to protect her and ensure she suffers not a single grievance. My mother also wishes me to convey to you, second master, that she has watched the third miss grow up and would never impose rigid rules upon her, treating her as her own daughter. I have come today to discuss the matter of a betrothal with you, and I hope for your support." Fu Wenzhou fixed a cold gaze upon him.
"Tell me honestly, do you have someone you admire?"
Shao Qi hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "No." Fu Wenzhou replied, "Wanner possesses a fiery spirit, unyielding and resolute, as you well know. If you cannot treat her with sincerity, then there is little distinction between one pit of fire and another." Shao Qi fell into thoughtful silence, his mind swirling with the resolute words of his mother, the sorrow of his widowed sister-in-law, and the innocent, carefree smile of Fu Wanner. Yet, in this world, how often does one find a path that satisfies all? His mother was correct. Had he not been driven to desperation, Fu Wenzhou would never have sought him out. In the face of great moral dilemmas, what value do romantic entanglements hold? Moreover, he had no future with Jiang Yunshu. Shao Qi inhaled deeply, fixing a determined gaze upon Fu Wenzhou. "I can assure you, second master, that I shall take only the third miss as my wife, and I shall never take a concubine."
Fu Wenzhou remained unmoved. That is one point.
"The second is that if you marry into your future prospects may be adversely affected." Shao Qi interrupted with a bitter smile. "Second master, why would Prince trouble the others may be unaware, but I am not blind. Do not forget, I was by your side when we stormed the enemy camp. The of today may well become the general's estate of tomorrow. For now, we can only take things one step at a time. Unless we reach a point of no return, it is best to avoid rash actions. After all, the matter of concubinage has yet to be publicly declared by Princeton. Should it leak, he could easily deflect the blame." Fu Wenzhou's lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes clouded with contemplation. Shao Qi added, "When heaven seeks the ruin of a man, it first drives him to madness."
"Please, second master, remain calm."
In the Meiyuan where Fu Wanner resided, wails of despair echoed throughout. The old matriarch had fainted from grief, but fortunately, Dr. Liao was present and promptly administered acupuncture to revive her.
Xin Yuzhou muttered in confusion. Why would she be driven to such despair over something that has yet to transpire?
What she dared not voice was that, given this current state, others would likely relish such an opportunity. Perhaps it was simply the result of being overly pampered and too sentimental. Within the chamber, Fu Wanner lay with vacant eyes, her heart as cold as ashes, devoid of vitality. Wen Shining grasped her hand tightly, filled with anguish. "There are countless ways to resolve problems. Ending one's life is the most futile of them all. It brings pain to loved ones and delight to enemies."
Fu Wanner's voice was hoarse. "Shining, have you ever felt despair?"
Wen Shining pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No." She recalled the past. During those 16 years trapped in the village, aside from my wet nurse and her family, I had no contact with anyone. No playmates, no toys. Each day I could only converse with myself, seeking solace in my own company. The most I did was observe ants. Watching those tiny creatures bustling about, oblivious to the calamities that could befall them at any moment. A gust of wind, a rainstorm, a fallen branch, a careless footstep, or a sudden mound of earth could claim their lives, yet they never ceased their relentless toil. My wet nurse once said that, in truth, the fate of most people mirrors that of ants. Mundane, busy, insignificant, fragile, but yet these are merely facets of life. Even the most miserable existence possesses its moments of brilliance, be it family, food, scenery, fresh air, or flowers. There will always be instances when one feels life is beautiful, and despite enduring endless hardships, one would refuse to relinquish it. Fu Wanner's eyes flickered with interest. What if they had wanted you to marry someone utterly repulsive? Would you have accepted? Wen Shining replied, I do not know, perhaps I would. Because there was no choice, or rather, in her view, any choice was preferable to being trapped in place. Do you think I am utterly useless? Fu Wanner choked back a sob. Wen Shining replied earnestly, on the contrary, I find you incredibly brave. You merely misdirected your retaliation. You should not end your own life, for it resolves nothing. The wicked will not feel guilt or remorse because of your demise. They will only revel in their success, easily forcing you to concede and causing untold suffering to your loved ones. Tears streamed down Fu Wanner's face. In truth, the moment she witnessed her mother stagger towards her, desperately calling her name, she had already begun to regret her decision. The death of 100 versions of herself would hold no sway over Prince An or Wen Shuyan. The one enduring unbearable pain would remain her family. I do not know what I should do. What am I to do? The utter exhaustion in Fu Wanner's voice brought a pang of sorrow to Wen Shining's heart. After careful consideration, she spoke earnestly. Do you know, when I first met the second master, he did not take a liking to me. He intended to break off our engagement. Fu Wanner turned her gaze towards her. This was something she already knew. And then? Chapter 33 Choices. Wen Shining, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, it was I who sought him, taking advantage of his kind-heartedness. Fu Wanner replied, but have you considered that perhaps coming to the Marquis's residence would result in an even worse situation? Wen Shining smiled gently, I cannot afford to dwell on such thoughts. All I know is that when faced with a choice, one must strive to seize the best opportunity out. If there are no options, then one must bravely venture forth and see if another path can be found. At the very least, by making an effort, one can avoid the regret of inaction and honor the essence of life.
Fu Weiner pouted, Shining, but I have no choice.
Xiao Qi is unwilling to marry me.
Is it truly him and no one else?
When Shining inquired. Fu Weiner nodded and then shook her head when Shining suggested, shall we seek him out? At the very least, let him know your determination and circumstances. If he truly does not wish to proceed, then we can devise another plan together.
Fu Weiner blinked, timidly shaking her head.
I cannot do it. At that moment, Xiangsu rushed in, panting.
Second madam, third miss, good news.
General Xiao has come to propose. When Shining and Fu Weiner exchanged a glance, their expressions mirroring shock.
Xiangsa continued, the second master sent me to ask if the third miss has anything she wishes to say to General Xiao in person?
Fu Weiner's emotions surged when Shining encouraged her, your opportunity has arrived.
Regardless of the outcome, you must at least attempt to fight for it.
After a moment of contemplation, Fu Weiner finally nodded when Shining hurriedly assisted her in preparing, deliberately switching her inner garment to a high-collared one to conceal the unsightly marks. The distance from the inner room to the garden was merely a few hundred steps, yet Fu Weiner took an eternity to traverse it. The sensation was peculiar. Until this moment, she had never truly comprehended what growing up entailed. Now, it seemed to dawn upon her maturity signified facing life's challenges alone, discerning right from wrong, and enduring the consequences of every choice made. Prior to today, she had dreamt fervently of marrying Xiao Qi. Only upon his rejection did she awaken to the realization that dreams may be one-sided, but marriage cannot be. If the man she wed could not be relied upon, what difference would it make to fight alone? What, then, was the significance of feeling compelled to marry him? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, her steps gradually became more resolute, and when Xiao Qi's figure appeared, her heart surprisingly settled.
General Xiao.
Xiao Qi turned, his gaze momentarily fixed.
3rd Mississippi. Until now, he had never truly scrutinized Fu Weiner.
The little girl who once called him Brother Xiao Qi and begged him to play had blossomed into a poised young woman. In all sincerity, Fu Weiner was exceptionally beautiful, cheerful in disposition, and genuinely kind-hearted, a rare gem indeed. He felt unworthy of her, yet, fate is a capricious mistress. I heard you have come to propose?
Fu Weiner stated directly. Xiao Qi hesitated momentarily, yes.
Fu Weiner maintained her calm demeanor, but you refused yesterday.
Xiao Qi's gaze averted, that was due to my reservations.
It was not fear of offending Prince and or others, it was the concern of ending up like my elder brother. But after all, I have witnessed the suffering of my widowed sister-in-law and mother, a pain that cannot be healed in a lifetime. Had he provided such a reason yesterday, Fu Weiner might have been moved. Yet in this moment, she was profoundly clear-headed.
So, your proposal today is out of sympathy and gratitude for my second brother, is that correct?
She gazed intently into Xiao Qi's eyes, as though seeking to peer into his soul.
Xiao Qi pondered for a moment before replying delicately, I am of a different realm than the third miss, how could I entertain any other aspirations?
Of a different realm. Fu Weiner offered a bitter smile yet continued to look at him.
Then, do you understand my feelings? Xiao Qi hesitantly nodded.
Fu Weiner declared, very well, I wish to convey to General Xiao that I indeed hold affection for you and genuinely wish to marry you. However, it is not out of a desire to escape disaster or a calculated choice. I wish to live with you in harmony, not seeking fervent passion or everlasting devotion, but a mutual understanding and a life of tranquil companionship. If you have someone else in mind or truly do not wish to marry, there is no need for you to force yourself. Rest assured, I shall not resort to despair again. My second sister-in-law is correct, there are many solutions to problems, and death is the least useful of all. Xiao Qi did not anticipate such a significant dilemma. He could neither acknowledge having someone he cared for nor promise a meeting of hearts, for he was incapable of such. Fu Weiner waited silently for a moment, then said, I have a suggestion.
Xiao Qi urged, please, go on.
Fu Weiner proposed, you could first formally propose to stabilize the situation. After all, I have a year until I come of age. Before that, we can get to know each other better and consider our options seriously. 1 year hence, we can discuss the matter of marriage. What do you think? Implicit in her words was that if, by then, he still could not develop feelings for her, they would part ways. A delaying tactic, indeed, but a sound one. Xiao Qi immediately agreed. The news of the betrothal spread quickly when it reached the Anwang residence. Jolyon was in the room of Wen Shuyan and immediately smashed a teacup.
Xiao Qi has the audacity. Wen Shuyan spoke gently, Your Highness, do not be angry.
I believe this is not entirely due to Xiao Qi's boldness. It must be that Fu Wenzhou is leveraging his gratitude, leaving Xiao Qi with no choice. Jolyon twirled the jade ring on his finger, his gaze darkening. With a look from Wen Shuyan, a maid quickly brought a new teacup. Fu Wenzhou is ungrateful because the pressure on him is not yet sufficient. If your highness acts as I suggest, I guarantee he will come crawling to you before he dies. As for the third miss of the Fu family, it is merely a betrothal. As she spoke, when Shuyan gracefully settled into Jolyon's embrace, her red lips whispering a few enticing words into his ear.
Jolyon's dark eyes glimmered with newfound light as he grasped her slender waist, asking, Do you harbor such hatred for Fu Wenzhou?
When Shuyan smirked, alluringly replying, I detest anyone your highness dislikes.
Ha ha ha.
Well said, today, I shall reward you handsomely. Jolyon laughed heartily as he lifted her, striding toward the bed when Shuyan felt a tremor of fear and desire. The desire stemmed from her newfound ability to seek pleasure amidst pain, for instance, by envisioning Jolyon as Fu Wenzhou. No matter how proud or aloof he might be, he would ultimately succumb to her, like a dog, soft and panting beneath her. Fu Wenzhou was nothing more than that. The matter of Fu Weiner's marriage was set, eliciting mixed emotions among those involved. The most delighted was undoubtedly the old matriarch, for not only had the situation been resolved, but it seemed as though Fu Weiner had matured overnight. She had become far more composed and sensible, no longer lost in frivolity. Each day, she would come to pay her respects, engage in conversation, and even voluntarily ask Mama Fong and the others to teach her needlework and the art of managing a household. In the old matriarch's eyes, this transformation was attributed to the efforts of Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining. The words Wen Shining had spoken to Fu Weiner that day had already been relayed to the old matriarch by the maids.
Chapter 34 of The Extraordinary Madame Fong was also present and, upon hearing the conversation, felt a wave of emotions.
The second madam is unlike the young ladies from affluent families. One resembles a tenacious weed, thriving with little nourishment, while the other is akin to a delicately nurtured flower, unable to withstand the tempest. Our third young lady, influenced by both, has become a fortunate blend. She can be cherished yet can also weather the storms of life.
Moreover, the second madam genuinely cares for the second master and is indeed of great utility. Even the renowned physician Liao remarked that the second master's spirit is markedly different now. In my eyes, the second madam is like a pearl hidden in dust, or has truly stumbled upon a treasure. This heartfelt discourse brought much comfort to the old matriarch, who promptly rewarded Wen Shining with a box of jewels. This only served to deepen Xin Yujiao's discontent.
They are acting according to their whims, while reaping abundant benefits. Who has considered the consequences, the plight of or the pressures faced by the? Fu Yanqiu lived in constant trepidation, fearing any misstep. Outside, he had to tread cautiously, while at home, he endured Xin Yujiao's incessant complaints, adding to his distress. Eventually, he could no longer contain his frustration and struck Xin Yujiao across the face. Weeping, she returned to her maternal home, leaving behind a multitude of issues that infuriated the old matriarch. All this, Wen Shining remained blissfully unaware of. Her heart and mind were solely occupied with Fu Wenzhou and her beloved plants, rarely stepping out of Linfeng residence. Furthermore, Fu Wenzhou, intent on shielding her, ensured that any negative gossip was quashed in his presence. Yet, Fu Wenzhou himself bore a heavier burden, appearing composed on the surface while internally he was utterly exhausted, merely putting on a brave face. On this particular day, after physician Liao took his pulse, his brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a mosquito. However, after so many years, he understood Fu Wenzhou's temperament all too well. Reluctant to repeat futile reassurances, physician Liao sought out Wen Shining in the back garden. She was busy, perspiring and hands covered in soil, and upon noticing the physician's troubled expression, she hurriedly asked, "How is the second master?" Physician Liao replied candidly, "The second master is burdened with excessive thoughts, which is akin to hastening the depletion of his life force. If this is not alleviated, he may not live to see the second madam cultivate the herbs." Wen Shining's heart sank. The matter concerning Sister Wan has been resolved. What else occupies his mind? Physician Liao sighed softly. The greater the sense of responsibility, the more one worries. Especially for the second master, who is a man of profound foresight, capable of envisioning 3 steps ahead with every move he makes. His concerns undoubtedly extend beyond our comprehension.
Wen Shining inquired, what can be done?
After pondering, physician Liao suggested, perhaps a change of environment, distancing oneself from worldly matters, might bring some relief. The second madam, being of a simple disposition and unaware of the external circumstances surrounding was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Though the marriage of the third young lady seemed resolved, it had merely torn apart the facade of stability within the offending prince and was akin to having a knife suspended over one's head, its descent unpredictable, resulting in heightened anxiety. This was particularly true for the Yifu Yanxiu, who faced unimaginable torment. Hearing that the first madam had caused such an uproar that she returned to her family, the rear courtyard was in disarray, leaving me in turmoil. These were the knots that weighed heavily on Fu Wenzhou's heart. Powerless to change this, he felt it was better to remain oblivious. Upon hearing this, Wen Shining's eyes sparkled with an idea.
Can the second master leave the capital?
Physician Liao stroked his beard. As long as the second madam can persuade him, I shall accompany them. After all, his purpose in coming out of retirement was for Fu Wenzhou. Who could blame him for being the most favored disciple of the venerable Yu? Wen Shining's eyes lit up. Thank you, physician. I now know what must be done. At that moment, physician Liao's gaze wandered to a particular area of the garden.
What is happening there?
On the branches of the osmanthus tree, several branches of gardenias were tied, and on the rose vine, longevity flowers were similarly bound. There were several other mixed grafts as well. Wen Shining eagerly explained, this is called grafting, a method taught to me by Chu Yan. In her early days of learning to nurture plants on the estate, she often faced failures. Countless tears were shed over such losses. It was Chu Yan who had perused numerous ancient texts, imparting various techniques to her. Physician Liao stared at her in disbelief. Can they truly survive?
Indeed.
Wen Shining exclaimed, not only can flowers and plants be grafted, but fruit trees and gourds can as well. Grafting can transform sour plums into sweet ones. It is truly miraculous. This was entirely new to him, a revelation he had never encountered.
And what is that?
As physician Liao approached to inspect the grafted plants, he stumbled upon a new discovery. A small plot of land was enclosed with a low trellis. Initially, he thought it was a shelter for cats and dogs, but upon closer inspection, he saw pots filled with soil, some of which revealed faint green shoots just breaking through the surface. Wen Shining earnestly explained, "These are the medicinal seeds you previously gave me. After careful consideration, I realized that the primary reason they failed to grow was due to the significant differences in climate and soil between the Great Zhou and the northern barbarians.
If we could create a similar environment, perhaps they could thrive."
Upon further inspection, Physician Liao noted that the low trellis was airtight, with a small fire burning inside, raising the temperature significantly higher than outside. The soil in the pots was also the sandy type common in the northern barbarians.
"How did you come to know this?"
Wen Shining replied, "The method was devised by me, and the information regarding the northern barbarians was shared by Chu Yan and the second master."
Physician Liao could not help but reassess Wen Shining with his discerning eyes. The second madam is indeed an extraordinary individual.
On the day of her birth, the Wen family's flowers withered, and had it not been for someone's deliberate actions, it might have seemed as if a celestial being had descended, leaving the Wen family unworthy of such a blessing.
If this were true, then the second master could indeed be saved. Physician Liao departed with a hearty laugh, as if he had unearthed an invaluable treasure. When Jinan conveyed this to Fu Wenzhou, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. The feats accomplished by Wen Shining were nothing short of astonishing. Jinan mused, if the second madam had not been sent to the estate as a child, she would have undoubtedly garnered immense talent and fame in the capital. Fu Wenzhou sighed softly, feeling both pity for Wen Shining and regret for himself. He had never believed in the notions of fate, yet now he felt as though destiny was akin to an invisible shackle, binding one for a lifetime in an attempt to break free. But to escape was no easy feat. For several consecutive days, Wen Shining immersed herself in her studies, toiling without rest. During the day she memorized, and at night she personally tended to her greenhouse, reciting her lessons. The fragrant herbs could not dissuade her, so they resorted to bringing the matter to Fu Wenzhou. Fu Wenzhou, feeling unwell and having not taught her for several days, hesitated on whether to hire a tutor for her. However, upon witnessing her insatiable thirst for knowledge, he made up his mind that day. Fu Wenzhou forced himself to attend class. For the past few days, Wen Shining had been met with various excuses at the front courtyard, barring her entry. Upon seeing Fu Wenzhou, she nearly burst into tears. In just a few days, he appeared to have lost considerable weight. Were it not for his naturally striking features softening his pallor, his current state would have been alarming. Chapter 35 Acceptance. Shining, Fu Wenzhou called her gently, then added with a hint of seriousness, "I have heard that you have not been eating or sleeping properly, constantly immersed in your books. Is this truly how it should be?"
When Shining stifled her tears but remained silent. Fu Wenzhou sighed softly, desire for speed often leads to failure. Learning is a gradual process that cannot be rushed. Just as he was about to say that, despite his limited time, he would find her a good teacher before his departure, when Shining suddenly began reciting.
"In the beginning, human nature is inherently good.
Similarities in nature, differences in habits. If one is not taught, nature will change. To learn and review at intervals is a joy. To have friends come from afar is also a joy. A graceful lady, accompanied by the sounds of the zither. The uneven water plants, gathered on either side." She recited the three-character classic, the Analects, and the Book of Songs, nearly perfectly. Remarkably, she had only been literate for less than 2 months. Fu Wenzhou was left speechless, recalling what Chu Yan had previously remarked about Wen Shining's exceptional memory and her ability to remember everything at a glance. Had it not been for the strict rules imposed by the old woman in Zhuangzi, which forbade him from teaching Wen Shining to read and write, her talents would have far surpassed his own. Thus, upon learning that Fu Wenzhou intended to teach Wen Shining, Chu Yan was particularly pleased and earnestly entrusted him with the responsibility, implying that he should not underestimate her. Fu Wenzhou, of course, would never belittle Wen Shining, yet he had indeed underestimated her. After reciting for quite some time, she seized the teacup from the table and drank it in one gulp, then looked at Fu Wenzhou with sparkling eyes.
"What do you think, second master? Am I learning well?"
From the perspective of a teacher, Fu Wenzhou replied objectively, "Your progress is remarkable, but merely being able to recognize and recite is not enough, you must also learn to write. Moreover, to read 1,000 times is to understand its meaning. The process is long but can benefit one for a lifetime."
Wen Shining nodded, "I am aware of that. What I meant to ask is, have I met your expectations?"
Her expression was unusually serious, with her eyes glistening with tension. Fu Wenzhou felt his heart soften and replied with a smile, "Of course, you are the most intelligent student I have ever encountered. When I first memorized these, it took me nearly half a year."
He was, after all, one of the most outstanding students among many.
It was easy to imagine how astonishing Wen Shining could be if given a fair opportunity to learn. Upon hearing his words, Wen Shining beamed, her enchanting gaze filled with joy.
"Today, we shall not discuss studies.
I will take you to witness the results of my other endeavors." Without waiting for Fu Wenzhou's consent, she began to usher him towards the backyard. The Linfeng residence was modest, consisting of only 2 small courtyards at the front and back, along with a grand garden connected to the back door. During his most glorious days, visitors flocked to see him, wealthy young men seeking sophistication, brash warriors eager to hone their skills, and even high-ranking officials and royal offspring. Many times, he had to navigate carefully among them. Fu Wenzhou had chosen the Linfeng residence near the back door, considering the predominance of women in the household, and wished to avoid any potential misunderstandings. He was the first master to entertain guests through the back door without incurring criticism. Once upon a time, this expansive garden was filled with people reciting poetry, practicing swordplay, and engaging in lively discussions about ideals and ambitions. However, the back door of the whole residence had since been tightly shut, and no one had come again. Fu Wenzhou rarely ventured into this garden, especially after Wen Shining's arrival, as it had become, in his heart, her private domain. Uninvited guests were unwelcome, and as someone who might die at any moment, he especially felt it prudent to stay away.
Yet, when Sherning's insistence made refusal impossible, Jinan and Granny Qin discreetly kept their distance, showing no inclination to assist. With no choice, Fu Wenzhou acquiesced to Wen Shining, though a heavy gloom lingered in his eyes. Soon, however, the scenes before him began to illuminate the shadows within. Previously, Granny Qin had frequently urged him to witness the changes in the backyard, encouraging him to come and see for himself. Yet, hearing and seeing were two entirely different concepts. Since his incident, everyone's focus had been on him, and the flowers and greenery in the courtyard had suffered from neglect, withering away just as he had. It seemed everyone believed this was the norm, assuming that a man on the brink of death could not bear to see vibrant blossoms in full bloom. Even the attendants in the courtyard dared not wear bright colors. Perhaps it was due to his outbursts, or he had torn apart all the once lively paintings. At one point, under the influence of poison, the world he saw was shrouded in shades of grey. The deep-seated pain and fear within him felt akin to a fish trapped in mud, struggling to breathe, powerless and despairing. In such moments, he felt as if he had shattered a mirror, with each shard reflecting his torment. It was only when he noticed that everyone around him wore expressions of caution and anxiety that he felt compelled to suppress his anguish, burying it deep within himself. Gradually, he became a mere shell of his former self, a silent walking corpse. Therefore, upon witnessing the garden bursting with vibrant flowers and lush greenery, Fu Wenzhou was struck by a profound sense of disconnection, as though he had stepped into another world. When Shining spoke from behind him, once spring arrives next year, all the trees will sprout new green leaves, and every flower will bloom in its unique way, even more beautiful than now. At that moment, Fu Wenzhou had yet to grasp how the flowers would differ, but he felt that what he saw was already more than satisfactory. Shining, you have worked hard. He was unsure when it had become such a challenge for him to express himself. He had so much to say, yet apart from this single sentence, nothing else would come forth. When Shining, however, was elated. I do not feel the slightest bit burdened. This is everyone's effort. Indeed, Xiang Chao, Hong Lan, and Zi had all been nurtured by her into skilled gardeners. The once desolate and tranquil backyard now thrived with life, adorned with numerous potted plants and signs of daily living. Clothes hung out to dry, alongside various crafts they had made together, colorful windmills dancing in the breeze, and cheerful wind chimes ringing sweetly. Fu Wenzhou glanced around discreetly, then lowered his gaze, choosing not to look further. Yet his heart raced inexplicably, stirring emotions he could not quite articulate. When Shining remained blissfully unaware of his feelings, enthusiastically continuing her tour. Second Master, look. That wind chime was made by Xiang Chao and me from fish bones. Isn't it impressive? Fu Wenzhou replied, indeed, Shining is quite remarkable. And those pots of longevity flowers, do they not bloom beautifully? Unable to resist, Fu Wenzhou glanced over and confirmed that they were indeed splendid, clustered vibrantly in a multitude of colors. He was particularly struck by the longevity flowers, which had once been destined for the compost, as Granny Qin had planned to discard them. It was Wen Shining who insisted on keeping them. Granny Qin had privately complained to Jinan, fearing that Wen Shining might inadvertently cause them to perish, which would be inauspicious. Concern breeds confusion, and because of him, everyone had become paranoid, suspicious of one another. Eventually, Jinan suggested relocating all the longevity flowers to Wen Shining's courtyard. If they thrived, they would be moved to the garden. If they perished, they would be quietly disposed of. Chapter 36. Hope. These thoughts, Fu Wenzhou understood all too well. When one finds themselves at an impasse, they instinctively place their hopes upon seemingly inexplicable matters, much like this longevity flower. Once they are imbued with such lofty expectations, there arises a poignant sense of camaraderie. If the flower flourishes, so too shall he. If it withers, then he too shall perish. As Fu Wenzhou gazed upon the blossoms eagerly unfurling, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He believed this was Wen Shining's intent to convey that if the flowers thrived, he too would remain unscathed. Just as he was about to utter something, Wen Shining showed no signs of halting, guiding him through the courtyard towards the innermost garden. Isn't the second master curious about how I've transformed the garden? UV never visited even once. Wen Shining's tone was soft, laced with a hint of suppressed emotion, as if striving to remain unnoticed. Fu Wenzhou felt a pang of guilt and replied gently, because I have faith in Shining. Instantly, Wen Shining's spirits lifted. Thank you, second master. I hope I haven't disappointed you. As they traversed the long corridor of the backyard, the entire garden came into view. Fu Wenzhou was dazzled, his astonishment reminiscent of his previous encounter with Dr. Liao. Wen Shining meticulously introduced him to the art of grafting. Although he had heard of it from Granny Qin before, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different revelation. Most striking were the medicinal herbs within the greenhouse. She ushered Fu Wenzhou towards it, lifting the curtain to reveal her work. The seeds of the medicinal herbs that Dr. Liao gave me have all sprouted. In a few days, I can transplant them, she announced. Fu Wenzhou fixated on the vibrant green pots, his fingers instinctively curling. It was crucial to note that these seeds, not only tended to by Dr. Liao but also by the old lady, had never before germinated under anyone's care. Some of them were notoriously difficult to cultivate even in the northern barbarian lands, yet, against all odds, Wen Shining had managed to make them sprout. Fu Wenzhou scrutinized the greenhouse anew, a lump forming in his throat, and his eyes stinging with unshed tears. His voice emerged hoarse and raspy. How did you conceive of this? No wonder she had persistently inquired about the climate and soil conditions of the northern regions, leaving no detail unexamined. No wonder she had committed herself to the greenhouse, but it became clear that her efforts were not merely driven by passion or the desire to impress someone. She was genuinely confident in her endeavors, truly treating this as a beacon of hope. Wen Shining knelt before him, tilting her face upward with a sweet smile. I once saw a wet nurse hatching chicks, and because it was cold, she created a small warm room.
Later, I attempted to cultivate a flower that could only thrive in arid conditions, and on a whim, I decided to try it. When it was cold, I kept them in the greenhouse, and when the sun shone, I moved them outside, maintaining the soilless dryness, and they truly blossomed. I pondered that everything has its own growth patterns, much like fish require water to survive, while humans must eat.
If the current environment is unsuitable for its growth, then one must create an appropriate one.
Her face radiated with brilliance, as if she were emanating light. Her bright, eager eyes seemed to seek validation. An unfamiliar warmth surged within Fu Wenzhou as he reached out to pat her head, speaking softly, "Shining, you truly are intelligent. This is beyond my understanding."
When Shining responded, "Does the second master believe in me now?"
Fu Wenzhou remained silent. She understood everything. The trust he had previously extended was meant to encourage and reassure her, yet, how could he convey to her that even if she could cultivate the medicinal herbs, and even if Dr. Liao could concoct an antidote, it may not yield results? Time had elapsed far too long. He could feel the decay of his bones. Slowly but surely, beneath this frail exterior lay a body riddled with wounds. The agonizing pain, akin to a dagger piercing his very being, grew increasingly intense and frequent. It appeared that the pain relief prescribed by Dr. Liao was gradually losing its efficacy. He was not a deity but merely an ordinary mortal among countless others. He did not fear death, but he could not guarantee his endurance against relentless suffering, nor could he assure that he would last until the antidote was formulated. In that moment, Fu Wenzhou suddenly realized a troubling truth he may have inadvertently bestowed upon Wen Shining, a hope that should not have been given. To offer more would be to deceive and betray her trust. How could he bear that burden? In the midst of their silent exchange, Fu Wenzhou's heart twisted painfully. It felt as though he had whimsically requested the moon from the heavens, and others, in their desperation, had fetched it for him, yet he could neither accept nor reject it. Guilt and resentment washed over him, like bitter seawater drowning him. His tongue tasted of bitterness, rendering him speechless. Yet, Wen Shining smiled brightly. "Then, second master, may I receive a reward?"
Without hesitation, Fu Wenzhou replied, "What does Shining desire? Can I wish for anything?" Fu Wenzhou pondered momentarily. "As long as it is within my power, it can be granted." "Then, I wish for the second master to take me out for a day of enjoyment." Fu Wenzhou was momentarily taken aback. Wen Shining continued, "Not just for a day or two, nor merely a stroll around the capital. I long to venture further. I have never seen the outside world, and I yearn to witness it. I also wish to stay at the estate my mother left me for a while, to tidy things up properly." "Do you think that is feasible?" Fu Wenzhou furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. "Is this the purpose of your sleepless nights?" Wen Shining lowered her head, speaking softly, "Second master, you promised me that as long as I diligently study and can recite the book of songs and the analects, you would take me out for a day of fun." Fu Wenzhou recalled encouraging her when she first began to learn characters. "Now I can read and even recite. I have taken good care of the plants at Lingfang residence, and Hunger and the others only need to follow my instructions. The greenhouse experiments have been successful. I am confident it will work on the estate as well." Wen Shining, hesitant to meet his gaze, tugged at Fu Wenzhou's sleeve, playfully pleading, "Second master, given how hard I've worked, will you please agree?" Fu Wenzhou understood her intentions all too well. It seemed to be Dr. Liao's idea, but this girl had taken an unconventional route. Rather than directly persuading him, she had first achieved significant results before seeking reward. He had indeed promised her, and though she had far exceeded his expectations, her accomplishments rendered it impossible for him to refuse. She also understood the importance of gradual progress, placing him in a position where he could not decline. With a resigned sigh, Fu Wenzhou acquiesced. "Very well, let us make preparations. We shall depart after the new year." "Really?" Wen Shining's eyes sparkled as she suddenly lifted her gaze, her grip tightening around his hand in excitement. "Second master, you are so kind, I am overjoyed." Her happiness brought tears to her eyes. Fu Wenzhou chuckled affectionately, gently wiping away the droplets at the corners of her eyes with his fingers. "In the future, if you have any matters to discuss, feel free to speak directly to me. There is no need to take such roundabout routes. Isn't it exhausting? Intelligence is not meant to be employed in such a manner, do you understand?" His gaze softened further, like the warm sun of winter gently enveloping Wen Shining. She gazed at him, gradually tightening her grip on his hand resting on her knee, determined not to let go. "Second master, I am not as clever as you think. I am quite slow-witted and learn at a leisurely pace. Although I can recite, I do not truly grasp their meanings. I still wish to learn chess from you. To paint, there are so many things I want to learn in 1,000 ways." She conveyed a singular sentiment. A hope that he would endure a little longer. Chapter 37 Reunion. In a state of longing for his trust yet fearing his overconfidence, Fu Wenzhou could deeply empathize with Wen Shining's torment, which only intensified his own sorrow. He refrained from withdrawing his hand. Instead, he gently enveloped her in his embrace, patting her back in a manner reminiscent of soothing a child. "Do not fear, Shining, things will surely improve in the future. With Chuyan's capabilities, he would undoubtedly excel in his studies. The wet nurse and her family would soon arrive in the capital. She would be surrounded by an increasing number of loved ones, and her circumstances would undoubtedly improve." Upon learning that Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining intended to stay at the estate for a while after the new year, the old matriarch initially expressed various concerns. However, after consulting with the esteemed physician Liao, she ultimately acquiesced. As the year drew to a close, the Marquis's household began preparations for the festivities. Under the matriarch's urging, Fu Yanqiu personally went to the Shen residence to escort the first lady back. Meanwhile, the long-awaited arrival of Wen Shining's wet nurse and her family occurred just before the Lunar New Year. The wet nurse's family settled into a residence in the western suburbs of the city, reuniting with the Chu family.
It was a rare occasion for Fu Wenzhou to leave the estate, and he willingly accompanied Wen Shining to visit them. After months apart, the wet nurse, Lu, wept as she held Wen Shining.
I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime.
I never imagined we would meet so soon, especially since you have come to the capital and are living in such a splendid house. Ah, the affairs of the world, misfortune often lurks beneath fortune, and fortune is often veiled in misfortune. Who can truly discern, having learned to maintain her composure, Wen Shining now wept before her wet nurse like a child, completely losing her dignified demeanor amidst her tears. She recounted the grievances she had endured in the Wen household, her hunger, and the beatings she had suffered. The wet nurse, pained by her words, offered both comfort and reproach. Those present watched the scene unfold without feeling awkward. Instead, they were moved to tears. Eventually, it was Chu Yan who regained his composure first, leading his sister and brother-in-law to pay their respects to Fu Wenzhou.
Chu Yun and Fang Dazhuang performed a proper bow.
We pay our respects to the second master. Fu Wenzhou, hindered in movement, could only offer a partial support. Since Shining regards you as her sister and brother-in-law, you are naturally my family as well. Among family, there is no need for such formalities. Please feel free in the future. Chu Yun and her husband were well aware of the challenges Wen Shining had faced in the capital. Being the legitimate daughter of the Wen family was not as favorable as being their sister. There was no need to uphold status. Chu Yun approached with the child in her arms and boldly declared, "In that case, it would be best for us to call the second master uncle from now on." The burly Fang Dazhuang shyly smiled. "We must thank the second master for bestowing such a name.
We all quite like it."
And Ji, as the name suggested, was indeed chosen by Fu Wenzhou. Upon hearing this, Wen Shining abruptly ceased her tears and rushed over.
"Then let the little one be called Anan. I want to have a part in it. Come here and let your aunt hold you."
Saying this, she awkwardly took the child and showered him with kisses. The moment of reunion was vividly tangible.
Fu Wenzhou watched with delight as Wen Shining basked in joy. During dinner, he unusually accompanied Chu Yan and his brother-in-law in consuming a modest amount of wine. Wen Shining, nervous beyond measure, dared not blink as she fixated her gaze on Fu Wenzhou. He felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny and chuckled softly as he ruffled her hair. "Fear not, I was once impervious to intoxication. A little wine is of no consequence. What once was, cannot be compared to the present." When Shining understood that such words were inappropriate, she instinctively tightened her grip on his hand, her tone turning serious. "You mustn't drink."
"Very well, I shall heed Shining's wishes." A smile spread across Fu Wenzhou's lips, radiating an indescribable warmth akin to a clear moonlit night. When Shining felt her cheeks flush slightly at the sight, hurriedly releasing his hand as she pretended to play with little An, and their interaction did not go unnoticed by the onlookers. The wet nurse and Chu Yan's couple felt a mix of comfort and regret, while Chu Yan was enveloped in an unspoken bitterness. Thus, he, already weak in his tolerance for alcohol, became quite inebriated and began to speak incoherently.
"Shining, wait for me. Once I excel in the spring examination, I will come to the capital to find you."
"I want." Just before he could utter anything more shocking, a single glance from Chu Yan prompted Fang Dazhuang to forcibly escort him away. Feeling embarrassed, Lu cast a sidelong glance at Fu Wenzhou. "I apologize for my son's behavior. Yan has always regarded Shining as a sister. He has protected her since childhood." This explanation felt somewhat inadequate, especially after understanding Chu Yan's true feelings, leaving Lu feeling uneasy. Previously, they had been unaware and had not dared to consider such possibilities. It was not that they disdained Wen Shining, rather, they believed she was the legitimate daughter of the Wen family and would eventually be reclaimed, regardless of her lack of favor. Even if she was not cherished, she could still marry into a prominent family. It was only on the day of Wen Shining's departure that Chu Yan wept and confessed his feelings. Furthermore, Lu, unable to quell her worries, insisted he accompany them, yet, this did not alter their fate. Wen Shining still wed, and to such an admirable man as Fu Wenzhou. Lu's consent to come to the capital stemmed from her concern for Wen Shining. She feared that if anything were to happen to Fu Wenzhou, with no maternal family to support her, she could face untold hardships. Additionally, she was wary of Chu Yan's impulsiveness, fearing he might do something foolish. Just moments ago, he had nearly spoken or done something regrettable. Fortunately, Fu Wenzhou did not take offense, smiling gently as he said, "Shining owes her progress today to you. With the love of her wet nurse and the protection of her elder siblings and brother-in-law, I am genuinely happy for her." Seizing the opportunity, Lu shifted the topic. "Thanks to the second master's assistance, we are temporarily residing here, but we cannot stay without contributing. Please rest assured that we will take good care of the estate." They had calculated that the tasks within the residence could be completed by herself and Chu Yun without needing to hire additional help. Moreover, they felt it inappropriate to have others serve them. Fang Dazhuang continued his work as a butcher to cover their basic expenses, allowing them to feel justified. Fu Wenzhou glanced at Wen Shining, who nodded in agreement. She understood her wet nurse's family well. If they insisted on letting them stay without any obligation, they would likely depart. Rather than complicating matters, it would be better to respect their wishes.
Fu Wenzhou readily agreed.
"We shall follow the wet nurse's wishes." Hearing her addressed as wet nurse brought a smile to Lu's face, and she shyly presented 2 talismans. "These are from the temple in our hometown, known for its efficacy." Fearing Fu Wenzhou might disregard them, she added earnestly, "They truly are powerful. Once, when Shining was ill and had not improved for a long time, I prayed and she recovered." The same was true for Yan during the provincial examination, and even when Yun gave birth. With a smile, Fu Wenzhou accepted the talismans, handing one to Wen Shining. Together, they bowed in gratitude to Lu. "Thank you, wet nurse, we shall certainly be safe and fulfilled." Lu felt a lump in her throat, and tears began to fall once more. After dinner, the family conversed for a while longer. Fu Wenzhou summoned the workers from the estate to give them instructions, offering double wages to those who did not wish to return to the Marquis's residence. He initially intended for Wen Shining to stay a few days longer before retrieving her, but both she and Lu were unwilling. She pulled Wen Shining aside to inquire about Fu Wenzhou's situation. Chapter 38 Shattered Dreams. Wen Shining spoke briefly, yet her words were imbued with a sense of hope. Lu's emotions were complex. She feared that Wen Shining might invest too much affection and find it difficult to extricate herself later, yet she also worried that without hope, Wen Shining would live in daily anxiety. After much contemplation, she concluded that since they had already arrived, regardless of the outcome, it was not a burden she had to bear alone, and thus she offered a few words of advice. She urged her to take care of the second master and also to cherish her own health. Wen Shining obediently acquiesced. As she prepared to leave, she found it hard to part from little Anan, embracing him and showering him with affectionate kisses for quite some time. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shu Yun quietly asked her, "You seem to adore children, have you considered having one with the second master?" Wen Shining's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly nodded. "Once the second master regains his health, we will have children." Shu Yun hesitated. "Have you consummated your marriage?" The second master, Wen Shining's face turned even redder as she shoved little Anan into Chu Yun's arms. "Sister, you ask too many questions." Shu Yun felt a secret sigh of relief for her younger brother. Then, she sighed again, for the kind-hearted Fu Wenzhou and for her foolish sister, Wen Shining. "Heaven above, do you not see what you have wrought? How can you so callously toy with the fates of others without a pang of conscience?" Upon boarding the carriage, Wen Shining nestled closely against Fu Wenzhou, naturally leaning against his shoulder. She was still naive regarding matters of intimacy, but she harbored an innate trust in him. In truth, she was not entirely oblivious to boundaries. She would not behave so with Chu Yan. It was simply that Fu Wenzhou himself dared not entertain such thoughts, yet, he was a grown man, and with the warmth of her presence beside him, he felt a disquieting sensation. His heart raced irregularly, his breath became shallow, and his hands found no place to rest. Reluctant to push her away, he forced himself to engage in conversation to distract his mind. "Are you happy today, Shining?" "Happy, especially happy," she replied, wrapping her arms around his, pressing even closer. "Second master, I feel like the happiest person in the world right now." Fu Wenzhou could sense her genuine satisfaction with the current state of affairs. Or perhaps, she was inherently resilient, able to adapt with grace to any circumstance, yet, who does not yearn for a life of continued happiness? She had finally escaped the depths of despair and glimpsed hope. If possible, he too wished to ensure her enduring joy. However, it was evident that he would ultimately be the harbinger of her next calamity. With such thoughts, Fu Wenzhou's heart grew heavy once more. Wen Shining, oblivious to the turmoil within him, felt enveloped by happiness, teetering on the brink of slumber. "Second master, do you like Anan?" The mere thought of the little one drew a smile to her lips. Fu Wenzhou snapped back to reality, his voice hoarse. "Yes, the child is quite adorable. I adore him as well, not in the future. I wish to have a daughter just like him." The speaker was carefree, yet the listener was acutely aware. Fu Wenzhou felt a tightness in his chest, his voice growing even more gravelly. "You will have that, Shining. And another son, as handsome as you, second master." As drowsiness washed over her, her consciousness began to fade. "We will have children," she murmured, her head lolling to the side as she nestled into Fu Wenzhou's embrace. Her body twisted uncomfortably, prompting her to adjust, her small face rubbing against him until she finally succumbed to a comfortable slumber. Fu Wenzhou, he was once again enveloped in softness, his entire being rigid. After a long while, he slowly leaned down. In the dim light, he beheld her delicate features resting against his chest, her eyes closed, long lashes casting shadows like wisps of mist. His heart, akin to that of an aged man, thudded clearly at the sensation of her forehead against him. Each beat was heavy, each pulse a pang of pain. Fu Wenzhou acknowledged that initially, his feelings for Wen Shining stemmed from sympathy and pity. Yet, as they spent months together, witnessing her gradual growth and transformation, his heart became unwittingly entwined with hers. It felt as if heaven had played a cruel joke on him, gifting him the most precious treasure at the twilight of his life, igniting a sense of greed within him, accompanied by a profound shame. Thus, he could only suppress his feelings, convincing himself that it was an act of benevolence. The journey back to the Ho residence felt like a stolen moment in time. In the cramped space, it was only he and she. She depended on him completely, and hidden beneath the cloak of night, he appeared worthy of that reliance. Fu Wenzhou pulled up a blanket, gently draping it over Wen Shining, closing his eyes to savor this fleeting warmth. In a few moments of drifting consciousness, he fleetingly sensed happiness. It was as though he existed in another realm, where he was healthy and ordinary, returning home with his beloved wife. They would walk a long path together, raising children and sharing the mundane joys of life. He would always be her support, allowing her to live worry-free into old age. Such commonplace aspirations, once foreign to him, had now become a longing. Yet, reality was far crueler than the awakening from a dream. When the carriage arrived, Wen Shining showed no signs of waking. Jinan lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, preparing to carry Fu Wenzhou down, but upon witnessing the scene, he hesitated and promptly lowered the curtain again. In the gloom, Fu Wenzhou's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Self-mockery, desolation. It felt as if reality had dealt him a harsh slap, shattering his dreams into fragments that pierced his heart and lungs. Later, Wen Shining was carried back by Xiang Chao. She was utterly exhausted, and with the arrival of the wet nurse and Fu Wenzhou by her side, she finally relaxed her mental guard and fell into a deep slumber. Subsequently, when Jinan went to assist Fu Wenzhou down from the carriage, cloaked in darkness, he felt as though his master was on the brink of shattering. It was hard to articulate.
The sight of such a Fu Wenzhou stirred a deep, fine pain within his own heart. Jin lacked extensive education, yet in that moment, he suddenly realized that this existence was akin to a slow torture for Fu Wenzhou. It was as if the sun had lost its warmth, the moon its radiance, and the stars were perpetually shrouded by clouds, a personal cataclysm. That night, Fu Wenzhou sat in his wheelchair until dawn. No one knew the thoughts swirling in his mind, but it seemed that the light in his eyes had dimmed further still. In the following days, feigning illness, he neither held classes for Wen Shining nor met her. He instructed Jinan to inform Wen Shining that after the new year, he would find her a suitable teacher. Wen Shining was bewildered, unsure of what she had done wrong, and increasingly worried that their promise for the new year would be cancelled, to the point of losing her appetite. On one such day, Fu Wan'er, carrying Lai Fu, came to visit but was equally denied entry by Fu Wenzhou, prompting her to seek out Wen Shining. After carefully inquiring about the events of that evening, Fu Wan'er surmised the situation. She tilted her head and asked Wen Shining earnestly, "Do you like my second brother?" Wen Shining was taken aback, her ears burning as she replied, "He is my husband. What do you think?" Fu Wan'er rephrased her question, "Is it because he is your husband and has shown you kindness that you reciprocate his affections?" Wen Shining, partially comprehending, responded, "The second master treats me well. Naturally, I should treat him well in return, and besides, he is a genuinely good person, but his feelings for you stem from pity," Fu Wan'er interjected incisively. Chapter 39 Emotional Entanglement. Wen Shining was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of sorrow surfacing in her moist eyes as she lowered her head and murmured, "I understand." Fu Wan'er, unable to bear it in her heart, felt compelled to say, "My second brother could die at any moment. For someone who could perish at any time, the greatest fear is to develop affections, to have unbreakable ties. Do you comprehend?" She had not understood such sentiments before, but ever since her encounter with death, clarity had dawned upon her. Wen Shining bowed her head even lower, a hint of crimson blooming in her gaze, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of her garment. "I have never contemplated such things. I firmly believe that second master will recover, he will be well." Her stubborn tone tugged at Fu Wan'er's heartstrings. She grasped Wen Shining's hand and sighed gently, "Shining, we all wish for his recovery, but we must also recognize reality and prepare ourselves mentally. Regardless of the reasons, your heartfelt devotion and fervor have not gone unnoticed, they are deeply moving, yet, have you considered that, to my second brother, it might become a heavy burden?" Wen Shining suddenly lifted her gaze, her misty eyes filled with confusion. "What should I do?" Fu Wan'er tightened her grip, helplessly replying, "I do not know either." This was an unsolvable dilemma, for the answer lay within Fu Wenzhou's emotional entanglement, a knot best left tied, lest the world be devoid of such profound regrets. The third young lady, still unacquainted with the complexities of adulthood, wore a countenance tinged with melancholy. That night, when Shining found herself unable to sleep or tossing and turning until midnight, she ultimately sat up. Initially intending to light a lamp and read, she was roused by the sleepy entrance of Xiang Chao, who rubbed her eyes in bewilderment. "Miss, are you unwell?" When Shining shook her head, her face clouded with worry as she replied in the negative. Xiang Chao surmised that it was due to the second master and suggested, "If you wish to see the second master, it is quite simple, you can just wait at the door, especially during the coldest hours. Second master is soft-hearted and will surely meet you." When Shining had considered this, yet replied, "But I cannot take advantage of second master's kindness." Xiang Chao, perplexed, countered, "How can this be seen as taking advantage? You are concerned for him, after all." When Shining shook her head again. "It is not like that." She had only just realized that sometimes, unwavering passion could become a burden for others, placing them in a difficult position. Yet, she was at a loss as to how to navigate this delicate balance. Ever since her master had entered the Marquis's residence and learned to read, she had grown increasingly opinionated and increasingly inscrutable. However, Xiang Chao believed the matter need not be so convoluted, the truth was rather simple. "Miss, you only need to comprehend your own feelings. Your kindness towards the second master stems from his benevolence towards us. Thus, it is only natural to act in accordance with his wishes, fulfilling your responsibilities and striving to act without remorse." When Shining furrowed her brow slightly. "What if my feelings extend beyond mere gratitude?" Xiang Chao blinked in confusion. "What do you mean, miss?" When Shining spoke slowly, "Since I married second master, I have never entertained thoughts of his demise. My thoughts have always revolved around how to heal him, how to live our lives well." Xiang Chao grew anxious. "But second master, I know," when Shining's gaze was resolute. "Yet, there is still hope, is there not? If there is hope, why should we concede defeat in our hearts beforehand?" Xiang Chao was at a loss for words, her heart aching as she gazed at Wen Shining. Wen Shining lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before self-deprecatingly smiling. "Xiang Chao, second master is too wonderful. I cannot help but like him." Xiang Chao nearly shed tears, reaching out to embrace Wen Shining. "You deserve it, miss. I fear that if you invest too deeply, it is you who will suffer in the end." On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, with only 2 days until the eve of the new year, Wen Shining continued to visit daily. If Fu Wenzhou instructed her to return, she complied without protest. She performed her daily tasks but ate less and slept poorly. On this particular day, Granny Qin could no longer bear to watch. "Are you planning to avoid seeing the second madam indefinitely?" Fu Wenzhou's expression darkened. Granny Qin continued, "You may wish to dismiss me, but how innocent is the second madam? It was your fleeting compassion that brought her here. She regards this place as home and you as family. What fault lies in that? She puts forth great effort to care for her husband. Has she committed any crime?"
When you are pleased, you deceive and flatter. When displeased, you neglect her. What do you take her for? A mere pet, to be picked up and tossed aside at will. Fu Wanzhou's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, his breath quickening as he broke into a fit of coughs. Granny Qin immediately felt a pang of guilt and remorse. I am truly at fault, yet, second master, you are only torturing yourself. Cannot you be a little selfish and live for yourself for a few days? At that moment, Wen Shining stood outside. The new clothes for the new year had already been delivered by Fu Wan'er. She had yet to try them on, but today, Xiang Chao insisted she change and present herself to the second master. However, it was evident that the second master had no desire to see her. Jinan looked at her with a mixture of embarrassment and sympathy. Second master has requested to be alone for a few days.
The second madam should attend to other matters first.
This excuse had been repeated daily. Though merely separated by two curtains, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. When Shining pondered if perhaps her greediness had caused second master distress. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard a faint cough from within. Instinctively, When Shining pushed past Jinan and strode inside.
Second madam, you cannot go in.
Jinan feigned an attempt to block her, but upon seeing her determination, he sighed in relief. This was Wen Shining's first entry into Fu Wanzhou's chamber. The air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs, mingled with an indescribable odor of decay. Leaning against the headboard, Fu Wanzhou appeared as pale as snow, his once warm eyes now resembling a dimming sunset, lacking vitality, as if he were slowly slipping into an abyss of darkness.
Upon seeing Wen Shining enter, his dull gaze flickered momentarily, quickly replaced by an intense expression of defeat. Who permitted you to enter? Get out.
His low, thunderous voice startled Wen Shining, causing her heart to tremble.
Second master,
I merely wished to see you. Knowing she ought not to cry, her tears betrayed her. She raised her hand to wipe her face haphazardly, choking back sobs as she crouched by the bedside, tears streaming uncontrollably. In truth, Fu Wanzhou had not intentionally avoided her. Since returning that night, he had felt a persistent lethargy, the pain intensifying, rendering him unable to sleep through the night. Breathing itself became a laborious task, let alone rising to wash and dress himself, or to light incense to mask the odors. Yet he could not bear to present himself in such a disheveled state before anyone. That was his last shred of dignity. Apart from Dr. Liao, Jinan, and Granny Qin, he did not wish for anyone else to witness him in such a condition. This chamber had long been off limits, even to the matriarch and Fu Wan'er. Over a year ago, the rule against entering without permission was the only one Fu Wanzhou had imposed upon Wen Shining. Until this moment, she had not understood. Now, everything became painfully clear. Had she known it would be like this, she would not have been so compliant.
Granny Qin, take the second madam away. Fu Wanzhou was genuinely enraged, and even in his sickly state, his fierce demeanor instilled fear, rendering others hesitant to approach.
Chapter 40 Obedience. Madame Qin sighed softly, poised to offer her counsel, when Wen Shining, wiping away her tears, calmly interjected, Madame Qin, I have something to discuss with the second master.
Would you kindly step outside?
Fu Wanzhou regarded her with a frosty glare. Wen Shining lifted her shimmering, tear-filled gaze to meet his, asserting, I am the second master's wife. Is it not permissible for me to speak a few words? She glanced back at Madame Qin, her tone tinged with a playful defiance.
Is that not so?
Madame Qin exclaimed, I cannot afford to offend either of you. I shall take my leave. And indeed, she departed. Fu Wanzhou, consumed by rage, let out a bitter laugh. Very well, everyone was quite agreeable. When Shining fetched a stool, settling herself by the bedside, her gaze fixed upon him.
Do you still remember our first encounter? Fu Wanzhou remained silent, his expression icy, yet memories from that day surfaced unbidden in his mind. That day was the most humiliating of my life, yet also the most fortunate.
When Shining continued, rising to twirl gracefully, her smile radiant.
This is the New Year's attire my mother had made for me. Do you find it pleasing?
Her lustrous black hair was styled in a manner befitting a married woman, intricately arranged atop her head, adorned with a silver hairpin gifted by Fu Wan'er. Clad in a delicate pink dress, she resembled a blossoming begonia, her lively, shimmering eyes fixed upon him, glimmering with anticipation. In that moment, she radiated beauty and vitality. Fu Wanzhou's ire was not directed at her. Seeing her thus, his tone softened considerably.
What is it that you truly wish to convey?
When Shining regarded him with composure, though her voice trembled slightly, her emotions surging.
You can tolerate my clumsiness and ordinariness, yet why do you deem me inadequate?
You underestimate me at heart, viewing me as a weakling, someone upon whom you can bestow your kindness when you have the leisure, but never considering that I could offer you any benefit, let alone trust or reliance. Am I mistaken? Fu Wanzhou was rendered speechless. When Shining pressed on, you call me clever, urging me to be resilient, yet you do not place your faith in me. Fu Wanzhou's brow twitched, his expression bitter, though his tone remained cold.
Does it truly matter? From the very beginning, I granted you your freedom. Have you forgotten? I shall fulfill my promises to you. You need only wait patiently. If you are truly unable to endure, I can release you now.
When Shining felt a sharp pain in her heart.
Are you truly considering divorcing me? Fu Wanzhou had indeed contemplated it.
After all, the wet nurse and others had arrived, and with Chu Yen's intentions, she had her avenues for retreat. What if I were to say that I have developed feelings for you, that all my efforts are to avoid leaving myself with regrets?
Would that provoke even greater disdain and disbelief from you?
Fu Wanzhou's expression froze in shock when Shining, stifling her sobs, declared, I am the sort of person who is greedy and selfish, and indeed unworthy of loving you. If you wish to cast me aside, then do so, yet I shall not leave the Duchess' residence. I have accepted the old lady's gift and promised to cultivate medicinal herbs. Though my origins are humble, I am not one to break my word. Her voice grew softer, yet her gaze remained resolute. Fu Wenzhou could not bear to hear her demean herself.
When have I ever scorned your background?
It is I who am unworthy. Shining, you may not fully understand my circumstances. I cannot provide you with the life you desire. You shall encounter someone far better in the future. I possess the present.
Why should I concern myself with the future?
When Shining interrupted. Fu Wenzhou fell silent. When Shining continued, all I desire is to be by your side, cherishing each day you live. It is not that you cannot provide, but rather that you have already given, yet wish to retract it. Fu Wenzhou remained silent. When Shining asserted, I do not wish to hear grand philosophies. I only know that we are husband and wife at present. I am willing to accompany you, to care for you, wishing to cherish each day, but even if there comes a time when I look back, I shall have no regrets.
Fu Wenzhou felt a sense of weariness. Shining, second master.
When Shining gazed at him with unwavering determination.
You are overthinking this.
The one in distress is you. What you ought to consider is how to bring yourself comfort, rather than worrying about this or that. What difference does it make if you keep pondering and worrying? The world changes, fate is fickle. Can you truly guarantee that everything will unfold as you wish? Fu Wenzhou's eyes flickered. He was not as noble as he appeared. He had merely seen too much of human nature through his trials. A sickbed knows no filial sons, let alone now that he had become a burden to the Duke's residence. Why not allow his closest ones into this chamber? Because he feared catching a glimpse of disdain or fear upon their faces. Time can dull all things, including sorrow and sympathy. By refusing anyone entry into his chamber, he was merely protecting his pride. Yet how many breathed a sigh of relief behind his back? Human nature cannot withstand scrutiny. He had only chosen to distance himself, sparing them the discomfort, and yet, here was Wen Shining, brimming with solitary courage of the deeper truths eluded her understanding, while the simpler ones proved futile. In a moment of distraction, Wen Shining unexpectedly grasped his hand, holding it tightly, her expression earnest and focused. A saying imparted to me by Aunt Fong, flowing water does not contend.
It merely seeks to continue unabated. The second master is a wise man, surely you comprehend its meaning. Why not let us, like flowing water, adapt to the present moment?
Fu Wenzhou seemed to relent beneath her bright, gentle, yet resolute gaze.
If I were to say no, would you comply?
Wen Shining detected the shift in his tone and broke into a smile.
Did you not say I should be brave and true to myself?
I am indeed compliant. It is you who are too changeable. Fu Wenzhou could only remain silent. In any case, when Shining had successfully established her place, she promptly began her tasks, opening the windows for fresh air, fetching water for Fu Wenzhou to wash his face and head, lighting incense, and even instructing Jinan to bring the writing desk to the bedside. Madame Qin and Jinan obeyed Wen Shining's directives, astonished yet delighted. Indeed, it was the second mistress. The chamber had appeared akin to hell, not out of their laziness but because Fu Wenzhou had expressly forbidden it. Whenever his emotions surged, he would tolerate no sound. He refused to see the light, forbidding the opening of doors and windows, and the lighting of candles. They had to tread carefully, even in their breathing. Though they knew such treatment was wrong, obedience had become ingrained within them as servants. Yet, looking at Wen Shining, she played the role of compliance while acting decisively. For instance, when Fu Wenzhou said, I am tired and wish to rest, Wen Shining would reply, very well, second master, we shall be gentle. When Fu Wenzhou insisted, you need not do these things, she would respond, of course, second master, I am merely learning.
Once I have mastered it, I shall cease.
Each of Fu Wenzhou's protests fell upon soft cotton, and ultimately, exhaustion overcame him, leading him to slumber for several hours. When he awoke, it was already evening. Wen Shining was at the writing desk, and upon seeing him stir, she quickly inquired, are you hungry, second master? Shall I have someone bring in some food? Fu Wenzhou wore a solemn expression.
Did you not say you would return once you were finished?
Indeed. Wen Shining replied earnestly. Yet you have not reviewed my work, and I have yet to share a meal with you.
There are still many matters to attend to. Chapter 41 A Reconciliation. Fu Wenzhou furrowed his brows. Haven't you eaten yet?
No. Wen Shining rubbed her stomach, looking rather pitiful. I am indeed a bit hungry, but if second master does not wish to eat yet, I can endure a little longer. Fu Wenzhou felt exasperated enough to roll his eyes.
Have Jinan come. The aroma in the room was too overpowering.
How could she possibly eat, this time? Wen Shining complied, cheerfully exclaiming all right, before darting out. By the time Jinan had tidied Fu Wenzhou up and emerged, the dishes were already laid out on the table. Wen Shining waited obediently, but the motion of her swallowing was all too conspicuous. What could Fu Wenzhou do? He picked up his chopsticks and gently urged, Shining, let us eat.
Second master, it's time to eat.
Wen Shining devoured her food ravenously, casting silly grins at him in between bites. Fu Wenzhou, affected by her demeanor, couldn't help but smile slightly. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. His tone and expression seemed to have returned to their usual softness. The two looked at each other, resembling an ordinary couple who had just made up after a quarrel. When Fu Wan'er visited, she chanced upon this scene. Upon hearing from Qin Momo and Jinan about the day's events, she rushed to the old matriarch, embellishing the tale with enthusiasm. In the end, Fu Wan'er concluded, in my opinion, second sister-in-law is simply second brother's nemesis. No, I mean, she is his lucky star.
The old matriarch was momentarily taken aback.
It had been quite some time since she had visited Fu Wenzhou's chamber, let alone Linfeng residence. Each visit brought her sorrow. But what of Wenzhou himself? Did he ponder over these matters? Upon reflection, she felt as a mother she was rather inadequate. Fong Momo, sensing her thoughts, comforted her. The bond between mother and child is one thing, while that between husband and wife is another. They cannot be compared or substituted, regardless, as long as it benefits second master, it is a good thing. The old matriarch wiped her eyes, that is only natural.
Yet, rewards must be given.
It was essential for Wen Shining to understand that her efforts would not go unrewarded. Receiving a box of silver melon seeds left Wen Shining somewhat dumbfounded. Fong Momo explained, the old matriarch thought that you would be traveling south in a few days, so it would be convenient to have some silver for expenses along the way.
Was this what the old matriarch referred to as spare silver? Wen Shining was greatly astonished. Once Fong Momo departed, she hurriedly ran to Fu Wenzhou with the box. Second master, mother has rewarded me again, look.
She opened the box, her eyes widening.
Qin Momo, present as well, chuckled. Do you know what it means that the old matriarch did not reward you in front of second master? Wen Shining, perplexed, replied, I don't know, is there another meaning?
Just as Qin Momo was about to elaborate, Fu Wenzhou suddenly cast her a glance.
Since it is given by mother, you should accept it. Wen Shining frowned slightly, but I always feel it strange is this how wealthy families express their fondness?
She had never experienced this before. When she did something commendable back in the village, her wet nurse would reward her with delicious food or embrace her for a long while, praising her. Though it was not of great value, it warmed her heart and lingered in her memory for a long time. She understood the old matriarch's reason for the gift. It was merely because she treated second master well, yet, treating second master well was only natural. If the matriarch felt it warranted recognition, wouldn't it be better for her to say some kind words or visit Linfeng residence? Wen Shining was never one to feign words in front of Fu Wenzhou. After hearing her, he smiled and asked, is receiving money not a good thing?
Well, it's not that it's bad.
Wen Shining tilted her head in contemplation. As long as second master finds it good, I shall continue to tidy up. According to custom, she could only spend New Year's Eve at her husband's home. However, second master had allowed her to visit her wet nurse on the first day of the new year. Once the 15th day passed, they would set off south. She had gathered many items to give to her elder sister and wet nurse that needed organizing. As soon as Wen Shining left, Qin Momo sighed.
Why doesn't second master allow me to clarify?
Fu Wenzhou's gaze darkened, carrying an inscrutable tone. There is no need for her to understand.
What was there to say?
It was merely the small machinations of those in power, manipulating the hearts of others. Rewarding Wen Shining in front of him was a means to placate him, to show her importance. Moreover, the reason behind these gifts was Wen Shining, yet they were essentially for him. If he did not consent, Wen Shining could not take them. If she desired to truly receive them, she would need to treat him doubly well. To reward Wen Shining privately was genuine. It was a means of ingratiation and also a form of immediate settlement. Once rewarded, there would be no debts. But if one day he were to die, and the Marquis's household would seek to expel Wen Shining, she need not feel guilty. This was the nature of wealthy families, clear-cut and transparent. Qin Momo sighed again. The old matriarch has her difficulties. As the head matron, she must consider the bigger picture. Fu Wenzhou's eyes held a deep, unfathomable glint. If the heart is unsteady, how can one balance a bowl of water? He held no grievances against anyone, nor did he harbor resentment, but he simply did not wish to involve Wen Shining in this. Perhaps, going south was an inevitable and wise choice. What could he not let go of? He had long since been powerless to change it. On New Year's Eve, Wen Shining rose early, donned in new attire, and distributed silver rewards to the servants of Linfeng residence. She then rushed to wait for Fu Wenzhou, eager to accompany him in paying respects to the old matriarch. Knowing he could not deter her, Fu Wenzhou set a few ground rules. They could enter, but must announce themselves first, and could not barge in recklessly, especially since they had yet to consummate their marriage. Fu Wenzhou thought further ahead, considering how it might be more beneficial for Wen Shining should she remarry in the future. During the new year, everyone in the household, from masters to servants, wore new clothes. Fu Wenzhou's were particularly splendid, as he garnered sympathy points from the old matriarch. Everything he wore was of the finest quality. Yet, considering his temperament, he had to maintain a degree of modesty. He wore a long dark blue robe, embroidered with golden cloud patterns, exuding both solemnity and grandeur. The collar and cuffs were adorned with exquisite jade buttons, each one translucent and seemingly infused with the essence of the heavens. His long hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, appearing both capable and elegant, coupled with his handsome features, fair complexion, and the scholarly air about him. That Wen Shining was utterly mesmerized, her mind only able to conjure one thought: what a charming young lord. And this charming young lord was her husband. Wen Shining's lips stretched into a wide smile, her eyes sparkling like water, her brows arching gracefully. Fu Wenzhou gazed at her, his lips curling up involuntarily. What are you laughing about?
Wen Shining's cheeks flushed. Second master looks truly handsome.
Fu Wenzhou had long grown accustomed to her forthrightness and chuckled helplessly. A gentle warmth swirled within him, mingled with a hint of bitterness. Just a mere invalid, others' praise was merely a veil for pity or something else. Only she, in her naivety, radiated genuine sincerity. Yet, alas, the timing of their encounter was amiss. He could offer her so little in return. Wen Shining insisted on pushing the wheelchair, so Fu Wenzhou simply did not allow Jinan to follow. They would be traveling for several months, and there was much to prepare. The couple walked towards the old matriarch's courtyard, exchanging laughter and banter, when they suddenly heard a commotion from within. Chapter 42 Coercion. Fu Yenxiu found himself at the end of his patience, offending the consort of king and had left him in a perpetual state of anxiety, yet the inevitable had come to pass. It was akin to being slowly and painfully dismembered by a dull blade. During his shifts, everything he said or did seemed to be wrong. He faced no punishment, yet his colleagues began to distance themselves from him. This morning, he prepared gifts and personally delivered them to the residents of Lord Shangfeng. He thought that during the festive season, one should not strike a smiling face, and hoped to exchange a few pleasantries to ease the strained relations. To his astonishment, Lord Shangfeng did not even show his face, instructing the steward to accept the gifts instead. What shocked Fu Yanqiu further was that, even before he had departed, the steward distributed those very gifts in his presence. An exquisite ginseng went to the household guard, while a jade ornament was given to a cat kept by one of Lord Shangfeng's concubines. Fu Yanqiu was so incensed he nearly spat blood. Returning in a fury, he learned that Shen Yuzhou was at the old matriarch's residence paying her respects. Considering it was New Year's Eve, he decided to join her. Noticing his foul mood, Shen Yuzhou and the old matriarch expressed their concern. Fu Yanqiu laid bare his grievances, still seething. Imagine that Lord Shangfeng, when we bestowed our favor upon him, was so obsequious. Yet now he has become a sycophant, wielding power like a tiger's skin. Shen Yuzhou remarked, under the instigation of Kingen, who would dare defy him. Ultimately, it all circles back to the matter of our sister's marriage. The old matriarch glanced at her and sighed. If all else fails, heed Wen Zhou's advice and resign from your post. Her words ignited a firestorm in both Fu Yanqiu and his wife.
Mother! Have you now turned your back on me as well?
Fu Yanqiu exclaimed, rising in agitation, knocking over his teacup which shattered on the floor. The old matriarch's eyelid twitched, while Shen Yuzhou erupted. Mother, there ought to be limits to your partiality. Regardless, do not forget that Yanqiu is the backbone of the household. At this juncture, do you truly believe resigning will resolve our troubles? Offending Kingen and losing his position would only bring further calamity to our house.
You cling to your daughter and your wealth, yet have you considered the future of our household? I fear you are growing senile.
Fu Yanqiu shouted, silence. Shen Yuzhou retorted, why should I be silent, a dignified marquis, yet anyone can trample over you. Who has ever shown you understanding? Should you truly lose your position, others will deem you incompetent and further bully you.
Who will shoulder the blame?
It is truly laughable. Those who care not for you will shower you with gold today and silver tomorrow, indifferent to whether our household thrives or falters.
When the marquisate is stripped bare, it will be you they blame. I say, let this position and title go. Let us renounce the marquisate. After all, no matter how hard we strive, mother still looks down upon us. Let whoever can take the reins do so.
The old matriarch was left breathless, her lips turning purple, unable to utter a word. It was not that she was unwilling to spend money to help Fu Yanqiu forge connections, but rather that it was futile. The decline of the marquisate could not be reversed by mere expenditure. If mishandled, people might only use your money to slap your face. What could you do then? It was better to humble oneself, seeking neither glory nor wealth, but merely a life free from worry and danger. Yet, what was evident to the discerning eye seemed lost on the couple, who had already created a tempest in their own home. At that moment, Mama Fong whispered in her ear, the second master and second mistress have arrived.
The old matriarch's eyelids fluttered. How long have they been here? Mama Fong hesitated. They must have overheard. The old matriarch sighed in resignation, her gaze sharp as it swept over Fu Yanqiu and his wife. Today is New Year's Eve.
If you two are not in a hurry to arrange my funeral, I suggest you temper your emotions and, after the holidays, we shall deliberate further.
Fu Yanqiu, aware of his fault, bowed his head and replied, yes, mother.
Now that the necessary words had been spoken, Shen Yuzhou also sought to de-escalate. Mother, please do not be angry.
I act only for my husband and the marquisate.
The old matriarch shot her a glance. You are more eager for control of the household, are you not? What is meant to be yours will eventually be yours.
There is no need to rush.
Shen Yuzhou's downcast eyes brightened slightly.
Let them in. Having reassured the couple, the old matriarch finally spoke. Shortly thereafter, Wen Shining pushed Fu Yanqiu into the room.
Shen Yuzhou subtly pouted, realizing why the old matriarch had been so easily swayed. It was for her beloved son and that insipid yet cunning second daughter-in-law. We wish to pay our respects to you, mother, and hope for your peace and health in the new year. There is no need for such formality. Shen Yuzhou, however, forced a smile. Second mistress, you truly look well. I did not expect our marquisate to nurture such vitality.
Mama Fong interjected with a smile. I see the second master is also in fine spirits. This is all thanks to the second mistress. Indeed.
The old matriarch regarded Fu Yanqiu with satisfaction and relief, as if her earlier displeasure had dissipated. She seemed unconcerned by Fu Yanqiu's silence and cold demeanor. She beckoned Wen Shining closer, her gaze filled with tenderness. You have worked hard these days.
Wen Shining replied dutifully, it is merely my duty, it is not hard.
She wished to express that her efforts were not for rewards, and the old matriarch need not feel burdened, but prior to entering, Fu Yanqiu had instructed her to refrain from speaking too much. Have all the items been prepared? Referring to their journey south, Wen Shining replied, Jinan and Mama Qin are handling it. It should be nearly ready. The old matriarch cast a complex glance at Fu Yanqiu and addressed Wen Shining, there is no need to rush, take your time, preparing too much is rather burdensome.
It would be better to buy as you go.
Wen Shining nodded in agreement. The old matriarch made a bold decision. Customs vary from place to place, while the capital is lively, it becomes monotonous over time. It would be better to explore other regions. I have heard there is a place called Suijia Town, where a lion dance competition will be held for the Lantern Festival. It promises to be quite lively.
Shining, would you like to see it?
Wen Shining remained silent, sensing the old matriarch's eagerness for them to leave. Was it because the Marquis and the First Lady were dissatisfied, but the second master had done nothing wrong? To be driven from home during the new year was akin to stabbing a knife into his heart. When Shining pursed her lips and instinctively glanced at Fu Wenzhou. Since entering, he had not exchanged a single greeting, but now he finally spoke. Mother speaks wisely. I share the same sentiment, let us depart tomorrow. The old matriarch was taken aback, pain flickering in her eyes. There is no need to rush.
Fu Wenzhou replied coolly, staying in the marquee will not be of any help. Mama Fong chimed in, a new year brings new beginnings. It would be good for the second master to venture out and see the world.
Seeing the old matriarch remain silent, Fu Wenzhou continued, while we can purchase things along the way, some items still require preparation. We shall not join you for the New Year's Eve dinner, I hope you will understand, mother. The old matriarch tightened her grip on the armrest, her eyes reddening as she nodded in acquiescence. Very well, I shall have the kitchen send some provisions to your courtyard.
Thank you, mother. Fu Wenzhou gently called, Shining, let us return.
Wen Shining obediently stepped back behind him, noticing the slight redness in his eyes, which also made her own nose sting painfully. As they reached the door, Fu Wenzhou gestured for Wen Shining to pause. He had something to say. Chapter 43 Injustice. Despite knowing the futility of his words, Fu Wenzhou still voiced his thoughts. Elder brother, I am aware you will not heed my advice, yet I must suggest you resign from your official position. Fu Yanxiu, initially feeling a twinge of guilt for their mother's urgency to expel them, snorted at Fu Wenzhou's remark.
Second brother, you should tend to your own affairs.
If you know you cannot be of help, then do not fret unnecessarily.
Fu Yanxiu.
The old matriarch slammed her hand onto the table with a resounding bang. This time, before Fu Wenzhou could respond, Wen Shining urged him to leave, their steps swift and resolute. Once they had exited the old matriarch's courtyard, they gradually slowed their pace. Second master, Wen Shining attempted to console him but was at a loss for words. Fu Wenzhou replied, I am fine.
How can you possibly be fine?
Wen Shining retorted indignantly. When you could bring glory to the Marquis, they all revered you and took pride in you.
Now that you are merely a dragon stranded in shallow waters, they treat you with such disdain. She had learned much about Fu Wenzhou's past from Granny Qin, Jinan, and Fu Wan'er. She understood the splendor he once possessed and the honor he had brought to the Marquis. Elder brother does not reflect on how he attained his position. If he truly possessed the ability, he would have ascended long ago. Unable to achieve success on his own, he now seeks to use his sister's happiness as a stepping stone. His actions are utterly reprehensible. And then there was the old matriarch. Until today, Wen Shining had believed the matriarch to be fond of Fu Wenzhou. Perhaps there was some affection, but it was limited and painfully clear. The reason was simple. In her heart, she had long since abandoned this son. Small favors. She might lean towards Fu Wenzhou, driven by maternal love and a sense of guilt, or perhaps more pragmatically, to placate him temporarily, only to retract her kindness once he departed. Yet in matters of great significance, she would unhesitatingly cast him aside, regardless of whether Fu Yanxiu was right or wrong. She would never truly reprimand him, for the Marquis indeed relied on him to stand firm. Wen Shining understood all this and knew it need not be spoken aloud. The knife of familial ties wounds without drawing blood, no matter how deeply it hurt, one must endure. Yet she felt a profound ache for Fu Wenzhou, wishing she could bear his pain for him. They cannot treat you this way. As she continued speaking, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she began to cry. Fu Wenzhou let out a helpless laugh.
The Wen family treats you so poorly, yet I have not seen you react with such outrage.
Wen Shining choked back tears and replied, it is different. In what way is it different?
Fu Wenzhou asked. Wen Shining contemplated for a moment.
Throughout my life, I have never received their love, nor have I ever contributed anything to them, let alone brought them glory. The only connection we share is that they bestowed upon me their surname and allowed me to grow up. However, this act of raising me was not born of familial affection, it was merely a form of self-soothing hypocrisy. Moreover, they took me back only to repay a debt. Now, we are even. In fact, I have benefited from this misfortune. Thus, I have never shamelessly sought their love, nor do I harbor any hatred for their failure to nurture me. But you are different, she continued. You were cherished in their palms, only to be cast aside. If you had simply been unworthy, that would be one thing, but you have sacrificed for your country and your family. Wen Shining found it impossible to empathize fully, just the thought of it made her heart ache with injustice. Therefore, upon returning to Lingfang residence, she could no longer contain herself and embraced Fu Wenzhou, weeping bitterly. Second master, do not be disheartened, you still have me, I will always be by your side, forever accompanying you. Fu Wenzhou's once numb heart was gently tugged at her words. After a long moment, he lifted his hand to stroke her head and said, Shining, do not be sad either, I have already moved past it. This implied that he had once cared deeply. From the heights of privilege to the depths of despair, the lamentations of others could not compare to the weight of a family member's gaze or a single word, but what could be done? To voice such feelings would be to indulge in sentimentality and inflict pain. It was better to swallow them quietly. Yet after meeting Wen Shining, he truly felt indifferent. It was only later that Fu Wenzhou realized that agreeing to marry Wen Shining was not only to save her but also to save himself. When Granny Qin and Jinan learned the reason, they were stunned for a long while. The old matriarch is also left with no choice, that it is best to avoid the disquiet of the heart and take a stroll outside, Granny Qin remarked, though she discreetly wiped away her tears after Fu Wenzhou had left. At noon, upon learning of the situation, Fu Wan'er rushed over and cried as well. Clearly, it is the fault of elder brother and sister-in-law. How can mother allow them to bully you like this? No matter how many words I say, it all comes back to me. If I had fulfilled elder brother and sister-in-law's wishes, perhaps they would have been satisfied. Fu Wenzhou felt a headache coming on.
It seemed he was the one who should be heartbroken, yet he found himself comforting everyone instead. None of this was the most pressing matter. He feared that the entire marquisate would fall apart and it would be of no use, unless he were to die. Whenever this thought crossed his mind, Fu Wenzhou would recall Wen Shining's words, one cannot be a coward. If he truly acquiesced to the whims of those petty souls and chose to end his life, becoming a weak and ineffectual coward, what face would he have to meet his ancestors in the afterlife or the brothers who had perished? Moreover, there was still a young Wen Shining who had yet to grow up, and how could he abandon her? What if Zhu Yan changed his mind? What if Prince An and Wen Shu Yan refused to relent? As these thoughts plagued him, Fu Wenzhou felt a splitting headache. After taking the pain medication left by Dr. Liao, he began to drift into a drowsy stupor. Wen Shining contemplated their imminent departure, realizing they were in such a hurry that she needed to inform the wet nurse and others. When Jinan returned after notifying Dr. Liao, he mentioned that he had not seen him, as Dr. Liao had been summoned to the palace to attend to a noble's ailment. Wen Shining resolved to go see him personally. When she sought out Fu Wenzhou, he was in a deep slumber. Granny Qin took charge and arranged a carriage for her, accompanied by Jinan and Xiang Chao. However, no sooner had they exited the Ling residence than they were intercepted by a maidservant from the eldest madam's side. The eldest madam requests the second madam to come speak with her.
Wen Shining frowned. May I come later?
The eldest madam has been waiting. Please come now, the maid insisted, reluctant as she was. Wen Shining could not refuse, for she was, after all, the eldest sister-in-law. Jinan was already waiting outside, and Xiang Chao, not at ease, insisted on accompanying Wen Shining. The courtyard where Shen Yuyao resided was as large as two Lingfeng residences, adorned with lotus ponds and rockeries, exquisitely arranged. The stewardess was exceedingly courteous, directing several maidservants to take Xiang Chao to eat, and respectfully leading Wen Shining into the room. Shen Yuyao had changed into a new attire, a splendid silk gown embroidered with peony patterns and golden threads, vibrant and lifelike. Her hair was elegantly styled high, secured with a jeweled gold hairpin, the cascading pearl strands swaying gently with her movements, producing a melodious sound. Adorning her hair were several blossoms crafted from pearls and gemstones, shimmering brilliantly, complementing her regal demeanor perfectly. She was reclining languidly upon a soft couch, but upon seeing Wen Shining enter, she quickly rose with a bright smile. Sister-in-law has arrived. Wen Shining respectfully greeted her, eldest sister-in-law. Please, take a seat. Shen Yuyao, ever familiar, grasped her hand and invited her to sit beside her on the soft couch.
Chapter 44 Accusation. Wen Shining wore an expression of caution. Elder sister-in-law, what urgent matter brings you to seek me?
Shen Yujio replied in a gentle tone, do not blame your elder sister-in-law for today's events. I spoke without thinking. The Marquis has been under considerable strain lately, and I too have been anxious. It is not directed at you or the second brother.
Wen Shining feigned ignorance. What did elder sister-in-law say?
Shen Yujio sighed, realizing it was futile to explain much to a naive girl. In any case, I feel truly remorseful for allowing you and the second brother to go out during the new year.
As she spoke, Shen Yujio produced a jade bracelet. What do you think of this, sister-in-law? Wen Shining, lacking knowledge of jade, found it rather unappealing.
Its quality and texture were mediocre at best, certainly not comparable to the exquisite pieces in her own collection, yet, not wishing to offend, she insincerely replied that it was beautiful.
It is a gift for you.
Shen Yujio insisted on placing it on her wrist, but Wen Shining recoiled in fear, repeatedly declaring it unnecessary.
What do you mean unnecessary? Do you disdain my gift?
Shen Yujio's brow furrowed slightly, her tone soft yet tinged with exasperation. The pink you are wearing today clashes somewhat, why not take it for now and wear it when it suits you better? With the conversation having reached such a point, Wen Shining felt it would be impolite to refuse further.
Thank you, elder sister-in-law.
She reluctantly accepted it, tucking it into her sleeve with a sweet smile. When we return from the south, I shall bring a gift for you as well. Very well, then you may attend to your business.
Shen Yujio's demeanor suddenly grew distant.
Wen Shining exited in a state of confusion, only to be intercepted by the matron from earlier. Second madam, please hold on. The first madam's belongings are missing. Wen Shining's comprehension dawned suddenly, yet she found herself restrained. They extracted the jade bracelet from her sleeve, feigning shock. Who would have thought the second madam would act in such a manner? Shen Yujio then stepped forward, looking down at Wen Shining with an air of superiority. The Marquis' household has maintained its esteemed reputation for a century.
How could it be tarnished by someone like you? Wen Shining's gaze turned icy, filled with bewilderment. Why does the first madam do this?
The old matron had already sided against the second master.
Was that not sufficient? Enough of your nonsense, take her to face the law.
Shen Yujio's previously gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by coldness and fury. Wen Shining understood all too well now, they intended to slander her, to create a scandal for all to witness, to render her too ashamed to show her face, leaving the second master unable to hold his head high. Whether she stole or not was irrelevant. Once outside the Marquis' gates, the mere sight of her would seal her guilt. Even if the second master believed in her innocence, what would the old matron think? She would likely wish to quash the matter, perhaps even cast her out to preserve the Marquis' reputation. As expected, Shen Yujio was not merely speaking. The matron and several maidservants pulled her towards the door. Before Wen Shining could think further, she struggled and shouted, I did not steal anything, it was given to me by the first madam. I demand to see the old matron. The matron hastily tried to cover her mouth, only to receive a fierce bite in return.
Ah!
The matron yelped in pain, and Wen Shining seized the opportunity to push past the maidservants, charging towards Shen Yujio.
Shin Yujio's complexion paled. What do you intend to do?
Wen Shining's once clear eyes now blazed with anger, sharp as a dagger, as if they could pierce through the very soul. Even if I did take something from elder sister-in-law, it would merely be a family matter.
Is it necessary to involve the authorities? Come, let us speak with our mother. Shin Yujio panicked, struggling as she protested, Mother is unwell, do you wish to kill her with anger?
If elder sister-in-law were truly concerned for her, you would not act in this manner. Wen Shining gripped Shin Yujio's slender arm with fierce determination, and Shin Yujio felt as though her bones might shatter, utterly powerless to resist, forced to stumble along in a most undignified manner. Xiangxiao, having freed herself from the grasp of two maidservants, rushed over to assist. The courtyard erupted into chaos. The matron and the maidservants hesitated to inflict real harm, but Wen Shining and Xiangxiao were unrelenting, striking and kicking, crying for help, as if driven to madness. Yet, it was Shin Yujio who was truly on the brink of insanity. She had never anticipated that Wen Shining would dare to resist. Shin Yujio had envisioned merely dragging Wen Shining out of the Marquise estate for all to witness. If Wen Shining begged for mercy, she could grant her a temporary reprieve, thus holding leverage over her in the future, but she had grossly underestimated Wen Shining's strength. Both she and Xiangxiao were accustomed to labor, and without any constraints, dealing with a few defenseless maidservants was child's play. In the scuffle, Wen Shining was close to dragging Shin Yujio out of the courtyard. The commotion was loud enough to attract the old matron's attention. Matron Fong hurried over, her face darkened. The old matron requests that both of you come with me. The old matron was already troubled, knowing that this incident had genuinely wounded Fu Wenzhou's heart. But what could she do? The eldest son was in a dire situation, and the eldest daughter-in-law was utterly confused. She had to offer some comfort. Given Fu Wenzhou's temperament, he would surely not agree to her compromising. She did not wish to witness such a scene of brothers exchanging harsh words again. It might be better to simply send the second son away. The old matron believed she was not being biased, merely acting out of helplessness, a sentiment that was neither understood nor expressible. After much consolation, she finally managed to lull her into a brief slumber, contemplating that during the New Year's Eve dinner, she would need to muster her spirits to oversee the gathering, ensuring the two brothers shared a reunion meal. Even if the second master had to leave, he should do so without harboring resentment. However, just as she settled down, a report arrived, stating that the first madam and the second madam were fighting. The old matron sat up abruptly, startled from her dreams, her vision going dark, nearly fainting upon seeing her two daughters-in-law, disheveled and in disarray. Her heart ached anew. What sins had she committed to deserve this? Clutching her chest, the old matron's piercing gaze swept over the two, finally settling on Wen Shining, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Could it be that this girl truly was a harbinger of misfortune? Ever since her arrival, the household had been in turmoil. If that were the case, entrusting Wenzhou to her would be akin to ruining him. As the old matron pondered, her murky eyes grew increasingly cold. What on earth has transpired? Speak. Wen Shining stood tall, recounting the truth. Mother, the first madam suddenly requested to speak with me. When I arrived, she expressed her regrets towards me and the second master, insisting on gifting me a bracelet. I refused, but she insisted. As soon as I stepped outside, I was stopped and accused of stealing the first madam's belongings, with intentions to take me before the authorities. I have stolen nothing. Why should I go? It is merely a trinket, hardly worth my attention. Shin Yujio had never felt so humiliated, trembling with rage. A coarse and lowly girl raised in the countryside, what fine things has she ever seen? Now she has lured the second brother into bringing a whole host of impoverished relatives. Perhaps the residence has been stripped bare by now. If mother does not believe me, she may check her baggage. Had I not stopped her, she would have given it away. Chapter 45 Humiliation. This was the source of Shin Yujio's confidence, and the very reason she chose this moment. She understood the old lady all too well. Her desire for control was exceedingly strong. Otherwise, she would not have clung to the reins of power for so long. On the surface, the old lady appeared generous, continually bestowing gifts upon Wen Shining. To put it plainly, she was simply convinced that Wen Shining would not dare to take anything away. If the old lady were to discover that the second son was still alive and that Wen Shining had the audacity to move her belongings, she would undoubtedly not tolerate it. As expected, the old lady's expression darkened instantly. Casting a glance at Mama Fong. After Mama Fong exited, she returned promptly carrying a bundle. The old lady's voice was cold. One packet. Mama Fong hesitated for a moment before unveiling the bundle. Inside were 3 small packages. One contained dried flowers, another consisted of nuts, and the last held handcrafted trinkets. Wen Shining maintained her composure as she addressed the old lady. This year's chrysanthemums and osmanthus have bloomed splendidly. The second master lamented their waste should they fall, and suggested we dry some for tea instead of having to sweep them up. Dr. Liao advised that the second master should avoid overly sweet fruits, yet mother has been sending them daily. The second master, not wishing to offend your kindness, allowed us to consume them. Any leftovers were dried as nuts, serving as both snacks and tea infusions. During my time at the estate, I was under the care of my wet nurse's family, who treated me as if I were their own. The second master, recognizing that I have no maternal family to return to, brought them here. However, they would not accept my hospitality without reciprocation. They now oversee the estate, and mother can send someone to verify. My sister has recently given birth to a charming daughter, so I made a few small trinkets for her. I previously gifted dried flowers and nuts to mother and my sister-in-law, but I heard that my sister-in-law found them unpalatable and discarded them. Mama Fong also mentioned that mother does not favor such items. My departure with the second master may last several months, and if we do not handle what remains, it may spoil and attract pests. Thus, I thought to send these to my wet nurse's family, as a small token of my appreciation. The old lady's gaze trembled slightly, her cold demeanor softening as a hint of guilt surfaced. A few days prior, when Wen Shining visited to pay her respects, she had indeed presented some gifts, including sachets made from dried flowers. Moreover, Dr. Liao had seemingly mentioned that overly sweet foods could induce toxins. She had not taken it to heart, forgetting such an important matter. Xin Yujiao was utterly astonished. How could this be? Mother clearly bestowed so many gifts upon you. Wen Shining's fingers, resting at her side, curled slightly. Though I was raised without paternal guidance, I am aware that one should not indiscriminately handle what does not belong to them. She fixed her gaze upon the old lady. Especially gifts from mother, which are far too precious. I would not dare to wear or touch them. It is best for mother to keep them safe until I can return them. Her voice remained gentle, yet her tone bore an undeniable firmness, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth, resonating with strength. The sharp glint in her eyes appeared capable of piercing through one's heart. The expressions of the old lady and Xin Yujiao mirrored one another, shock, disbelief, and a hint of embarrassment. Who had claimed that Wen Shining, having grown up in the countryside, was naive and easily manipulated, she saw through the situation with clarity. Xin Yujiao even felt as though Wen Shining was setting a trap for her. Yet she remained unconvinced. Mother, do not be deceived by her, she may have already secretly sent away the valuable items. Enough! The old lady's voice was stern. Now, explain what transpired. If she truly allowed someone to go to Linfeng residence, it would be tantamount to slapping the second son in the face. Xin Yujiao paused, her eyes darting quickly before she altered her statement. Mother, it is all my fault. I was concerned that my second brother left home in a fit of anger due to my and the Marquis's mismanagement. Out of guilt, I asked my sister-in-law to offer a few words of comfort. Coincidentally, I received a jade bracelet recently. When my sister-in-law admired it, I offered to give it to her, but she repeatedly declined. Perhaps it was accidentally tucked into her sleeve, leading to this misunderstanding. The usually docile Wen Shining let out a cold laugh. The first lady possesses a talent for rhetoric, able to turn black into white. It would be a pity not to pursue a career as a storyteller. Xin Yujiao, incensed, gritted her teeth. Wen Shining shot a cold glance at her. What of it? Even if a thief were caught red-handed today, would we not need to report it to the old lady and the Marquis? Shouldn't we provide an opportunity for explanation? Just because of a misunderstanding, you wish to involve the authorities? Do you believe this household is yours to command, or that the Marquis is incapable of managing affairs? You. Xin Yujiao was rendered speechless by her retort and chose to ignore her, kneeling before the old lady. It is entirely the daughter-in-law's fault. In a moment of panic, I failed to consider everything thoroughly. I beg mother to punish me. As she spoke, she began to weep, her demeanor conveying a sense of victimization as if Wen Shining were the one bullying her. The old lady frowned, looking towards Wen Shining. Shining, what do you think? Wen Shining, what could she say? The old lady pondered for a moment before stating, on the eve of the new year, how can we allow our family to bicker over such trivial matters? Since this is a misunderstanding, let us clarify it. The eldest daughter-in-law should acknowledge her mistake and return home to properly discipline her servants. Shining, do you find this acceptable? Wen Shining pressed her lips together, disappointment evident in her eyes. While it was acceptable to deceive her, the first lady's actions clearly showed a lack of regard for the second master. He had already retreated time and again, bearing much in silence. If the old lady continued to show favoritism, the second master would surely feel disheartened. At that moment, Fu Wenzhou's icy voice echoed from the doorway. Does mother truly believe this is merely a misunderstanding? Everyone was taken aback. Upon seeing Fu Wenzhou, all of Wen Shining's grievances erupted at once. She rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to suppress her sobs. Second master, I did nothing wrong. Fu Wenzhou's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, each beat accompanied by an indescribable pain. His gaze grew deep and melancholic, as though it could see through the calm exterior to the tumultuous emotions within. He gently raised a hand to comfort her, stroking her head. I believe in Shining. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to unjustly humiliate you. His tone was soft and gentle, yet in the oppressive atmosphere, it carried an inexplicable chill. The formidable Fu Wenzhou seemed to have returned. Xin Yujiao had once feared him the most. He could dismantle her schemes with just a few words. Even though she knew the current Fu Wenzhou was but a shadow of his former self, she could not help but. The old lady pressed a hand to her heart. Wenzhou, let us discuss this calmly. This matter is not as you perceive. Fu Wenzhou replied, Shining is innocent and cannot comprehend the intricacies of this situation. Does mother not see? This is no mere jealousy. The eldest sister-in-law seeks to ruin Shining and destroy me. Chapter 46, The Truth. A look of pain welled up in the old lady's eyes. Wenzhou, it is not that serious. Is it not serious, or is it simply inconsequential? Fu Wenzhou's eyes dimmed further, shrouded in a thin veil of mist, embodying a profound disappointment. The old lady could not bear to witness it and closed her eyes. Fu Wenzhou's lips curled slightly. It is merely that my days are numbered, and Shining has no maternal support. It is one thing to be looked down upon by the world, but to be humiliated by one's own family, that is not the case, Wenzhou. The old lady's expression grew exceedingly complex and heavy, filled with heartache, guilt, regret, and helplessness. She took a deep breath and inquired, then what do you propose we do? Fu Wenzhou replied coldly, I support the eldest lady in seeking justice from the authorities. Since matters have reached this point, I do not mind becoming the subject of public ridicule. However, before approaching the officials, we must clarify the truth. If it is a misunderstanding caused by the servants, then let us interrogate them all, ascertain the facts, and then present it to the authorities for judgment. If mother believes that reporting to the officials is too severe, then let us summon the elders of the Shin and Fu families.
We can settle family matters within the family.
In summary, he was unwilling to let it rest. Despite his current plight, his reputation still held weight, especially in front of the clan. After all, during his time of glory, who had not basked in his brilliance, Shin Yujiao's complexion turned pale as she shook her head vigorously at the old lady.
Mother, we cannot. She merely wished to embarrass Wen Shining, not to become embroiled in the disgrace herself.
The Shin family, now implicated by the Marquis, was already dissatisfied with her due to their diminished standing in the court. If the situation escalated, it would not only bring shame to the Marquis but also to the Shin family. Her father would surely punish her severely without maternal support. How could she establish herself in the Marquis? Had Fu Wenzhou lost his senses? Even as he faced death, he sought to drag the Marquis down with him. Noticing the old lady's hesitance, Shin Yujiao staggered and collapsed to the ground.
Quick, fetch a doctor.
Mama Fong exclaimed in alarm. Fu Wenzhou coldly mocked, there is no need for my sister-in-law to put on such a performance. I had initially planned to move out after Wan's marriage, intending not to linger in the Marquis to be an eyesore, but yet, I find myself perplexed by my sister-in-law's actions.
Do you genuinely wish for me to leave, or do you desire to keep me around for your amusement?
Perhaps it would be best to wait until you have deliberated before informing me. I shall return with Shining. When Shining suddenly propelled the wheelchair, Fu Wenzhou's back turned to the old lady as his voice reached her.
May I remind mother that such vile, malicious, and foolish thoughts do not befit one of your station in the Marquis?
Shin Yujiao, still feigning unconsciousness on the floor, gasped in shock. The old lady's pupils slightly constricted. Initially, she had assumed Shin Yujiao was merely envious of the favor bestowed upon Wen Shining, silently cursing her foolishness. Did she not understand that Wen Shining might not be able to leave? What was there to envy? Even if she could depart, what of it? It was but a trifling benefit. The future matriarch of the Marquis, narrow-minded and short-sighted, how could she uphold the family?
However, Fu Wenzhou's reminder led her to ponder the situation further. If the intent was merely to exert pressure on Wen Shining, why escalate it to the point of involving the authorities?
Once Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining exited the courtyard, the old lady slammed the table, seething with rage.
Where is Fu Yanxiu? Summon him at once.
A dignified marquis and head of the household, to merely retreat in the face of adversity was deeply disappointing. Yet, disappointment was a mild sentiment. The truth behind it all was far more shocking. Fu Yanxiu was not entirely avoiding the matter. There were indeed things he was unaware of. During the festive season, with the family in such disarray, he felt uneasy and sought solace with a concubine, inadvertently getting drunk. Initially, the news from Shin Yujiao's courtyard was intercepted by the concubine. It was not until Mama Fong personally arrived that Fu Yanxiu hurriedly made his way over. Flustered. On the way, he learned from Mama Fong the sequence of events, assuming it was merely Shin Yujiao's jealousy that had driven her to madness, and thus, without a word, he entered and slapped Shin Yujiao twice.
Who taught you to behave in such a manner? Ignorant and vile, I shall dismiss you today.
Shin Yujiao, struck, saw stars and cried out in anguish, who do you think I am doing this for? It is all for you. With matters reaching this point, she had no choice but to reveal the truth. A few days prior, while shopping for New Year's goods, she had inadvertently encountered Wen Shuyan, now the legitimate side consort of the Yanwangfu. Wen Shuyan gestured for her to approach, one hand resting on her still flat abdomen, casually remarking, I wonder how my legitimate sister is faring in the Marquis. Shin Yujiao, trembling with fear, replied, the second lady, relying on the second brother's favor, is flourishing in the Marquis, living quite comfortably. She then recounted in detail all of Wen Shining's actions, embellishing the attitudes of Fu Wenzhou and the old lady. After finishing, she sycophantically added, yet no matter how splendid she is, she cannot compare to the lady even in the slightest.
Wen Shuyan's lips curled into a smile. Did you say they plan to leave the capital?
Shin Yujiao replied, yes, the second lady mentioned she intends to cultivate medicinal herbs at the estate.
Wen Shuyan inquired, and Fu Wenzhou allows this?
Indeed, the second brother dotes on her greatly.
Wen Shuyan chuckled softly, how amusing.
After putting the Marquis in jeopardy and reaping all the benefits, they wish to wash their hands of it. I truly sympathize with the Marquis and the lady. Her words struck a chord with Shin Yujiao. Ignoring her dignity, she knelt before Wen Shuyan. The matter concerning the third sister is solely their idea, it has nothing to do with my husband. I implore the lady to speak a few kind words for us before the prince. As long as the prince shows mercy and spares my husband, we shall forever follow the prince and the lady's lead. Wen Shuyan pretended to extend a hand to assist her.
What is the eldest lady doing?
Had it not been for the whims of fate, you and I might have been sisters-in-law. Shin Yujiao, seizing her hand in excitement, exclaimed, who would not wish for that, if only it were true. No matter how many arguments there are, the Marquis lacks the fortune to marry a disaster into the family, resulting in such turmoil.
Wen Shuyan, seemingly indifferent, continued, if she is indeed a calamity, why keep her?
Shin Yujiao was momentarily taken aback. The lady does not understand. The second brother's position in the Marquis is pivotal, even the old lady, that is because they fail to see Wen Shining's true nature. Wen Shuyan smiled knowingly, gently guiding her thoughts, to knowingly allow a calamity to remain by Fu Wenzhou's side is to truly harm him and the Marquis.
Shin Yujiao appeared bewildered. When Xu Yan, slightly impatient, furrowed her brow, though Fu Wenzhou and I are fated to be apart, I do not wish for him to be misled and harmed, nor do I want the Marquis to sink deeper into turmoil. I can assist with other matters, but family affairs are best resolved by the eldest lady herself, who must stabilize the situation. At last, Shen Yujiao grasped the implication, when Xu Yan sought to use her hand to eliminate Wen Shining.
But why, did she still harbor feelings for Fu Wenzhou? At that moment, one of her maids whispered a suggestion. Sometimes, one would rather discard something they once cherished than allow it to benefit others, let alone a person.
Chapter 47.
Melancholy Shen Yujiao suddenly came to a realization, however. She felt that when Xu Yan held her in too high regard, she lacked the courage to confront the situation. Shen Yujiao refrained from bringing it up in front of Fu Yanxiu, as she understood his nature, soft-hearted yet deeply emotional. He would never engage in actions that could harm his family. As for Fu Wan'er, he had merely contemplated the matter, only to be met with prolonged reproaches from the old lady. Consequently, the couple of Fu Wenzhou benefited greatly, leaving Fu Yanxiu and her in an awkward position. The more Shen Yujiao thought about it, the angrier she became. Thus, during the morning, she seized an opportunity to express her frustrations, not expecting that the old lady would choose to compromise and show favoritism. This instilled immense confidence in Shen Yujiao. If they could truly drive away Wen Shining, then the wealth under the second son's name would eventually belong to them, eliminating any potential disputes. Even if things went awry, she could claim to be acting for the sake of the whole residence. Who would dare to blame her? Yet, those words would never escape her lips. Shen Yujiao merely exclaimed, I only wish to assist the Homemaster, and besides, I am also concerned for my second brother's well-being. As you all witnessed today, Wen Shining is certainly no innocent. If my second brother were to follow her to the southern estate, who knows what might transpire? Can mother truly rest easy? Later, she empathized with Wen Shuyan's perspective, imagining herself in her shoes. If she were now living a life of privilege, she would undoubtedly relish the sight of those she once admired, enduring the torment of envy and regret day after day. Thus, it was likely that Wen Shuyan did not wish for Fu Wenzhou to leave the capital. Upon hearing that Wen Shuyan was scheming behind the scenes, the old lady and Fu Wenzhou fell into contemplation. It was no wonder that Prince An had suddenly targeted the whole residence. The crux of the issue lay here. Fu Yanxiu's attitude began to soften. Such a significant matter should have been discussed with me.
With your intellect, you might not even realize when you are being manipulated. Shen Yujiao retorted, how could I not know that Wen Shuyan intends to use me? At the very least, she has afforded me an opportunity, which is far better than the Homemaster stumbling aimlessly without direction, is it not? Fu Yanxiu was struck at his core. You. Shen Yujiao quickly shot him a glance, indicating that their quarrel was pointless. The key was the old lady's thoughts. Thus, the couple turned their anxious gazes toward her. The old lady, with a cold smile, remarked, this Wen Shuyan, having cast aside Wenzhou first, now seeks to undermine him further. Such a psychologically twisted individual is truly rare in this world. Shen Yujiao interjected, how they handle their sisterly matters is their own concern, the issue is to ensure that the whole residence remains untainted. The old lady, momentarily stunned, gazed at Fu Yanxiu. Fu Yanxiu's eyes darted away, muttering, I opposed this from the outset. Had I known, I would never have married. Hindsight is invaluable, what use is there in lamenting now? The old lady squinted, her mind swirling with thoughts. Fu Yanxiu tentatively suggested, perhaps I should speak with my second brother? The old lady glanced at him, have someone invite him over for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Shen Yujiao subtly pursed her lips. Had she known it would come to this, she would have avoided complicating matters and endured the repercussions in vain. A sense of inexplicable melancholy welled up within her. From the words of the Homemaster and the old lady, it seemed they truly intended to abandon the second wife. Oh, the plight of womanhood, life is as fragile as a mayfly, neither the natal family nor the marital family can truly be called home, leaving one rootless for a lifetime. But if one can cling to a husband, that is fortunate. Yet if one cannot, where is there to go in life, and what is there to return to in death? Such is the misery, yet she felt powerless. Inflicting suffering upon others is far preferable to enduring her own. At Lingfeng residence, while Wen Shining and Shanks were changing their clothes, Granny Qin exclaimed in shock, what is the first wife planning to do? In her impression, the first wife was merely somewhat petty and greedy, but ultimately lacked courage. With the old lady presiding, had not she already been granted control of the household? Was it not enough that the second master and second wife had been driven from their home? Fu Wenzhou's gaze was deep and contemplative. You are familiar with the maids and matrons in the first wife's courtyard. Have there been any changes in recent months? Granny Qin replied, the first wife brought in a new matron named Sun after the one she had fell ill. Does the second master suspect that the matron poses a threat? Fu Wenzhou remained silent. Soon after, Wen Shining emerged, her demeanor timid as she gazed at him. Fu Wenzhou felt a pang of tenderness and beckoned her, come here. Wen Shining approached, her head bowed low. Second master, did I err? Fu Wenzhou looked at her, what was your mistake? Wen Shining bit her lip, I certainly did not steal anything. As for whether her manner of handling the situation was correct, she could not ascertain. Fu Wenzhou took her hand, lifting her sleeve slightly to reveal the red marks, and sighed. Wen Shining had only noticed them while changing. She quickly added, it doesn't hurt at all, and aside from that, I have no other injuries. Rather, I think Xiang Xiao and I might have hurt them. After all, the faces of those maids must have been bruised. Fu Wenzhou's tone turned serious. What if the first wife had summoned more of the household servants today? If there were more of them, you and Xiang Xiao would not stand a chance. Wen Shining blinked, as if just realizing, I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? I should not have gone to the first wife's courtyard. I should have returned to find the second master immediately.
Fu Wanzhou's expression softened slightly. Extraordinary situations often conceal ulterior motives. Never underestimate the malice of human nature.
Wen Shining acknowledged, understood.
Yet her tone carried a hint of grievance. This is the whole residence, where her lowly status often left her with no choice but to comply and react. If he, too, faced such circumstances, what would happen when he was no longer present? It seemed her only paths were to struggle against fate or to accept it. Such thoughts need not be voiced. Fu Wanzhou's contemplation ran deeper and farther, causing him greater pain. He carefully applied a layer of ointment for her, then lifted his gaze to meet hers, his warm eyes filled with guilt.
It is my fault. You are not to blame.
Wen Shining quickly shook her head. It is certainly not the second master's fault.
Fu Wanzhou offered a bitter smile. Weakness is indeed a fault. He seemed to have made a resolve. Shining, do you know why your elder sister-in-law acted this way today?
Wen Shining had considered this, so she responded promptly. She wants to ruin my reputation, to force me out of the whole residence. But why she would do this, I do not quite understand. Fu Wanzhou explained, during my years of military service, I received numerous rewards. Besides the residence where my nurse and others now live, I possess 4 or 5 other properties, as well as 2 or 3 shops given to me by my mother in her earlier years, along with various rare treasures and my early works of calligraphy and painting, which are all quite valuable. Wen Shining was aware of these possessions.
So, your elder sister-in-law fears that I may take away these things in the future?
Fu Wanzhou shook his head. On the surface, you could never take them away regardless. However, I have promised to make arrangements for you before my death. In fact, I am already making some preparations. Your elder sister-in-law is particularly sensitive to wealth and must have sensed something. Wen Shining's eyes widened. Second master, you. Fu Wanzhou interrupted her. This may only be one aspect. On the other hand, I suspect there are those who do not wish for us to prosper.
Wen Shining immediately thought of Prince and Wen Shuyan.
Therefore, Shining, Fu Wanzhou's handsome brows knitted together slightly, forming a shallow crease, revealing the signs of his inner turmoil and anguish.
What I previously said about being able to protect you may have been overly ambitious.
If you are willing, I will take this opportunity to send you to a safe place and ensure your well-being.
Chapter 48, Strength I Refuse. Wen Shining interrupted him with a hint of fierceness. Do you wish me to be a coward, second master?
Fu Wanzhou remained speechless.
I do not require your protection, second master.
I am capable of safeguarding myself. Wen Shining squatted before him, lifting her earnest little face. Second master, why not teach me martial arts? In the future, I shall protect you. Whoever dares to bully us, I shall smash their head. Fu Wanzhou could only remain silent. Wen Shining continued, if weakness is a fault, then let us become strong. Her words rang with conviction, each syllable striking Fu Wanzhou's heart. If weakness is a mistake, then becoming strong is a straightforward principle, yet it is a heavy and arduous aspiration. Shining, I may not be able to do that. His voice was low, each word seeming to emerge from the depths of his heart, infused with an indescribable bitterness and regret. Wen Shining felt a sting in her nose but smiled brightly. Second master, I am here, I can do it, I am clever and capable, I learn quickly and am not afraid of hardship. Thus, I can practice martial arts, I can read and write, as long as you are willing to teach me, I can also learn about the ways of the world. I can cultivate medicinal herbs, become a pharmacist, and earn great wealth. The wet nurse said that no matter what challenges arise, one must forge ahead. Otherwise, even if good fortune is right before you, it will remain out of reach. Second master, as long as you are with me, I fear nothing. Let us move forward together. Wherever we go shall be determined by us. After all, no one can return to the past. We are all first-time beings in this world. Why should we yield to others? Let us tread our own path.
Do you think that's agreeable?
Her final words carried a touch of innocence, yet also a hint of plea. Fu Wanzhou stared at her in a daze, his heart struck by a powerful force, trembling uncontrollably. The experiences of the past 20 years flickered through his mind like fleeting shadows. Losing his father at the age of 7, with a baby sister and a mother consumed by grief, while his elder brother was weak and ineffectual, leaving the whole residence on the brink of collapse. At that time, he too felt lost and anxious, aware of the arduous road ahead, yet he never considered retreating. He studied under the lamp at night, practicing swordplay at dawn, wishing for 3 heads and 6 arms. Even enduring hunger and wounds did not feel burdensome, for he believed in himself, filled with hope. Later, he rose to prominence, undefeated in battle, all driven by the courage to advance without a retreat. The absence of an escape route is indeed a common state of life. It is merely that his body and spirit had become exhausted, trapping him in a mire, stripped of the courage to move forward. If it were only himself, it might not matter, but heaven had chosen to send Wen Shining into his life, granting him an undeniable reason to press onward. After a long while, Fu Wanzhou seemed to gain clarity, gently placing his palm on Wen Shining's head, nodding earnestly. Very well, we shall go together, let us depart at once.
Wen Shining responded,
Fu Wanzhou's eyes glimmered as he spoke, let us join the wet nurse and the others for the New Year's Eve dinner. After we finish, we shall leave, departing overnight. He had not felt such an urgent desire to fly in a long time. In military strategy, when faced with an overwhelming disparity in power, it is wise to evade first, then deliberate further. Just then, Nurse Fong came personally to summon them. Fu Wanzhou gently squeezed Wen Shining's hand, affirming, do as I say, I shall return shortly. Second master, Wen Shining expressed her concern. Fu Wanzhou smiled, do not worry. This shallow water cannot trap me. On the way, Nurse Fong sighed repeatedly. Second master, the old marquis passed away early, and the old lady has had a difficult time these years. Now that she is aging, many matters are beyond her strength, yet, she still holds you dear in her heart, regardless, blood ties cannot be severed. Therefore, I ask you to consider the bigger picture in the old lady's health. Fu Wenzhou remained silent. Upon arriving at the old lady's quarters, he found Fu Yanxiu present, but Xin Yujie was conspicuously absent, leading him to deduce the situation. This was likely not an opportunity for him to be briefed, but rather to be briefed about something. As expected, Fu Yanxiu opened his mouth. Your sister-in-law has been manipulated this time. You should know who is behind this, right?
Fu Wenzhou's gaze turned icy, and so?
Fu Yanxiu spoke with indignation. Now you ought to understand from whom the calamities of the whole residence arise.
Do you still need me to teach you how to decide? Fu Wenzhou replied, then please enlighten me, elder brother, on how I should decide? Fu Yanxiu retorted, you. Enough.
The old lady interjected sternly, you are brothers.
You must be united in your endeavors, Wenzhou. You must also exercise rationality.
Fu Wenzhou scoffed. His own wife was foolishly manipulated, yet it becomes someone else's fault. How am I to remain rational when speaking with someone so incapable of distinguishing right from wrong? The old lady endured a moment, yet the facts are before us.
We must resolve the issue. Fu Wenzhou coldly regarded her. What do mother and elder brother expect me to do?
Fu Yanxiu turned his head in silence, and the old lady sighed. Ultimately speaking, your marriage was a mistake from the very beginning.
We cannot afford to offend the prince and's residence. Let Shining go. At worst, we shall compensate her with more money, mother.
Fu Wenzhou appeared incredulous, unable to believe such words could come from her. Initially, you feared the emperor's displeasure and worried about offending the Wen family, urging me to accept it. I brought her home, and now you claim it was a mistake and expect me to retract my decision if one day, someone resents my longevity. What do you plan to do?
Shall I end my own life, or must you take matters into your own hands?
His voice was low yet powerful, each word seeming to emerge through gritted teeth, filled with anger and disappointment. The old lady felt her heart tremble, tears cascading down her cheeks.
Wenzhou, then tell me, what should mother do? Must I sit idly by and watch the whole residence sink into the mire? Fu Yanxiu looked at him with discontent. For the sake of such a despicable woman, are you willing to forsake the whole residence?
Fu Wenzhou's chest heaved with each breath, seemingly suppressing emotions on the brink of eruption.
He spoke each word deliberately. A husband's honor is tied to his wife's glory. My life may be short, so why do you think it acceptable to humiliate Shining? I am no longer in favor. You gain nothing from me, yet you perceive my downfall as a detriment to the whole residence. However, you cannot strike at me directly, so you shift the blame onto Shining, using her already tragic fate to justify your actions. But mother and elder brother seem to have forgotten, the whole residence has long been mired in troubles. It was I, Fu Wenzhou, who held it up. Yet now I can no longer support it. Must I bear all the blame? Are you humiliating Shining? No, you are humiliating me, belittling me. Second brother. Wenzhou.
The old lady and Fu Yanxiu spoke simultaneously, their voices trembling slightly.
Fu Wenzhou's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, yet held an infinite chill. Let me disclose something to you. The true source of calamity for the whole residence is me. It is Princeton who wishes for my downfall. When he was captured by the enemy, he endured great torment, and when I came to his rescue, I had to belittle him with my words, humiliating him. In front of both armies, I declared him a useless man, the most incapable and hopeless prince of the Great Zhou, stating that killing him would be preferable to exchanging him for several useful individuals. I called him cowardly, likening him to a pig unaware of its own foolishness. And ultimately, I watched as he crawled from beneath the enemy commander to approach me. Fu Yanxiu and the old lady wore expressions of horror, their hearts nearly stopping. They had never known these truths, only that Princeton was ungrateful, not only failing to support the whole residence but also intentionally distancing himself. The hidden circumstances were shocking. But that was all to save him. Fu Wenzhou took a deep breath as if finding solace. Princeton will not spare me, nor the whole residence, yet he will not act openly. He dares not and cannot. My body may be broken, but my mind remains intact. Even if I were to die, he must weigh whether I have a backup plan. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Fu Yanxiu, implying something deeper. As long as the whole residence does not extend its neck, Princeton Esblade will not dare to strike. Fu Yanxiu appeared contemplative. Ultimately, it seemed he was suggesting that he should continue to live cautiously. Fu Wenzhou shifted his tone. In any case, whoever dares to humiliate my wife is akin to humiliating me. Should anyone wish to manipulate Wen Shining, they must first step over my corpse. If today, mother and elder brother can discern clearly and provide me with an explanation, I may let it go. But you each wish to compel me to submit, to become a heartless man who abandons his wife. Why should I? Neither I nor Shining are at fault. Why should we concede or compromise? Why must two desperate individuals yield the path to the entire world? Oh, Fu Wenzhou, amidst the complex expressions of the old lady and Fu Yanxiu, offered a sardonic smile. Do you believe I am afraid of relying on the whole residence? I no longer wish to bear the burden of the whole residence. Wen Shining and I shall leave today, and from now on, we shall sever all ties. The old lady trembled in shock. Fu Wenzhou, do you realize what you are saying? Fu Wenzhou gazed at her quietly. Mother just advised me to be rational. Is this not what you hoped for? To shift the blame onto Wen Shining was merely to compel him to bear what he could not. They did not seek to manipulate Wen Shining. They merely believed they had him under control. The light faded from the old lady's eyes, her shoulders drooping in defeat. The atmosphere of silence enveloped them, deep as the sea, submerging the three of them in a profound stillness.
Chapter 49 The division of the family. After a prolonged silence, Fu Wenzhou spoke softly. If mother and eldest brother have no objections, I shall entrust the matter of the family division to Granny Qin. Rest assured, mother and eldest brother, I will only take what rightfully belongs to me. Yet, his tone was resolute, indicating that their agreement or disagreement would bear no consequence. His meaning was unmistakable. Since the first madam coveted his wealth, he would ensure she relinquished all hope. The old madam, having lived for so many years, had never felt such sorrow as she did at this moment. In her heart, a precarious scale tipped, one side representing her once proud son, now reduced to a source of pain, and the other, the entirety of the whole residence. The choice was not difficult. Rather, the challenge lay in how to voice it, how to overcome the emotional barrier within her. Yet time was no longer on her side. As she watched Fu Wenzhou maneuver his wheelchair to depart, the old madam finally found her voice. Since you are so determined, I have no words to offer. But as your mother, both the palm and the back of my hand are flesh. She closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, turned her gaze towards Fu Yanxiu. I shall give the villa in the eastern part of the city to the second son. Should he return to the capital, he will have a place to stay. Additionally, I will allocate 5,000 taels of silver from my own account for them. Is that agreeable to you? Fu Yanxiu was taken aback. The villa in the eastern part of the city, nestled amidst mountains and waters, was in an excellent location, intended by the old madam for her retirement. However, given that it was her personal property and in light of the current circumstances, a division of the family might alleviate any need for the king of An to target the whole residence. Fu Yanxiu hastily replied, it rightfully belongs to you, mother, you may give it to whomever you wish, and I have no objections. He then turned to Fu Wenzhou, regardless of the situation, the whole residence will always be your home, and there will always be a place for you. Lingfang residence remains yours, and you can return whenever you wish. There was no pretense of a fade of reconciliation. Fu Wenzhou raised an eyebrow in sardonic amusement and clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell. I thank mother and eldest brother for your generosity. I bid you farewell. He continued to turn his wheelchair, not looking back. Outside, dusk was approaching, and the peculiar silhouette of his wheelchair merged with the shadows, casting an air of profound loneliness and desolation. The old madam could no longer bear the weight of her sorrow and collapsed into Granny Fang's embrace. Pain welled up in Fu Yanxiu's eyes as he mindlessly comforted the old madam. Mother, do not grieve. This is merely a temporary measure to distance the second brother from the turmoil, but when the time is right, I will personally bring him back. Moreover, the division is merely for show. It does not sever our hearts. The second brother must surely understand. With tears streaming down her face, the old madam lamented, a broken cup cannot be mended, how much more so a human heart? But what could she do? Choices must be made, and if she did not consider the greater good, how could she face the late marquis and her ancestors in the afterlife? Lingfang residence, there was little to pack, as it consisted of mere possessions. Nothing was more important than the people involved. Upon learning of Fu Wenzhou's decision, Granny Qin wept profusely. She did not attempt to persuade him, rather, she was heartbroken for the second son, abandoned by the whole residence. I will come to find you once I have settled my affairs. Granny Qin wiped her tears and said, after all, the second son promised me he would take care of me in my old age. He cannot go back on his word. Before Fu Wenzhou could respond, Wen Shining interjected, Granny must come, you must come quickly. What will we do without you? There are so many things I do not know how to manage. You cannot abandon us. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and her expression was earnest, devoid of any worldly pretense. To be treated with genuine care is, in itself, a tremendous source of comfort and satisfaction. Granny Qin nodded solemnly, rest assured, second madam, I will come and watch over you, and perhaps I can help you with a few children in the years to come. Cough. The usually composed Fu Wenzhou inadvertently choked on his tea. Wen Shining's ears turned slightly red, but she smiled sweetly. Then I implore Granny to take good care of herself. If you are to manage, you must do so with great skill. Such words could only be spoken so freely by Wen Shining. Granny Qin chuckled, affectionately tapping her on the nose. Unashamed. Wen Shining seized her arm. What is there to be ashamed of? The second son will surely prosper, and we will undoubtedly have children. Granny Qin was moved to tears by her words, repeatedly affirming her agreement. To harbor hope for something seemingly unattainable evokes a sense of poignancy. Ordinarily, one would choose to avoid such discussions, shrouding them in silence, yet, with Wen Shining's candidness, it did not feel so uncomfortable. Beautiful aspirations are always a source of warmth for the heart. As Fu Wenzhou's gaze flickered, a complex array of emotions surfaced and undeniable tenderness intertwined with the clarity and sorrow born from life's trials. On this journey, aside from Jinan and Xiang Chao, no one else accompanied them. Hong Lan and Zi were eager to join, having learned to cultivate flowers from Wen Shining, they seemed to have gained a different understanding of life and fate. It was as if an object once viewed merely as a commodity had suddenly acquired a soul, beginning to ponder its own worth. They wished to continue following Wen Shining in her pursuit of medicinal herbs, longing to escape the small world and explore the vastness beyond. However, Fu Wenzhou's resolve to divide the family entailed the matter of contracts. Hong Lan and Zi clung to Wen Shining and Xiang Chao, weeping bitterly. Ultimately, Wen Shining promised them that as long as the old madam permitted, they would follow Granny Qin thereafter. Once bonds of affection are formed between individuals, separation inevitably becomes a source of sorrow. With all the commotion, nightfall approached. The belongings to be taken had all been loaded onto the carriage, leaving Wen Shining in a quandary over the gifts bestowed by the old madam. She felt it better to return them, yet, Fu Wenzhou insisted, take them, giving them to her now, she may not be able to hold on to them. Mother is indeed growing old. Her perception of people and matters had lost its former clarity. Always seeking a roundabout way, always desiring a perfect resolution, yet, in doing so, some matters only became more muddled. If she truly believed that gifts could serve as compensation, then let it be accepted. Ultimately, she left it all for Granny Chin to handle. Thus, there remained one final farewell to be made. On New Year's Eve, the Xiao family arrived early to escort Fu Wan'er, for the northern tribes had recently been restless, and Xiao Qi had been dispatched to guard the borders, departing after the first day of the new year. The old madam wished to share a reunion dinner, though it was not in accordance with etiquette. It was reasonable, and since Fu Wan'er was willing, the old madam consented. However, unexpectedly, within a single day, the whole residence was turned upside down. Wen Shining, having dawdled, finally awaited Fu Wan'er's return. "No, I refuse to accept this." Fu Wan'er, stunned by reality, reacted vehemently, rushing to confront the old madam for an explanation. Fu Wanzhou swiftly intervened. "If you hold any affection for your second brother, then please heed my words." Fu Wan'er halted, stubbornly refusing to meet anyone's gaze. "This matter is not one of impulse, nor is it anyone's fault. It is merely a weighing of benefits and drawbacks." Fu Wanzhou spoke gently. "No matter where I am, I will always be your second brother." Wen Shining, with reddened eyes, assisted in soothing her. Wuxian County is not far from the capital. "You can visit whenever you wish." Fu Wan'er was bewildered. How could a perfectly fine family be so easily scattered? Am I in the wrong? Chapter 50. Leaving the city, Fu Wanzhou spoke with a solemn expression. "When one seeks to impose blame, there is no shortage of excuses. The innocent will clear themselves, while the guilty will only sully their own name. You need only to tend to your own heart and fulfill your responsibilities." Wen Shining felt that this statement fell short, and with a serious expression, she added, "If others throw a bucket of dirty water on you, you may choose to retaliate or to endure, but you must never despise yourself for being soiled, nor should you blame yourself for it." Fu Wanzhou glanced at her, nodding in strong agreement. Shining is correct. Fu Wan'er felt a tumult of emotions, yet she understood that her second brother was not one to act impulsively. It was apparent that this matter was likely instigated by her eldest brother and sister-in-law. While their mother merely chose to show favoritism and compromise, she lamented her own helplessness, feeling that apart from crying and throwing tantrums, she seemed capable of little else. "If I were to marry, would you all come back?" Fu Wan'er asked through sniffles. Wen Shining responded decisively, "Of course, we must return." Fu Wan'er turned her gaze towards Fu Wanzhou, who nodded at her, saying, "Your second brother will be there to escort you on your wedding day." The carriage eventually departed from the Marquis's residence, slowly merging into the embrace of the night. Fu Wan'er sat long at the door, feeling a profound sense of loss. In her youth, she had always yearned to grow up quickly, naively believing that adulthood would grant her the power to decide many matters. Only upon reaching maturity did she realize that the burdens of life would only multiply, while her own powerlessness remained unchanged. In Woyue Alley, the Lu family had finished their New Year's Eve dinner early and were now preparing to make dumplings. A sudden firecracker from an unknown household startled little Lemon awake, and while everyone was busy soothing him, they heard a commotion outside. Moments later, Chu Yan rushed back in surprise and panic. "It's Shining and the second master." Lu Shi and Chu Yun rejoiced. "We thought they wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. How is it they have come tonight? Quickly, welcome them in." As they spoke, Wen Shining had already dashed inside, throwing herself into Lu Shi's arms, exclaiming, "Nurse, I'm hungry." Having come from the Marquis's residence, she had passed by the shimmering lights of countless households, inhaling the fragrant aroma of food, which awakened her ravenous hunger that had been stifled all day. Chu Yun was taken aback. "Did you not eat?" Wen Shining pouted playfully, "Sister, could you please boil some dumplings? Make plenty, I want to eat 30. Seeing the bundles they carried and realizing the late hour of their arrival, Lu Shi's family surmised that something unusual must have transpired. Thus, they hesitated to inquire, instead focusing on preparing the dumplings. Here, there was no distinction between master and servant, and Jinan and Shanks were invited to the table as well. Apart from Fu Wanzhou, the three others devoured their food ravenously. Once they had eaten their fill, Fu Wanzhou did not hold back, briefly explaining the situation. Naturally, he omitted the deeper reasons behind the Duke's targeting of the Marquis's residence, merely stating that the eldest sister-in-law was overly jealous, and their mother had shown favoritism, not wishing for Shining to suffer, which led them to temporarily relocate to the manor in Wuxian. Nurse Lu Shi felt a surge of anger, but stifled it with great difficulty. Chu Yun and her husband exchanged worried glances. Feng Dezhuang, usually taciturn, hesitated. "Even if there is a grave matter, it shouldn't come to this day. Moreover, our Shining is merely unfortunate, not lacking in character. How could the Marquis's residents be as heartless as those devoid of compassion?" Chu Yan's lips were tightly pressed, his fingers clenched so tightly that they turned pale. The second master truly need not be so troubled. If the Marquis's residents cannot accommodate Shining, we can simply bring her back. At this moment, Fu Wanzhou interjected, "Brother Chu Yan, may I have a word with you?" Chu Yan was momentarily taken aback, and Lu Shi and Chu Yan's expression stiffened with tension. Only Wen Shining remained blissfully unaware, thinking the second master wished to discuss Chu Yan's preparations for the upcoming examination. "I am the study." Fu Wanzhou spoke candidly. "I had no intention of involving Shining. I also wish to grant her freedom. Firstly, she herself is unwilling, and you should know her temperament better than I. Secondly, you have yet to establish your own position. How can you protect her?" Chu Yan's gaze flickered slightly. Fu Wanzhou continued, "Patience leads to resolution, and a measured approach brings peace. Focus solely on your preparations for the examination. Additionally, please deliver a letter to my mentor." He then recounted the entanglements with the Duke. Chu Yan's expression turned one of utter shock. How can there exist such a twisted individual in this world?
Fu Wanzhou's demeanor grew serious. I share this with you so that you may be aware. I want you to understand that evasion is merely a temporary strategy, not a sign of my cowardice. As long as I am here, Shining will not suffer any grievances. Even in my absence, I shall ensure arrangements are made for her. As for matters further in the future, I entrust them to you, but you must also ease my mind. Leaving his affairs to Wen Shining would inevitably lead to a rift with his family. He had not anticipated that the opportunity would arise so swiftly. His intention to leave the city under cover of night was not born of fear of the Duke, but rather to swiftly sever the ties that bound them, leaving no room for retreat. Simultaneously, it served as a resounding warning to the Duke. What truly weighed on Fu Wanzhou's mind was Wen Shining's future. This conversation had been as straightforward as could be. Only if Chu Yan were strong enough to protect Wen Shining would he feel secure in entrusting her to him. Fu Wanzhou's forthrightness left Chu Yan feeling inadequate. He stepped back 2 paces and bowed respectfully. I shall not fail your trust, and I ask you to take great care. Just as Fu Wanzhou and Chu Yan concluded their discussion, a messenger sent by Dr. Liao arrived. The messenger handed a package to Wen Shining, saying, Dr. Liao is currently preoccupied, but he asked me to convey to the second master and second madam that he will come in a few days. During this time, the second master is entrusted to the second madam. Furthermore, the merchant medical establishments along the way can provide assistance. There is no need for the second master and second madam to worry. A flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashed in Fu Wanzhou's eyes. Wen Shining did not comprehend why Fu Wanzhou insisted on leaving the city that very night, but she trusted him. Knowing he must have his reasons, she hurriedly bid farewell to Nurse Lu and her family. Lu Shi and her daughter busily prepared some items, filled with countless questions they wished to ask but dared not voice. Lu Shi even contemplated following them, but was stopped by Wen Shining. Nurse, do not worry. After the examination concludes and we are settled, you may come to us. As the dawn of the new year illuminated the sky, Fu Wanzhou's carriage had already left the city. Chu Yan also took the opportunity to deliver the letter to Dr. Yu at the Hanlin Academy while making New Year's greetings. At the Marquis's residence, once Fu Wanzhou and the others departed, Granny Qin wept profusely as she sought out the old madam to express her grievances, pointing fingers at Granny Sun in the eldest lady's courtyard. The old madam, already brimming with resentment and fury, personally interrogated Granny Sun that very night, forcing her to confess how Wen Shuyan had approached her to incite the eldest lady. In the end, the old madam, infuriated, expelled Granny Sun from the Marquis's residence. On the first day of the new year, households arose early, and many were seen bustling about. On that day, the Duke maliciously suppressed the Marquis's residence, scheming to force Fu Wanzhou to flee under cover of night. He also deliberately spread rumors that Dr. Liao was detained in the palace, which quickly swept through every corner of the capital like wildfire. By the time the news reached the Duke's ears, it was already noon. Enraged, the Duke stormed into Wen Shuyan's chamber, delivering several slaps before uttering a word. He then grasped her by the throat, his voice icy as he proclaimed, "This is all you're doing." Chapter 51. A fatal misstep. When Shu Yan was struck, her vision filled with stars, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding around her. Yu Zhu, terrified, knelt and pleaded, "Your Highness, she is with child. I beseech you to temper your anger." The Prince of An's expression was one of horror as he flung Wen Shuyan aside, still seething with rage. He raised his hand and overturned the tea table, shards scattering across the floor, one of which, in its chaotic dance, grazed Wen Shuyan's ankle. Yet, she dared not utter a sound, curling up as small as possible to diminish her presence. Fortunately, at that moment, someone announced, "Your Highness, there is an urgent summons from the palace." The prince's pupils constricted fiercely as he glared at Wen Shuyan. Consider how to remedy this situation. If you cannot. His gaze slowly descended to her lower abdomen, akin to a cold blade poised to slice open her flesh. Wen Shuyan inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through her body. Once the prince departed, it took her a considerable time to regain her breath. "Yu Shu, quickly go and discover what has transpired." The carriage swayed gently as Wen Shining slept soundly, oblivious to the world. When she finally awoke, it was already afternoon. Still a bit dazed, she rubbed her eyes and, upon recognizing Fu Wanzhou beside her, nuzzled against his arm like a kitten. "Second master, where have we arrived?" Fu Wanzhou, appearing somewhat fatigued, mustered his spirits to reply, "We shall soon reach Lu Town, where we can rest for 2 days before continuing our journey." Once they were out of the capital, there was no need to rush. "Very well, I shall follow your lead. Are you hungry, second master?" Wen Shining's eyes sparkled as she contemplated what to eat next. Fu Wanzhou affectionately ruffled her hair. "I am not hungry, but if you are, you may eat something else first, or you could lift the curtain to gaze outside." "May I?" Wen Shining hesitated. Although the customs of the Great Zhou dynasty were relatively liberal, women, especially those from affluent families, faced stringent expectations. Showing oneself in public could be deemed unseemly. In the past, she had been unaware, but now that she understood, she felt apprehensive. Fu Wanzhou chuckled softly and said, "Our Shining will one day become a great apothecary, traversing the world without fear, unafraid of the spirits and demons." His perspective had shifted over time. Previously, he had only considered how to protect her while he lived and to arrange matters for her after his death. However, upon reflection, he realized that relying on others was no match for self-reliance. Most importantly, Wen Shining was not a delicate flower, she was a resilient weed, tenacious, possessing a robust vitality. She was courageous, wise, and strong, capable of thriving in adversity. What she needed was a vast expanse to flourish, not a narrow shelter of protection and indulgence. Upon hearing this, Wen Shining's eyes crinkled in a smile, and she vigorously nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely correct, second master.
Seated below, Jinan and Xiang Chao exchanged knowing smiles before each rolled up the curtains on either side. A brisk wind swept in, and Wen Shining closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. An indescribable aroma filled the air. Freedom, joy, happiness, and hope. Concerned for Fu Wenzhou's comfort, Jinan fetched a thicker blanket, seizing the opportunity to quietly suggest, "Second master, once we reach Lu Town, perhaps we should hire a few bodyguards." There were only the 4 of them and 2 drivers on this journey. What would they do if they attracted the attention of nefarious individuals? Fu Wenzhou replied calmly, "There is no need." Second master, Jinan wished to argue further, but Fu Wenzhou interjected, "Rest assured, there will be someone to protect us." In the palace, the Prince of An encountered Dr. Liao in a narrow corridor.
"I pay my respects to your highness."
Dr. Liao appeared weary as he halted to bow. The prince's eyes narrowed. "If I recall correctly, you have always been reluctant to enter the palace for consultations, even daring to refuse the emperor himself."
"Last night, I wonder which noble was fortunate enough to have you stay the night?"
Dr. Liao paused in surprise.
"Your highness, have you forgotten?" The prince furrowed his brow. "Forgotten what?"
Dr. Liao continued, "Yesterday, the emperor summoned me to the palace to check his pulse for peace of mind and graciously granted me permission to attend the palace banquet. We even shared a drink together. Afterwards, Consort Lan fell gravely ill, and I, along with the other physicians, stood vigil for the entire night." The prince's expression changed dramatically, and without another thought, he hurried towards the inner palace, for Consort Lan was his birth mother. He had been so inebriated at the banquet that he could not recall how he had returned. His memory lapses after drinking seemed to be worsening. Unaware of his mother's peril, he had no idea whether he had spoken inappropriately while intoxicated. How infuriating! Dr. Liao watched the prince's retreating figure, stroking his beard with a smirk of derision. Such a person, attempting to play mind games and schemes, truly did not understand the gravity of the situation. Regardless, his task was complete. Now it was up to that old fool. The prince rushed into Consort Lan's chambers, where he found her no longer in mortal danger, still in a deep slumber.
The attending physician reported, "The consort appears to have ingested something toxic, resulting in acute poisoning." The prince inquired, "Has it been investigated?" The physician replied, "The emperor has ordered a thorough investigation." The prince cast a glance at the unconscious Consort Lan, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, his gaze sharpening. "Your highness, the emperor has been awaiting you in the imperial study for quite some time. If you delay any longer," a nearby attendant gently reminded him, prompting the prince to hastily make his way to the study. Upon arrival, he saw Dr. Yu present, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He forced a smile, saying, "Ah, Dr. Yu, you are here as well." Dr. Yu did not deign to acknowledge him, instead bowing to the high-ranking emperor. "I take my leave, your majesty."
The current emperor, Zhou Jimin, over 50 years of age, bore the marks of time on his face, yet his gaze remained sharp. Once Dr. Yu departed, Zhou Jimin seized a memorial from the table and hurled it at the prince.
"Jolyon, are you intent on courting death?" The emperor's voice thundered, reverberating with fury and instilling fear. The prince, terrified, fell to his knees, momentarily speechless. Zhou Jimin's voice chilled, "I am well aware of your sordid intentions towards Fu Wenzhou, yet you must not be foolish enough to act so openly, creating a scandal that I would struggle to justify." Speaking of Fu Wenzhou, Zhou Jimin's heart was a tumult of emotions. The once promising young general, whom he had held in high regard, had now become a thorn in his side. Jolyon was not his most astute son, yet he was the offspring of the woman he cherished most. His eagerness to see his son succeed had led him to make the grave error of allowing Jolyon to follow Fu Wenzhou to the battlefield. He had thought it a mere formality, trusting in Fu Wenzhou's abilities to protect Jolyon. Yet, Fu Wenzhou had failed, and to add insult to injury, his most beloved son had suffered humiliation at the hands of the enemy. Ironically, with Fu Wenzhou now crippled, Zhou Jimin harbored grievances he could not express. Jolyon, in turn, had developed a heart ailment, his temperament transformed, becoming a heavy drinker prone to violence. This too was his anguish, thus he had shown some favoritism. However, Jolyon's insatiable nature was pushing the limits, and if not admonished, he would truly be ruined. Zhou Jimin's thoughts swirled chaotically, his anger gradually subsided, leaving only a weary sigh. "Look for yourself, the memorials calling for your impeachment could bury me."
You dare to embezzle disaster relief funds, you dare to abduct virtuous women, you dare to deceive the civil and military officials.
What is there that you do not dare to do? If I continue to tolerate you, are you preparing to usurp the throne?
The ominous tone of the last statement sent a shiver down Zhou Jimin's spine.
"Father, please calm your anger."
Your son would never. The prince trembled, reeling from the aftereffects of his hangover, struggling to piece together the events that had transpired. What had that wretched Wen Shuyan done, and what had Fu Wenzhou done? How had matters escalated to this point? Chapter 52 Vigilance. Zhou Jimin's anger surged up only to be suppressed once more.
"Fu Wenzhou, you must not act rashly, he can only perish alone, do you understand?"
Setting aside matters of, the mere fact that, on such a festive occasion as the New Year, volumes of impeachment memorials were presented before him was sufficient to indicate that Fu Wenzhou's brilliance had yet to fade. In the hearts of both civil and military officials, he still held a significant position. In the eyes of the common folk, his esteemed reputation remained enduring. Even the usually aloof Dr. Yu, who shunned the strife of court affairs, was compelled to argue on behalf of his former student. Unbeknownst to many, countless eyes were vigilantly watching over Fu Wenzhou. Yet he, in his humility, willingly assumed the role of the weak. To force a man on the brink of death away from his home is an act of unspeakable cruelty. Does the truth behind the circumstances truly matter? The more people gossip, the more the situation is distorted. Thus, the humiliation that Zhou Li harbored in his heart could only be swallowed in silence. Even he, as the emperor, could not casually remove this thorn. Prince stated, "Your son understands." Were it not for certain reservations, he would have acted long ago. In truth, Prince harbored a deeper concern. The circumstances surrounding his capture years ago were laden with complexities. Should this truth come to light, he would be irreparably damned, but he was uncertain whether Fu Wenzhou was aware of it. Over the years, he had provoked and pressured him both openly and covertly, testing the waters, yet, navigating this delicate balance was indeed challenging. Should he apply too much pressure, he feared being countered by Fu Wenzhou. If he refrained, he lived in constant trepidation, anger, and torment. Only upon hearing that Fu Wenzhou was faring poorly did he find a modicum of balance and peace within himself. Zhou Jimin, attributing Prince An's distress to his inner turmoil, softened slightly and rubbed his forehead, inquiring, "Have you visited your mother?" "I have," replied Prince An. You. Zhou Jimin was filled with indignation. "Your mother is on the brink of death, and you squander your time in drunken revelry, bringing shame upon yourself." Prince An's eyes darted around, feeling a slight easing of his tension. From the tone of his father's words, it seemed he had not spoken any treasonous remarks. "Return and reflect upon your actions in solitude, manage the aftermath. If you do not rein in your behavior, I shall show you no mercy." "Yes, father." Prince An hesitated. "I have heard that mother was poisoned by mistake." Has father uncovered the truth? Before he could finish, Zhou Jimin hurled his teacup at him. "You know in your heart the truth. If there is a next time, I shall surely strip you of your title. Now leave." He did not wish to expose the self-deception that had taken root, and yet dared to bring it up. Lady Lan was allergic to pine nuts. Even a minuscule quantity could prove fatal. Very few were privy to this matter, only Zhou Jimin, Zhou, Lady Lan herself, and her personal maid. Lady Lan preferred solitude, rarely interacting with others, nor consuming anything offered to her. She would typically avoid palace banquets altogether. The previous day, it was Prince An who had petitioned her to attend. The solitary piece of pastry Lady Lan consumed was also fed to her by Prince An himself. This was due to the fact that when he attended the palace banquet, when Xu Yan had informed her of her scheme that the whole residence would descend into chaos, and Fu Wenzhou would become the butt of a joke in the capital during the festive season. He had coincidentally learned that the physician Liao had entered the palace, sparking a reckless notion in his mind. When he sought Lady Lan's participation in the banquet, this idea had yet to fully crystallize. It wasn't until Liao's apprentice persistently summoned him, stating that the loyal and valiant Marquis had requested his presence, that he acted. The loyal and valiant Marquis could not be without physician Liao, only Fu Wenzhou could. Thus, in a moment of folly, Prince An had personally delivered a pastry containing a small pine nut to Lady Lan's lips. With physician Liao present, the minuscule amount would not claim Lady Lan's life, but it might very well cost Fu Wenzhou his. No, ideally, it would lead him to wish for life yet find it unbearable to exist in this world. Yet, all of this was lost on Prince An after his drunken stupor. Upon exiting the palace, his mind began to piece together the events. Overall, Fu Wenzhou had merely acted in accordance with the flow of events. He had also demonstrated that even in his incapacitated state, he possessed the ability to stir the waters. It was likely that physician Liao's arrival at the palace was premeditated. How then had Fu Wenzhou guessed that when Xu Yan would take action, and on the eve of the new year no less, was it possible that he had informants within the capital? Prince An was perplexed, and the deeper he pondered, the colder his back felt. If his father were to hold him accountable for daring to exploit his mother's life, he would be justly punished. Prince An couldn't help but recall the time he was captured in Baiman, where he was confined alongside a battered old tiger, one with a broken leg. Typically, that tiger lay motionless, consuming a morsel when food was present, and sleeping soundly when it was not. The Baiman soldiers constructed a stage surrounded by barriers in their camp. Each afternoon, they would toss the old tiger in with the captives. Of those who emerged alive within the allotted time were granted freedom to return home. He had been terrified then, and it was in such a situation that he had committed a grave mistake. Prince An shut his eyes, feeling inexplicably that Fu Wenzhou resembled that old tiger. He appeared to be one who could bend and endure, seeming as though he could be bullied by anyone, yet, if truly cornered, he would reveal his sharp claws and shred his adversaries without a moment's hesitation. Regarded as a fierce tiger, Fu Wenzhou had just arrived in Lu Town when Shining pointed to the inscription on the stone tablet, exclaiming joyfully, "Second master, look, the wet nurse's surname is also this character Lu." Fu Wenzhou smiled gently, generously bestowing praise. "Such a complex character, and you can recognize it. Shining is truly clever." When Shining giggled, "Then second master, treat me to something delicious." "Very well, we shall go eat something delightful at once," replied Fu Wenzhou. Xiangsu and Jinin exchanged amused glances, as those unaware might have thought that their second master was merely appeasing a child. This path was not the first that Jinin had traversed alongside Fu Wenzhou. He knew well which establishments were the most reliable. Once their lodgings were settled and they rested briefly, the proprietor brought forth their signature dish, mushroom stewed chicken. The chicken was a free-range bird raised in the mountains, and the mushrooms were foraged during the rainy months of June and July. Any uneaten portions were dried, and during such frigid seasons, they were slowly stewed together, yielding a taste that was utterly delectable. The broth simmered over a small fire, allowing them to enjoy it while adding fresh vegetables as they pleased. When Shining's appetite was insatiable, she consumed 3 bowls of rich broth in one go, feeling warm and sweaty as she ate. Fu Wenzhou, who typically had a small appetite, especially in the evenings, managed to partake of some meat dishes, all unbeknownst to him, influenced by Wen Shining's enthusiasm. However, once he lay down, he sensed something amiss. His stomach felt uncomfortable, sitting was intolerable, and standing was impossible. This distressed Jinan, who immediately rushed to summon a doctor. Wen Shining was equally anxious, her eyes reddening as she rubbed Fu Wenzhou's belly. I wonder when physician Liao will arrive. What are we to do? Fu Wenzhou wished to offer her some words of comfort, but he lacked the strength to even open his mouth. He was uncertain of the situation in the capital. He had not intended to involve Elder Yu and physician Liao, not only them, but even the listening wind pavilion had not yet dispersed, still silently safeguarding him. This was something Fu Wenzhou had not anticipated. Chapter 53 Acupuncture. Several years ago, during the tumultuous period of the Great Zhou dynasty, the people suffered greatly from both external threats and internal strife. In every battle and each relief effort, Fu Wenzhou would inevitably come across a number of homeless children. He devoted himself to finding them shelter, yet these children were resolute in their desire to follow him. The original intention behind the establishment of the Listening to the Wind Pavilion was merely to provide these children with a place to learn their craft and a belief to hold on to. The Listening to the Wind Pavilion was not a grand sect, it was merely a codename, allowing the children to communicate their circumstances through the medicinal establishment of the Shang family. This was also the reason why the healer, Liao, had deliberately mentioned the Shang family's name, to inform Fu Wenzhou that they were still present and playing a significant role. Fu Wenzhou harbored no grand ambitions, he simply wished to have a few more eyes and ears to keep himself informed. After his own misfortune, he had implored his mentor to dissolve the Listening to the Wind Pavilion, urging the children to seek the lives they desired. However, to his surprise, his mentor not only refused to disband it but also utilized it for his own purposes, to gather intelligence on the movements of the Prince of An and to arrange for Liao the healer to enter the palace. The true master of manipulating human emotions and exploiting human nature was, in fact, Elder Yu. At that moment, surrounded by anguish, Fu Wenzhou's gaze was hollow and distant, as if he had lost the light of life, revealing profound despair and helplessness. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. What virtue did he possess to deserve such care from so many? Yet, he was utterly depleted, barely able to digest a few morsels of food. How could he possibly repay them? He was already a dying man. Witnessing the shattered state of Fu Wenzhou, Wen Shining's heart crumbled as well. She forced herself to remain calm. Xiangxao, the medicinal pouch. Quickly, bring me the pouch. She recalled that it contained a set of silver needles. Indigestion, abdominal distension, the Zusanli point, the Zhangwan point, the Weishu point. One must be meticulous when locating the acupuncture points. For the corpulent, the needle should penetrate 3.5 fun, for the lean, it should be 2 fun. Wen Shining retrieved the acupuncture diagram given to her by Liao the healer, murmuring the points to herself. Xiangxao, anxious and worried, exclaimed, Miss, are you sure you can do this? Perhaps it would be better to wait for Jinan to find a doctor. Wen Shining furrowed her brow. I cannot bear to see second master suffer, not for a moment. Though she spoke with determination, her hand trembled slightly as she held the needle. The sight of her in such a state only deepened Fu Wenzhou's anguish. Shining, he attempted to reassure her, to tell her not to fear, but his voice trembled and was barely audible, each breath accompanied by painful groans, as if even speaking had become a burden. The abdominal pain had evolved into excruciating cramps, as if a knife were rapidly twisting within him. In the face of suffering, even giants can crumble. Yet, when Shining's hand suddenly steadied, her gaze clear as she looked at Fu Wenzhou. Second master, trust me. Fu Wenzhou's pale lips pressed tightly together, rendering him speechless. With gastric fullness and discomfort, ailing spirits, gastric burning with acid reflux, one must focus on soothing the liver and relieving stagnation, harmonizing the stomach and reducing counterflow. The acupuncture points are the Shangwan, Zhangwan, and Zusanli, and Taichong. Since Wen Shining had begun to enter Fu Wenzhou's quarters, she had diligently observed every consultation by Liao the healer. Coincidentally, Fu Wenzhou had previously suffered from a gastric ailment during this time, and Liao had narrated the treatment to her. And now, as Wen Shining repeated Liao's instructions, she became increasingly composed, her hand steady and precise as she inserted the first needle. Then the second, and the third. Liao had instructed that acupuncture techniques were diverse: advancing, retreating, twisting, pounding, rubbing, flying, bouncing, shaking, circling, scraping, trembling, and leaving. Beginners primarily utilize the advancing and retreating techniques, performing operations that insert the needle from shallow to deep and withdraw from deep to shallow, creating a rhythmic motion known as insertion and withdrawal. As Wen Shining performed the acupuncture, she recited the techniques, her expression focused and serious, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. The surrounding environment seemed to resonate with her tension, falling silent, even the wind ceased its gentle caress. Xiangxao controlled her breath with great care, fearful of disturbing Wen Shining. Conversely, Fu Wenzhou felt increasingly relaxed, his tightly furrowed brow gradually unfurling. Though Wen Shining's technique was somewhat unrefined, it was astonishingly precise. The pain began to alleviate, the acupuncture points tingling slightly, as if the flow of stagnant blood was being restored. He raised his gaze to Wen Shining's delicate face, noticing a glimmer of light returning to her once dim eyes. At that moment, Jinan finally brought a doctor. It was a physician from the Lu family's medicinal establishment, one of the first children Fu Wenzhou had rescued, named Wanli, which Fu Wenzhou had bestowed upon him, signifying a journey of 10,000 miles. In truth, they were of similar age. However, Wanli was an orphan beggar who had narrowly escaped death for stealing. It was Fu Wenzhou who saved him, granting him a name and a new life. Yet, years later, upon reuniting with his benefactor, Wanli could scarcely recognize him, only managing to call out young Master Fu, before bursting into tears. Jinan urged, do not cry yet, quickly, check on my second master. Wanli strove to suppress his emotions as he stepped forward. He first examined the acupuncture points before feeling the pulse.
Naturally, the pulse was concerning, yet the acupuncture points were correct. He looked at Wen Shining in astonishment. Did the young lady perform the acupuncture? Xiang Cao interjected, my lady knows nothing of medicine, this is her first attempt at acupuncture. Please verify if she did it correctly. Second lady, yes, there had been news of young Master Fu's wedding several months prior. Wan Li hastily replied, the acupuncture points are all correct. Young Master, no, Second Master has already improved significantly. I will prescribe some medicine for him, there should be no major issues. He then incredulously asked, is it true that the lady has never performed acupuncture before? Xiang Cao shot him a glance, what would we gain from deceiving you? Had he not observed her anxiety, asking repeatedly? Wen Shining, who had been tense throughout, finally exhaled with relief, her body swaying slightly as she nearly lost her balance. Xiang Cao hurried to assist her, soothingly declaring, Second Master is fine. You did splendidly. Wen Shining embraced her, softly sobbing. Xiang Cao, she had truly been overwhelmed with anxiety. Xiang Cao reassured her, it's all right, my lady, let us allow Second Master to rest. Once he awakens tomorrow, he will surely commend you. Do not fear, Wan Li stood in astonishment, unsure whether to regard the second lady as bold or timid, for she still appeared as a child. After the extreme pain diminished, Fu Wenzhou dozed off for a brief moment. Upon awakening, he found Jinan had brewed medicine. Wan Li remained, but he did not see Wen Shining or Xiang Cao. Noticing Fu Wenzhou's searching gaze, Jinan quickly explained, the second lady was terribly anxious. Xiang Cao coaxed her into preparing chicken noodle soup, insisting she needed strength to care for you. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Fu Wenzhou's lips. She truly was remarkable. Wan Li stepped forward to pay his respects. I pay my respects to Second Master. Chapter 54. Preaching. Fu Wenzhou fixed his gaze for a moment and accurately called out his name, Wan Li. Wan Li could no longer suppress his emotions, wiping away tears as he said, Second Master still remembers me. I am now a respected doctor. He was no longer the despised little bastard. However, he had not anticipated the severity of Fu Wenzhou's injuries and could only lament his lack of skill, as he could not even discern the nature of the poison. The more he contemplated, the more sorrowful he became, a dignified man reduced to tears. Rest assured, Second Master, we will surely devise a plan. Fu Wenzhou's eyes flickered slightly, his heart in turmoil. On one hand, he did not wish to involve more people, especially those from the Listening Wing Pavilion. His intention in saving them was never to bind them for life. Yet, on the other hand, if he truly wished to protect Wen Shining and allow her to spread her wings in his lifetime, he had no choice but to rely on them. Wan Li seemed to grasp his sentiments, declaring, before Second Master arrived in Lu Town, I had already received urgent news from the capital. I intended to greet you promptly, but upon learning that someone was closely following you into Lu Town, fearing it might cause trouble, I went ahead to make arrangements. Fu Wenzhou furrowed his brows, is the capital safe? Wan Li replied, rest assured, everything is as anticipated. As he spoke, Wan Li sarcastically curled his lips, the Prince of An's heinous act of parricide is so egregious, yet the Emperor can so easily overlook it. Truly, Fu Wenzhou's gaze sharpened, speak cautiously. It was a grave taboo to discuss the faults of a sovereign or a father. Wan Li lowered his head, yes. Fu Wenzhou added, there is no need for elaborate arrangements, nor should you expose your identities. The Prince of An would not dare to harm me. Not only would he not dare, but he must also ensure that no unexpected incidents befell Fu Wenzhou along the way, constrained by public opinion and his own fears. Wan Li acquiesced, Second Master, after you take your medicine, please rest well, I shall return tomorrow. Before Fu Wenzhou could refuse, Wan Li continued, the second lady possesses extraordinary talents, although my skills are lacking, I am well versed in common ailments, especially in acupuncture. Perhaps I could discuss it with her. Fu Wenzhou eventually nodded, thank you for your efforts. Upon learning that Wan Li would teach her acupuncture, Wen Shining was elated. That is wonderful, not just acupuncture, I must learn everything else as well, so that I can take good care of Second Master in the future. Fu Wenzhou lamented, there is quite a lot you wish to learn. Do you not think it will be exhausting, Shining? Wen Shining replied earnestly, those who understand are not as good as those who enjoy are not as good as those who find joy in it. To have the opportunity to learn, regardless of the subject, I am willing, not to mention, learning these skills will benefit Second Master. A hint of intoxication flickered in Fu Wenzhou's eyes as Wen Shining propped her chin on her hands, gazing at him with fervor. Does Second Master feel guilty? Fu Wenzhou was momentarily speechless. It was more than mere guilt. Wen Shining continued with utmost seriousness, as the old saying goes, you reap what you sow. If one sows good seeds, they shall naturally reap good fruits, correct? Fu Wenzhou, unsure of her reasoning, replied, those who give shall receive. Blessings come to those who bestow them, that is the principle. Wen Shining asked, then, when one has received the fruits they deserve, should they feel guilt? Fu Wenzhou was at a loss for words. Wen Shining pressed on, let me ask you again, when you showed me compassion and sympathy, did you wish for me to remain in self-pity and guilt, or did you hope for me to rise from the quagmire and thrive? Fu Wenzhou responded, I naturally wished for you to flourish, but Shining, that is not how it works. I never intended for you to owe me anything. Wen Shining countered, yet the fruits you have sown, as long as they grow, they are bound to bear fruit. Fu Wenzhou was left speechless. Wen Shining looked at him with bright eyes, Second Master, I do not grasp the profound principles, but I believe that sometimes acceptance is a form of kindness, whether it be me or Dr. Wan Li and the others, our desire to care for you is not solely out of gratitude. It is because of the person you are that we wish to do so. Do you understand? Because of your influence, we all aspire to live honorably and be of use. But if we cannot even offer our hearts to those we should, how can we speak of being human?
Fu Wanzhou's gaze shifted as layers of thought stirred within him, leaving him unable to find peace. Indeed, how simple the truth was, the assistance between people should inherently be reciprocal. Today you help him, tomorrow he helps you, merely a facet of human relations. To put it plainly, it was merely his pride that troubled him, an unwillingness to step down from the lofty position of control. Accepting help was not a sign of weakness, but rather an act of courage and wisdom. It was he who could not embrace this, instead entangling himself in the intricacies of such a simple truth.
Second master? Wen Shining observed the deepening shadows in his eyes, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Did I say something wrong?
Fu Wanzhou returned to himself and replied gently, what you say is quite right.
I have much to learn.
Wen Shining, no longer hesitant, said, then second master must correct your thoughts. Dr. Liao mentioned that your greatest flaw is overthinking. I ponder this. Humans are endowed with intellect to contemplate various issues, yet you only consider how to be harsh on yourself for the sake of others, which is not good. What do you think I should be contemplating? Wen Shining tilted her head in thought, perhaps second master should focus on our future, think about how we will manage the estate, how to cultivate medicinal herbs, how to become a great apothecary and earn considerable wealth.
You could even think about how many children we might have and what names we would give them. Cough.
Fu Wanzhou coughed, his eyes reddening, and after a long pause, he softly said, I believe our foremost concern now should be to get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow we can explore the town and see what delightful food and entertainment await us.
Wen Shining's previously tense expression brightened.
Fu Wanzhou added, I am now well, and with Jinan watching over me, you should return to rest. After coaxing Wen Shining back to her room, dawn was approaching, the eastern sky began to lighten, the night receding gradually, and the heavens transformed from deep blue to a soft azure, heralding the arrival of daybreak. The seed of hope that had begun to rot within Fu Wanzhou's heart now showed signs of budding anew. His life not lived in such a manner, the cycle of day and night, time and again, each day holding promise. He seemed to comprehend how Wen Shining had endured her 16 years confined to the estate. His heart ached, yet he felt a deep admiration. His Shining would surely grow into a towering tree. If the divine were aware, may they grant him more time. As long as he could witness her growth, that would suffice. In the capital, various narratives regarding Fu Wanzhou's departure continued to circulate. Fearing that the old matriarch might not withstand the news, Fu Yanshi ordered the doors closed, cutting off all external sounds. However, on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, fortune smiled upon him. He had been promoted, though it was merely a progression from the 6th rank to the 5th, the change in position was significant. As the head of the Ministry of Revenue, overseeing the financial department, it was a lucrative post. Just days prior, the Lord Wang, who had humiliated him, personally came to extend his congratulations, showering him with flattery, yet his words carried an implied meaning. This was all a favor from the Prince of An. Chapter 55 Opportunity. The person most delighted to learn of Fu Yanxiu's promotion was none other than Xin Yuzhou. She smugly remarked, if it weren't for me, would you have attained such heights today? She even went so far as to strike her, and it was fortunate that Xin Yuzhou bore no grudge. The events unfolding outside were somewhat unclear to her, and even if they were, she might not fully comprehend them, yet, Fu Yanxiu was able to grasp the situation. It appeared as if the Marquis's residence was heartless, forcing Fu Wanzhou to leave home. In truth, Fu Wanzhou had outmaneuvered them, extricating himself from the Marquis's grasp while compelling them to make a choice, to serve in the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Finance. Despite his ignorance, Fu Yanxiu could sense a hint of danger lurking beneath the surface. The Prince of An's promotion of him was merely a means to silence dissent. Just as he had the power to elevate him, he could just as easily cast him down, and the higher he ascended, the more devastating the fall would be. He believed he lacked the capability to navigate such treacherous waters and deemed it wiser to resign and seek a life of stability, yet, the same refrain echoed in his mind, he was unwilling to concede. Xin Yujiao, however, was unconvinced. Why do you concern yourself with the Prince of An's motives for promoting you? As long as you conduct yourself with integrity, he cannot openly slander you, can he? Furthermore, we assisted him in driving away your second brother. Doesn't that align us with his interests? His promotion of you could be interpreted as an acceptance of your position. Moreover, consider this. If you resign at this juncture, wouldn't that be tantamount to opposing the Prince of An? Wouldn't your second brother's departure have been in vain? Additionally, your second brother has already distanced himself from the Marquis's residence. His sole focus now is on Wen Shining. He is no longer concerned with the fate of the Marquis's household. If you do not seize this opportunity, what else can you accomplish? Return home to farm? But the lands have been bequeathed to your second brother by our mother. As Xin Yujiao spoke, she could not help but scoff. How does the Marquis not yet comprehend that we are now caught between a rock and a hard place, having earned the reputation of being ungrateful and heartless in the Fu family? But mark my words, once you take office, they will don an entirely different facade. In essence, retreating would only invite further trampling, advancing might yet carve a path forward. The intricacies of human relationships are often harsh and unforgiving. Nevertheless, Fu Yanxiu remained troubled and hesitant, seeking counsel from the matriarch. The matriarch, with an indifferent demeanor, replied, you are the Marquis, the head of this family, such matters should be decided by you alone. With a sigh, she added, I am but an aging, ignorant woman, unable to grasp or perceive many things. It would be best to refrain from meddling. Fu Yanxiu found himself at a loss for words. At times, he even suspected that his mother was acting deliberately, fearing he would ruin the Marquis's household, thus taking advantage of the situation to distance his second brother and avoid being hindered. But who, in truth, was dragging him down? Even Fu Wan'er now regarded him with a peculiar disdain, addressing him as Marquis instead of elder brother. Fu Yanxiu felt an overwhelming sense of isolation and defeat, ultimately resolving to accept the position. Shin Yujiao's words rang true. He had already drawn a line between himself and Fu Wenzhou. As long as he acted cautiously in his duties, the Prince of An could not unjustly accuse him. After much contemplation, Fu Yanxiu, under Shin Yujiao's suggestion, prepared an extravagant gift for the Prince of An, nearly exhausting the resources of the Marquis's residence. Fearing that the prince might refuse the offering, Shin Yujiao volunteered to present it herself. At the Prince of An's residence, he was currently in Wen Shiyuan's chamber. These past few days had been arduous for him, and he had made no effort to ease Wen Shiyuan's burden either. After days of torment, she had nearly lost their child. Promoting Fu Yanxiu was her idea. She understood Fu Wenzhou's character all too well. Regardless of his intentions in leaving the Marquis's residence or how far he ventured, as long as he was alive, he could not turn a blind eye to any misfortunes that befell the Marquis's household. If Fu Yanxiu played his cards right, it would tether Fu Wenzhou with a thread. Grasping that thread, he would have the means to exert influence over Fu Wenzhou. Although this strategy bore a semblance of desperation, potentially inviting ridicule, if those orchestrating events behind Fu Wenzhou were astute, they would stifle the public outcry and prevent the situation from escalating further. After all, Fu Wenzhou was currently in a position of weakness, merely seeking peace. In addition to this scheme, Wen Shuyuan also suggested that the Prince of An encourage the Emperor to match the granddaughter of Elder Yu with Wen Zixian. Wasn't Elder Yu Fu Wenzhou's mentor? If his granddaughter married into the Wen family, thereby linking herself to the Prince of An's residence, would he prioritize his kin or an ailing former student? The Prince of An, aware of his own culpability, recognized that many of these predicaments stemmed from his actions. Wen Shuyuan had merely done what was expected of her. Consequently, he gradually calmed his temper, and the two resumed their affectionate demeanor. Moreover, the prince's consort was timid and uninvolved, leading him to develop a growing dependency on Wen Shuyuan. At this moment, upon hearing that Fu Yanxiu had not dared to come, only the eldest lady had arrived, the Prince of An scoffed and chose not to appear himself, sending Wen Shuyuan to handle the matter. Wen Shuyuan summoned Shin Yujiao to her quarters, closed the door, and immediately slapped Shin Yujiao twice. All the grievances she had endured these past days needed an outlet, and with someone conveniently available, she would not let the opportunity slip by. This was the advantage of power. The higher one stood, the more individuals one could trample beneath. Yet, the very person she longed to trample not only dared to keep her at bay but had nearly dug a pit to bury her. How could she not harbor resentment? Shin Yujiao, bewildered by the sudden assault, exclaimed, "Madam, what is the meaning of this?" "Fool!" Wen Shuyuan blared, "Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused me?" Shin Yujiao, feeling aggrieved, replied, "But you said," Wen Shuyuan impatiently interrupted, "the target I assigned you was that wretched Wen Shining, not to drive Fu Wenzhou away. If he leaves, how can the play continue?" She grasped Shin Yujiao's chin forcefully, compelling her to meet her fierce gaze. "Do you truly understand what I desire?" Shin Yujiao trembled in fear at Wen Shuyuan's ferocity, stammering, I know, you want to ruin Wen Shining and make Fu Wenzhou suffer and regret." Wen Shuyuan released her, "As long as you understand. This time, I can clean up your mess, but the outcome I seek is entirely up to you." Shin Yujiao's mind was a muddle of confusion, fear, and uncertainty. Granny's son has already been discovered. The matriarch is likely keeping an eye on me. I dare not. Wen Shuyuan laughed coldly, "There is no such thing as a free lunch. Do you think power is so easily grasped? Do you realize what I have sacrificed to tidy up after you and secure opportunities for your husband?" As she spoke, she slowly began to disrobe. Her fair skin was marred with various shocking injuries, bite marks, whip scars, burn wounds. Shin Yujiao gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. Wen Shuyuan gazed at her with profound sadness. "No one has it easy, but I do not regret it. Surely the eldest lady has also faced disdain. This world is inherently one where people trample on one another and devour one another. If you wish to avoid being trampled or consumed, you must find ways to ascend." The world saw her as fortunate, cherished by her legitimate mother and showered with affection. But who could fathom that beneath her feet lay the life of her biological mother? Chapter 56. The god of poverty. From the day Lady Wen orchestrated the death of her own mother and insidiously claimed it under her own name, Wen Shuyan realized that a life devoid of value is no better than that of a dog. With relentless determination, she endeavored to become a celebrated talent in the capital, securing a marriage pact with Fu Wenzhou, all in a bid to affirm her worth. Alas, Fu Wenzhou cruelly played her, compelling her to ascend to even greater heights. Little did she know that Prince An was a perilous ladder, and each step she took was fraught with danger. How could she allow Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining to thrive in their ease? Especially Wen Shining, a complete waste. Should he one day transform into a radiant gem, where would that leave her? Thus, she could not afford them any opportunities. Shin Yuji was taken aback, yet Wen Shuyan's words struck a chord within her. Once the cherished jewel of her family, she had married into the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's house before it fell into disgrace. At that time, both kin and outsiders lavished her with adoration. But now, who truly regarded her? Even her own family members subtly expressed their disdain, fearing the burden of association with the Duke's family. Shin Yujiao's emotions were a tumultuous blend of fear, trepidation, empathy, and pity. Seizing the moment, Wen Shuyan grasped her hand, her gaze earnest. "Now we are in the same boat. Wherever I can go, I will ensure you can follow." Men are heartless creatures, fixated solely on immediate gains. If you wish to be valued by them, you must possess worth. Upon exiting the prince's residence, Shin Yujiao still felt as if she were floating. Arriving at the Duke's mansion, she spotted Fu Yanxiu eagerly awaiting her return. "Well, did the prince accept?" Shin Yujiao nodded. "He did." "Excellent, splendid." Fu Yanxiu, in his excitement, embraced her in front of the servants. With a virtuous wife at home, fortune follows. A pang of bitterness welled up within Shin Yujiao. He had not even noticed the marks on her face nor inquired about what transpired at the prince's residence, but his sole concern was his own future, such is the nature of men. When Xu Yan spoke the truth, they possess no heart. What could she do? After all, this man was her sky. In a world where opportunities for women are scarce, she swallowed her bitterness, having no intention of divulging her matters with Wen Shu Yan to Fu Yanxiu. After all, she had no fondness for that Wen Shining either. If he could be eliminated, it would undoubtedly benefit her. However, this matter required careful contemplation. She could not afford another mistake. For several consecutive days, Wanli came to attend to Fu Wanzhou's ailments, observing the deepening bruises in his eyes. Wen Shining advised him privately, the second master's poison is intricate, even the esteemed physician Liao has yet to fully comprehend it. Patience is essential, Dr. Wan, do not rush, for it may impose psychological burdens on the second master.
Wanli was momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. What the second lady says is true.
Yet, he had not witnessed the second master in his former glory. Once a dashing youth, he had now become a shadow of his former self, a transformation too difficult for anyone to accept. The second master is a man of fortune, he shall recover. The more resolute Wen Shining's tone became, the more Wanli felt a prick of sorrow. In recent days, he had perused numerous medical texts and strange tales, and the more he learned about that northern barbarian poison, the more hopeless he became. This poison had no antidote. Even the northern barbarians spoke of it in hushed tones. As a physician, he understood all too well the agony Fu Wanzhou would endure, hence, his anxiety and despair grew ever more profound. Yet, there was solace in the presence of the second lady. After spending several days together, Wanli had come to understand her well. Though she appeared petite, she possessed a keen and perceptive mind. She skillfully comforted the second master, and it was no exaggeration to say that the second lady was currently his remedy. This instilled a flicker of hope. Perhaps a miracle could occur? After several days of recuperation, Fu Wanzhou's spirit appeared markedly improved. Wen Shining was delighted and, rising early, dutifully recited passages from the 4 books and 5 classics. Having completed her recitations, she picked up a book and began to read. The second master had said that books should be read repeatedly. After 100 readings, their meaning would reveal itself. Observing her diligent demeanor, Fu Wanzhou felt a surge of warmth. Today is the 6th day of the month, the new year for horses, and also the day of sending away the god of poverty.
The outside world must be bustling. Do you wish to go for a stroll?
Upon awakening, she noticed vendors bustling about, preparing various snacks and making banana boats. According to Xiang Cao, everyone would head to the riverside today to release banana boats to send away the god of poverty, creating a lively scene. Wen Shining's heart had long since soared beyond, yet she resolutely shook her head. I would prefer to read to the second master.
Fu Wanzhou playfully inquired, what if I also wish to go? Wen Shining's eyes sparkled as she looked up. Can the second master?
Of course, let Jinan accompany us, he replied. Before long, the 4 of them set out. Lu Town was small, just a single street, and a leisurely stroll brought them to its end. However, the riverside was breathtaking, the water was crystal clear, and the trees along the bank mirrored beautifully in the surface, reflecting the clouds in the sky. Villagers gathered by the river, lighting candles, placing pancakes on banana boats, and sending them into the water while chanting softly. Poverty, poverty, depart, depart, my house is small, but the river is vast. Poverty, poverty, depart, hurry and take the paper carriage, ride the paper horse, and sail far away. Wen Shining joined in, bowing towards the river. Illness, illness, depart, depart, my second master as well, you are not permitted to disturb. Fu Wanzhou chuckled, the god of poverty does not heed such matters. Wen Shining, earnest in her belief, replied, the impoverished are prone to illness. When ill, they become even poorer. The god of poverty and the god of illness must surely be close companions. Today, with no one praying for health, the god of poverty must think, well, I might as well take one away. Xiang Cao and Jinan both gave her a thumbs up. The second lady speaks with such wisdom. Thus, they too began to bow in reverence. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, the river flowed melodiously, birds chirped sweetly, and the sincere worshippers created a picturesque scene of tranquil times. Fu Wanzhou's eyes involuntarily glistened. A nation at peace hides the countless loyal souls resting beneath the earth. Yet, even the god of poverty enjoys a designated holiday, while they do not. Nevertheless, they had exchanged it for a picturesque realm and serene times. He could only wish for longevity, allowing those reincarnated ancestors to also relish this flourishing era.
Second master? Wen Shining's call brought Fu Wanzhou back from his reverie.
It was then he noticed the array of food stalls lining the riverbank, with vendors selling clothes and jewelry. This was a unique custom of Lu Town. After sending away the god of poverty, one would first attend to their basic needs before heading home, gathering firewood or collecting stones along the way, symbolizing bringing wealth back home. Wen Shining gazed longingly at Fu Wanzhou, her face alight with desire for food. Fu Wanzhou chuckled helplessly, buy it.
Thank you, second master.
By the time Jinan nudged him forward, Wen Shining and Xiang Cao had already purchased pancakes and dumplings. Second master, these pancakes come in so many flavors, sweet, savory, with meat and vegetables. Wen Shining's eyes sparkled, marveling at the wonders of the world. How delightful, how exquisite, and, most importantly, utterly delicious. Fu Wanzhou, smiling at her, felt the fleeting melancholy from moments before dissipate. This was surely what the loyal souls wished to witness. A harmonious home, where the people lived vibrant, colorful lives. Chapter 57 of the market. Fu Wanzhou sampled 2 wontons and savored a few sips of soup. Finding the flavors delightful, however, he hesitated to touch the sesame cakes. In contrast, Wen Shining thoroughly enjoyed herself, devouring 2 sesame cakes and a bowl of wontons. Had Fu Wanzhou not reminded her that there might be even more delectable treats ahead, she would have eagerly requested more.
The wonton vendor was an elderly woman with a lingering appetite. Wen Shining inquired, Granny, do you come out to sell your wares every day?
She contemplated returning for another taste before departing. The old woman chuckled warmly. I reside in Yangshu Alley and usually set up my stall at the alley's entrance, not here. As she spoke, an elderly gentleman arrived, bringing freshly chopped green onions from home, and chuckled as he collected the bowls to wash them in a corner.
It was evident they were a devoted elderly couple, the old woman continued. We have been selling for decades, the townsfolk are well aware. If the young lady cannot find us, simply ask around. Wen Shining had never tasted such exquisite wontons before. Had she not been on the verge of leaving, she would have wished to learn the craft. By the way, Granny, are there many herbalists coming to the town from nearby?
Speaking of craftsmanship, Wen Shining couldn't help but recall something of utmost importance. Town was surrounded by mountains, with a favorable climate, and she had heard from Wanli that the deep mountains harbored numerous rare medicinal herbs. Indeed, the old woman replied, tomorrow is market day. Herbalists from nearby villages will come to sell their wares, and it will be quite lively. If the young lady is not in haste, you could stay and enjoy the bustle. As she spoke, she glanced at Fu Wenzhou and kindly reassured, in life, one must inevitably endure hardships. If one perseveres, better days will follow. I see that both you and the young lady are good people will be rewarded, I am certain of it. The elderly gentleman chimed in, my wife has an uncanny ability to read people. If you heed her words, you cannot go wrong. The old woman blushed slightly, go about your business, but do mind your step, if you fall, I shan't be at your service.
The elderly gentleman teased, yes, I shall listen to my wife.
You are such a joker. The old woman raised her hand, laughing heartily. It was clear that the couple engaged in playful banter often. When Shining observed them, grinning foolishly. It was delightful to witness such camaraderie between spouses. However, she mused that Yi likely did not engage in such lightheartedness. Tilting her head, she glanced at Fu Wenzhou, feeling her gaze. Fu Wenzhou's ears flushed slightly, yet he maintained his composure, stating, then we shall stay an extra day and depart the day after tomorrow. After leaving the wonton stall, the four of them strolled leisurely. Following local customs, they purchased clothing and even a collection of stones. Buying stones proved to be quite entertaining, since one could only collect and not buy. The stones along the path had already been picked clean and were unremarkable. Some astute individuals had realized the opportunity and had early on gathered smooth, attractive pebbles. Waiting for this day to sell, they agreed upon a price, tossed money back and forth, and each retrieved their respective items. Wen Shining found it amusing yet perplexing.
Yi, do you think we are fooling the spirits or merely ourselves?
Fu Wenzhou chuckled, belief brings power. Seeking deities in Buddha is, in essence, a quest for comfort and solace, not a matter of form but rather of one's inner self.
Wen Shining nodded earnestly, then I believe. As long as it pertained to Yi, she was inclined to believe. As Fu Wenzhou had predicted, there were vendors selling pastries ahead, and Wen Shining indulged herself all the way to the inn. The innkeeper warmly invited them to join in a feast of roasted meat, yet Wen Shining and Shangtsao had already overeaten. Feeling quite uncomfortable, Wen Shining suggested they run together in the courtyard. Fu Wenzhou observed them through the window, a faint smile gracing his lips. For a fleeting moment, he wished time could stand still. This was enough. The wind is strong.
Yi should rest first, I will keep an eye on them, Jinan said as he reached for the window to close it, his gaze lingering on Shangtsao, a resigned smile forming as he shook his head.
Jinan, you are nearly 19, are you not?
Jinan snapped back to attention, replying to Yi, I won't turn 19 until next month. Fu Wenzhou mused, it is time to consider marriage. Jinan's face flushed, scratching his head, there is no rush, Yi. Fu Wenzhou chuckled softly, such a significant matter should not be delayed. One may only realize the regret of missed opportunities too late. When you have made up your mind, inform me, and I shall officiate.
Thank you, Yi.
Jinan rubbed his sore eyes. For him, wherever Yi was felt like home, the notion of marriage was inconsequential. After all, his life had been saved by Yi, leaving him without parents, and nothing of worth to pass on to future generations, unless he encountered someone with whom he shared a deep connection, merely wishing for mutual support in their remaining days.
The following morning, Wanli returned for consultations, bringing news for Fu Wenzhou. Fu Yanzhou had been promoted
to the position in the Ministry of Revenue. Fu Wenzhou's brow furrowed slightly. If his elder brother were wise, he would choose to distance himself. However, given Fu Yanzhou's character, he likely lacked such foresight. Indeed, Wanli continued, the Lord had the First Lady send a generous gift to the Prince of An's residence. It seems he is determined to take up the post. Olju has advised you to cease worrying about matters in the capital and focus on your health. Fu Wenzhou suppressed his unease. Tell Olju and the others to be cautious.
They must not become ensnared due to my circumstances. If they need to withdraw, they should do so.
At this moment, he remained unaware that Olju's granddaughter had already been targeted. Wanli hesitated for a moment, sighing, in this world, honor and disgrace are intertwined, one cannot prosper without the other. In turbulent times, even the most secure nests can fall, but if even Yi is deceived, we are surely in chaotic times, and every man bears responsibility. Fu Wenzhou's heart trembled slightly, a wave of indescribable desolation washing over him. Only a continuous source of fresh water can remain clear. If a ruler fails to act, then even the most loyal of bones buried in the ground would be in vain. He could only hope that the emperor would gain more clarity on matters of succession, but these concerns were beyond his control. Dr. Liao has indicated he will arrive promptly, please rest easy, Yi. Wanli would have preferred to accompany Fu Wenzhou to the estate, yet he now bore his own responsibilities, and he sensed that Yi would prefer to see him uphold his duties. Some words need not be spoken aloud. Lutown was not large, yet it boasted a densely packed population. On a fixed market day, the streets brimmed with people. The items for sale were often curious and peculiar, though this was merely a reflection of Wen Shining's sheltered upbringing. In no time, Jinan's basket was filled with an assortment of trinkets. Upon reaching the end of the street, they indeed found many mountain folk bringing herbal medicines to sell. Wen Shining scrutinized each vendor with her delicate brow furrowed, her expression unusually earnest. Xiang Cao squatted beside her, puzzled. Miss, do you have something in mind? Fu Wenzhou harbored the same question. The herbs he required were difficult to cultivate even in the northern regions, let alone in the humid climate of Lutown. Wen Shining should have been aware of this, she replied. I want to try cultivating them.
Xiang Cao queried, what does cultivating mean?
Wen Shining struggled to articulate it. The term cultivating had been casually mentioned during her exchanges with Dr. Liao. She felt that fruits could yield different results through grafting techniques, perhaps the same could apply to medicinal herbs, hence, she wished to seek out those that were easier to cultivate for experimentation. At present, few were engaged in the cultivation of medicinal herbs, so to unearth more possibilities, she would need to rely on these primitive channels for herbal resources.
What sort of medicinal herbs is the young lady seeking?
Several mountain folk engaged her in conversation. Chapter 58 Growth. Wen Shining turned her gaze towards a slightly older, honest-looking man.
Uncle, have you always made a living by foraging for medicinal herbs?
The man glanced at the others and replied, Indeed, young lady, we have relied on gathering herbs for our livelihood. There is no herb in the deep mountains that we do not recognize. Wen Shining's eyes brightened. Then if you happen to come across something rare next time, especially if it flowers, regardless of whether it is medicinal or not, as long as it is uncommon, please dig it up and bring it to Dr. Wanli in the town.
If the price is reasonable, we will certainly purchase it.
The man was instantly overjoyed at her words.
Really, you want them all?
Wen Shining looked at Fu Wenzhou, who nodded in affirmation. The man became even more excited. Rest assured, we foragers are well acquainted. If we truly find anything rare, we will send it to Dr. Wanli without demanding exorbitant prices, but if we can assist this young master, it would be a virtuous deed. Others chimed in, yes, as foragers, we share the same hope as the doctors for the well-being of the patients. Hearing this, Wen Shining felt a warmth in her heart and carefully instructed the man to ensure that the roots were dug up along with the soil. The journey from Lutown to the village would take nearly a day on horseback. Even if it took 3 to 5 days, she was confident she could nurture them to thrive.
Second master, I've thought it over.
Even if we cannot cultivate what we desire, as long as we have the seeds, we can produce them in bulk, ensuring you do not spend your money in vain. On the way back, Wen Shining said earnestly to Fu Wenzhou. Fu Wenzhou's eyes were gentle. I trust you, Shining, and you need not feel burdened. My funds are ample for your needs. However, I am curious, why do you desire flowering ones so much? Wen Shining explained, firstly, those that are both rare and flowering can be sold as ornamental plants, even if they are not medicinal. Secondly, flowering plants are easier to propagate. I cannot articulate it precisely, but I just think that I must ensure second master does not incur losses. Fu Wenzhou could not help but glance at her. Compared to when they first met, Wen Shining seemed to have blossomed significantly. Her face had gained a bit of fullness, reminiscent of a peach blossom in its initial bloom, with a hint of freshness amidst the pink. What remained unchanged were her eyes, still as clear and bright as ever. What delighted him most was her burgeoning wisdom, akin to a seed buried deep in the ground, slowly sprouting tender shoots, gradually showing signs of becoming a towering tree.
Noticing Fu Wenzhou's gaze, Wen Shining blinked. Is something the matter, second master? Did I say something wrong? Fu Wenzhou smiled broadly, his entire countenance radiating warmth.
I merely wish to express that to know you, Shining, is already a fortune. Though these words sounded ordinary, Wen Shining initially thought it was merely a compliment.
Later, after returning to the inn, she pondered and asked Xiang Cao, what does second master mean by that? Xiang Cao, rather slow-witted, replied, which statement?
Second master said knowing me is not a loss. Wen Shining could not fathom why her heart began to race inexplicably, and her face grew warm. Xiang Cao noticed her flushed cheeks and reached out to touch her, giggling, Miss, it seems you've been sweetened by second master's words.
Indeed, second master spoke so melodiously, unlike others who often uttered words she found unappealing.
On the 8th day, the 4 of them set forth again. When Wanli came to see them off, Wen Shining reiterated her instructions about the medicinal herbs. Rest assured, second madam, I will not disappoint your trust. Inspired, Wanli even considered relaying messages to various points, enlisting their help in gathering the herbs needed by second madam. Yet, to avoid drawing attention, this must be done gradually. What should have been a 3 to 4 day journey stretched to 20 days for Fu Wenzhou and his companions, as they stopped along the way, visiting several towns, sampling local delicacies, and witnessing the lion dance in Chui family town as mentioned by the old lady. The journey was relatively smooth, except for an encounter with mountain bandits on the way to Chui family town. However, before the bandits could approach, they were swiftly subdued by a few individuals who appeared suddenly. One of them shouted, blind fools, you don't even recognize the esteemed General Fu Wenzhou. Initially, Wen Shining thought they were bodyguards arranged by Fu Wenzhou. However, he informed her that they were likely sent by Princeton.
Wen Shining was taken aback. Why would Princeton send people to protect us? Previously, Fu Wenzhou would have never divulged such information to her, yet now, he aimed to allow her to grow, necessitating an understanding of the complexities of the world, both light and dark. Thus, Fu Wenzhou meticulously unraveled the intricate web of relationships, the original intentions of leaving home, Prince An's entanglements, the intrigues of the court, and the fickleness of human hearts.
Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Once everything is laid bare and understood, it can entangle one's heart in confusion. If familial love transcends mere affection, if trust between monarch and subject evaporates, if sincerity fails to be reciprocated. Wen Shining remained in a daze for a prolonged moment before suddenly embracing Fu Wenzhou, bursting into tears. Second master, you must survive, live for a long time. I can never learn these things, you must be responsible for me, you cannot abandon me. In truth, she was not as strong or confident as she appeared. She constantly worried, fearing that there would be no one like second master in this world to cherish her so dearly. Her tears prompted Xiangxiao and Jinan to struggle to contain their own emotions, both wiping away tears. Fu Wenzhou's heart twisted painfully, and after a long while, he finally sighed, I promise you, I will strive to live long. If reincarnation were a possibility, he would willingly exchange lifetimes for this one, as long as this life. Due to this emotional interlude, when Shining's spirits waned over the next few days, while she still ate and drank as usual, it was evident she was forcing a smile. Fu Wenzhou did not regret allowing her to learn these truths. Growth involves grappling with the moments of shattered illusions. He could not protect her for a lifetime, he had to harden his heart, but he still felt tenderness. This atmosphere persisted until they reached Wuxian. The temperature in Wuxian was somewhat cooler than in the capital, and with the rain falling that day, when Wen Shining opened the wooden window, she felt a bone-chilling cold. She hurriedly closed the window and wrapped Fu Wenzhou's blanket around him a little tighter. Fu Wenzhou was becoming increasingly accustomed to her care. At times, when he looked at his little wife, a ripple of warmth would stir within him, saliva pooled in her mouth at the thought.
Has second master been here before?
Fu Wenzhou replied, many years ago, I came to stay briefly with my mother. There is a small stream in front of the village, and the fish in the stream are exceptionally tender, perfect for stewing with tofu for a delicious broth. Second master, please stop.
My clothes are almost soaked with saliva.
Xiangxiao remarked, seeing Wen Shining's drooling expression, unable to resist teasing her. Wen Shining quickly wiped her mouth, glaring at Xiangxiao with feigned ferocity.
I am not. Chapter 59.
Wei Fong. Fu Wenzhou chuckled, no worries, being able to eat is a blessing. Once we arrive at the estate, I can fish every day, and you can eat however you desire. Wen Shining nodded enthusiastically, her small face nuzzling against his arm in a display of affection.
You treat me the best, second master.
As for the tumult of the capital, she preferred to distance herself from it. If it were unavoidable, she would be there to support him. She understood the intentions of the second master. With her face buried in Fu Wenzhou's arm, she murmured softly, second master, believe in me. I will grow stronger, I can protect myself, and I can protect you. Fu Wenzhou felt a stir in his heart, his fingers gently caressing her cheek, their warmth seemingly wiping away all her worries and anxieties.
I have always believed in you.
His tone was resolute, interlaced with a hint of tenderness. This made Wen Shining feel on the verge of tears once more. However, she knew that crying incessantly would only drive away her good fortune. She did not wish for the second master to expend more effort in comforting her, so she wrapped her arms tightly around Fu Wenzhou's waist, embracing him firmly, hoping to convey her feelings through this gesture. With the fragrant warmth of her embrace, Fu Wenzhou stiffened momentarily. A faint blush crept onto his pale face. Xiangxiao and Jinan exchanged knowing glances, turning their faces away. Why did their hearts race at the sight of the second master and second madam displaying affection? Wuxian County was quite expansive. It took nearly half a day to travel from the county town to Qingshui village, where the estate was located, arriving just before dusk. Wen Shining then learned that the old lady's ancestors had originally moved from Qingshui village. After becoming prosperous, they purchased the entire village, establishing this estate on the original ancestral land, and now, there were still dozens of households in the village, all relying on the estate's fields for their. No wonder the first madam had become so consumed with jealousy. She was about to comment on how generous the old lady was towards the second master, but it seemed that what the second master needed was not merely wealth.
Fu Wenzhou patted her head reassuringly.
Rest assured, the people here are all very kind, feel free to cultivate whatever you wish. As for the long-term plans, he would take care of that. The steward of the estate, surnamed Wei, was a lean old man who had reached the age of knowing his destiny. His two sons had married and moved to the county to seek their fortunes, leaving behind a single unmarried daughter to assist him at the estate. Having received word of the second master's arrival, I have already instructed the staff to clean the house inside and out, and the heating has been prepared as well. If the second master has any other needs, please do not hesitate to inform me, he said, before summoning his daughter to pay her respects. My name is Wei Fong, I have just come of age, and I am at the second madam's service whenever needed. Wei Fong had a standard oval face, with fair skin untouched by sun or rain. Although her attire was not as lavish as that of the city dwellers, it was evident that it was made of fine fabric. One could tell she had been doted upon by Wei Laobua and her brothers. The maidservant greets the second master and second madam, Wei Fong said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she glanced at Wen Shining, then shyly shifted her gaze to Fu Wenzhou, which then turned to pity and regret. Wen Shining, being somewhat naïve about matters of the heart, merely thought that Wei Fong, being of a similar age, would likely be a good companion.
Second master, you must be hungry. Do you have any dietary restrictions or particular cravings?
Wei Fong inquired, looking at Fu Wenzhou. Wen Shining's eyes brightened at this question. Fu Wenzhou responded helplessly, the second madam wishes to eat river fish stewed with tofu, so please see if we can procure some. Neither the second madam nor I have any restrictions, just avoid anything too spicy or salty. Wei Laobua hurriedly replied, knowing of the second master's arrival, we have prepared fish daily, I will have someone cook it right away. The estate had recently welcomed several maids and servants, and soon everyone busied themselves, creating a true sense of home. Wei Fang was particularly enthusiastic, leading Shang Tso and Wen Shining around for a tour and even inviting them to roast sweet potatoes together. By mealtime, the three young ladies had become inseparable. Since only the main courtyard was equipped with heating, Fu Wenzhou arranged for Wen Shining to stay in the adjacent room for her comfort and safety. Upon entering, the warmth enveloped her, and Wen Shining rolled around contentedly on the floor. Xiang Cao, this room is so comfortable. I never imagined I would one day reside in such a cozy and pleasant place. She had never expected that there could be a person as kind as the second master in this world. It was a remarkable transformation from being someone constantly worried about being treated as a disaster to being cherished and respected, but it felt like a dream when Shining's eyes grew misty as she rested her head on Xiang Cao's lap, saying, Xiang Cao, I must find a way to heal the second master. I want to continue living like this with him. Xiang Cao gently patted her like a child, reassuring her, good people will be rewarded, the second master will be fine. But miss, don't you find Wei Fang's gaze towards the second master a bit strange? Is it? Wen Shining pondered for a moment, unable to discern anything unusual. Xiang Cao was equally uncertain. Wen Shining, however, took it lightly. The second master is so handsome, it's only natural for others to steal a few glances. When she first met him, she too had been captivated, her heart racing. Xiang Cao chose not to press further. Her young mistress was destined for great things. She would keep an eye on these trivial matters. Moreover, she trusted the second master, who was by no means the type to be fickle. Even if he were, the circumstances did not allow for it. With her mind at ease, Xiang Cao chatted with Wen Shining for a short while before drifting off to sleep. It must be said that Xiang Cao had a keen eye. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Wei Fang pulled Wei Laobo aside, unable to contain her excitement. The second master and second madam actually sleep in separate rooms. Wei Laobo frowned. Is that something you should concern yourself with? Wei Fang pouted, but the second master is our lord. What's wrong with showing some concern? Father, do you think the second master will really never stand again? They were certainly unaware of the true nature of Fu Wenzhou's affliction, only believing it to be an injury sustained on the battlefield. Wei Laobo sighed. With the wealth of the Marquis's residence, if it were possible to heal him, it would have been done long ago. What a pity. He reminisced about the second master in his youth, with his starry eyes and spirited demeanor, exuding an air of untamed nobility that made one forget their mundane existence. It was said he later became a great general, with a future that should have been boundless, yet, alas, Wei Laobo sighed again. The old lady must be heartbroken. After saying this, he cast a wary glance at his daughter. The old lady has been so generous to the Wei family. The second master coming here to recuperate is a tremendous trust in us. Remember, you must show utmost respect to both the second master and the second madam, and never harbor any inappropriate thoughts. If anything goes amiss, I will not be lenient. Father. Wei Fang protested playfully, what thoughts could I possibly have? I was merely curious. Yet, despite her protestations, that night, Wei Fang found herself unusually unable to sleep. It was only just before dawn that she dozed off, and in her dreams, Fu Wenzhou appeared as he had years ago, clad in a brocade robe and adorned with a golden crown. He radiated vigor and vitality. In the moonlight, the young man danced with his sword, the blade gleaming like water, his movements graceful and athletic, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, so high and unattainable. But in the blink of an eye, he was seated in a wheelchair, surrounded by darkness, as if trapped in a sunless abyss. His gaze was filled with sorrow and helplessness, as if waiting for someone to rescue him. Chapter 60 Despair. A wave of anguish surged within Wei Fang, and upon awakening, her face was awash with tears. Once, Fu Wenzhou was an unattainable presence in her life, but now, did she possess the right to draw near to him? If Wen Shining, who also grew up in the countryside, lacking in pedigree, talent, and with an unremarkable appearance, could do so, why could she not? The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Wei Fang's spine. After all, after a long and exhausting journey, Fu Wenzhou had remained in a deep slumber. The following day, when awake, his spirit appeared utterly depleted. Wen Shining, not skilled in pulse diagnosis, was deeply worried. Fortunately, Wuxian had its share of reputable medical establishments, and that very day, Jinan went to summon a doctor. The elderly physician, after examining Fu Wenzhou's pulse, remained silent for an extended period, ultimately leaving only his apprentice, Songjia, to watch over the estate, advising that they seek him only in case of an emergency. Yet, everyone understood that if a true crisis arose, even the old doctor would be powerless to help. Once the old doctor departed, Songjia knelt by Fu Wenzhou's bedside, tears streaming down his face. It has been years, General, how could it come to this? Although he had already learned of the general's injuries through the grapevine, witnessing the reality struck him to the core. Moreover, at only 13, Songjia was still too young to mask his emotions, and he wept uncontrollably. Fu Wenzhou mustered what little strength he had. Do not cry, stand up so I may see how much you've grown. Obediently, Songjia rose to his feet. Perhaps due to the physical hardships of his youth, the 13-year-old still did not surpass Wen Shining in height. Fu Wenzhou recalled that he had found Songjia during his 15th year, while tasked with quelling unrest at the southern border. The memory lingered vividly, for he had rescued the boy from the jaws of a wolf. He could hardly remember how many such children he had taken in or where they had all ended up. Such matters had once been managed by his deputy Dai in the final battle against the northern barbarians. While rescuing Princeton alongside him, the deputy had been struck by a poison arrow, tragically wounding a vital area, leaving no chance for salvation. It was perhaps because of Songja that Fu Wenzhou was reminded of his deputy, plunging him into a series of nightmares that haunted him for several nights, the deputy's anguished cries echoing in his ears.
General, end my life. I beg you, put me out of my misery.
General, I cannot bear it any longer, it hurts too much, please, end my suffering.
Each plaintive plea twisted his insides in agony.
As dawn approached, Fu Wenzhou jolted awake once more from a nightmare, his head pounding as if it were about to split. Despite taking the pain relief concocted by the esteemed physician Liao, the remedy proved ineffective. The pain coursed through his veins like venom, spreading to his limbs, and his bones felt as though they were on the verge of shattering. Together, Songja and Wen Shining attempted various remedies, acupuncture, heat compresses, but to no avail. Jinan returned to the county town to summon the old doctor again, yet it yielded no results. The poison within the second master is unlike anything I have ever encountered. I am utterly powerless. The old doctor shook his head, his gestures causing Wen Shining's heart to tremble uneasily. The pain felt like a colossal beast awakening within Fu Wenzhou's body, mercilessly devouring his will to live. This deranged version of Fu Wenzhou was one no one had ever witnessed before. His pale lips were bitten until they bled, and he screamed with eyes wide in agony, demanding a knife from Jinan.
If the heavens intend to doom me, then I shall pierce the heavens.
Seeing the second master in such a state shattered Wen Shining's heart into fragments. Yet, she shed not a single tear, maintaining her composure as she instructed Jinan to find a way to inform physician Liao and implored the old doctor for methods to alleviate the pain. The old doctor, driven to the brink of despair, tugged at his beard in frustration. There is no other way, we must increase the dosage. However, physician Liao had repeatedly emphasized the dangers of increasing the dosage without authorization, as it could potentially plunge Fu Wenzhou into an eternal slumber. The old doctor concurred. I have examined the composition of those pain relief pills, they are potent drugs, and we have already reached the maximum dosage. The second master's constitution is inherently weak. Should we further increase the dosage, it would precipitate numerous unbearable side effects. Wen Shining was acutely aware of all this, thus torn with indecision, glancing at Fu Wenzhou, whose complexion was as pale as paper. It seemed as though the very vitality of life was draining from him. A sheen of cold sweat covered his forehead, his garments soaked, and his voice lacked the strength to cry out. His sunken eyes had lost their former brilliance, the once bright pupils now clouded by the mists of pain. Each breath appeared to consume the entirety of his strength. With a heart as heavy as lead, Wen Shining slowly uttered two words, administer the medication. She could not bear to watch him suffer to death.
Second madam. This course of action is far too perilous. Second madam, think it through.
Jinan, Xiangqiao, Songja, the old doctor, all gazed at her with urgent concern. This decision could be made by physician Liao, but it was one Wen Shining could not embrace. To physician Liao, a life lost was merely fate's design. To Wen Shining, however, it was a matter of human life. The wrath born from sorrow would inevitably harbor the greatest malice. They all understood that this was a burden beyond what Wen Shining could bear. It was also not what the second master wished to witness, yet, with unwavering resolve in her gaze, Wen Shining took the pill, sitting by Fu Wenzhou's side. Second, Fu Wenzhou, engulfed by pain to the point of losing consciousness, revealed profound sorrow in his bloodshot eyes. Shining, I am sorry. He had believed he could endure for a while longer. But the excruciating torment felt like 1,000 blades, truly unbearable. The agony twisted his very spirit, breeding a hatred for the world around him. He considered himself blameless in this life, yet why must he endure such suffering? The thoughts eluded him: anger, powerlessness, despair. But how could he abandon her? But Fu Wenzhou's voice trembled. I fear I may break my promise. Shining, do not be afraid. I have made arrangements. The tears Wen Shining had held back for so long fell like pearls from a broken string. She grasped his hand tightly, speaking softly. Second master, the war is not yet over. We are still here, please, endure a little longer, can you? As she spoke, she placed the medication into his mouth. I will stay with you, always. If he awoke, they would continue to fight together. If he did not awaken, then they would venture into the afterlife together. The bitterness of the pill spread through Fu Wenzhou's mouth, and in that instant, he realized what was happening. His dim eyes widened in alarm, instinctively trying to spit out the pill. He feared not death. To die in tranquility would be a tremendous boon for him, but he could not drag others down with him, especially Wen Shining. Yet, Wen Shining, with a mouthful of saliva, blocked his lips. Tears streamed from the corners of Fu Wenzhou's eyes, silently conveying all the suffering and repressed emotions within him. He gazed at Wen Shining with heartache, calling out, Jinan.
Second master. I am here.
Jinan stepped forward, tears streaming down his face. Fu Wenzhou's raspy voice barely rose above a whisper. The medicine was taken by me in secret. It concerns no one else.
Jinan wept uncontrollably. Yes, second master. The others echoed in unison. Rest assured, second master, we all know.
Fu Wanzhou, yet, that hand felt as heavy as if it were burdened with 1,000 pounds. Sensing this, Wen Shining grasped his hand and pressed it against her cheek, choking back her sobs. Second master, if you are tired, then please rest, but do not sleep for too long. I have learned to make fish soup. I will prepare it for you, and when you awaken, you must eat some, all right? Chapter 61 Qingran. Fu Wanzhou's eyes gently blinked, the effects of the medicine took hold swiftly, and the pain receded. His hands fell limply at his sides, and he wearily closed his eyes. When Shining's heart sank alongside his, as if it had ceased to beat. The old doctor hurriedly stepped forward to take his pulse, wiping the sweat from his brow as he said, "There is still a pulse. The second master is merely asleep." Whether he would awaken, however, depended on the heaven's grace. When Shining spoke calmly, "How long can the second master sleep?" The old doctor hesitated, replying, "It is best if he can awaken within 5 hours." During that time, what might transpire was difficult to predict. Perhaps his heart would stop in his slumber, or his brain might quietly succumb. One must understand that the dosage of that medicine could overwhelm even a healthy individual. Yet, seeing Wen Shining teetering on the brink, sustaining herself with sheer willpower, the old doctor could not bear to utter the harsh truth. Instead, he suggested gently, "Second madam, why not take a rest? I will be here with Songju to keep watch." Complying, Wen Shining rose, "Thank you for your trouble." She stumbled slightly as she walked, prompting Xiang Chao to rush forward to support her. "Miss, are you all right?" Wen Shining shook her head and asked Xiang Chao, "Is there fish today?" Xiang Chao replied in the affirmative. "Then let us make fish soup, and let it simmer longer. We should add some vegetable leaves, the second master enjoys that." Without permission, Wei Laobo and the others could not enter the main courtyard. Upon hearing of Fu Wanzhou's grave condition, everyone awaited anxiously outside. Wei Fang had wept countless times, and now, seeing Xiang Chao assisting Wen Shining out, she hurried to meet them. "How is the second master?" Wen Shining, in a daze, responded with a non sequitur, "We need to make fish soup. The second master wants to drink." Wei Fang was momentarily taken aback, wiping her tears as she said, "All right, I shall go at once." "I will go myself." Supported by Xiang Chao, Wei Fang's heart had never endured such torment. Though a mere wall separated them, the true divide lay in their statuses. She was not greedy, she merely wished to be close enough to care for him. Why was it so difficult? In the capital city, Dr. Liao had delayed his departure due to old Master Yu's illness. The Yu family was, in truth, a lineage of military generals, though sons and grandsons had perished one after another on the battlefield. When all three sons had met their fates, old Madame Yu followed suit. After several grandsons fell in battle, daughters-in-law and granddaughters either perished out of grief or retreated to temples for seclusion. The Yu family was left with only old Master Yu and his granddaughter, Yu Qingran, relying on one another for survival. Fortunately, old Master Yu had a wealth of disciples, ensuring the household was not, yet, no matter how lively it became, it remained so only in public. Thus, old Master Yu sought to find a suitable husband for his granddaughter, hoping to continue the Yu lineage. He had believed that the Yu family's legacy of loyalty and valor would grant his granddaughter the freedom to choose her own marriage. However, a sudden imperial edict struck him like a bolt from the blue, scattering the learned old man, who had devoted his life to scholarship, into disarray, rendering him bedridden. Dr. Liao, a trusted friend, could not abandon him during such a time. After a full month of vigil, old Master Yu finally began to recover. "You should set off. I wonder how Wanzhou is faring." Dr. Liao, having been urged countless times in a single day, felt some irritation. "You old rascal, you're quite the master of burning bridges after crossing them. Do you think I want to be here watch? If you want me to leave, then you should be lively enough to call those disobedient students of mine, scold them thoroughly, and only then will I take my leave." Old Master Yu shot him a glance. "If you are ill, tend to yourself. What have my students done to you?" Dr. Liao scoffed. "They haven't wronged me, but I simply cannot abide them. Tell me, how is it that the students you teach now seem increasingly If it were Fu Wanzhou, he would have published several articles by now, lambasting those truly foolish individuals. Regrettably, such a strong-willed person was now unable to care for himself. Though he was indeed worried, he felt an inexplicable trust in Wen Shining, convinced that she was no ordinary girl. Old Master Yu sighed. "Heaven is heaven, no matter how high you leap, you cannot break through it. Why risk more lives in the process?" If the emperor truly cared, he would not have issued the decree without leaving room for discussion. Dr. Liao tugged at his beard, his brow furrowed as if he could crush a mosquito. "That one Zixian is truly exceptional in both talent and appearance. If it weren't for that troublesome prince behind him, do you think it's possible to set him straight?" Old Master Yu looked at him, bewildered, then sighed deeply. Regardless of the pros and cons, the issue lies with Qingran's doctor. Liao's intuition sparked. Does Qingran have someone she fancies? Who is it? Old Master Yu cast him a glance and replied, "Chu Yan." "That one, Doc." At that moment, the impoverished scholar Chu Yan happened to arrive. Why Yu Qingran greeted him. "Grandfather and Dr. Liao are conversing. Please wait a moment, young Master Chu." As the granddaughter of the esteemed Yu family, she was naturally graceful and elegant. Chu Yan adhered to etiquette, keeping his gaze lowered as he presented the items he brought with both hands. "This is dried meat prepared by my mother and sister. Please have a taste, old master, and miss you." Yu Qingran expressed her gratitude and set the items aside, inviting him to take a seat. The servants soon brought tea and then retreated. Noticing Chu Yan's unease, Yu Qingran couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master Chu visits our residence almost daily. We have known each other for several months now.
Have you truly never taken a good look at my appearance? If we were to meet on the street outside of Yu Manor, would you still recognize me?
Upon hearing this, Chu Yan instinctively raised his gaze but quickly lowered it again.
Miss Yu? Of course, I would recognize you. Yu Qingran smiled. Do you truly find me beautiful, young Master Chu?
Chu Yan, feeling the sweat in his palm, replied honestly, Miss Yu possesses both talent and beauty.
Everyone in the capital knows this.
Yu Qingran shook her head. Those people outside merely speak based on hearsay. As for who I truly am, even I and those close to me cannot articulate it. How could they possibly know? They flatter me only out of respect for my grandfather. Chu Yan detected a hint of sarcasm in her words, alongside a trace of sorrow. He felt a stirring within him and once more raised his gaze to regard her earnestly. The Yu family girl, at the tender age of 16, possessed a dignified and exquisite beauty, akin to a celestial being descended from a painting. Beneath her slender willow-like brows were bright, clear eyes. Her lips were ruby red, and her smile revealed a charming dimple, exuding warmth. Most remarkable was her character. In her speech and actions, she was neither servile nor haughty, exhibiting a measured demeanor devoid of the capriciousness often found in young ladies of wealth, nor the coyness typical of other girls. She embodied the noble spirit of a scholar while also possessing the boldness of a warrior. She was the object of admiration for countless scions of noble families in the capital. Had old Master Yu not declared his intention only to accept a son-in-law of their own household, suitors would have lined up in droves. Yet in this world, a woman's options for choice were invariably limited. Chu Yan couldn't help but think of Wen Shining, and a pang of sympathy stirred within him. We have all discussed it. If you are unwilling, we can brainstorm together for a solution.
This remark should not have escaped his lips.
Upon hearing this, Yu Qingran gazed at him with her tear-filled eyes.
And what about you, young Master Chu? Do you think I should be willing? Chapter 62.
Yet upon reflection, he was so focused on his studies and aspirations for success, and their disparate social standings might have blinded him to her sentiments. It wasn't that she lacked restraint. Rather, Yu Qingran felt that if she did not express certain thoughts now, she might never have the chance again. Chu Yan was taken aback, his expression frozen by her words. There were indeed classmates who often teased him, suggesting that Miss Yu treated him with a special fondness. However, he felt himself to be worlds apart from her, and moreover, his heart belonged to another. He had never considered such a possibility. It was his first experience of a woman confessing her feelings, and he found himself at a loss. Fortunately, Yu Qingran seemed not to expect a response from him. After a brief pause, she continued to express herself slowly. You need not feel anxious. I merely wish for you to know that you are remarkable. Though you come from humble beginnings, your determination to strive for excellence is quite appealing. I admire the simplicity in you, sitting quietly engrossed in your books, oblivious to the matters of the outside world, and unburdened by the need to ingratiate yourself for the sake of a promising future. A scholar should embody your qualities, rather than merely indulging in superficial elegance and flaunting their knowledge. My grandfather, I only wish to live a grounded life with the one I cherish, to truly enjoy the peace and prosperity that our ancestors secured through their blood and sweat. I did not fully understand this before, but since meeting you, such a life has gradually taken shape in my mind. Alas, it seems my family and grandfather have— Chu Yan too felt a lump in his throat, and he rose, clasping his hands before him in a gesture of respect. I am deeply grateful for your recognition, Mississippi. I am honored beyond measure.
You are as graceful as a delicate orchid, possessing extraordinary talent.
I am unworthy of your regard. Yet, in light of your candid praise, I must honestly convey that I have someone dear to my heart. My pursuit of academic success is not without ambition, and I truly do not deserve the accolades you bestow upon me. I am deeply saddened and find it unjust regarding your circumstances. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to speak on behalf of you and the common folk, as well as the loyal souls buried in the earth. This realm should not belong to a single individual but rather to all the people. As he spoke, his indignation— Yu Qingran observed the fervor on his face, feeling a mix of longing and release, and suddenly let out a soft laugh. Chu Yan was taken aback. What are you laughing at? Yu Qingran replied, it's nothing, just seeing you like this reminds me of— He would not insult anyone directly but would write it down in his scripts, never naming names, yet everyone understood. Once, Fu Wenzhou feared neither heaven nor earth, accomplishing many things that drew applause. It seemed that in this world, justice was not without its champions. Yet now, how had things changed? He had fallen, and the very justice he once upheld had turned against him. Man's resolve against fate was but a play. Why Yu Qingran also rose, her demeanor serious.
Thank you for your honesty, sir. I have no regrets now. It was merely a marriage, it could not alter the cosmos. If she could not marry the one she loved, it mattered not whom she wed. I hope you cherish your talents and protect your brilliance. The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges. I wish you well. As she gazed at this forthright young woman, a tumult of emotion stirred within Chu Yan. At that moment, he felt as if he had gained a new understanding of this world. In the subtleties of life, the hearts of the people were revealed. This era of peace seemed on the brink of turmoil. What could he possibly do with the pen in his hand?
He possessed neither Fu Wanzhou's insight nor his courage. He felt so insignificant. He had thought that arriving in the capital was akin to reaching the finish line, that he could achieve something great and secure a future for Wen Shining. But only now did he realize that the capital was a vast whirlpool, countless individuals struggled within it, powerless to escape. He, too, adrift in the currents, was no more than a straw. How could he reassure Fu Wanzhou? The emptiness in Chu Yan's heart was unprecedented. Something was burgeoning, while something else was on the verge of destruction. Meanwhile, the residence of Lord Wen was bustling with activity. Today marked the birthday of Lord Wen Xingzong. Princeton had also graced the occasion, which made Wen Xingzong even more exuberant. After several rounds of drinks, someone brought up the matter of Wen Zixian's marriage. Wen Xingzong exclaimed, "Zixian, hurry and toast Princeton. If not for his highness, how could you be blessed with such a fortunate match?" At this, Wen Zixian stood up somewhat dazedly, raising his cup as he approached Princeton and Wen Shuyan. "To his highness." Princeton casually raised his, "It is a match made in heaven. Old Yu has but one precious granddaughter. You must treat her well, or else, when Old Yu's students begin to voice their grievances, it will be you who suffers." Wen Zixian replied, "Thank you for your guidance, your highness." After toasting, he returned to his seat, still in a daze. Noticing Princeton frown slightly, Wen Shuyan quickly added in a soft tone, "Your highness and father may drink leisurely. I feel a bit weary and wish to lie down for a while." She had begun to show signs of a slight bulge in her abdomen, and Princeton nodded. "Be careful." "Yes, your highness." As she passed by Wen Zixian, Wen Shuyan softly remarked, "Third brother, won't you help me?" Once outside the hall, Wen Shuyan's expression darkened. "Wen Zixian, what do you mean by this? Are you aggrieved by marrying Yu Qingran? Do you have any idea how many people wish to align themselves with the Yu family? Do you understand old Yu's standing in the eyes of the literati?" Wen Zixian lamented, "I do not feel aggrieved, it's just that no one had ever asked for his opinion regarding his lifelong affair. No one had inquired whether he was willing or whether he liked her. It was only upon the imperial decree arriving at home that he learned his marriage was part of Prince N's grand scheme. Perhaps he was being overly sentimental. He had thought that in Wen Shuyan's heart, he was different from those half-dash siblings. At the very least, he believed they could confide in one another. What do you mean by just? Wen Shuyan's gaze, "Call me elder sister." Wen Shuyan, both angry and aggrieved, retorted, "Who do you think I am doing this for? I have gone to great lengths to pave the way for you, and you act as if you were unwilling, as if I have wronged you. Ask yourself, if it were not for Princeton petitioning the emperor, would you have been able to marry Yu Qingran? That Yu Qingran is exceptionally talented and comes from a prestigious family. Even the emperor must regard her with some caution. The Wen family's connection to her will surely bring glory to I in the future. With old Yu's connections, you will undoubtedly rise swiftly in your career. Is this not what you desire?" Wen Zixian found himself at a loss for words. Marrying into the Yu family was indeed a lofty aspiration. He could not comprehend why he felt so conflicted. "Are you truly happy marrying Princeton?" This was a question Wen Zixian had long wished. Chapter 63 Torture. Wen Shuyan let out a cold laugh as if she had just heard a jest, poking his chest a few times with her finger, unrelentingly declaring, "Do not be too greedy in life. Wanting everything will invite calamity." Was her marriage to Princeton for the sake of happiness and joy? Viewful, watching Wen Shuyan's retreating figure, Wen Zixian felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement. The closer he drew to Princeton, the more unsettled he became, often plagued by a gnawing anxiety that hung in the air. Yet, did he have any path left to traverse? While it is unwise to speculate on other matters, I must say I find your marriage quite promising. At the very least, Miss Yu is indeed a rare and worthy. Wen Zixian's face contorted with anguish. "Do you not understand me either, Aunt? Must you mock me as well?" Aunt Feng offered a humorless smile. "If the heart remains unmoved, what power? How can someone with a narrow perspective and insufficient breadth of mind maintain a clear and rational overview of the larger picture? How can a person easily entangled in trifling emotions, lacking foresight and grace, command respect from the world?" Wen Zixian's eyes brimmed with discomfort. "Aunt, you..." When Wen Xingzong had taken notice of her, he had paid a hefty sum to redeem her from her plight. Initially, she intended to languish in the confines of the inner chambers, but unexpectedly, she bore Wen Zixian. In moments of maternal affection, greed inevitably stirred within her. Thus, she meticulously nurtured him, gradually bringing him before Madame Wen. That she had hoped he would soar to greater heights, but without the fortitude of resilient and adaptable wings, flight could indeed spell disaster. Qingxi village. Fu Wanzhou had been in a deep slumber for 3 entire days' time, akin to a form of torture, silently dragged each soul through its torment, yet, none exhibited their anguish outwardly. Particularly Wen Shining, who maintained her routine with unwavering composure. She ate when it was time to eat and slept when it was time to sleep. Upon awakening, she would visit Fu Wanzhou's room to read for a while or practice her writing. On days without rain, she would allow Old Wei to guide her around the fields. During this time, she gathered all the villagers for a meeting to discuss her plans to cultivate medicinal herbs and flowers. Should they wish to remain in Qingxi village, there were 2 options available. Point 1 was to continue leasing the land, planting herbs or flowers as per her requirements, which she would then buy back at market price. The other was for her to reclaim the land, with them working as laborers in exchange for monthly wages. The villagers were largely unfamiliar with the cultivation of medicinal herbs, and opting for caution, most chose the latter option. Once agreements were made, everyone busily set to work, tilling the soil or harvesting as needed. The plot closest to the house was designated for a greenhouse, as Wen Shining planned to start nurturing seeds come spring. Her days were filled with myriad tasks, and accompanying Fu Wenzhou became a rare moment of respite amidst her busyness. It seemed to her that the second master was merely resting, as any ordinary person would. Her calm demeanor and boundless inner strength radiated, affecting everyone around her. The affairs within the residence progressed in an orderly fashion, with each individual attending to their respective duties, save for Wei Fang. After extracting information from Jinan regarding Fu Wenzhou's condition, Wei Fang isolated herself in her room, weeping uncontrollably time and again. Old Wei was left speechless. The second master is perfectly well.
What do you have to cry about? Do you think you have the right to weep? Look at the second madam, how composed she is. That is the poise and grace a true matriarch should possess. What do you amount to? Wei Fang retorted, what do you know? I suspect she wishes for the second master to die so she can monopolize his fortune. Slap. Old Wei, unable to contain his frustration, struck her across. On the fifth day, a portion of the greenhouse had been erected, and under the guidance of Wen Shining and Shang Cao, everyone assisted in sowing the seeds. After completing the tasks in the fields, Wen Shining returned to the kitchen to prepare a pot of fish soup. Each day, she made it a point to personally brew a pot and deliver it to Fu Wenzhou's room. Upon entering today, she found the old doctor in Songzhi administering an injection to Fu Wenzhou. Wen Shining quietly set down the soup and softly inquired, how is the second master today? As if fearing to wake him, the old doctor wore a complex expression, still the same. There was a faint pulse and breath, yet he remained unresponsive. However, to him, this was already a miraculous feat given the dosage Fu Wenzhou had taken. Any ordinary individual would have succumbed. Perhaps his brain had suffered damage, and only his tenacious willpower sustained him. These thoughts were too painful for the old doctor to voice. It was evident to any keen observer that the second madam's tranquility was merely a facade. Should her faith crumble, the consequences could be dire. Wen Shining obediently sat by, waiting for the old doctor and Songzhi to finish their tasks. Please, both of you, go have your meal. I shall keep the second master company. Songzhi exchanged a glance with the old doctor, who nodded and respectfully replied, yes, second madam. Once outside, Songzhi rubbed his bloodshot eyes and, in a daze, asked, Master, will the second master wake up? The old doctor shot him a glare, exasperated. You ask the same question every day. If you are not tired, I certainly am. Oh. Songzhi sniffed, as if to bolster his own spirits. I believe the second master will awaken. The old doctor, I too believe he will awaken. Inside the room, Wen Shining gently blew on the fish soup while recounting the day's events to Fu Wenzhou. The seeds given by Dr. Liao have all been sown, and those that Wanli sent yesterday have also been planted. There are several types of flowers, and we cannot name them all. Shang Cao said the purple flower is called purple flower, and the white one is white flower. I said, but there are several shades of purple and white, how do we name them? She was at a loss for words. I thought it best to wait for the second master to wake up and name them. With Fu Wenzhou in a deep coma, she could only offer him small sips of water and soup, carefully pressing the spoon to his tongue to administer what she could. However, today, after several attempts, she found herself unable to do so, fearing it would choke him. Her hands trembled even more. After a few more failed attempts, Wen Shining nearly broke down. She took a moment to breathe deeply, holding some liquid in her mouth before slowly transferring it to Fu Wenzhou's lips. The method proved effective, allowing her to control both the speed and quantity. She resolved to adopt this approach in the future. Her understanding of romantic love was already somewhat stilted, and under the current circumstances, her mind was devoid of any distractions. Before long, the bottom of the bowl was visible as the fish soup dwindled. The doctor had advised small amounts only, as excessive quantities could burden the stomach. Wen Shining set the bowl down, wiping her mouth before tending to Fu Wenzhou's. At that moment, Fu Wenzhou's delicate eyelashes fluttered, and slowly, his eyes began to open. Chapter 64 A Miracles. Wen Shining believed it to be a mere illusion, her hands and breath stilled, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment. It was as though she had traversed a lengthy night and finally welcomed the dawn's first light. Fu Wenzhou's gaze held a tinge of bewilderment and confusion, gradually sharpening as it settled upon her face. Separated by life and death, their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. A glance that felt like an eternity, so vividly tangible that in the years to come, both Wen Shining and Fu Wenzhou would feel a stirring in their hearts whenever they recalled that moment. At this instant, after a brief moment of emptiness, Wen Shining foolishly inquired, is the fish soup delicious? Fu Wenzhou nodded with great difficulty, like a valiant warrior returning from the abyss of darkness, bearing a hint of fatigue but more so a sense of determination and hope. Doctor! Doctor! Wen Shining sprang up as if awakening from a dream, rushing outside, her composure lost as she cried out, the second master is awake, the second master is awake. Immediately, the old doctor and Songzhi rushed in, followed closely by Jinan and Shang Cao. Old Wei and others craned their necks at the entrance of the main courtyard, eager to catch a glimpse, yet, Wen Shining found herself collapsing onto the ground, overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness and disorientation. Shang Cao, unable to assist her, joined her on the ground, embracing her tightly and weeping uncontrollably. Miss, the second master has awakened, you may weep now, go ahead and cry. The tidal wave of emotions indeed crashed against Wen Shining's heart. Yet, she found herself unable to weep, for there were countless tasks awaiting her. She needed to cultivate the medicinal herbs urgently, to hasten the arrival of the esteemed Dr. Liao to develop a more effective remedy. Though she lacked medical knowledge, she understood that after this ordeal, the painkiller would likely be ineffective for the second master. She could not afford to take further risks. Moreover, the painkiller would not resolve the underlying issues.
It would merely accelerate the depletion of the second master's strength. Wen Shining slowly closed her eyes, allowing herself to sink into deep breaths. When she opened them again, the clarity in her eyes had returned to its usual calm and composure.
Xiang Cao, help me to my feet. Xiang Cao, still sobbing profusely, replied, Ah.
Oh, the two of them assisted each other to stand, and Wen Shining spoke as if to herself, yet also to Xiang Cao.
Tears are not the panacea for all ailments.
Hope is. Fu Wenzhou, his strength severely depleted, soon fell back into slumber. However, the old doctor was elated. His awakening signifies that the second master has endured. He still recognized people, and his mind remained intact. Clarity was merely a matter of time, yet, to return from the gates of hell was merely the beginning. Without more effective pain management, the hellish agony would remain ever present. But how could he voice such truths? At that moment, Jinan burst in with palpable excitement.
Dr. Liao has arrived.
Everyone's eyes brightened instantly when Shining ran outside to greet him with fervor. Supported by Old Wei, Dr. Liao limped into the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Wen Shining's eyes suddenly welled with tears that she could no longer suppress. She rubbed her eyes forcefully and, with a hint of a sob, exclaimed, "Why did you arrive so late?" Noticing her gaunt appearance, Dr. Liao expressed his remorse. "I apologize for my tardiness. Hiss, what has happened to you?
Are you injured?"
Wen Shining rushed forward, feeling ashamed of her earlier demeanor. Just as she was about to apologize, Dr. Liao waved his hand dismissively. "It's of no consequence. Let us first examine the second master." Upon receiving the news, he had ridden non-stop to arrive. His aging body felt as if it were on the verge of collapse, his posterior and thighs raw and blistered. Too afraid to sit after taking Fu Wenzhou's pulse and conversing with the old doctor for a considerable time, Dr. Liao finally felt a semblance of relief. Jinan provided him with a cushion, assisting him to sit slowly for a full hour. Dr. Liao remained silent when Shining stood before him, her heart racing with anxiety, yearning to ask but feeling timid, afraid of shattering her hopes, afraid of hearing more cruel news. After what felt like an eternity, just as she was about to falter, Dr. Liao finally spoke in a weary tone. "First and foremost, second madam, do not blame yourself. Under such circumstances, I would have chosen to take risks as well. As a physician, this was his final act of compassion. Should it come to a point of utter helplessness, he would have opted for Fu Wenzhou to depart this world with dignity. The painkiller was merely a temporary reprieve when Shining had managed to preserve half a dose of the medicine, granting Fu Wenzhou a chance to wrestle with death. The man had returned, yet the suffering was far from over. There were words that could no longer remain unspoken. Dr. Liao sighed softly. Painkillers can be reformulated, but the second master has developed significant resistance to them. In simple terms, all administered are potent drugs, and as the saying goes, all medicine has its poison, potent drugs even more so." Wen Shining unconsciously pinched her fingers together. "I am aware of this, thus, we must find a way to detoxify." Dr. Liao's expression grew grave. "Forgive my inadequacy, but to this day, I still have not fully discerned the composition of that poison. The most critical issue now is the second master's leg. The very area where he was struck by the arrow has been compromised by the toxin. He could not bear to continue. That spot resembled a ferocious beast awakening, beyond any means of suppression. If it were to remain painless, it would be fine, but once pain set in a fit of agitation, the toxins within the body would spread rapidly, until every bone and nerve was corroded." Wen Shining stood there in silence, as if the world around her had become an isolated void. In the oppressive stillness, only the sound of her heartbeat resonated in her ears. Her once bright eyes were now parched and hollow, staring ahead yet seemingly seeing nothing at all. Dr. Liao, having witnessed life and death countless times, had hardened his heart, yet, gazing at the woman before him, his chest ached with an unnameable sorrow. "There are not entirely without options." At these words, Wen Shining slowly raised her gaze. Dr. Liao, unable to meet her eyes, averted his gaze and continued, "The most effective method at present would be to amputate that section, but therein lies the dilemma. Typical doses of painkillers are ineffective for the second master, and heavier doses he cannot endure. Additionally, considering his physical condition, whether he can withstand the consequences of amputation, such as infection, presents a formidable challenge." Wen Shining bit her lip, deep in contemplation.
After a moment, she inquired, "Aside from medication, are there alternative methods to alleviate the pain?"
Dr. Liao replied, "There are options, such as compressing the cervical blood vessels to induce unconsciousness, or binding the limbs to compress the nerve vessels and reduce pain, but these methods are perilous and temporary, unable to last until treatment is complete."
Wen Shining pressed further, "In your esteemed opinion, what are the chances of success?"
Dr. Liao hesitated, wanting to say none, yet the compassionate heart of a healer compelled him to provide a glimmer of hope. "Perhaps a 10% chance." Wen Shining's heart plummeted to the depths of despair, and after a long pause, she murmured, "Allow me to consider."
Dr. Liao hesitated. "The capital has temporarily regained its tranquility.
If second madam is uncertain, it may be best to return the second master home. To avoid inviting disaster, lest all the second master's efforts be in vain." Chapter 65. Regret. Fu Wenzhou found himself immersed in an exceedingly lengthy dream, wherein he traversed the past 2 decades of his life in a whirlwind of memories. There were moments of sorrow, joy, and profound regret. Yet, if one were to speak of his greatest treasure, it would undoubtedly be his wife. The dream served as a formidable wall, creating a chasm between them. He was acutely aware of her presence, hearing the sound of her reading and savoring the taste of the soup she had lovingly prepared. He longed to caress her hair, but found himself powerless to breach that barrier. What filled him with dread was the deepening nature of the dream. As the wall grew ever thicker gradually, he could hear nothing, as an invisible force pulled him into an abyss of darkness. Helpless and desolate, his heart brimmed with regret. When he departed from the capital, he should have taken the time to bid farewell to his mother properly. He ought to have conveyed to her that he understood the enormity of her efforts, and the immense difficulty and anguish she faced in making her choices. In truth, he had never voiced a complaint against her. He simply found himself unable to navigate the complexities that would allow everyone to attain fulfillment. He should have had an earnest conversation with his elder brother, sharing his concerns and experiences in a manner that would be easily comprehensible. Over the past few years, he ought not to have closed himself off, causing countless individuals to feel despair and regret alongside him. He should have visited his esteemed mentor and spent more time with the brothers who had stood by him in life and death. Standing at the precipice of life, he suddenly realized that the relationship with family and friends was inherently one where every meeting was a precious rarity, yet, he had failed to cherish it fully. Most regrettably, however, was his wife. As a husband, there remained so many things left unsaid. She was still so young, having just escaped from a colossal cage, only to be drawn into another vortex by him. He had forgotten to tell her not to dwell too long in sorrow. She must live each day to the fullest. If she were to encounter someone worthy of her trust, she should not mind the opinions of others, but rather pursue her own happiness with courage. My wife, Shining, be brave. I shall watch over you from above. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, it felt as though his heart were being cleaved asunder. It was then that he heard her voice once more. The seeds that Dr. Liao provided have all been nurtured. We have several types of flowers, but we cannot name them all. Xiangzhou said the purple ones shall be called purple flowers, while the white ones shall be named white flowers. I countered that there are several shades of purple and white, and she could not provide an answer. I thought it best to wait for the second master to awaken and name them. Images flooded his mind. Amidst a sea of flowers, Wen Shining was waving at him with a radiant smile. Second master, come quickly and see what this flower is. He felt an uncontrollable urge to step forward, as if suddenly infused with immense strength, gradually breaking free from his constraints, slowly pushing aside the thick wall. At last, he felt her warm breath, her soft lips. My wife, Shining, I have returned. In that moment, the man who had never believed in deities expressed gratitude to all the spirits. 3 days later, Fu Wenzhou finally awoke fully. That time, when Shining was seated by his bedside, engrossed in a book. It pertained to the cultivation of flowers and plants. She appeared to struggle with its complex content, her brows furrowed in distress as she occasionally spoke to herself. Fu Wenzhou gazed at her, his eyes shimmering with boundless tenderness, as if wishing to engrave each of her expressions upon his heart. The book was an ancient text brought to her by Dr. Liao, filled with many obscure characters that indeed posed a challenge for Wen Shining. She thought to herself that she would have him explain it plainly once he awoke. Wen Shining set the book down, suddenly lifting her gaze, only to collide with a pair of eyes brimming with warmth and affection. Fu Wenzhou lay there, his gaze deeply fixed upon her, and in that tender night, his eyes sparkled with an unspoken depth of love. Second master, you are awake. As Wen Shining smiled, she resembled a twinkling star. Fu Wenzhou struggled to raise his hand, and with an almost instinctive understanding, when Shining leaned closer, his slightly warm palm gently rested upon her head. Shining, you have worked hard. Fu Wenzhou's voice was barely audible. Yet, when Shining felt a surge of poignant emotion welling up within her, tears flowed uncontrollably, yet her smile remained. As long as the second master awakens, I am willing to do anything. Are you thirsty, second master? Would you like some water, or perhaps something to eat? When Shining contemplated calling Dr. Liao to check on him, just as she moved, her arm was gently grasped by Fu Wenzhou. A faint smile graced his pale lips. Stay and talk with me. When Shining obediently seated herself, her bright gaze fixed upon him. In truth, no words were necessary to convey their thoughts. In their shared gaze, it felt as though they had already comprehended each other's innermost feelings. He was weary, and so was she. When Shining took Fu Wenzhou's hand, opened it, and pressed his palm gently against her face. You have endured much, second master. This battle has been quite arduous, has it not? Tears brimmed in his eyes as Fu Wenzhou nodded, his voice thick with emotion. I cannot bear to part with you. Shining, I cannot bear to part with you. Before the specter of death, one truly feels minuscule. He found it impossible to remain calm and magnanimous. When Shining pressed her face closer to his palm, choking back a sob. I know. Thank you for returning, second master. I cannot live without you. Nanny said that living is merely about getting through each day, but it is not the same. Days filled with hope and those devoid of it are entirely different. In the past, when I was at the estate, I often feared the dawn. Each day felt the same to me, and at times, I would question whether it was indeed a new day. Had I already been forgotten in yesterday? But ever since you came into my life, every day has felt substantial. I know that each day is a new beginning, and I look forward to what tomorrow will bring, but it is this day-to-day existence that constitutes true living. Days with you, second master, are the essence of life. As she spoke those final words, Wen Shining was overcome with emotion. All her strength, composure, and tranquility crumbled. Her tears flowed into Fu Wenzhou's palm, searingly warm as they poured into his heart, causing him to almost lose his breath. His throat tightened, his voice hoarse. I know everything. I promise you, no matter what, I will never be a coward. Yet, reality was cruel. Upon hearing Dr. Liao's analysis, a bitter smile crept upon Fu Wenzhou's lips. So, I am destined for death, regardless? Dr. Liao, lost in thought, absent-mindedly tugged at his beard in silence. Fu Wenzhou pondered for a moment before inquiring about the situation in the capital. Dr. Liao did not conceal the truth, responding candidly, the outlook is grim. The emperor has expressed his intention to elevate Lady Lan to the position of empress, with the next step being the deposition of the crown prince, and thereafter. Alas, why concern yourself with such matters? You should focus on your own situation. Poor second madam, tirelessly toiling in the greenhouse, wishing she could produce a miraculous medicine at once.
Fu Wenzhou, however, insisted on asking, does Elder Yu have any countermeasures?
Elder Yu represented the civil officials. Maintaining stability within the court was their responsibility. If the civil officials were to remain inactive, chaos would surely befall the Great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 66 Fulfillment. Physician Liao, in a fit of anger, closed his eyes and exclaimed, with a single imperial decree, Old Master Yu's granddaughter has been promised to the third son of the Wen family. That old curmudgeon Yu nearly died from rage, otherwise, how could I have dared to delay for so long? I almost had to collect your corpse.
Qin Ran is to marry Wen Zixian?
Fu Wenzhou, in a moment of desperation, choked and nearly gasped for breath. No one understood the affairs of the Yu family better than he did. When he frequently visited the Yu residence, Yu Qingran was but a child, always sitting patiently at the door, waiting for him to bring her delicacies. In his eyes, Yu Qingran was akin to Fu Wan'er, though Wen Zixian was indeed handsome and talented. After witnessing the events surrounding Wen Shining, he recognized that he was a fickle person, unable to discern between good and evil. Moreover, there were the influences of Prince An and Wen Shuyan lurking behind him. Wen Zixian was certainly not a worthy match for Yu Qingran. Old Master Yu's sentiments were not unknown to the emperor. How could he treat the Yu family in such a manner? Had the ruler, who once vowed to ensure that all people lived with dignity, truly become this foolish? Anger burned within Fu Wenzhou's chest, as if his very organs were being scorched, the pain almost unbearable. Physician Liao, sensing his turmoil, gently rubbed his back and interjected, therefore, you must muster your strength and strive to live a little longer. I believe that you are the only one capable of remedying that father and son duo. At this juncture, as Fu Wenzhou began to regain his composure, Liao's curiosity piqued.
So, what exactly does Prince An have on you? Old Master Yu is aware, is he not?
Yet that old man refuses to divulge it to me. A flicker of malice crossed Fu Wenzhou's eyes. What could it be? A disgrace, the shame of all the Zhou people. Seeing his reluctance to speak, Physician Liao ceased his inquiries and instead offered reassurance. Fear not, Old Master Yu is no fool. He will have his countermeasures, but you, what shall you do? Fu Wenzhou pursed his lips in silence, whether to seek a swift resolution or to languish in prolongation. His life seemed to have dwindled to these two choices. In the capital, at the Marquis of Zhongyang's residence, the old matriarch received a letter sent from Wuxian. The letter was penned by two individuals. Physician Liao provided a candid analysis of Fu Wenzhou's condition, seeking her counsel. Wen Shining, on the other hand, wrote but a single sentence, Mother, do not worry, I only want the second master, please take care. In just a few short months, her handwriting had transformed from a scrawl resembling a worm's movement to a refined and elegant script. Tears welled in the old matriarch's eyes, blurring the ink. Ultimately, they had arrived at this juncture, that when Fu Wenzhou returned from the battlefield, he was in a state of unconsciousness. The palace's royal physicians and the city's doctors were utterly helpless. By the time they sought out the reclusive Physician Liao, several months had already passed, the poison had spread throughout Fu Wenzhou's body, and it took tremendous effort for Liao to finally rouse him. At that time, Physician Liao had remarked that without a method to counteract the poison, the only recourse would be to remove the necrotic bones, cutting away wherever it was rotten. But he was a living man, how could one treat him as one would a cow or sheep? The old matriarch could not accept it, nor could Fu Wenzhou, coupled with the fact that he was under the influence of the poison, his vision blurred, and he had descended into utter despair. Consequently, Physician Liao had not broached the subject again now. However, it was imperative to make a choice. The old matriarch's hands trembled, her tears seemingly exhausted. After a few drops, her eyes became hollow, filled with despair. Fu Yanxiu and his wife, along with Fu Wan'er, were summoned by Mama Fang. After passing around the letter, their expressions were a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Fu Wan'er, with the innocence of a child, asked in bewilderment, if we cut away the rotten bones, will the second brother recover? Silence enveloped the room. Physician Liao had made it abundantly clear in the letter that Fu Wenzhou's condition was akin to that of a candle flickering in the wind. Even a slight chill could prove fatal, let alone the prospect of surgery.
A look of sorrow crept onto Fu Yanxiu's face.
My younger brother should not have been so willful. Even now, he insists on dividing the family. That very well, I shall send someone to bring him back. Shen Yujiu cast a glance at him but remained silent. According to Physician Liao, Fu Wenzhou was beyond salvation this time. What of the vast wealth under his name? Wen Shining's words were charming. She only wanted the second master, but if he were to perish, how could she still lay claim to guard a crumbling tablet, while desiring boundless riches? Her looks were unremarkable, yet her aspirations seemed grand. The old matriarch remained silent, as if in deep meditation, or as though her very essence had been drawn out, leaving behind only an empty shell. Mama Fang, weeping at her side, urged, the Marquis is right, we should bring him back, even in death. Should he not die at home? Fu Wan'er, her voice tinged with tears, declared, I shall go fetch him. Yet the old matriarch shook her head. No, do not bring him back. A mother knows her child all too well. Her proud son, above all, would wish to avoid dying before her eyes. Thus, having resigned himself to fate, he began to deliberately distance himself from his family. He refrained from visiting Linfeng courtyard and disliked their presence. From a young age, he had been more contemplative than his peers, pondering matters with depth. That he had likely long contemplated the reality of death, yet, unexpectedly, Wen Shining had emerged. It was both an accident and a twist of fate. His plans were thus disrupted, and many things became far more complicated. He now had to consider the entirety of a person's life, necessitating deeper and longer-term contemplation. Leaving the residence and dividing the family was an unavoidable course of action, merely a matter of flowing with the current. Her intentional favoritism was not unlike his own. Not dying before his mother was the only filial duty he could still fulfill. How could she not acquiesce? When Shining's simple declaration encapsulated her resolve, the old matriarch trusted her. Her proud son was such a remarkable person. What did boundless wealth mean in comparison? In this manner, perhaps her son would have fewer regrets. The old matriarch closed her eyes and instructed Fu Yanxiu to reply to the letter. Just a single line: it is fate and destiny. Begin wisely and conclude cautiously, do what one can, and leave the rest to fate. As for the rest, she had grown old and could no longer manage everything. When the day of destiny arrived, if fate permitted, perhaps they would meet again in the afterlife, and then they could speak at length. Physician Liao selected several useful herbs from those sent from Lu Town, and after boiling them for 2 days and nights, he finally concocted a relatively safe, albeit short-acting, painkiller. When Shining grew increasingly busy, rising early and toiling late in the fields to tend to the necessary herbs, Physician Liao observed her with fascination. She possessed an inexplicable gift. Every flower and plant she touched, even if their roots were rotting and their leaves withered, seemed to revive under her care. Those seeds obtained from the northern barbarians, which he had attempted to cultivate 100 times without success, unexpectedly took root and sprouted in her greenhouse. Each time Physician Liao visited the fields, he returned to express his awe before Fu Wenzhou. Your second wife must surely be a goddess of flowers descended to the mortal realm. Fu Wenzhou merely smiled at this, but his heart ached deeply. In the world of drama, it is often the case that men profess their unwavering commitment to women. I would fight to the death for you. Yet, in the harsh realities of life, more often than not, individuals flee in times of crisis. Between him and Wen Shining, they could scarcely be considered true spouses. There was no passionate love, no solemn vows, but yet she continued to act as if they were bound by such ties. Fu Wenzhou could not help but worry. If death were inescapable, could she truly face it with equanimity? Thus, a thought began to take root in his mind. Chapter 67, Taking on a disciple. Old Liao, I have a rather unreasonable request, and I hope you can acquiesce. Fu Wenzhou hesitated before speaking. Physician Liao was immersed in contemplating treatment plans, and perhaps influenced by Wen Shining. His confidence soared. It was rare for Fu Wenzhou to take the initiative to speak, prompting Physician Liao to pause his thoughts and stroke his beard as he regarded him. Speak your mind. Fu Wenzhou pondered for a moment before saying, Shining, if I cannot survive this tribulation, I implore you, old Liao, to take her as your disciple, if you would be so kind. Physician Liao was momentarily taken aback, his reaction rather pronounced. I had already grown weary of the mortal realm, retreating to the mountains, living a life of unbridled joy. Yet because of you, that old curmudgeon you has sold me out. For these years, bearing this hot potato of yours has left me utterly drained, and you still wish to entrust your wife to me. Fu Wenzhou, do you not feel the pangs of conscience? Addressing him by his full name revealed his genuine ire. Fu Wenzhou replied, I have been thoughtless, please do not take it to heart, old Liao. Physician Liao remained irked. Can't you let me enjoy a few more years of peace? I am not far from death. Fu Wenzhou was taken aback by his reaction, momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless, she is your own wife. If you are concerned, why not have a proper showdown with the King of Hell? Is not the young general undefeated in battle? You can shake the earth for your country and people, why can you not fight for yourself and your wife? Physician Liao huffed as he exited, muttering under his breath, do I not know how to take on a disciple myself? Why must you entrust her to me? Am I to take on a disciple or save a life? The pressure is immense. He turned and hurried to the greenhouse to find Wen Shining. The seeds brought from the northern barbarians had already grown to the height of fingers. Wen Shining was busy transplanting them when she noticed Physician Liao's grave expression, causing her heart to tighten as she quickly set aside her tasks to approach him. What troubles you, second master? Humph. Physician Liao retorted, he is doing quite well, already dreaming sweet dreams. Wen Shining interpreted this to mean Fu Wenzhou had fallen asleep. Was it not normal for him to sleep? Why then did Physician Liao appear so angry? Look, these sands are all mixed by me, Jin, and said they closely resemble the soil of the northern barbarians. Upon hearing that Fu Wenzhou was fine, Wen Shining relaxed and eagerly invited Physician Liao into her other greenhouse. This greenhouse was always warm from the fire, the temperature soaring, the sands were thoroughly dried, clad in winter cotton clothing. Wen Shining's face turned rosy from the heat, her forehead and the tip of her nose soon beaded with fine sweat. Physician Liao felt a tumult of emotions as he gazed at her, asking with a complex expression, if second master cannot endure, what plans does second madam have? The heart of a healer is tender. He truly struggled to discuss such matters with the family, yet this girl was simply heart-wrenching to behold. Wen Shining paused, pointing at the pots of medicinal herbs. In 2 or 3 months at most, they will be ready. By then, you can use them to concoct the antidote. If these do not suffice, I shall plant others. That once second master is in better condition, I intend to journey to the northern barbarian border to see if I might procure more useful herbs. She gazed earnestly at Physician Liao, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with an unshakable determination. Second master will recover. I beseech you, old Liao, do not relinquish hope. The aged Physician Liao turned his face away, nearly losing his composure. How could he maintain his authority if he shed tears before this young girl? After a moment, he suppressed the swelling in his eyes, turning back to the pots of herbs and casually inquiring, Second master said second madam has a knack for medicine, I see it too. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Wen Shining was momentarily stunned. Ah. She had indeed wished to study medicine, but, old physician Liao, did you not cease to take on disciples long ago? Fu Wenzhou had mentioned that among the few in the capital, none had formally entered the fold. They could only be considered assistants. Physician Liao stroked his beard, his expression somewhat awkward as he replied, taking on a disciple who will close the door is also good, it saves me the trouble of getting up to shut it myself when I grow old and weary. Wen Shining tilted her head, somewhat confused.
Second madam, please simply state whether you are willing or not. Physician Liao's patience was waning, giving the impression he was desperately seeking her agreement.
Unexpectedly, Wen Shining blinked her bright eyes, declaring earnestly, if old physician Liao can heal second master, I shall gladly agree.
Physician Liao was left speechless.
Be careful on your way back, physician.
I must return to my tasks.
With a considerate reminder, Wen Shining plunged back into her work within the greenhouse, she understood his intentions. A day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. If she truly became physician Liao's disciple, it would create a bond, yet she would never forsake second master, wherever he was, she would be regardless. If she wished to learn, even without formal apprenticeship, physician Liao would still teach her. Whether others deemed her foolish or ungrateful mattered not, she believed in her own convictions. Physician Liao's initiative to take her on as a disciple was met with rejection, shattering his defenses, to the point he refused to emerge for dinner. Wen Shining accompanied Fu Wenzhou in their room for a meal, chuckling, old Liao always appeared so stern, I did not expect such an endearing side.
Fu Wenzhou looked at her with a hint of helplessness, what a wonderful opportunity. Why did Shining turn it down?
With a smile, Wen Shining replied, do not worry, second master, I will learn what I must, and he will teach what he ought.
I am asking why you declined.
Fu Wenzhou's tone turned somewhat severe, instinctively causing Wen Shining to lower her gaze. Yet the words she needed to express must be spoken. I merely wish to be second madam, not a physician. Second master, you may have misjudged me. Wen Shining gently bit her lip, summoning courage to meet his gaze as she softly articulated her thoughts.
I do not harbor grand ambitions.
I seek knowledge to understand the world I inhabit. There is a touch of reluctance. I am not foolish, nor am I incapable, I simply lack the opportunity to learn. As for cultivating medicinal herbs, I indeed possess lofty dreams of becoming a pharmacist. I wish to prove myself, to show I am neither a harbinger of disaster nor a useless being. But even if I prove it, what then? Those who once disregarded me will remain indifferent. Those who care for me will continue to do so, regardless of my worth. Thus, I believe my efforts hold the greatest significance in allowing second master to witness my growth. Fu Wenzhou gazed at her with tender affection, Shining, I have never regretted marrying you. Yet you must understand, my intention in marrying you was to liberate you from the constraints of familial ties, enabling you to live freely.
I understand.
Wen Shining tilted her face upward, but second master, humans are not wood or grass.
We possess emotions. I cannot control my heart. What shall I do?
Her bright eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting the tumultuous emotions within her heart. She was neither foolish nor saintly, she discerned the pros and cons. She understood many unspoken truths, yet this heart of hers, how could it find peace? Chapter 68. The present, the faint crimson hue in Wen Shining's eyes resembled a vibrant red leaf, gently descending upon Fu Wenzhou's heart, mirroring the sorrow and anguish within him. He cradled her hand in his palm, scrutinizing each delicate finger. They were long and slender, ideally resembling tender shoots, yet, they were marred by scars and thin calluses, even more rugged than those of the seasoned herb gatherers. Fu Wenzhou felt a pang of heartache, his voice thick with emotion. I am acutely aware of Shining's heart. It was precisely this knowledge that left him at a loss. Ensuring her physical comfort was not arduous, the true challenge lay in tending to her heart. When Shining clasped his hand in return, pressing his palm against her cheek, closing her eyes in a moment of longing and murmuring, I too know the heart of the second master.
Do not let this distress you. Cherishing the present is of utmost importance. And you need not lament for me, I do not feel sorrow at all, for I perceive every sacrifice as a beacon of hope. If you truly care for me, then grant me more hope, making my efforts worthwhile. Do not speak of a future yet to unfold, for our visions of the future diverge. However, in my own future, your presence will always linger. Fu Wenzhou's heart tightened, his large hand grasping her delicate face, his expression growing increasingly grave. Shining, do you know what weighs most heavily on my mind? When Shining boldly met his gaze, are you afraid I might follow you into death? Hoping I can be brave and strong, perhaps finding a good man to marry, bearing children, and blissfully forgetting you, is that it?
Pain flickered in Fu Wenzhou's eyes, when Shining's gaze was resolute yet tinged with sadness.
Can I promise you that? Would you believe me, once you are gone, it matters not whether I wander the world with Dr. Liao or remarry, but without you, I would be reborn. Whether that is good or ill, you can do nothing about it. What significance does it hold, anyway?
She possessed an uncanny ability to express harsh truths in a straightforward manner, leaving one speechless. Fu Wenzhou found himself at a loss, managing a bitter smile.
What do you think I ought to contemplate, then?
He knew he was merely tormenting himself, yet his heart was uncontrollable. In his youth, he had been fearless, embarking on each expedition with unwavering resolve, bolstered by the support of an elder brother. Thus, he had never experienced the pangs of separation from family. It was the old soldiers, waving their farewells to wives and mothers from afar, repeating their admonitions to take care, to eat well, to avoid catching a chill, to manage household chores within their means.
Such phrases, reiterated time and again, invited laughter and mockery from the younger men, who derided them for their womanly fussiness. However, after narrowly escaping death this time, as Fu Wenzhou reflected on those scenes, he began to grasp that the emotions of those old soldiers were anything but trivial. Each farewell grew heavier, each tugging at the heartstrings more profound. They were not afraid of death, rather, they feared that the invisible thread of attachment to their loved ones would be severed by their demise, dragging those they cherished into the abyss alongside them. Fu Wenzhou now understood this sentiment all too well, yet, he found himself entangled with Wen Shining, a simple yet formidable, pure yet perceptive, kind yet stubborn young woman. She had endured the harshest cruelties of this world but remained unbound. Her heart was free, governed by her own notions of love and hate. He felt utterly powerless against her. Wen Shining did not answer Fu Wenzhou's question immediately, instead, she gazed at him intently. He had grown considerably thinner, his complexion pale to the point of translucence, yet his features remained striking, the dark brows, gentle eyes, high nose, and lips of perfect proportion. She tenderly traced his face with her fingers, momentarily at a loss for words, finally exclaiming, "You are truly handsome, second master." She had said this during their first encounter, and now, she was the only one who could convey such a sentiment. Fu Wenzhou grasped her hand, a hint of helplessness evident in his demeanor. "That is merely because Shining has encountered too few people." Wen Shining smiled innocently, "There are countless men in the world, yet I still believe you are the most handsome. I wish to see you every day. So, second master, shall we not dwell on tomorrow, let us focus on today, on this very moment." As she spoke, her soft form nestled into his embrace. "If your mind insists on wandering, let it ponder names for those unknown flowers and grasses. Think of how you might teach me to read, to paint, to compose poetry, and writing and martial arts too. In short, impart all that you know to me. With so many things to think about, surely that will keep you occupied? And if that is still insufficient, then contemplate what to have for breakfast and lunch." She tilted her face upward, her expression playful and mischievous, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, making it impossible for him to remain unmoved. Fu Wenzhou instinctively enveloped her in his arms, relishing her warmth and breath, wishing to freeze time in that moment. It seemed he had suddenly grasped the true essence of the present, a lesson imparted by Wen Shining. The next day, when Fu Wenzhou appeared at the dining table looking refreshed, Dr. Liao was taken aback. "Your health appears quite improved today, second master. Could it be a fleeting resurgence?" "Ah, nonsense," Fu Wenzhou's expression softened as he casually remarked, "I never engage in unprepared battles." Dr. Liao exchanged glances with Wen Shining. "What do you mean?" Fu Wenzhou sampled the sweet soup prepared by the womenfolk, finding it quite palatable, and ladled a bowl to present to Wen Shining. Afterward, he maneuvered his wheelchair back slightly, clasping his hands together, and bowed to Dr. Liao. "I am grateful for your concern regarding the bone removal, esteemed physician. Your kindness shall be etched in my heart. This battle will be arduous, but I shall make ample preparations, so please do not feel overly burdened." He had not intended to cause further upheaval, yet he was determined to grasp any glimmer of hope. Dr. Liao was momentarily stunned. He had not yet dared to discuss this matter with Fu Wenzhou. After all, this was Fu Wenzhou, the once proud young man. How could he accept a life of physical compromise, merely to drag on? Furthermore, that was a path fraught with suffering, a road of despair. In the face of death, even giants bow their heads, choosing to evade, releasing their fears, and binding their emotions to those closest to them, inflicting torment upon them. Dr. Liao had practiced medicine for decades, witnessing a myriad of patients, yet none, like Fu Wenzhou, seemed so preoccupied with the well-being of others. Glancing at Wen Shining, she appeared to have anticipated this moment, calmly breaking off a piece of vegetable pancake and placing it in Fu Wenzhou's bowl, gently saying, "Do try this pancake, second master. It is quite delicious." Yet her eyes, unmistakably, shimmered with unshed tears. Fu Wenzhou returned to his position, placing some side dishes in Wen Shining's bowl, his eyes equally tender, as if they could spill over with emotion. "You must eat as well, Shining." The couple exchanged glances, their silent communication painting a serene tableau of life's gentle moments. Dr. Liao felt that perhaps this breakfast could be skipped. He was already full. He should hasten to prepare instead. Fu Wenzhou was right. One must never venture into battle unprepared. As the commander, he would not allow himself to falter. The sweet soup was delightful, the pancake exceedingly tasty, especially the corn cakes, roasted over charcoal until crisp on the outside, sweet yet crunchy, a delightful aroma wafting. Wen Shining had a hearty appetite, consuming more than usual. Fu Wenzhou also sipped a bit of soup and nibbled half a pancake, concerned he might overindulge. Wen Shining softly cautioned, "Save some room, second master. Later, I will prepare fish for you." Speaking of fish, she suddenly remembered someone. Why haven't I seen Wei Fong in recent days? Chapter 69. Painting Jinan and Xiang Chao were enveloped in this rare warmth when the mention of Wei Fong caused Xiang Chao to furrow her brow slightly. "I heard from old Uncle Wei that Wei Fong has gone to the county town to visit her second brother." The words spoken by Wei Fong that day had been relayed by the maids. Had it not been for the fact that old Uncle Wei had already sent her away, Xiang Chao would have undoubtedly torn her mouth apart. Old Uncle Wei's second son runs a restaurant in the county town. Perhaps she has gone to assist him. Wen Shining, not dwelling on it further, invited Fu Wenzhou enthusiastically, "Second master, would you like to see my greenhouse?" Fu Wenzhou nodded, "Very well." As soon as he spoke, he instructed Jinan to bring along brushes, ink, and paper. Wen Shining exclaimed excitedly, "Second master, are you going to paint?" Fu Wenzhou gazed at her with affectionate eyes. "Isn't Shining eager to learn?" "Ah, yes," Wen Shining smiled foolishly, "then let us begin today." Fu Wenzhou added, "And perhaps give some names to those unnamed flowers and herbs." "Sounds great." The two conversed, their eyes brimming with an irrepressible joy, pure and liberated.
Although they appeared to be in bliss, Jinan and Xiang Chao inexplicably felt their eyes moisten. The path through the fields was not easy to traverse, so Jinan carried Fu Wenzhou on his back, while the other servants followed, carrying chairs. Once seated amidst the expanse of nature, inhaling the earthy aroma mingled with the fragrance of flora, Fu Wenzhou felt as if his chest had expanded, and his breathing had become significantly smoother. Not far off, villagers peered curiously, whispering amongst themselves. Though their words were inaudible, they were likely expressions of pity, sympathy, astonishment, and in the past, Fu Wenzhou would have regarded such looks as arrows on the battlefield, piercing to the marrow. Yet at this moment, he perceived them as gentle as the soft breeze. Though they could not be avoided, they remained distant from his heart. They viewed him as a monster, while he regarded them as mere flowers and grasses. The perception lay within his own eyes and heart. Besides, he had only a pair of eyes, and they were not yet sated with the sight of Wen Shining.
Second master, please wait for me. I want to check on the herbs I transplanted yesterday.
Wen Shining flitted about the greenhouse like a butterfly, busying herself. No need to rush, Shining, take your time, there is still plenty of daylight left, Fu Wenzhou replied, allowing Jinan to set up the easel. Once Jinan had finished, he stepped back and could not help but wipe away his tears. Xiang Chao brought over tea, nudged him with her elbow, and shot him a disapproving glare.
If you keep ruining the mood, do you believe I won't give you a beating?
Jinan wiped his eyes and choked out, what do you know? In the past, the second master's brush and ink were worth a fortune. Countless people sought his work. After his injury, he never painted again and even tore up all his previous works. It was only after the arrival of the second madam that he began to wield the brush once more, and now he is painting again.
I'm not trying to ruin the mood, I just think the bond between the second master and the second madam is truly moving.
He struggled to articulate how despondent the previous Fu Wenzhou had been. Yet he knew that it was the second madam who had gradually revived the second master's heart. As long as the heart lived, there was hope for everything. Xiang Chao was somewhat touched by his words, reaching out to clasp his shoulder, her tone resolute. Jinan, just watch. My lady is a lucky star. If she believes something can be done, it surely will.
The second master will be all right.
Jinan's heart was pierced. Disregarding the distinctions between genders, he leaned his head against Xiang Chao's shoulder and quietly sobbed. When Wen Shining returned after her inspection, a vivid scene of spring tillage had sprung to life on the paper.
Second master, you are so talented.
Wen Shining was awestruck, glancing between the painting and the real scene before her.
It was almost identical, vividly lifelike.
No wonder Jinan said the second master's paintings could be worth a fortune. I fear I will never learn to paint like that.
Wen Shining was struck by this revelation, a hint of melancholy creeping in.
Fu Wenzhou pulled her to sit beside him, smiling gently. Painting is actually quite simple, just depict what you see and think, interpreting it in your own way. As for the value of the painting, it largely reflects the worth of the person themselves.
Wen Shining tilted her head, finding it somewhat perplexing.
Fu Wenzhou patiently elaborated, when a person's status rises, everything associated with them becomes valuable. This is known as a rising tide lifts all boats. General Yun Hui's paintings may fetch a fortune, but Fu Wenzhou's might be worth naught.
There are still many decent folks in this world.
Fu Wenzhou affectionately ruffled her hair. You are correct, Shining. Therefore, whether in poetry or painting, one must boldly express oneself. Those who understand will naturally grasp the meaning.
Second master, I understand now. When Shining's enthusiasm ignited, I want to paint right away.
Jinan had already set up another easel, while Xiang Chao ground ink nearby, preparing the pigments. When Shining made broad strokes, and another painting came to life on the paper, there were mountains, water, people, and fields, all reflecting the scene before her. However, the mountains were represented by wavy lines, the water also by wavy lines, the fields by grid lines, and the people were indiscernible shapes. In short, it was rather difficult to assess. Jinan and Xiang Chao instinctively fell silent, each finding tasks to occupy themselves with. Only Fu Wenzhou attentively observed the painting. When Shining felt somewhat embarrassed. Second master, don't feel pressured. If you can't find words of praise, it's alright. I know I'm just drawing a dog's portrayal of a peach blossom. Fu Wenzhou gazed at her with warm eyes, stating earnestly, for your first attempt at realism, you have captured the essence beautifully. The grandeur of the mountains, the ceaseless flow of the water, the intricate pathways of the fields, and the laborers, each with their own demeanor, vividly portrayed. Though abstract, the artistic conception is exquisite and precise.
It is truly remarkable. When Shining stared blankly, is what you say truly sincere?
Could her painting truly deserve such lavish praise? Fu Wenzhou affirmed, Shining indeed possesses considerable talent. Given time, you will undoubtedly achieve great proficiency. His voice was calm yet resolute, each word appearing to be weighed thoughtfully, filled with affirmation and recognition, leaving no room for doubt. When Shining instantly flushed with shyness, covering her face, laughing heartily, as joyful as a child who had just stolen candy. Jinan and Xiang Chao were both astonished. It's not easy for the second master, Xiang Chao remarked. Even if the second madam merely draws a circle, he can praise it to the skies.
Jinan replied proudly, you don't understand. My second master is the most refined man in the world.
Xiang Chao shot him a skeptical glance. Then I find it puzzling that after following the second master for over a decade, you haven't learned even a smidgen.
Jinan protested, though I may not match the second master, I still possess a certain refinement.
Xiang Chao paused her ink grinding, raising her chin. Come, I will give you an opportunity to demonstrate your remarkable refinement.
Praise my ink grinding skills.
Jinan turned beet red before managing to stammer, very good, it's dark and rich. Xiang Chao rolled her eyes heavenward just as Wen Shining and Fu Wenzhou were discussing the painting. She heard the commotion, turned her head, and whispered, "Why do Jinan and Xiang Chao argue so often lately?" Fu Wenzhou's gaze deepened slightly, replying softly, "Arguing is also a form of expression, is it not?" Wen Shining tilted her head, pondering his words. Chapter 70, Companionship, Strange and Peculiar. After making this remark, Wen Shining continued to immerse herself in her artwork. Subsequently, she pointed out the nameless flowers and grasses to Fu Wenzhou. After a moment of contemplation, he began to assign names to them. The white ones were called Ru Shui, like snow, Sui, plain garment, Qing, clear shadow, but the red ones were named Lai Yan, blazing flame, Jusha, vermilion, along with Zmo, purple twilight, Yulu, jade dew, and so forth. Each name resonated beautifully in Wen Shining's ears, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Fu Wenzhou. At times, a radiant smile would grace his face, bringing his entire countenance to life. This was living in the moment. Mountains appeared as mountains, waters as waters, the sea of clouds surged, and the heavens stretched infinitely. Most importantly, the one she cherished was within her sight.
Shining, thank you.
Fu Wenzhou's seemingly random words, however, were understood by Wen Shining in a remarkable way. She tilted her head, resting it on his shoulder, and blissfully closed her eyes.
Thank you too, second master, for it is because of you that we have today.
For lunch, Wen Shining personally took to the kitchen to prepare the fish stew she had recently learned. The maids prepared the ingredients and, once the fire was lit, discreetly withdrew. As Wen Shining busily attended to her tasks with deft hands, she explained the cooking process to Fu Wenzhou. Cut the fish into chunks, marinate them to eliminate the fishy smell, then squeeze out the excess water, coat them in potato flour, and fry in hot oil until golden before retrieving them. Next, saute ginger, garlic, and pickled vegetables until fragrant, add water to bring it to a boil, and finally, simmer the fried fish pieces for a while. The result is tender, flavorful fish, with a delicious broth. It's simply delightful. Now, I will begin frying. Second master, please do not add more firewood.
A gentle flame is essential.
Fu Wenzhou, tasked with adding firewood, replied with a smile, "All right, Shining, be careful not to burn your hands." Wen Shining, with her fluid and graceful movements, dispelled his concerns. Fu Wenzhou had never imagined that one day he would find inner peace and satisfaction amidst the mundane life, and all of it was brought to him by Wen Shining. Through the haze of smoke, he gazed at her with tender affection.
Shining, do you tire from your daily busyness?
But in truth, what Fu Wenzhou truly wished to ask was whether it was worth it for someone like him. Wen Shining, busy retrieving the fried fish pieces, replied without lifting her head, "Did you not rise before dawn every day to study and practice martial arts at night? Did you feel tired then?"
Fu Wenzhou responded, "Indeed, it was tiring, but those were things I enjoyed doing, which made it joyful."
Wen Shining looked up and smiled, "I feel the same way now, so you need not worry. As long as there is hope in life, even hardship can taste sweet." The fish stew was indeed delicious. Fu Wenzhou finished an entire bowl, accompanied by half a bowl of rice and some vegetables. Wen Shining felt a twinge of concern. "Second master, it would be better to eat smaller meals more frequently for digestion."
Fu Wenzhou gently replied, "It matters not.
This afternoon I shall teach you martial arts. A bit of movement may aid in digestion."
Dr. Liao,
overhearing, nearly shed tears of joy. Had he possessed such determination earlier, the situation would not have been so dire. Wen Shining remained anxious. "Second master, can your body handle this? There is no rush with martial arts and horseback riding." Before Fu Wenzhou could respond, Dr. Liao interjected, "Let him be busy. A steadfast will can drive away illness, and a spirited heart can conquer all ailments. What the heart desires surpasses any elixir." To endure this trial, Fu Wenzhou must first mend his frail body. Moving about, being able to eat, sleep, and maintain a good mood is more effective than any medicine. Wen Shining wished to say more, but Fu Wenzhou placed a piece of fish into her bowl, smiling tenderly.
"Did you not often say one should live in the moment?"
Wen Shining gazed at him with a somewhat dazed expression, sensing that second master had changed in some way. It was as if those flowers and grasses, once transported from afar, had regained vitality after receiving nourishment. She could not quite ascertain whether he was trying to comfort her or if he genuinely felt confident. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a good thing that second master could rise from his bed. Wen Shining cheerfully indulged in a couple more bowls of rice to gather strength for her afternoon studies. Jinan, having practiced martial arts in his early years, was to teach Wen Shining and Xiang Chao some fundamental exercises. Wen Shining approached her studies with utmost seriousness, while Xiang Chao proved to be a tad more difficult to manage. At the slightest hint of sternness from Jinan, she would retort with a flurry of words. Dr. Liao, accompanied by Songzhu in the room working on medicinal pills, heard the commotion and peeked out the window, witnessing a delightful scene. Jinan and Xiang Chao were like two children, playfully darting about the courtyard. Wen Shining was diligently squatting in a horse stance, while Fu Wenzhou sat beneath a pear tree, book in hand, though he hardly turned a page, his gaze seemingly affixed upon Wen Shining.
Dr. Liao was moved, asking Songzhu, "Does this not resemble a family of 4?
Songzhu shook his head. "I do not think so. It seems more like a teacher with 3 students." Dr. Liao was rendered speechless. What teacher would dare look at their students in such a manner? The affection in that gaze was so sweet it could almost be spun into silk. If only Fu Wenzhou were fully capable, perhaps they would already have children. Reflecting on this, Dr. Liao felt a pang of sorrow. Let alone having children, merely preserving his life would be a blessing. With this thought, he truly clasped his hands in prayer. Seeing this, Songzhu followed suit, murmuring, "All deities, open your eyes. Second master is the finest person in this world. If they do not protect him, it would defy the natural order." His body remained weak, and within an hour, the weariness on Fu Wenzhou's face became increasingly apparent. Wen Shining quickly volunteered, I am tired, let us practice again tomorrow. Fu Wenzhou, his consciousness fading, softly agreed. Jinan assisted him back to his room to rest, while Wen Shining, filled with concern, stayed by his bedside under the pretense of reading.
Time passed, and Fu Wenzhou's drowsy voice emerged, Shining, do you enjoy days like this?
Wen Shining immediately leaned closer to him, earnestly replying, I enjoy every day with you, second master. Fu Wenzhou smiled, his eyes shimmering with emotion. I too enjoy it, very much enjoying it to the point of greed, yearning for these days to stretch on endlessly, overflowing with joy. In the following days, Fu Wenzhou remained constantly by Wen Shining's side. Mornings were spent painting in the fields, observing flowers and medicinal herbs. Whenever Wen Shining was busy, Fu Wenzhou would be nearby, capturing her likeness on canvas. Busy and focused, she seemed to blend seamlessly with the flowers and grasses. He tirelessly painted, as if wishing to preserve every fleeting moment of her essence. In the afternoons, he accompanied her in her martial arts practice, occasionally offering guidance. When the mood struck, he would even ask Jinan for a wooden stick and perform a few moves from his wheelchair. Although he would soon break into a sweat and struggle for breath, there was a growing light in his eyes. Consequently, he was able to eat a bit more. However, the newly prescribed pain medication was gradually losing its effectiveness. The pain intensified, and the frequency of medication increased. The surgical procedure to sever the bones became inevitable. Yet it could not be approached recklessly. Dr. Liao resolved to have a serious discussion with Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining. Chapter 71 Commitment. Dr. Liao had yet to devise a strategy for discussion when he was unexpectedly visited by Granny Qin and Hong Lanzi. Their unannounced arrival startled everyone when the four of them appeared at the residence. Xiang Chao, quick to react, dashed over and embraced Hong Lanzi, exclaiming joyfully, At last, you've arrived. The was predominantly populated by elderly women, with only Wen Shining and Jinan of similar age. Meanwhile, the young lady from her household was entirely consumed by thoughts of the second master. Jinan, being rather thick-headed, spent his days irking others. Xiang Chao had long been looking forward to Hong Lanzi's company. With a friend by her side, even labor felt more invigorating. Granny Qin stood at a distance, observing Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining with meticulous attention. It was the afternoon, the designated time for martial arts practice. Wen Shining's cheeks were flushed, her appearance vibrant and lively, having gained some weight and seemingly grown taller. Most remarkably, Fu Wenzhou's face bore a hint of color. His once clear eyes, devoid of the despairing pallor of near death, now shone with vitality. He looked even better than when he had departed from the Ho residence. They were all well. Granny Qin's anxious heart gradually eased, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wen Shining hurried over to support her, saying, Granny, you've worked hard on the journey. Supported by her, Granny Qin slowly approached Fu Wenzhou, her voice trembling. Second master. Fu Wenzhou, slightly out of breath, replied hoarsely, Nursing mother, you've endured much. It was no trouble. Granny Qin wiped her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing the second master in good spirits is worth more than anything. Rest assured, I have handled all matters in the capital. From now on, I shall not wander, I will remain here in peace. On the way, she had witnessed the flourishing fields adorned with flowers and medicinal herbs. The villagers spoke highly of the second mistress, praising her warmth and loyalty. Knowing that these herbs were of use to the second master, everyone was truly invested. Here, there were no schemes, no treachery, and none of the burdensome protocols of high society. No need to navigate complex social relations. Granny Qin surveyed her surroundings, genuinely enamored. The landscape was picturesque, a blend of serene mountains and flowing waters. For reasons she could not quite fathom, she felt a surge of confidence. With the blessings of nature and the second mistress's sincere companionship, the second master would surely thrive. The joy of reunion enveloped everyone. Old Man Wei hastily sent someone to procure a sheep, preparing for a feast of roasted lamb that evening. Xiang Chao led Hong Lanzi into the wilderness. Wen Shining had initially intended to arrange for Granny Qin to stay in the main courtyard, considering that the weather was still somewhat cool and Granny, being elderly, was susceptible to discomfort due to her past knee ailments. The main courtyard had a heated floor, ensuring greater comfort. However, Granny Qin resolutely opposed, insisting that the main courtyard was meant for the masters, and should not be disrupted. With no choice but to acquiesce, Wen Shining resolved to install a heated floor in the side courtyard before the next winter arrived. With the arrival of Granny Qin and her companions, the place increasingly resembled a home. Wen Shining felt a warmth in her heart that surpassed even the heated floors. After settling in, Granny Qin first sought out Dr. Liao to deliver the old lady's letter to him. Upon reading it, Dr. Liao sighed deeply. I shall not fail the old lady's expectations. I will exert every effort, but this calamity is exceedingly difficult to overcome. Granny Qin's heart tightened once more. But I see the second master appears well. Is there truly no hope? Dr. Liao stroked his beard, reiterating the old lady's words, commence with care, fulfill your duties, and leave the rest to fate. Granny Qin rubbed her weary eyes and sighed. That is of no consequence. I will remain by his side regardless. Dr. Liao gazed at her intently, his tone softening. The second master is a fortunate man, he will persevere. While hope lingered, there were still matters to address. Granny Qin then proceeded to the main courtyard, presenting the account books to Fu Wenzhou in Wen Shining's presence. Aside from the villa and the residence on Wuyue Lane bestowed by the old lady, all else has been liquidated. What Wen Shining was unaware of was that during Fu Wenzhou's prosperous days, many had sought to partner with him in business ventures. Even without investing money, merely associating with Fu Wenzhou's name served as a guarantee of credibility and quality. Fu Wenzhou, however, was reluctant to engage in such dealings, yet some opportunities were inescapable, leading him to delegate the management to Granny Qin. Having spent many years in the Ho residence under the old lady's tutelage, Granny Qin possessed a discerning eye. The businesses she had overseen were all successful, although Fu Wenzhou found himself in a quagmire later. Those who had previously partnered with him did not dare to sever ties, for the common folk still recognized Fu Wenzhou, and thus they largely retained their shares. Each year, dividends were sent to him without fail. This time, taking advantage of the division of assets, Granny Qin meticulously accounted for each household. This was also Fu Wenzhou's intention. Rather than waiting for goodwill to diminish, it was preferable to proactively extend a hand. The merchants could uphold a reputation for integrity, while he could ensure Wen Shining had ample financial resources for her security. Fu Wenzhou received the documents, briefly glanced over them, and then handed them to Wen Shining.
From now on, the household accounts will be your responsibility. The account books were divided into 2 volumes.
One was a detailed record from the Ho residence, encompassing shops, properties, and every minute detail. This volume alone was substantial enough to ensure that Wen Shining and her family would be free from financial worries for the remainder of their lives. The other volume contained records that everyone in the Ho residence was aware of, but the intricacies remained obscure. Wen Shining counted the entries and gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "So much?" It was several times the amount from the Ho residence. Granny Qin reassured her, "Rest assured, second mistress, these funds are distributed across different banks, with some preserved through art and antiques, ensuring their safety. Additionally, properties acquired in the south and north are overseen by trusted individuals, ready to assist you at any time." In other words, even if the Ho residents were to engage in unscrupulous dealings in the future, Wen Shining would still have a place to reside and funds to utilize, money that would last her a lifetime. This was Fu Wenzhou's promise to her, offering her freedom and meticulous arrangements. However, Wen Shining found herself wanting more than that. She yearned for the unique presence of the second master in her life. After a moment of contemplation, she returned the account books to Granny Qin. "I can manage planting flowers and herbs, but handling the accounts is beyond my capabilities. I implore you, Granny, to continue overseeing them."
Granny Qin looked to Fu Wenzhou for confirmation. He nodded. "Take your time, let nursing mother handle it for now." Granny Qin asserted, "As long as I am here, the accounts will remain in order."
"No one shall take a single cent." Having concluded the discussion on accounts, Wen Shining inquired about the situation at the Ho residence.
"How is mother's health?"
Granny Qin replied candidly, "When we departed, she was still suffering from a cold, but the doctor assured us it was nothing serious."
Wen Shining continued, "And what of my elder brother and sister-in-law?" Granny Qin responded, "The Marquis has been promoted.
Those who previously underestimated him have begun to curry favor, and thus he is quite pleased with himself. Furthermore, the first madam is with child again, and it is rumored that this time it may be a boy." Xin Yujiao had borne 2 daughters previously, which had caused Fu Yanxiu great distress, prompting him to take 2 concubines in succession. The absence of a son had become a source of irritation for Xin Yujiao. If she were to finally give birth to a boy this time, it would be a wish fulfilled.
Wen Shining then asked, "What of my younger sister Wan Er?"
Chapter 72 Sweet Nothings. Old Madam Qin remarked, "The third young lady intended to accompany us, however, the old matriarch is unwell, and the young madam is with child. Furthermore, the matriarch of the Xiao family is also in poor health and requires frequent attention, thus she truly cannot leave."
Fu Wenzhou furrowed his brow. "Even before the marriage, is it necessary to attend to the sick? Is there not the young madam of the Xiao family?"
Old Madam Qin sighed, "I have heard that the young madam is frail herself and cannot manage her own affairs. The third young lady possesses a kind heart and, mindful of how General Xiao once came to her aid, now that he is at the borders, she feels a pang of compassion, knowing there is no one to care for him. She harbors a sentiment of gratitude, yet the old matriarch's counsel has proven ineffective." A subtle discomfort settled in Fu Wenzhou's heart, pondering whether seeking Xiao Qi's assistance had ultimately aided Wan Er or caused her distress. "The third young lady entrusted me with a letter, meant for the second madam." Old Madam Qin handed the letter to Wen Shining. Fu Wenzhou's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. Old Madam Qin hesitated before speaking. "Before we arrived, the old matriarch received a letter from the renowned physician Liao, but perhaps the contents were rather grave, leading everyone to believe. Everyone assumed he was at death's door, his life hanging by a thread, and his consciousness clouded." Given Wen Shining's literacy, Wan Er's letter was straightforward and clear. Wen Shining, having grasped the essence, comforted Fu Wenzhou, "Though the letter is addressed to me, every word revolves around the second master, thus it is, in truth, meant for you."
With that, she beamed and handed the letter to Fu Wenzhou.
He found himself blushing slightly at her smile. Well, he too was not immune to such feelings, yearning to be thought of, just an ordinary person indeed. Wan Er's words in the letter were filled with him. She recounted his past valor, how he had returned safely from perilous battles. She believed this time would be no different. In her closing remarks, Wan Er wrote, "I shall await you in the capital, on the day of my wedding, when you shall drive my bridal carriage. I wish for my second sister-in-law to style my hair and accompany me to the wedding sedan." Wen Shining asserted earnestly, "Starting tomorrow, I must diligently learn how to style hair, so that I may create the most beautiful and unique hairstyle for Sister Wan Er." Old Madam Qin chuckled, "The second madam has so much to learn indeed." Wen Shining smiled, "It matters not, I am quite clever and can master anything."
"Is that not true, second master?"
Lost in a gentle melancholy, Fu Wenzhou was suddenly brought back to reality, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, Shining is quite intelligent, learning swiftly, a rare talent." Old Madam Qin declared, Yes, in the second master's eyes, the second madam is nothing short of perfection. This is what they call beauty in the eyes of the beholder, I understand."
Wen Shining blushed and replied, "In my eyes, the second master is equally admirable. How shall I articulate this?"
Well, old Madame Qin found herself at a loss. I am unsure, you must inquire of the second master. Thus, Wen Shining gazed at Fu Wenzhou with bright, eager eyes. Fu Wenzhou, so, he was to teach his wife how to express sweet nothings, yet, faced with Wen Shining's thirst for knowledge, he felt somewhat narrow-minded. Consequently, Fu Wenzhou began his earnest instruction. The phrase beauty in the eyes of the beholder expresses that in the eyes of those in love, their partner is always the best, regardless of others' opinions. A woman might also say, in my eyes, there is only you. All others are but fleeting clouds. Or, you are like the bright moon, and I, the mist follows the moonlight for countless miles. In the Zheng Feng chapter of the Book of Songs, it is expressed, green is the color of my robe, and my heart is endlessly yearning.
A day without seeing you feels like 3 months.
Yet truly, if two individuals are genuinely in love, there is no need for words, their hearts will resonate in unison.
Wen Shining countered, if they are truly in love, why not speak? If I like the second master, how can he be certain if I do not express it?
Fu Wenzhou instinctively glanced at old Madame Qin, his tone laced with resignation. Shining, old Madame Qin cleared her throat, ahem. I shall assist with preparing the evening meal, you two may continue your discussion. With that, old Madame Qin stifled a laugh as she exited. No wonder the second master was revitalized, having such a delightful companion by his side was indeed a boon. Fu Wenzhou's face inexplicably flushed, becoming more radiant and enhancing his already refined appearance, when Shining rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him dreamily.
I adore the phrase in my eyes, there is only you.
All others are but fleeting clouds.
My eyes hold only the second master, do you see that?
Her chair was positioned very close to his, so near that she could feel his warmth and breath. The contours reflected in her clear, bright eyes were unmistakably visible. Fu Wenzhou saw it too, hence his heart stirred, and pain tugged at him. An indescribable, delicate atmosphere enveloped them, as if time itself slowed in that moment. When Shining's face grew increasingly warm, and without formal instruction, she leaned in closer, her gaze bold and direct, fixated upon Fu Wenzhou's lips, the second master's lips. Oh, how soft they felt. She recalled the sensation vividly, having relished it in her dreams several times. Fu Wenzhou was no saint, he too felt his emotions swell, yearning for the joys of the world. Yet, he could not, nor would he selfishly draw Wen Shining into a deeper abyss of suffering. With a soft sigh, Fu Wenzhou embraced Wen Shining, she nestled against him, entwining her fingers with his.
Shining. I have wronged you.
Fu Wenzhou's voice was hoarse, laden with unspoken regret and guilt. Second master, Wen Shining pressed her ear against his heart, murmuring softly, I can hear it, your heart holds me. If two people are truly in love, there is no need for words. Their hearts will understand each other. Indeed, it was just so, she heard it clearly. The second master's heart spoke, Shining, I cherish you, but not now. Wen Shining reassured, it is all right, second master.
We have ample time ahead.
In the side courtyard, the aroma of roasted lamb began to waft enticingly. Old Uncle Wei sent Xiangcao to invite the second master and the second madam, and Xiangcao hurriedly dashed in. Second master, second madam. In the next moment, Xiangcao blushed and fled.
By sheer coincidence, she collided with Jinan in the courtyard. Jinan frowned. Do you not watch where you are going? What need is there for eyes if you cannot see, Shu?
Xiangcao urgently pressed her hand over his mouth. Her hand was soft and fragrant. Jinan felt a wave of dizziness, staring foolishly at Xiangcao, with her face flushed. Xiangcao's eyes glistened like a startled fawn that had just dashed out of the woods.
Let the second master and second madam be for a while. You must not enter, do you understand?
Xiangcao maintained a fierce demeanor, and Jinan nodded dazedly. As soon as Xiangcao's hand fell away, she darted out of the courtyard like the wind. Jinan's heart raced, belatedly realizing, as if remnants of Xiangcao's warmth lingered in his palm, at her waist felt so soft. Do women not possess bones? Jinan scratched his head, puzzled beyond measure. With roasted lamb on the menu, Wen Shining was not one to miss out. Before long, she urged Fu Wenzhou outside. The courtyard bustled with life, under a canopy of stars, amidst the warmth of human festivities, the starlight illuminating the night's contours, while the warmth of the festivities soothed the heart. This moment would be etched in Fu Wenzhou's memory forever. Wen Shining's joyous laughter brightened her eyes, yet she rarely strayed from Fu Wenzhou's side, her gaze continuously drawn to the sizzling, oil-dripping lamb. Moments later, old Madame Qin brought some over, smiling as she said, there is one more thing I forgot to mention to the second madam. Chapter 73 The Quarrel. Before I departed, I visited Woyue Alley to pay a visit to Madame Lu and her family. As soon as Granny Qin mentioned Woyue Alley, Wen Shining lost her appetite for the roasted meat and exclaimed anxiously, how is my wet nurse's health?
Does Anin miss me? Has Chu Yanchun passed the imperial examination?
Fu Wenzhou chuckled and took out a handkerchief to wipe the grease from her mouth, gently saying, do not rush, let Granny Qin speak at her own pace. Wen Shining insisted she was not hasty, Granny, do hurry. Granny Qin smiled, her speech unconsciously quickening. Madame Lu is in good health, and both mother and daughter manage the household quite well. Little Anin has started babbling and seems to long for her aunt. As for young Master Chu, he has participated in the spring examination, but when we left, the results had not yet been announced. He entrusted me with a letter and some items from Madame Lu to the second madam, which are in my room. Before she could finish, Wen Shining had already risen. Granny Qin hurriedly said, I have already sent Xiangcao to fetch them, second madam, do not fret. Just then, Xiangcao returned with a large bundle, filled with Wen Shining's favorite treats and 2 pairs of shoes made by her wet nurse. Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining each took a pair, which were soft and comfortable. Wen Shining instructed Xiangcao to share some of the food with everyone, then sat beside Fu Wenzhou with the letter in hand.
Second master, let us read it together.
A fleeting shadow of unspoken concern crossed Fu Wenzhou's eyes as he softly replied, "This is Shining's private matter.
There is no need to share it with me."
When Shining looked at him quizzically, "There are no secrets between us, second master. Moreover, Chu Yanxun is fond of quoting classics, I may not fully comprehend." Thus, she leaned against Fu Wenzhou's wheelchair, spreading the letter before them.
It was evident that Chu Yanxun had made an effort to be straightforward. The message was simple: they were all well, and he had confidence in the upcoming examination. Finally, he wrote, "Shining, do not worry. I will take care of everything. Please convey to the second master that he should remain at ease. I will not disappoint." When Shining raised her gaze to Fu Wenzhou, her eyes deep with emotion.
"What has the second master entrusted to Chu Yanxun?
Is it me?"
Fu Wenzhou felt a pang of guilt at the coldness in her eyes. He replied softly, "Young Master Chu and his family genuinely care for you. There is no need for me to intervene." When Shining's expression darkened, "Regardless of how sincerely they treat me, I have my own life and my own path to tread. Between family, there can be concern but not bondage. Do you not understand this, second master? Otherwise, why would you leave the...
Am I merely a pet, to be entrusted to others at will?"
As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Fu Wenzhou felt a sharp pain within, at a loss for words. "Shining, that was not my intention." When Shining forced a bitter smile through her tears, "I know you mean well, second master, but do you truly understand what I desire?" Fu Wenzhou fell silent, his lips pressed together.
When Shining's sense of grievance deepened, "You do not trust me, do you?"
"He does not believe in my ability to cultivate the necessary herbs or find a way to counteract the poison, nor does he believe in my resolve. Thus, he has always contemplated a fallback for me, yet, what need have I for an escape route? I merely wish to forge ahead with him." The unspeakable hurt and helplessness welled up within Wen Shining, prompting her to rise and rush towards the main courtyard.
Granny Qin and Shunts were taken aback.
What has caused the quarrel? In their minds, the second madam was akin to a little son, never showing any displeasure towards the servants, let alone the second master. Xiangxia felt that her young lady had even forsaken the roasted meat, indicating that the matter must be serious, and she was about to comfort her. Granny Qin caught her arm and shook her head.
"To untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. Let them resolve it themselves,"
Xiangxia urged. The second madam has cried in anger.
Granny Qin laughed. "I see that Jinan often angers you too. What happens afterward?"
Afterwards, Xiangxia replied, "Naturally, I would give him a good beating and force him to admit his mistakes. Not only to apologize but also to help her with chores and treat her to delicious food, and then she would be happy again." Xiangxia suddenly understood. So, her young lady had awakened and begun to grasp how to manage the second master. Granny Qin pondered, a quarrel between husband and wife can be beneficial, merely sweetening the pot, all honey and no spice, lacks meaning. In life, one must experience a medley of flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy, to truly savor it and endure through the years. When Shining dashed into the room, her anger having dissipated, leaving her feeling somewhat perplexed. What had she been angry about? Had she truly been upset with the second master? Had she become arrogant simply because of his kindness, disappointed in herself? When Shining pointed at her reflection and scolded, "I never expected you to be this kind of person.
Even you are bullying the second master, are you?"
Oh dear, the look in his eyes had been so pitiable. Had she been too harsh, regret washed over Wen Shining, yet she felt too embarrassed to face Fu Wenzhou if she went out now. While her pride mattered not much, she was uncertain how to confront him. To apologize would feel like bullying. Why should a mere "I'm sorry" absolve one of wrongdoing? Alternatively, should she pretend as if nothing had happened? But so many were watching. Indeed, in a fit of anger, she had vented her feelings, only to later regret her outburst. When Shining, was the roasted meat not fragrant? Why suffer so? Just as she found herself in turmoil, the door creaked open instinctively. When Shining dove into bed, as quick as lightning, soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted in. Xiangxia cleared her throat and spoke loudly, "Second master, the second madam invites you to enjoy your meal.
I shall remain outside. If you need more, just call." "Jinan, why are you standing there in a daze?"
Jinan replied, "Oh, second master, second madam, please enjoy your meal. I will take my leave now."
Quickly, the door creaked shut once more.
The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. When Shining waited for a moment, but when no sound came, her anxiety grew unbearable. After a while, she threw off the covers and sat up in a huff. Fu Wenzhou sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at her with tender affection. The myriad of words he had prepared only resulted in a simple, "Shining, I was wrong." When Shining's anger waned, inexplicably rekindled with a hint of defiance.
"What did you do wrong?"
Her authoritative yet somewhat uncertain demeanor appeared lively and endearing in Fu Wenzhou's eyes. His heart softened, he moved closer, took her hand, and earnestly stated, "I acknowledge that all the assistance I provided to Chu Yanxun was with the hope that he would one day possess the ability to protect you, but that was before we left the capital."
When Shining's tone unconsciously softened, "And what of now?"
Fu Wenzhou fixed his gaze upon her, his expression solemn, his tone resolute. "Shining is my wife. All I desire now is for you to recover and live a long life. As your husband, I shall protect you and face any challenge that comes our way." When Shining felt a lump in her throat, throwing herself into his embrace.
"Second master, I should not have been angry.
I was merely saddened. No matter how well others treat me, it pales in comparison to your presence. That you need only focus on the battlefield. I am capable of making decisions for my own life. Trust me." Chapter 74. At trepidation, Fu Wenzhou could not help but hold Wen Shining tightly, gently rubbing his chin against the crown of her head. In his profound eyes shimmered a faint glimmer of tears, and his voice, hoarse and heart-wrenching, spoke, "I trust Shining.
I promise you."
By this point, his heart had long since lost its guard, and he felt uneasy and reluctant to entrust her to anyone else. This battle, he must win. Alright, the barbecue will lose its flavor if it gets cold. Not wishing to prolong the melancholic atmosphere, Fu Wenzhou took her hand and led her to the dining table. Wen Shining was already ravenous, her appetite piqued, she grabbed a piece of meat and devoured it heartily, laughing as she ate.
What second master said turns out to be true? Fu Wenzhou asked.
Wen Shining shook her head, grinning as she replied, arguing is indeed a form of communication.
Quite effective, too.
Fu Wenzhou raised his brows, exuding a sense of helplessness as he remarked, arguing is permissible, but Shining, please do not let hunger fuel your anger next time. Wen Shining shook her head, let us not argue anymore.
It's better to converse amicably with second master. Arguing was simply too distressing. It was uncomfortable for both parties, rendering it not worthwhile.
In the capital, with the results of the imperial examination and palace test now settled, Xu Yan's life transformed overnight, soaring to great heights, achieving the top position, a trifecta of success, and securing a prestigious official title. The current emperor promptly conferred upon him the rank of Taizhong Dafu, a fourth-grade position, serving at the emperor's side, responsible for council and policy decisions, as well as diplomatic missions, showcasing the emperor's immense favor. Additionally, he was granted a residence, with a plaque inscribed by the emperor himself, San Yuan Fu. Xu Yan swiftly became a coveted favorite, with officials of both civil and military ranks vying for his attention. Princeton, in particular, was especially enthusiastic, bustling about to help arrange the residence and personally overseeing the hosting of guests. This was evident to all. However, Xu Yan did not rush to assume his official duties, retreating into Wuyue Alley and remaining out of sight. Lu Shi and Xu Yun were naturally delighted for him, yet amidst their joy, they harbored subtle concerns. They understood well the adage that great trees attract the wind, being in a lofty position brings its own burdens. Especially in the company of the emperor, where one must tread cautiously, every step fraught with anxiety. Simply contemplating it made their skin prickle. Lu Shi sighed, had I known it would come to this, we should never have come to the capital. After the provincial examination, securing a position as a clerk in the county magistrate's office or perhaps becoming a teacher would have sufficed, Xu Yun remarked, glancing at her. Mother, you did not say so at the outset. Wen Shining's background weighed heavily on Lu Shi's heart. She yearned for the Wen family to come and retrieve her, yet feared that they might, in a moment of madness, label Shining a disaster and seek her demise. Thus, Lu Shi consistently encouraged and urged Xu Yan to study diligently, aspiring for him to become a person of significance. Ideally, he would emerge as a figure of weighty words, ensuring that even if that day came, Wen Shining would not be left isolated and defenseless. To put it plainly, even when seeking justice, one must possess the ability to articulate and document their grievances. Yet who could have foreseen that Shining's fate would unfold in such a manner? Lu Shi lamented, that second master Fu was a good man, he would not mistreat Shining. Were it not for second master's assistance, Yan would never have had the chance to study under old master Yu, nor would he be where he is today.
The implication was clear.
If Xu Yan continued to harbor feelings for Wen Shining, it would be utterly ungrateful. One's original intentions must change. What significance does the splendor of wealth and honor hold if it comes at such a cost? The mother and daughter exchanged sighs, dissipating the joy of the moment. Fang Dezhuang, unable to contribute to the conversation, busied himself playing with Little An, and Xu Yan sat nearby, burdened with thoughts, remaining silent. Lu Shi, concerned for him, gently called out, Yan, what do you think about all this? Xu Yan regained his composure, offering a bitter smile. Mother, sister, at this juncture, my thoughts matter little.
The emperor had conferred an office. Could he possibly refuse? Not to mention the years of hard work that would be squandered if he angered the emperor. The charge of treason could bring calamity upon his entire family.
Xu Yan forced a semblance of cheerfulness. I have studied diligently for many years for this day. Rest assured, I will proceed with caution, not seeking wealth and glory, but rather striving to remain true to my conscience. Lu Shi's worries deepened. The complexities of human nature and the treacherous court made it exceedingly difficult to remain guiltless. I wonder how Shining and the others are faring. Ultimately, it was a moment of great celebration. Lu Shi did not wish to dampen the mood further, instructing Xu Yan, remember to send a letter to Shining and second master Fu, sharing your joy with them. Also, tell Shining that once you have moved into the new residence in a few days, I will go to visit her.
Xu Yan agreed.
After just 2 days in Wuyue Alley, the entrance was soon teeming with visitors, preventing even a drop of water from seeping through. Guests arrived in an endless stream. Lu Shi insisted on refusing gifts, causing Fang Dazhuang's butcher shop to become a hot commodity. Each day, as soon as he set up his stall, everything was snatched up instantly, leaving him frightened and unwilling to continue. Xu Yan found himself overwhelmed by the incessant attention, and under the cover of night, he stealthily made his way to the Yu residence. Upon seeing his troubled expression, old Master Yu chuckled, in the annals of history, achieving the top 3 positions is a rarity. This grand occasion of bringing honor to your family, were it anyone else, they would be rejoicing and celebrating. Yet you, it seems, are approaching it as if calamity were at hand, which is unbecoming of a scholar. Xu Yan, feeling embarrassed, bowed deeply, I am overwhelmed, please enlighten me, old master. Old Master Yu's aged face bore the calmness and composure of one who has weathered many storms and seen through the complexities of life. As he spoke slowly, no one is born to be an official. As long as you remain true to your original intentions, whether faced with torrents or treacherous shoals, you shall navigate them with ease, without losing sight of your aspirations. If I were to impart a few words of advice, I would say this. Xu Yan sat upright, all ears, I am all ears for your teachings. Old Master Yu waved his hand in a friendly manner, sit down. From now on, when we meet in public, I must refer to you as Sir Chu. Chu Yan replied nervously, once a teacher, always a teacher. The lessons imparted by Old Master will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Old Master Yu smiled, do not be so tense. I merely find that standing, I must look up at you, which makes my neck ache. Chu Yan was taken aback, and immediately took a seat. Old Master Yu shook his head, laughing, what a foolish boy. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Old Master Yu's thoughts shifted, and he spoke earnestly, to be a person and to serve as a minister, the principles are interconnected, yet the realities are vastly different. A good person embodies loyalty, filial piety, propriety, integrity, diligence, tolerance, and a thirst for knowledge. To be a minister, however, is not the same. One must be loyal to the emperor and love the country, while also knowing when to advance and retreat. One must be both principled and astute, diligent and responsible, as well as adept at recognizing talent and employing it wisely. You may engage in clever tactics, but you must win people over with virtue. A good person can traverse the world with a single word of kindness. A good minister, however, if virtuous, can benefit the masses and stabilize the nation. Yet, relying solely on virtue will undoubtedly lead to difficulties. Chu Yan, the challenge of being a minister lies in how to find the right balance. I, being unworthy, have lived to this age and still have not fully grasped it. The road ahead, you must explore slowly on your own. I only wish for you to remain vigilant in times of peace, to speak cautiously and act thoughtfully, to reflect thrice before acting, and by choosing wisely, you may establish your career. His words left Chu Yan deeply moved, and he rose quickly, bowing earnestly. I shall heed your teachings and will not disappoint your expectations. Old Master Yu sighed, if only Wen Zhou were here, you could discuss more with him. Alas, fate is unkind to the talented. At these words, Chu Yan's brow furrowed deeper. Die in the stillness of the night. After escorting Old Master Yu back to his quarters, Chu Yan slowly made his way to the guest room, unaware that someone had long been waiting for him. Chapter 75. A preparation. Under the luminous moon and scattered stars, the gentle hum of insects filled the air. Chu Yan's tumultuous thoughts gradually settled, and he couldn't help but recall Wen Shining. If she were here, she would surely rejoice for him, wouldn't she? She would undoubtedly say, Chu Yan, you are truly remarkable, I always knew you could do it. As he envisioned Wen Shining's pure, radiant eyes and her charming smile, a smile crept onto Chu Yan's face. Like a fleeting moment of blooming night. Blooming serious, the clear breeze and bright moon captured Yu Qingran's undivided attention. Their gazes met, and her delicate cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she slightly bowed and said, Young Master Chu. In that instant, Chu Yan regained his composure and returned the gesture respectfully, Miss Yu. Fortunately, the night concealed their embarrassment, allowing Yu Qingran to quickly regain her poise, her beautiful eyes gazing steadily at Chu Yan. I intentionally awaited your arrival to convey my congratulations. Thank you, Miss Yu, Chu Yan replied with a complex tone. Fortune may arise from disaster, and disaster may lurk within fortune. The whims of fate are difficult to predict. I hope you do not find it amusing, but I am quite anxious and unable to sleep at night. Upon uttering these words, he realized he perhaps ought not to have spoken so candidly. Yu Qingran chuckled softly, Young Master Chu, pursue your endeavors boldly, the heavens have their own course, so fear not the storms that may arise. Chu Yan was momentarily taken aback. Why? Yu Qingran continued, but what I refer to is not this particular joy, but the joy of your heart's desires being fulfilled. Chu Yan paused for a moment, then understood. He had previously confided in her that he had someone he cherished, and that all his efforts to achieve success were for her sake. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he mused, fallen blossoms willingly drift with the flowing waters, yet the waters, ever rushing, hold no affection for the flowers. It seems this life may be difficult to reconcile. Yu Qingran expressed her surprise, you have already ascended to great heights, is she still out of reach? Which young lady could possess such lofty aspirations? Or perhaps an unattainable existence? Yu Qingran had pondered this question, for Chu Yan was endorsed by Fu Wenzhou. Tracing the origins, it could be attributed to the fact that Madame Fu was raised by Chu Yan's mother and had received kindness from the Chu family. If it were indeed unattainable, could it be a? Suddenly, Yu Qingran's eyes widened in disbelief. Being astute, Chu Yan recognized her realization and understood she had likely deduced the truth. I ask that you keep this matter confidential, Miss Yu. His words were both an acknowledgement and a sign of trust. Amidst her astonishment, Yu Qingran felt a tinge of regret for him. Fate plays cruel tricks, and the sense of loss extends beyond him. Had she known earlier, but alas. In this current world, whether man or woman, establishing oneself is no easy feat sometimes. Gazing from afar is but another form of eternity. When news of Chu Yan's success reached Wu County, Wen Shining and her companions were diligently preparing for the bone resection. Dr. Liao requested a separate courtyard, with 3 main rooms connected, and instructed Wen Shining to expedite the creation of a special surgical bed and a spacious bathtub for convenience. Furthermore, the room needed to be sealed, with the daily burning of herbs like atractylodes to produce smoke for disinfection. The necessary medicinal materials had already been hastily procured by Wen Shining, filling an entire room. Old Madame Qin was responsible for Fu Wenzhou's dietary nutrition, while Wen Shining focused on psychological support. Every individual in the estate felt the weight of tension. In contrast, Fu Wenzhou maintained an air of calmness, fully engaging in living in the present. In such a tense atmosphere, Wen Shining, under his guidance, made rapid progress in all aspects. Her landscape paintings evolved beyond mere form, acquiring life and spirit, especially her portrayal of Fu Wenzhou, clad in white, holding a folding fan, his handsome features radiating a gentle smile. Even old Madame Qin remarked on the striking resemblance. It was not merely a likeness, it captured the essence of the second masteress' former grace. Beyond painting, Wen Shining had also become adept at horseback riding, transitioning from initial panic to a composed demeanor, even managing to perform various tricks atop the horse. Her martial arts training progressed slightly slower, yet she could still execute a set of 8 trigrams fist with vigor, blending strength and gentleness. The villagers of the estate and the entire village were in awe, filled with admiration. Fu Wenzhou's heart brimmed with the surprises Wen Shining brought each day, rendering him oblivious to fear and consumed by little time for worry. As a result, he ate well, slept soundly, and his spirits visibly improved day by day. Preparations were nearly complete, with the bone resection scheduled for 3 days hence. Seizing the moment while Fu Wenzhou slept, Dr. Liao convened everyone for a meeting. He began to outline his general plan and procedure. In addition to administering pain relief pills, I will wrap soft silk around the good joints, gradually tightening it to impede the flow of qi and blood, and then, with a sharp knife, swiftly excise the affected area. After the surgery, the entire limb will be placed in a prepared warm broth for a brief period, minimizing blood loss and alleviating pain. 3 days later, as the limb gradually relaxes, we will open the blood vessels and apply medicinal ointments to promote healing and pain relief.
The amputation itself is not necessarily fatal.
The real danger lies in postoperative infection. Therefore, unless I grant permission, no one is allowed to enter this area during this period. Additionally, broth and herbal soups must be constantly provided. Aside from that, it all rests upon the second master himself. His words deepened the already tense atmosphere. Whether they could endure this trial rested in the hands of fate, but even if they persevered, the second master would remain impaired. Old Madame Qin and Jinan reminisced about the second master of the past, tears welling in their eyes. Yet, Wen Shining remained surprisingly calm, meticulously contemplating each aspect mentioned by Dr. Liao. Having prepared for so long, with sunken eyes, he had certainly overlooked nothing. Wen Shining hesitated before speaking. I have been pondering these days. If flowers, grasses, and trees can be grafted, can human bones be as well? Dr. Liao instantly grasped her meaning, looking at her with a mix of admiration and surprise.
What the second madam suggests is not without merit.
In fact, ancient medical texts have recorded successful cases of replacing human bones with copper bones. Everyone's eyes lit up. Dr. Liao continued, however, the second master's situation is somewhat unique. It is not merely the bone that is damaged, but the surrounding muscles have been tainted by toxins for too long, rendering them ineffective.
But collective expressions dimmed in an instant.
Dr. Liao shifted the conversation. Nevertheless, the second master's injury is to the lower limb, and only the area below the left knee requires amputation. Once the incision heals and new flesh forms, a prosthetic limb can be fitted.
Although it may not offer the same convenience as that of a normal person, he may yet stand and walk. Everyone's eyes brightened once again. Wen Shining, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, is it true? Does the second master truly have a chance to stand and walk? Can he really have a prosthetic limb? Dr. Liao, though reluctant, felt compelled to clarify, the prerequisite is that the second master must survive this ordeal and recover to an ideal state, after which I will be able to assist him in standing. Wen Shining's breath hitched. Indeed, the most pressing concern was survival. After their discussion, Dr. Liao raised his arms in determination. Though we are at a critical juncture, this also presents an opportunity to turn peril into safety. I believe that human determination can triumph over fate. We can win, and we will win. With that rallying cry, they dispersed. Wen Shining returned to the main courtyard and pushed open the door to Fu Wenzhou's chamber. He had awakened at some point, his gaze meeting hers, his smile gradually unfolding. Chapter 76. The union. Within that smile, there resided neither fear nor despair, only a sense of composure and tranquility, akin to the warmth and hopefulness of the morning sun. A subtle ache tugged at Wen Shining's heart, yet she too beamed a bright smile. When did the second master awaken?
Fu Wenzhou gestured for her to come closer. It has been a while.
Where has Shining gone?
Wen Shining did not conceal the truth from him. Dr. Liao and we are discussing matters for 3 days hence. Fu Wenzhou covered her cool hand with his tone as gentle as if soothing a child.
Do not be afraid, Shining.
I have faith that I will endure. You must take care of yourself. Once I am well, I shall teach you the swordplay.
Very well.
Wen Shining settled beside him, half leaning against him, her voice slightly nasal. Second master, Dr. Liao mentioned that when you recover, a prosthetic limb could be fitted, allowing you to stand and walk, even ride and practice swordsmanship, enabling you to do many things. Fu Wenzhou lowered his head slightly, his chin resting gently atop her crown.
I am aware of this technique. In the previous dynasty, there was a great general of Wu Wei whose left arm was severed, yet he was fitted with a prosthetic. He even designed it as a concealed weapon, which saved him multiple times. Wen Shining lifted her small face. Is that true? Fu Wenzhou affirmed, indeed. As the weather gradually warmed, the heating apparatus had ceased its function. Yet, the chill of the night still lingered. Concerned that she might feel cold, Fu Wenzhou hesitated before saying, Shining, why not place your feet up here as well? Though Wen Shining felt no cold, she cherished every moment spent with Fu Wenzhou, especially such intimate moments. Obediently, she removed her shoes and nestled into his blankets. Fu Wenzhou embraced her and naturally began recounting tales from the battlefield. In every battle, countless lives are lost, and severed limbs are commonplace. Counting the casualties afterward is a cruel task. Those soldiers who lost their limbs did not utter words of despair or cries of anguish as their first remarks, rather, they expressed gratitude. Grateful to return to their homeland, spared from being torn apart by wild wolves, their bones buried in the yellow sands, their souls devoid of a resting place. Though the number of those who survived was exceedingly few. When Shining listened, her heart aching unbearably, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist and whimpered, Second Master. Fu Wenzhou's voice softened further, Shining, in the past, I was despondent, unwilling to contemplate either my past or future.
I had imprisoned myself, sentencing myself to death, thereby missing many opportunities. It is you who rescued me from that prison. Of late, I have truly attained clarity. Surviving numerous battles and returning alive is already a stroke of fortune. I was not the only one struck by poison arrows back in those days, yet I am the sole survivor, and I have encountered Shining, experiencing the purest and most genuine warmth this world has to offer.
I am infinitely more fortunate than they.
These words were not solely meant to console Wen Shining, they reflected a profound transformation within him. In the past, his dreams were filled with visions of carnage and the sounds of lamentation. Now, his dreams were adorned with smiling faces, even if they bore traces of blood, accompanied by whispers of hope.
General, once this battle concludes, my wife should be giving birth. Would you bestow upon us a name? General, if we achieve victory, might you treat us to roasted meat?
Upon my return, I shall host a joyous occasion. You must attend, General. In the closing moments of his dreams, countless eager eyes were fixed upon him.
General, you must persevere.
Each time he awoke, Fu Wenzhou found himself in tears. He felt such good fortune yet such cowardice. How could he face the brothers who had fallen? He must live. To live for them, and to live well. Sensing the subtle tremor in Fu Wenzhou's chest, Wen Shining's tears flowed unbidden.
Second Master is the best person in the world.
He should not endure such suffering. Fu Wenzhou smiled gently. Thus, I believe that heaven will not forsake me. After all, how could it send Shining to my side otherwise?
Wen Shining's urge to cry intensified.
Fu Wenzhou patted her lightly. Do not fear, Shining, as long as your heart remains intact. It matters not if the body is flawed. The sufferings of this world only prey upon the weak, yet they cannot overcome me. I not only wish to survive, but I also aspire to stand tall, so that Shining may witness my best self. His gaze was clear and resolute, as if he had transcended the confines of life and death. Wen Shining was deeply moved, her eyes shimmering with tears as she spoke with a quivering voice. In my heart, the second master is always good. Fu Wenzhou tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, gazing into her eyes filled with boundless affection and longing, as if he wished to etch her image into his heart. Their breaths intertwined, their gazes locked, Wen Shining's heartbeat quickened inexplicably, and warmth flooded through her entire being. At that moment, Fu Wenzhou said, Enough now, Shining, you should return to your room to rest. Yet, emboldened by an unknown courage, Wen Shining blushed and embraced him, surprising him with her words.
Second Master, let us consummate our union.
Fu Wenzhou was taken aback. Wen Shining hurriedly added, No, not in the way you think. Just like this, being together is enough.
Shining.
Fu Wenzhou felt a mix of helplessness and difficulty in articulating his thoughts. It is not that I lack desire, but rather that I lack strength. The warmth in his embrace was undoubtedly a torment for him. However, this was merely one aspect of his struggle. He was resolute in his determination to win this battle, yet the uncertainties of fate loomed large. He had to consider her, at least allowing her a measure of freedom from societal constraints, as they had yet to share a home. Yet, when Shining appeared resolute, she was no longer entirely naive regarding matters of intimacy. She had gleaned some understanding. Thus, she tossed aside the bedding and lay beside Fu Wenzhou, confidently asserting, This must suffice. After all, as the second master's wife, she could not remain in ignorance. He could not evade responsibility. Fu Wenzhou felt a headache coming on. When Shining wrapped herself in the blanket and turned her back to him, declaring, I have already fallen asleep. From that point on, no matter how he called or persuaded her, she remained oblivious. Moments later, her breathing grew steady, and she was truly asleep. Fu Wenzhou anticipated a night of unbearable torment, yet perhaps his heart sensed her feigned indifference and, in alliance with his mind, chose to ignore her, lulling him into a gentle slumber. In the middle of the night, when Shining quietly rolled into his embrace, entirely unaware, all she felt was as if she were cradling a small heater, warmth infusing her heart and bones. Thus, Fu Wenzhou enjoyed an exceptionally sweet sleep that night, a slumber unlike any he had experienced before, lasting until dawn, until the moment when the lovely figure in his arms stirred awake, softly calling out, Second Master, loosen your hold.
I must rise.
Fu Wenzhou was startled awake, meeting Wen Shining's sparkling eyes, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In contrast, Wen Shining displayed a remarkable composure. She tenderly smiled, reaching out to gently brush a stray lock of hair from his forehead, inquiring, Second Master, would you like to sleep a little longer? The dawn light cast a soft glow upon her face, serene and beautiful. Fu Wenzhou felt a surge of emotions. His hand, which had instinctively loosened, found its way back to her waist, drawing her closer, tighter. Awakening beside the one he cherished was an exquisite experience. Fu Wenzhou's heart brimmed with an insatiable longing. Chapter 77. Reading. The two remained quietly embraced for a while, before Wen Shining rose to tend to her rabbits and flowers. Due to the continuous need for testing medication, the estate housed numerous rabbits, all of whom were vital to the treatment of Fu Wenzhou and required her meticulous care. The tasks of assisting Fu Wenzhou with his morning routine were naturally left to Jin and Xiang Chao, however, accompanied Wen Shining and could not help but inquire, Miss, did you not return to your room last night? She had waited until midnight without seeing her. Wen Shining glanced at her. Yes, I slept in the second master's room.
Xiang Chao's eyes widened in shock. Did you consummate your marriage?
Wen Shining remained composed. Surely you haven't forgotten that the second master and I have been wed for some time now.
Xiang Chao stammered, No.
I mean, the second master, you both. Wen Shining playfully tapped her on the head. If you continue to prattle on, do you believe I won't find you a husband?
Xiang Chao immediately pleaded for mercy. Good miss, kind second mistress, I was wrong. I won't ask anymore, please don't abandon me. Wen Shining retorted, Who said I would abandon you? Don't you desire to marry? I do not.
Xiang Chao shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. I wish to follow you for the rest of my life. I will not marry anyone.
Wen Shining found this puzzling. Why is that?
Xiang Chao sighed. In this world, no matter whom a woman marries, she is devoid of freedom. She must manage the household, serve her in-laws, and strive to keep her husband's heart. Just thinking about it is exhausting.
Consider the likes of Madame Wen, Madame Shen, and the old matriarch. Which of them is not weary?
Marrying an ordinary man would be even more arduous, with endless chores and worries about livelihood. Why endure such hardship? Wen Shining pondered and felt that Xiang Chao's words held great truth. If given the choice, she would undoubtedly prefer not to stake her happiness on a man. Yet, if it were the second master, that would be a different matter altogether. Thankfully, it was he. But would he have noticed her had fate not intervened? The chasm between them seemed insurmountable, likely depriving them of even the chance to meet. Contemplating this, Wen Shining's expression grew somewhat dazed. Yet, she hoped for the second master's well-being. As long as he thrived, it mattered not if they remained strangers or forgot one another. She would be content. This was not born out of any extraordinary selflessness, but rather because throughout this journey, she had experienced growth, happiness, and warmth. That alone was sufficient. Xiang Chao, you are right. One's own feelings are paramount. Whether to marry or not is merely a means to live well. That if you encounter someone whose heart resonates with yours, then marry. If not, do not settle. Wen Shining earnestly conveyed to Xiang Chao nodded seriously. Understood, Mississippi. If I can find someone as admirable as the second master, I will marry. If not, I will follow you for life. Wen Shining replied, very well, we shall live together.
The two exchanged smiles, their spirits lifted as they resumed their tasks joyfully.
Jinan, sent to fetch water, felt a pang of bitterness. How could he ever compare to the second master? It was a lifelong impossibility. But in the blink of an eye, the 3-day deadline arrived. For 2 consecutive nights, Wen Shining had slept in Fu Wenzhou's room. On the final night, they conversed as usual before falling asleep in each other's embrace, reminiscent of an old married couple. They did not broach the perilous matter at hand. The following morning, Fu Wenzhou donned a specially designed outfit and was wheeled into the sterile room. Initially, Dr. Liao proposed to name it Yama's Hall, implying that they were to wage battle against the King of Hell. Wen Shining disagreed, finding the thought too frightening. Eventually, Fu Wenzhou suggested that since the defining feature of this place was to achieve a toxin-free and sterile environment, it should be called the sterile room. The term pathogen had first been introduced by Fu Wenzhou himself. 1 year, a sudden plague ravaged the city of Lingchuan in the Great Zhou, spreading rapidly. Panic ensued, with some inciting riots to exploit the chaos for profit. While suppressing the unrest, Fu Wenzhou, in discussion with the eminent physicians of the time, collectively concluded that the so-called plague was the result of certain invisible factors transmitted invisibly between individuals. Much like the wild fungi in the deep mountains, it could thrive and spread swiftly in favorable conditions. Thus, the term pathogen was coined, leading to the implementation of isolation and sterilization methods. Dr. Liao, having thoroughly researched these techniques, frequently applied them in his treatments, thereby resolving many challenging ailments and gaining widespread acclaim. Who could have imagined that these methods would one day be employed on Fu Wenzhou himself? After much deliberation, Dr. Liao ultimately selected 3 individuals to enter the sterile room. One was Songjia, another was Jinan, and the last was Wen Shining. Songjia was tasked with assisting Jinan with miscellaneous duties, while Wen Shining was to bolster the morale of the troops. This decision was undoubtedly cruel, yet Dr. Liao believed that Wen Shining possessed an extraordinary resilience, akin to wild grass that withstands the fiercest storms without faltering in growth. Even when submerged by rain, buried by earth, or scorched by fire, it would soon break through the ground and reach for the sun. Furthermore, he harbored a certain metaphysical belief. He felt that this second mistress was far from ordinary. Even if she were not a celestial being descended to earth, she was undoubtedly Fu Wenzhou's destined benefactor. With such a benefactor by his side, even Yama would be powerless. With the sterile room came sterile garments. Once Wen Shining and the others were properly attired, they entered the sterile room alongside Dr. Liao. Although there were only 4 of them, they exuded an inexplicable aura of thousands upon thousands of troops. Fu Wenzhou lay on the specially designed bed, with frames erected on either side, draped with thick cloth, leaving only an operational space visible to Dr. Liao. This effectively concealed the gruesome scene. Wen Shining let out a slight sigh of relief as she took a seat at the head of the bed, tenderly gazing at Fu Wenzhou. Although he had taken an excessive dose of painkillers, he remained lucid. Her task was to ensure he stayed awake.
Second master, how about you read to me?
Jinan and Songjia had already begun applying disinfectant on Fu Wenzhou. Under the influence of the painkillers, Fu Wenzhou could only perceive a faint sensation. His brows and eyes remained soft, just as they always had been.
What would you like to hear, Shining? Wen Shining tilted her head and thought, how about the Book of Songs?
I find each poem within it so beautiful, yet I struggle to comprehend them, let alone grasp their meanings.
Fu Wenzhou replied, then let us begin with Guanju. How much can you recite now?
About that much. Wen Shining nodded, then began to recite, Guan Guan, the osprey's cry, on the islet of the river. Graceful and virtuous lady, a gentleman is well matched. To her surprise, she managed to recite it entirely. Fu Wenzhou smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, Shining has put in the effort. This poem speaks of love between a man and a woman, yet it is not vulgar.
It is refreshingly elegant, revered as a classic through the ages.
A talented, beautiful woman with a kind heart is naturally worthy of pursuit. With hopes of entering marriage, however, pursuit should be calm and restrained. Expressing longing and affection is not shameful, yet if one does not know the limits, it may have the opposite effect, causing distress to the other.
Dr. Liao, amidst his busy work, overheard and turned to glance at Jinan, remarking, I can't help but feel that your second master is subtly alluding to you.
Jinan was momentarily speechless. The previously tense atmosphere instantly relaxed considerably. Chapter 78 Triumph. Fu Wenzhou continued to recite Jianjia, the woman says, the rooster crows, and Kai Wei. He articulated that the struggle for fulfillment is a common aspect of life, that happiness does not lie in distant realms but in every moment shared with family, and that no one can escape the relentless passage of time. Both joy and sorrow must be embraced as the tribulations bestowed by the inexorable flow of time. Wen Shining listened intently, nearly losing sight of their current predicament. It was not until the pungent scent of blood filled the air, the bone-chilling sounds echoed in her ears, and Fu Wenzhou's complexion grew pale, his voice trembling, that her heart began to quiver. Yet, she could not succumb to panic, nor could she reveal the slightest trace of fear. She grasped his hand tightly, desperately striving to draw his attention.
Second Master, what does Jingnu convey?
Fu Wenzhou's lips turned ashen as he fought to regain his consciousness.
Jingnu Qi Shu, I await you at the city corner.
Love unobserved, I linger in anticipation. He spoke of a pair of kindred spirits whose rendezvous was filled with vibrant anecdotes. Most of us live our lives trapped beneath the weight of rigid moral codes. Even when our hearts are filled with joy, we are too ashamed to express it.
Yet love should be vivid and delightful.
We ought not to be confined by dogma, but rather strive to understand one another, to bring joy to our counterparts, thus lessening the number of resentful couples in the world. By the end of his discourse, his gaze had grown unfocused, and beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead.
Wen Shining gently wiped his brow, her voice soft as she suggested, Second Master, once you recover, shall we go on a date like them?
Fu Wenzhou's eyes sparkled momentarily, a strange smile gracing his lips.
Indeed, Shining. When you are able to write again, will you take me to visit the places you have been? Certainly, Shining.
I wish to savor every delicacy you have tasted.
All right, Second Master.
Shining, I am well, do not worry.
Wen Shining's voice thickened with emotion, having met you, how could one not rejoice? Second Master, we must endure.
Suddenly, Physician Liao let out a deep sigh.
Enough, swiftly assist the Second Master into the bath.
Almost simultaneously, Fu Wenzhou could no longer hold on and fainted. Wen Shining's heart sank, as if plummeting from a great height. Physician Liao reassured her, I have examined the fracture, and the situation is somewhat better than I anticipated. The herbs you cultivated may prove beneficial, coupled with the soaking, we might significantly delay the spread of toxins, granting us more time. In simpler terms, if they could overcome this hurdle, extending his life by several years should not pose a challenge. With this fragment of shattered bone, Physician Liao felt confident in discovering an antidote, yet, the current challenge was the true threshold of death. Wen Shining dared not look at the severed area, feeling utterly drained as she leaned against the wall. After a moment, she steadied herself.
I will inform Granny Qin and the others.
Physician Liao nodded, prepare the ginseng soup, I will commence the acupuncture to awaken the Second Master immediately. Wen Shining hurried outside. In the courtyard, Xiangxiao and the others craned their necks, their expressions riddled with anxiety. Only Granny Qin stood quietly to one side, hands clasped, continuously intoning Amitabha. As the courtyard door swung open, everyone rushed forward.
Second Madam, how is it?
Wen Shining's throat felt parched, and she replied hoarsely, all is well. Granny Qin swayed and leaned against Xiangxiao. Wen Shining, no longer concerning herself with anything else, calmly instructed, Xiangxiao, quickly bring the ginseng soup.
Granny, the medicinal soup must not be interrupted, continue to brew it.
Hunger, Lanner, Zir, you must closely monitor the herbs, replenish them promptly, and ensure there are no mishaps. Uncle Wei, coordinate with the villagers. For the days I am absent, everything must adhere to my standards, no unauthorized watering or other actions. If there are any issues with the herbs in the greenhouse, come find me immediately.
The crowd replied in unison, rest assured, Second Madam.
Wen Shining slowly bowed, thank you all for your efforts. Far away in the capital, the matriarch, while reciting scriptures in the Buddhist hall, suddenly found her prayer beads snapping, scattering across the floor. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment. Beside her, Granny Fong hastily reassured, the beads have broken, calamities dissipate, it is nothing, matriarch. The matriarch's murky gaze fixed upon the benevolent visage of the Buddha, silently reflecting on her life's wishes and past reflections. Throughout her life, if there was a fault, it lay in her maternal rigidity, yet she chose to be weak when her son needed her most. She felt guilt towards her second son and implored the Buddha for compassion, hoping for an opportunity to make amends. For this, she was willing to sacrifice 10 years of her life in exchange for her proud son's existence. As consciousness began to emerge from the haze of medication, Fu Wenzhou felt the pangs of pain coursing through his body, accompanied by the rich aroma of medicinal broth. It was a sensation both distant and immediate, reminding him that he had just undergone a trial of life. His eyelids felt heavy, as if weighed down by an invisible burden, yet he strained to open them. A gentle beam of light filtered through the window, enveloping the entire room and illuminating his face. His vision remained somewhat blurred, but he could vaguely discern a familiar figure. Her hand grasped his tightly, warm and reassuring. Fu Wenzhou struggled to speak, his voice barely a whisper. Wen Shining, who had been vigilantly observing him, joyfully exclaimed, Dr. Liao, the Second Master has awakened. After a prolonged period of intense concentration, Physician Liao, feeling utterly exhausted, struggled to lift his eyelids and muttered, let him sleep a bit longer.
Fu Wenzhou's awakening was indeed brief.
An irresistible force tugged at his consciousness, pulling him downward. He fought valiantly against this sensation, as Wen Shining's soothing voice enveloped him.
The initial battle has been won, Second Master, rest assured in sleep. We are all here.
Indeed, this war was far from over, and he needed to conserve his energy, but he was not alone in this struggle. With Shining and the others by his side, he found solace. A profound sense of comfort surged within Fu Wenzhou. Regardless of the outcome, he had stepped back from the precipice of life and death. Though the pain persisted, he understood that this agony was a part of existence, an inevitable path he must tread to continue living. Consciousness began to drift away, memories resurfacing vividly. He must take Shining to see the most beautiful landscapes he had witnessed, to savor the delicacies he had tasted, and to meet every good person he had encountered. However, this journey would be arduous and fraught with suffering. Despite being steeped in medicinal broth and consuming various pills formulated by physician Liao, Fu Wenzhou's legs swelled rapidly. He dared not exceed the dosage of painkillers, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. Every half hour, when Shining fed him ginseng soup to sustain his strength. By the latter half of the night, Fu Wenzhou's body temperature began to rise. Physician Liao remarked, "This was the true battle of life and death." Chapter 79. The challenge. The expression on Dr. Liao's face grew increasingly severe, causing the hearts of those present to rise with trepidation. Acupuncture, cold compresses, herbal remedies. After employing a myriad of methods, only on the following day did Fu Wenzhou's temperature gradually begin to decline. Yet, this respite lasted less than 2 hours before it surged once again, reaching heights even greater than before. Thus commenced yet another round of attempts to reduce his fever. After enduring this cycle several times, Fu Wenzhou's temperature plummeted to another extreme. His body turned icy, his breath faint, teetering on the brink of death. When Shining gripped his hand with all her might, yet it felt as insubstantial as a wisp of wind, and her heart raced with mounting panic. Second Master. Second Master, you must hold on. The stifled sobs of Jinan and Songja echoed within the sterile room, rendering it a veritable hell. Dr. Liao, nearly pulling out his beard in frustration, barked, "Silence." Not a sound. He had exhausted all his methods, and now, the rest depended solely on the Second Master himself. Fu Wenzhou's temperature continued to drop. And no matter how when Shining tried to warm his hand, it remained cold. Her reddened eyes fixed on him, gazing at his pallid face, feeling his faint breath. Her heart felt as though it were being cleaved by a sharp blade, yet she could not weep, could not succumb to fear, and most certainly could not falter. The Second Master was a man of his word. He would not betray their trust. He was merely ensnared, waiting for them to rescue him. Surely, there must be another way. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Wen Shining's mind, and she exclaimed, "Use the cow's belly." Doctor. Liao was startled by her exclamation, nearly jolting from his thoughts. He then slapped his forehead in realization. Yes, the abdominal poultice method. Quick, fetch a cow. Jinan dashed out, while Songja carefully wrapped Fu Wenzhou and placed him on his back. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Fu Wenzhou found himself ensconced within the belly of a freshly slaughtered cow. This was their sole recourse. Everyone held their breath, praying for a miracle. Only Wen Shining and Dr. Liao could not afford to simply wait for a miracle. They had to take additional action. Yulu, when it arrived, I merely admired its beauty, unaware of its medicinal properties. I feared it might be highly toxic, so I conducted an experiment. A live rabbit that consumed it appeared invigorated, while another sickly rabbit survived after ingesting it. Dr. Liao's focus lay on the medicinal herbs within the greenhouse. With no time to investigate the materials sent from elsewhere, he had overlooked the single Yulu plant. Now, upon reflection, it might prove useful. Upon hearing her words, Dr. Liao immediately instructed someone to procure a portion of it and had Songja capture 2 or 3 live rabbits. The two of them delved into the medicinal room to conduct their research within the cow's belly. Fu Wenzhou's temperature gradually rose, stabilizing within the normal range without further escalation. A collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone. Yet, Wen Shining's heart remained heavy, unwilling to allow even a sliver of complacency to infiltrate her resolve. Once the temperature within the cow's belly had fully cooled, Fu Wenzhou's condition stabilized significantly, and he was transferred back to the sterile room. Dr. Liao soon reached a conclusion. This herb stimulates the heart's meridians, particularly the pollen. In sufficient quantities, it can induce hallucinatory effects, quite useful indeed. Wen Shining grasped the implications, so the live rabbit became invigorated because the dosage was sufficient for it, yet insignificant for humans. Dr. Liao nodded in satisfaction. By the way, how did you know about the abdominal poultice method? Wen Shining replied, the Second Master told me about it. He has read many extraordinary accounts and often shares peculiar stories with me. Dr. Liao declared it a stroke of fate. This method was first discovered by the northern barbarians and is still in use today. His failure to immediately consider it stemmed from an inherent bias against the northern barbarians. He realized he lacked the objectivity, rationality, and composure that Wen Shining possessed. Indeed, it was a source of shame. After a moment of self-reflection, Dr. Liao, stroking the few remaining strands of his beard, looked at Wen Shining with renewed vigor. Girl, once the Second Master recovers, you shall take me as your mentor. That is a promise, is it not? No longer referring to her as the second mistress, it was evident he was determined. Wen Shining smiled brightly and nodded, it is a promise. Dr. Liao's spirit soared. In that case, the Second Master shall live, even if the King of Hell himself were to arrive. Wen Shining grimaced slightly. Perhaps it would be best if he did not come. The Second Master cannot endure any more turmoil. Indeed, Dr. Liao chuckled heartily. I have a successor. I have my hands full and truly have no desire to deal with that old coot any longer. With the addition of Yulu to the existing guardian heart-nourishing decoction, Fu Wenzhou's periods of consciousness grew increasingly frequent, and his awareness sharpened. This arduous battle lasted a full 5 days. Dr. Liao, now utterly exhausted, could barely remain upright, often dozing off against the medicinal table. Jinan and Songja were similarly worn out. Jinan even dozed off and tumbled headfirst into a bath bucket, only Wen Shining persevered, fearful that if she allowed herself to sleep, she might miss something. While keeping vigil over Fu Wenzhou, she tied her hair with a rope, fastening one end to the bed frame. When Fu Wenzhou finally awoke, the scene before him was striking. Dr. Liao lay sprawled over the medicinal table, while Jinan and Songzhe were fast asleep on the floor. His Shining, however, remained steadfast, still cradling his hands, sitting upright. Yet, in truth, she was on the verge of succumbing to fatigue. Her body would sway slightly, and the resulting pain would jolt her into an upright position. Her eyes would flutter open, see nothing clearly, and then close again. Fu Wenzhou felt tears welling in his eyes as he struggled to prop himself up, loosening her hair. When Shining toppled onto him in the process. Fu Wenzhou, drained of strength, was momentarily overwhelmed by her weight. After a brief flutter of his heart, he gradually regained his composure. Outside, darkness enveloped the world, silent and still, as the entire estate lay beneath the cloak of night. Embracing Wen Shining, Fu Wenzhou felt a long-lost tranquility wash over him. It was akin to a soldier returning to familiar soil, reuniting with long-absent kin, emerging from the brutality of war into the warmth of life, from the precipice of death back to the threshold of rebirth. In truth, he had indeed fought a grueling battle, the prolonged agony, the endless abyss, the solitary struggle, but at this moment, all of it was worth it, all the suffering ceased to be mere pain. Fu Wenzhou tilted his head and gently kissed Wen Shining's smooth forehead, whispering softly, "Shining, I have returned." He would strive to remain, accompanying her for eternity. As dawn broke, Jinan stirred groggily awake. Stretching his sore limbs and rubbing his bleary eyes, he instinctively headed to check on Fu Wenzhou, as was his custom. Upon locking eyes with him, Jinan thought he was dreaming, rubbing his eyes vigorously. It was the second master. He had awakened. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Fu Wenzhou raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Jinan quickly covered his mouth and bounced out of the room, only to soon announce to the entire estate, "The second master is awake. The second master is awake." Chapter 80 Intentions. Dr. Liao and Wen Shining were roused from their slumber, both still in a daze. Dr. Liao stretched his neck, pondering. "Second master? Who is the second master?" Wen Shining exclaimed, "The second master has awakened. The second master has awakened." She abruptly lifted her head and met Fu Wenzhou's deep, warm eyes, her heart racing, yet her voice remained soft. "Second master, you're awake, how do you feel?" A slight blush creased her face, which had been pressed down, and Fu Wenzhou, filled with concern, reached out to touch her. "I feel quite well, Shining. You have worked hard." Though his voice was hoarse, it was clear and resonant, imbued with vitality. Yet, when Shining's heart could not relax just yet, she hurriedly called for Dr. Liao. It was only then that Dr. Liao finally regained his composure, stumbling over to take Fu Wenzhou's pulse. After a moment, his expression softened. "All is well, the pulse is stable, second master has triumphed in this battle." At these words, Wen Shining felt her heart lighten, all her worries and fears dissipating like smoke. She experienced an unprecedented sense of relief and comfort, as if a heavy burden had been lifted in an instant, leaving her feeling utterly exhausted. Fu Wenzhou, alarmed, struggled to rise. Dr. Liao quickly pressed him back down, without even glancing at Wen Shining, saying, "The second madam is merely fatigued you. Oh you, after assaulting the underworld for so many days, I am nearly worn out myself, not to mention the second madam." Fu Wenzhou felt an overwhelming guilt. "Dr. Liao, you have worked tirelessly, please check on Shining." Dr. Liao chuckled, "There is nothing to worry about, let her sleep enough. Once she awakens, she will be my disciple." Haha, just the thought brought him immense joy, dispelling all fatigue. Then, Dr. Liao instructed Granny Qin and the others to carry Wen Shining back to her room. She slept soundly for a full 2 days, unresponsive to their calls, which greatly alarmed Xiangcao. For individuals like them, encountering a good master was even rarer than finding a good man. Moreover, Wen Shining was exceptionally kind, warm, and optimistic. Everyone who followed her blossomed like the flowers she nurtured, growing increasingly vibrant and full of life. Such a master was a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Xiangcao anxiously kept vigil over Wen Shining, neglecting food and drink in her worry. Jinan was equally distressed, making countless trips back and forth, each time laden with snacks, desserts, and fruits of various kinds, yet Xiangcao refused to eat a single bite. "If the young lady does not awaken, I shall not eat." Xiangcao was stubborn, and Jinan was exasperated. "Dr. Liao has assured us that the second madam is merely exhausted. Once she has rested enough, she will naturally awaken. Your refusal to eat or drink is of no help. What if, by the time the second madam wakes, you collapse from exhaustion yourself, and she is then burdened with caring for you?" Xiangcao glared at him in frustration. "Well, if she is not your master, it's easy for you to say." Jinan protested, "How can the second madam not be my master?" Xiangcao retorted, "If the second master and the second madam could only choose one, would you choose the second madam?" Jinan replied, You are being unreasonable. The second master and second madam have faced life and death together. They will never be apart in this lifetime, so why must I choose?" Xiangcao scoffed, Whoever is the master, whoever cares, don't feign concern here. Go and keep watch over your second master." Defeated, Jinan exclaimed, "How ungrateful." He stormed out, only to return shortly with a bowl of ginseng soup. "At least drink some soup to sustain yourself. I am begging you, my lady." Xiangcao shot him a glare. "Are you annoying or what? Who asked you to come?" My heart compelled me to come." Jinan's face flushed crimson. "Xiangcao, let us not argue, alright? I know you are worried about the second madam. We are all concerned for her, but we are also worried about you. The second madam often says we are family, and a family cannot afford to have anyone in distress." Xiangcao's eyes flickered. "Who said we are family? I don't want that. I want it, I desire it, is that alright?" Jinan spoke earnestly, seeing the second master and second madam cling to each other through thick and thin, enduring such hardships. I genuinely feel for them, yet I also rejoice for them, while harboring a tinge of envy. In those sterile days, I vowed to cherish the present and every individual around me. A graceful lady, a gentleman seeks her. The second master said that when one encounters a good woman, one should boldly pursue and express one's feelings. It is not disgraceful. Thus, Xiangzhao, as he spoke, Xiangzhao's expression turned to one of terror, her heart pounding like a drum.
What are you doing? Don't say that, you mustn't.
Jinan gazed at her intently. No, I must speak, Xiangzhao, though my origins are humble, I possess a heart that is upright, kind, and ambitious.
I am enamored with you and wish to take you as my wife.
Of course, you can refuse, for I may not offer you riches and honor, yet, if you are willing to marry me, I will respect you, protect you, and ensure you suffer not a single grievance. I have no parents or elders, henceforth, you shall be the master of our home. Xiangzhao stared at him, her fair face flushed crimson, her heart raced, her mind a whirlpool of confusion, leading her to lash out at Jinan. My lady is still in a deep slumber, and you come to declare such things.
What is your intention? I told you not to speak. Will you cease to speak?
Jinan shielded his head. I will say it, I am infatuated with you. Not only do I wish to declare my feelings, but I also want the second master and second madam to assist me in expressing them. Xiangzhao was on the verge of exploding with rage when they heard Wen Shining's gentle voice. Alright, Xiangzhao, after all that ruckus, how could I possibly sleep?
Xiangzhao paused, joyfully rushing over. Miss, you are awake. Wen Shining, feeling exasperated, replied, with the two of you making such noise, how could I rest? I'm so sorry, Mississippi.
Xiangzhao turned and shot Jinan a glare. It's all your fault. Jinan chuckled. Yes, it's all my fault. Second madam must be hungry, I'll prepare something at once.
Wen Shining called out to him, how is the second master faring?
Xiangzhao interjected, fear not, the second master is quite well, I was meant to keep watch over you, but doctor Liao wouldn't allow it, and neither would I.
Wen Shining smiled as she patted her head. Xiangzhao is correct.
Xiangzhao's eyes turned red. Miss, you scared me to death. Wen Shining stretched, only to realize she had slept for 2 whole days.
Indeed, it was alarming. But Xiangzhao, now that Jinan has boldly confessed his feelings, what are your thoughts?
Wen Shining spoke earnestly, if you also have feelings for him, do not hesitate. You must seize your own happiness. If you truly do not share that sentiment, then simply clarify your feelings with him.
Xiangzhao's cheeks flushed. What do you think, miss?
Wen Shining could not say definitively, only offering an objective view. Jinan is steadfast. After all these years, he has remained loyal to the second master, demonstrating his deep sense of loyalty and affection. He harbors no ulterior motives, being straightforward and kind, a good person. However, a good person may not necessarily be suitable for a life partner. You must inquire within yourself whether you feel joy, ease, and security in his presence. Ask yourself if you are willing to live alongside such a person, and whether you harbor expectations for the future.
Chapter 81.
Frankness. Xiangzhao added, the key is that I do not have to serve my mother-in-law, nor deal with the tangled relationships with my sisters-in-law. Moreover, with the support of the second master and second madam, he won't be able to cause any trouble.
Wen Shining chuckled, so, you are willing, then?
Xiangzhao lowered her head and bit her lip, shyly responding, it all depends on the second master and second madam. Wen Shining tightened her grip on Xiangzhao's hand, saying, alright, then I shall take charge for you. Just remember, Xiangzhao, you have choices, and never should you compromise your own happiness.
Xiangzhao nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears. Miss, compared to my own happiness, I would rather see you happy. Wen Shining playfully pinched her cheek. Silly girl, we both deserve happiness.
Just as the two of them embraced warmly, Jinan hurried in, pushing Fu Wenzhou ahead of him.
Second master. Shining.
Xiangzhao's demeanor instantly shifted, and as Wen Shining pushed her away, a flicker of disappointment crossed her heart, quickly replaced by a smile of relief. Second master and second madam, please take your time sharing your feelings. I shall go see if the food is ready. As she spoke, she shot a pointed glance at Jinan. Jinan, understanding her cue, followed closely behind her. Xiangzhao, I haven't finished what I was saying earlier.
Xiangzhao retorted, be quiet.
As their bickering faded into the distance, Fu Wenzhou wheeled closer, extending his hand towards Wen Shining, his gaze filled with tender affection. Wen Shining placed her hand in his, feeling the warmth and strength of his grip, which warmed her heart. Subsequently, she nestled into his embrace. The two held each other tightly, sharing their warmth, seemingly understanding each other's thoughts without uttering a word. Wen Shining gently patted Fu Wenzhou's back. Do not worry, second master, I am fine. Fu Wenzhou reciprocated the gesture, his voice tinged with a bittersweet tone. The flesh I have painstakingly regained has vanished once more. Wen Shining laughed and replied, as long as you are well, I will quickly recover.
Perhaps I have eaten it all.
She stepped back to examine him closely.
How do you feel now? Is there still pain?
As she spoke, she reached to lift his clothing. Fu Wenzhou hurriedly pressed her hand down and shook his head.
It's bandaged, it doesn't hurt. But is it still swollen?
Fu Wenzhou replied, just a little bit remains. Old Liao mentioned that thanks to the medicinal herbs you cultivated, many have been put to good use. He had heard from Jinan about the perilous events of those 5 days. It was Wen Shining's calmness and her suggestion of the abdominal poultice that saved him. It was her steadfastness and belief that led them to victory in this battle.
Shining, you saved my life.
Not just his life, but also his heart. Fu Wenzhou embraced Wen Shining again, striving to mask the surge of tears within his eyes, once a brilliant young general, a pillar of the loyal and valiant Marquis, a figure admired by the masses. A sudden upheaval had cast him down from his pedestal. No one knew that he was not a transcendent being, nor was he made of steel. During the years of battling pain, he had endured countless moments of heart-wrenching despair. Living was not his desire, nor was dying something he would accept, yet the layers of pain, the daily torment, gradually wore down his will, eroding his once unyielding spirit. What pained him the most was that he had become a burden to this world. He was merely waiting for an opportunity, and who would have thought that fate had sent Wen Shining to him, the seemingly frail and innocent girl, who timidly tugged at his sleeve the day they first met, had grasped his fate. In the darkness of his life, she brought forth vitality, hope, and a reason to live, but when Wen Shining fainted that day, even Xiang Cao could lift her effortlessly. Fu Wenzhou felt a shattering pain in his heart. She remained so small, yet he had allowed her to bear such an unbearable weight. Guilt, like a vine, grew wildly in his heart. He had intended to rescue her from suffering, yet he had only dragged her down. Sensing the slight tremor in Fu Wenzhou's emotions, Wen Shining held him even tighter, her voice soft and delicate as a kitten's. Second Master, I slept a bit too long and worried you, but I had a long and wonderful dream. I dreamed that you stood up, and we galloped together, enjoying the beauty of the flowers and the moonlight, living each day in bliss. I also dreamed that our medicinal herbs were sold far and wide, saving many lives. Together with Dr. Liao, we developed numerous effective remedies and authored a medical book detailing how to treat amputations. The remedies and books were sent to the military camp, saving countless soldiers. And then, we had 2 children, a boy and a girl. They were both so adorable. Fu Wenzhou's emotions, in response to her voice, miraculously calmed. He spoke hoarsely, there is nothing you cannot accomplish, Shining, from now on, I will heed your wishes. His little girl was indeed a wise one. She intended to convey to him that if they endured the hardships, brighter days awaited them. Rather than languishing in sorrow, it was better to take action and boldly look towards the future. After all, in this lifetime, he would never let her down. But there is one thing you must promise me. In all things, strive for only 70%, leaving 30% for your own protection. Never exhaust yourself for others or for any matter. Fu Wenzhou paused, then earnestly added, including for me, do you understand? If he were to truly wear her down, what meaning would his existence hold? What joy could there be in life? The thought alone filled him with dread. When Shining recognized that she had indeed startled him, and obediently nodded, I understand, Second Master, I will be good. At that moment, a rumble from Wen Shining's stomach abruptly shattered the slightly serious and melancholic atmosphere. Fu Wenzhou exclaimed, Jinan. Coming. The meal was already prepared and waiting at the door. Fu Wenzhou immediately felt a wave of guilt. While Shining was still hungry, he had been lost in thought. Wen Shining, seemingly reading his mind, sweetly said, I was quite hungry, but upon seeing you, I no longer felt it. Second Master, does that count as a feast for the eyes? Fu Wenzhou chuckled, thank you for the compliment, Shining. Wen Shining grinned, I'm not flattering you. You are indeed handsome. The one who praised remained unflustered, while the one praised blushed slightly. Fu Wenzhou cleared his throat, feeling somewhat helpless. Shining, Jinan and Xiang Cao are still here. The playful intimacy of a married couple was best kept discreet. When Shining let out an "oh," shrinking her neck and blushing in realization, Xiang Cao thought to herself that her young mistress was not lacking in modesty, but rather was simply pure-hearted. Little did she know, when Shining then exclaimed, oh, right. Second Master, you may not know yet, but Jinan is smitten with Xiang Cao, and Xiang Cao feels the same for Jinan. Why don't we take charge and arrange their nuptials? Jinan happiness arrives so swiftly? Xiang Cao is also fond of him. He was completely unaware, giggling to himself. Xiang Cao, her young mistress was indeed a bit too straightforward. Chapter 82 Apprenticeship. Upon hearing the words, Fu Wenzhou glanced at Jinan with a hint of surprise, then turned his gaze towards Xiang Cao. Jinan's heart soared with joy as he suddenly knelt down. Thank you, Second Master, thank you, Second Madam. Jinan will rely entirely on your decisions. With that, he pivoted and bowed to Xiang Cao as well. Thank you, Xiang Cao, for agreeing to marry me. Xiang Cao was taken aback. What's wrong with you? It was unbecoming for a husband to kneel before his wife. She hurriedly pulled Jinan back up, wishing she could scold him again. Fu Wenzhou's smile widened as he cheerfully remarked, indeed, it is time to celebrate a joyous occasion in this village. Xiang Chao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head shyly. I leave it all to the Second Master and Second Madam. This was tantamount to a formal acceptance. Unable to contain his emotions, Jinan burst into tears of joy at the news of Jinan and Xiang Chao's engagement quickly spread, bringing delight to the entire village, even reaching every corner of Qingxi village. The villagers remarked that ever since Second Master and Second Madam arrived, it felt as though the heavens had opened up, offering them new possibilities and a glimmer of hope in their previously stagnant lives. Upon hearing that Second Master had overcome his difficulties, and that Second Madam had collapsed from exhaustion, the villagers came to visit. Mindful of boundaries, they discreetly left gifts at the door before departing. Each day, Old Man Wei would find chickens, eggs, and fruits left for him. Upon learning of this, Wen Shining was deeply moved and instructed Old Man Wei to deliver return gifts to each household, while also inviting them to attend the wedding of Xiang Cao and Jinan. The wedding was set for the 8th day of the following month, and with less than a month to prepare, many arrangements needed to be made promptly. Fu Wenzhou instructed Old Man Wei to tidy up the independent courtyard on the west side for their wedding chamber, allocating a substantial sum of silver for purchases. Everything was to be conducted in accordance with local customs, adhering to the highest standards. The wedding dress was to be custom-made in the county, but Granny Qin and Hong Lanzi wished to sew it for Xiang Chao themselves. Wen Shining found this idea particularly appealing and wanted to join in as well. Ultimately, they all agreed to assign the most challenging task to her, sewing the auspicious pouches. They planned to fill them with peanuts and longan as adornments for the bride, symbolizing fertility and fortune. The primary reason was that second madam's embroidery skills were rather lacking. Her flowers resemble trees, and her mandarin ducks look like waterfowl. Xiang Chao, not wanting to be ungrateful, still hoped that her wedding attire would not be a source of ridicule, as one only wore a wedding gown once in a lifetime. Wen Shining felt a twinge of sadness, but Fu Wenzhou comforted her, saying, "No one is perfect, there are many things you can do that others cannot. Furthermore, I believe your embroidery is quite lively and unique."
It is not unappealing. Really? Indeed.
Gaining Fu Wenzhou's affirmation, Wen Shining regained some confidence and immediately embroidered a pouch for him. After examining it for a while, Xiang Chao remarked, "Miss, what you..." She felt it suited second master perfectly. Xiang Chao scratched her head. "I'm sorry, miss, but I truly cannot see it. Perhaps second master can recognize it, but it doesn't matter."
"Whatever you embroider, second master will surely like it."
Wen Shining snatched it back and stuffed it under her pillow. Forget it, she wouldn't gift it after all. If it didn't resemble bamboo, why make things difficult for second master? The next day, however, she saw Fu Wenzhou wearing it. Wen Shining felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. "Second master, perhaps you shouldn't wear it, it might provoke laughter."
Fu Wenzhou gazed at her with gentle eyes. "Why not?" Wen Shining, feeling annoyed, replied, "Can you even tell what I embroidered?"
Fu Wenzhou took a careful look and confidently stated, "It is green bamboo." Green bamboo is a friend of the cold, symbolizing health and longevity, with a noble character.
"Thank you for your blessings, Shining." Wen Shining's eyes widened. "How did you discern that?"
After hearing Xiang Chao's comparison to grass, she had stubbornly taken it to the bamboo grove for a comparison. It indeed did not resemble bamboo. Even calling it grass was a stretch. The shape was wrong, and the color was off. Fu Wenzhou explained, "It is evident that you have embroidered tender bamboo, green bamboo with half-open sheets, its new shoots yet to breach the wall, much like my current state, having endured hardship and now embracing rebirth. I understand that you wish for me to remain resilient, never to surrender in the face of adversity, just like this tender bamboo, which, despite being enveloped in layers of bamboo husks, will eventually break free if it perseveres, rising like a verdant bamboo, reaching for the clouds, bringing coolness to the world, and becoming a useful resource." Wen Shining was rendered speechless. She had not contemplated such depth, yet, second master never lied. He must truly see it that way to derive such profound insights. Her face broke into a radiant smile.
"Indeed, second master possesses discerning eyes."
"That is precisely what I meant." It was Xiang Chao who lacked insight, not her. Half a month later, Fu Wenzhou's condition improved significantly under meticulous care. The wound showed no signs of infection and began to slowly regenerate new tissue. Below his waist, there was still some swelling, but it visibly diminished day by day. Everything was progressing positively. On the day Fu Wenzhou moved out of the sterile room and returned to the main courtyard, Dr. Liao solemnly announced, "Second master has completely passed the critical period and is in good condition. In 3 months, he may receive a prosthetic limb, and I am confident that in 6 months, he will be able to walk freely."
Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in excitement.
Granny Qin was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Wonderful, I must quickly send a letter to the old lady." Wen Shining suppressed her impulse to jump for joy alongside Xiang. The atmosphere around them seemed to warm with their shared glance, their hands instinctively clasping together, channeling their fervent emotions into a profound sense of reassurance and strength.
Ahem. Dr. Liao, not wishing to dampen the mood, seized the moment. "Second madam, do you still remember our agreement?"
Wen Shining snapped back to reality, wiping her eyes, and without hesitation, "No, I had intended to hold a proper apprenticeship ceremony, yet you are even more eager than I."
"Alas, let it be, we shall proceed as such." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Congratulations, Dr. Liao." "Congratulations, second madam."
Dr. Liao cast a meaningful glance at Fu Wenzhou before addressing Wen Shining earnestly, "Child, remember this, once a master, always a father. If anyone bullies you in the future, I shall stand up for you."
Wen Shining smiled brightly, "Yes, master."
Dr. Liao continued, "Though I have no sect or school, there are a few principles you must remember. A physician must first possess a benevolent heart. Those who study medicine must cultivate themselves and their families, focusing wholeheartedly on learning, continuously improving their medical skills without the slightest negligence.
When treating patients, one must not be bound by rigid methods. Regardless of wealth or status, a physician should treat all equally, dedicating themselves to healing and saving lives. Can you uphold these principles?"
Wen Shining's face grew serious as she declared earnestly, "Master, I can." Dr. Liao's heart finally felt at ease as he promptly gifted her a set of silver needles. From now on, daily care for second master will be entrusted to you in Songjia. Thus, he would have more time to develop new medicines and contemplate what kind of prosthetic limb would suit Fu Wenzhou best.
That evening, when Shining climbed back into Fu Wenzhou's bed, Chapter 83 Guilt Fu Wenzhou, feeling helpless, remarked, "Shining Ning, you should really return to your own room to rest. You have so many matters to attend to each day. If you do not rest well, how will your body withstand it?"
Moreover, did she not fear seeing him in such a disheveled state? When Shining, with righteous confidence, replied, "I am now the second master's physician, and he must heed my words." As his wife, it is only natural for us to share the same bed, he is obliged to listen to me. Do not worry, I will sleep soundly, and since I will be on my right side, I shall not disturb the second master.
Fu Wan, you have already sacrificed enough for me.
He could not be so selfish as to claim her interest solely for himself, as if everything she did was for him. When Shining suddenly sat up, her reaction somewhat exaggerated. The second master says I have a talent for medicine.
Could it be that you are merely flattering me?
Fu Wanzhou hastily replied, certainly not, you genuinely possess great talent, otherwise, divine physician Liao would not be so eager to take you as his apprentice. Only then did Wen Shining seem to relax and lie back down, falling into a moment of silence. During those 16 years in the village, the only thing I could do was tend to flowers and plants. Beyond that, I did not know what else I was capable of, nor did I know if I was clever or foolish. Though the wet nurse and others often praised me, telling me I was the finest girl in the world, deep down, I felt utterly uncertain. Upon returning to the Wen family, my rustic attire and lack of etiquette rendered me the subject of disdain from my relatives and mockery from servants. I felt like a mouse trapped in darkness, having inadvertently scurried onto someone else's dining table. Those venomous glares and malicious words once nearly engulfed me, leading me to believe I was unworthy of existence in this world. She had not thought of those past events for a long time, yet now, recalling them, her heart felt a twinge of bitterness. Fu Wanzhou grasped her hand, feeling both guilt and heartache. It is all in the past, Shining. When Shining shook her head, second master, I am not saddened. That was not a choice I could make. It was the malice imposed upon me by others, and it was their fault.
The days following my marriage to you are my choice.
I choose to make up for those blank 16 years, to advance and retreat together with you, to empower myself. All these choices are mine alone, not solely for your sake. On the contrary, it is because of you that I have become even more resolute and courageous. Thus, you have not burdened me, nor have I ever felt weary. I only perceive that these hopeful days are what I have longed for. As she spoke, she leaned her head against Fu Wanzhou's shoulder. He could not help but feel ashamed. Shining, your grace far surpasses mine, yet I often judge your heart by my own selfish desires, failing to truly understand your thoughts and feelings.
I feel deeply ashamed. Wen Shining nuzzled against his neck like a kitten.
It is not your fault, second master. Concern often breeds chaos. It is human nature. The more one cares, the more one feels indebted.
This only demonstrates that you hold me dear in your heart, which brings me joy.
Fu Wanzhou was momentarily taken aback. Love is indeed the feeling of perpetual indebtedness. What an accurate expression. Unable to resist, Fu Wanzhou rubbed his face against her hair, his affection deepening.
Sleep now, Shining.
He understood everything. Her feelings for him were unconditional, akin to the sun shining down upon the earth, seeking no reward in return. However, whenever he witnessed her silently enduring hardships for his sake, her sacrifices, he felt an indescribable guilt, as if his offerings could never match what she had given. Yet, with Wen Shining's gentle prodding, Fu Wanzhou experienced a moment of enlightenment. This guilt should compel him to strive for excellence, to bestow upon her the happiness and peace she deserves, rather than to entangle himself in self-imposed shackles that would only imprison him and distance her. Shining, a wife and a teacher, how fortunate he was. Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, when Shining's breathing had already settled into a tranquil rhythm, the self-proclaimed sound sleeper had, before the stroke of midnight, rolled into his embrace. To avoid touching her wound, Fu Wanzhou could only hold her close. In such an embrace, both found restful slumber each night. In the capital city, at the Marquis' residence, Fu Wanzhou awoke early to receive a letter, and before she could finish reading it, she dashed towards the old lady's courtyard.
Mother, joyous news, joyous news.
The old lady, who had not been feeling well recently and often drifted in and out of sleep, was stirred by Fu Wanzhou's commotion. Upon seeing the disheveled girl rush in, the old lady could not help but frown.
You are soon to be wed, how can you be so reckless? What will you do when you go to your husband's family?
Fu Wanzhou, too excited to retort, hurriedly thrust the letter into the old lady's hands.
Mother, look quickly. You can scold me after you read it.
The old lady, upon reading halfway, began to tremble.
Wanzhou, he has made it through?
Fu Wanzhou squatted down and hugged the old lady's knees, laughing and crying at once.
Yes, mother, my second brother has made it through. The letter also says that in a few months, he will be fitted with a prosthetic limb, and in another 6 months, he will be able to walk freely. The old lady, filled with excitement, suddenly became sober. But the poison in his body. Fu Wanzhou interrupted her. Divine physician Liao said that with that segment of bone, he is confident he can find a way to counteract the poison. And the medicinal herbs planted by second sister-in-law have all come into play. While they may not completely neutralize the poison, they can delay and control it, and he will get better. Old Madame Fong also chimed in excitedly. What the third young lady says is correct. He will improve. I never expected that the second madam would actually grow the medicinal herbs. This is fate. The heavens have opened their eyes. The old lady, who had been burdened with worry, finally sighed in relief. Quickly, prepare. I want to go see them. Halfway through her words, she shook her head. No, I shall not go. She could not disrupt their lives, nor interfere with Wanzhou's peace of mind. It was better for her to remain at home, chanting scriptures and praying for them each day. What is the reason for such joy? The first madam, Xin Yujiao, slowly entered with the assistance of her maid. I come to pay my respects to mother. Even though she had not yet shown much of her pregnancy, she could hardly lower her head. The old lady could not bear to see her smug demeanor, yet there was little she could do. After all, she carried the flesh and blood of the Fu family. Sit down, do not strain your back.
Shan Yujio was unfazed by her mother-in-law's subtle jibe. Once seated, she inquired, "What is this joyous occasion?" I heard Wanner's voice from afar. It was quite the commotion. Fu Wanner wished she could slap her own mouth. The old lady, feeling it was futile to hide, replied, "A letter from the second branch states that all is well, and recovery is going smoothly."
Shin Yujio's expression froze. He succeeded?
Old Madame Fong smiled. "Indeed, the second master is blessed. Not only has he made it through, but there is hope for him to stand again."
Shin Yujio's face darkened further. "Didn't they say that medicine and stones are difficult to treat?" Fu Wanner frowned. "What do you mean by that, elder sister? Second brother is a lucky star, how can you not be happy?" Shin Yujio forced a smile. "Of course, I am happy."
Yet inwardly, she cursed Wenzhou's tenacity. It was absurd. A man who had one foot in the grave still dared to dream of standing again. That day, Shin Yujio made her way to the Yanwang residence. Chapter 84. Damn it, ever since Fu Yanqiu took office, Shin Yujio and Wen Shu Yan have been inseparable, no longer fearing public scrutiny. Wen Shu Yan has already shown signs of pregnancy, her abdomen slightly rounded, and her overall appearance has become significantly more prosperous. Upon hearing the news, it took a considerable moment for her to regain her composure.
"Are you saying that Fu Wenzhou is dead?" Shin Yujio inquired.
"The letter states as much." "It is likely true," Shin Yujio replied. Wen Shu Yan narrowed her eyes slightly. "If he is indeed dead, it is for the best. Death is such a simple affair, living is far more arduous." When she heard that he might not be able to endure, she had felt a twinge of regret for a few days. Contemplating such thoughts, she realized that during her moment of glory, the absence of the most crucial spectator would diminish both significance and enjoyment. To live is good, yet one must not live too well. When Shu Yan's eyes lifted slightly, her expression a mix of amusement and mockery as she regarded Shin Yujio. Shin Yujio felt a chill run down her spine under that gaze.
"What do you mean, my lady?"
When Shu Yan, painting her nails with delicate hues, gently tapped her teacup, her tone light yet laced with a chilling malevolence. "If one can stand even with a broken leg, then let us break his spine as well. At the end of the road, grasping at any person is deemed a stroke of fortune. What a farce!" she exclaimed, seizing her teacup and shattering it violently. "That wretched man insists on cherishing him as a precious treasure. I shall see if he can still hold on to that treasure once it is shattered and sullied." "What treasure?" Princeton suddenly strode in, glancing at the shards on the floor, his brow furrowed. "What has happened here?" When Shu Yan exchanged a glance with Shin Yujio, who quickly rose to pay her respects. "This humble servant takes her leave." Once Shin Yujio exited, when Shu Yan remarked, "The prince may not yet be aware, but Fu Wenzhou is quite formidable. Not only did he survive the amputation, but there is also hope for him to stand again. It is said that the poison within him will be completely purged in due time." Princeton was taken aback, a dark tempest swirling in his eyes.
When Shu Yan tentatively added, "Do you suppose that if he truly recovers, being far away in Wuxian, he might entertain some thoughts that ought not to arise?"
As of today, she was no longer the mere object of venting frustrations upon entering the royal residence. She had successfully etched herself into Prince An's heart, becoming his most trusted confidant. She had also gleaned insight into his emotional entanglements and predicament. The current emperor had few offspring, with only 3 sons and 2 daughters. A coup several years prior had led to the empress's deposition, her family executed, and the crown prince exiled, his whereabouts still unknown. Zhou Lian, the second prince, was initially poised to be crowned as the crown prince, but the ministers unanimously deemed the empress's family affairs dubious, and with the emperor still in his prime, there was no urgency to select an heir. In plain terms, the second prince was not regarded with high hopes. After weighing various considerations, the emperor settled for conferring a title upon him. As for the third prince, due to his youth and frail health, he garnered even less confidence. Yet, as the years have passed, it is uncertain whether ambition may have sprouted. Additionally, there was the Rue prince, stationed far in his fief, who was celebrated for his military achievements and endeared to the populace. Even the emperor harbored trepidation towards this younger brother, for had it not been for the Rue prince's selflessness, he might not have ascended to the throne. It was rumored that Fu Wenzhou had been quite close to the Rue prince, who had personally taught him swordsmanship. If Fu Wenzhou were to truly rise again, their alliance could spell disaster. Princeton had refrained from dealing a fatal blow to Fu Wenzhou, bound by the constraints of propriety, as well as being confident that Fu Wenzhou would surely perish. However, should he defy expectations, it would indeed become troublesome. Princeton tightly shut his eyes, his gaze sharpening into a dangerous glare. When Shu Yan gently grasped his hand, her touch tender as she sought to soothe his turbulent thoughts. There is no need for the prince to place undue importance on a cripple. The ministers have already recognized the reality, and your position is all but assured. Surely, the emperor would not wish to grant the Rue prince any opportunity. With the crown prince deposed and the third prince rendered useless, the second prince was his sole choice. From the emperor's intention to elevate the noble Lady Lan to empress, it was evident that few among the ministers harbored objections, signifying that Prince An's power was on the rise. Yet, when Shu Yan remained oblivious to a certain secret, had she known, she would not be so naive. If the prince remains uneasy, he could devise a way to bring Fu Wenzhou back to keep him under close watch. I doubt he would dare stir up any trouble. Princeton regarded her for a moment, his large hand pressing against her abdomen, suppressing the fierce beast within him. It had been a long time since he had entertained violent thoughts, and even longer since he had lost control through drink. Everything was progressing according to plan, except for the one variable, Fu Wenzhou, who ought to be dead. Bringing Fu Wenzhou back was not a daunting task. Princeton promptly entered the palace to seek an audience with the emperor.
Upon hearing the news, Emperor Zhou Jimin expressed some surprise. Can Fu Wenzhou truly recover? Princeton pondered. Even if he cannot return to his former self, his influence remains formidable. Zhou Jimin nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Even he had, at times, felt a profound sense of imbalance. Why could the sons of others be so exceptional? He, as the emperor, was left to envy others who could possibly understand. Zhou Jimin scrutinized him. What are your thoughts? As he spoke, he cautioned, I advise you to refrain from harboring any ill intentions. You are well aware of his considerable influence, so be wary of tripping over your own schemes. Last time, merely targeting the Fu family had caused such a tumultuous uproar. If he were to provoke Fu Wenzhou, who could predict the chaos that would ensue? Zhou Jimin felt a sense of frustration, merely a cripple, yet he warranted such careful consideration. Was it that he was too merciful, or that they were too audacious? Princeton respectfully replied, I shall heed my father's teachings and will not act recklessly. I merely feel that if Fu Wenzhou can truly recover, he ought to continue serving the court. After all, had it not been for my father's recognition and the opportunities bestowed upon him, how could he have attained such glory? The emperor's grace is immense, yet it is not to be taken for granted. Do not forget the distinction between monarch and minister simply because you have rendered service. This admonition struck deep with Zhou Jimin. As the emperor, the utmost taboo was the contempt of imperial authority. However, true authority is not founded upon the fear of others but rather emerges from the loyalty and reverence of the people. Of this, Zhou Jimin remained acutely aware of. He contemplated, send someone to investigate first. If it is indeed true, I shall recall him. After all, Fu Wenzhou's circumstances were common knowledge. If not handled delicately, he could be criticized for being harsh towards a loyal minister. The quills of those literati were sharp indeed, but who should be dispatched? Prince An's mind turned swiftly, suggesting, perhaps it would be prudent to send Lord Chu. Zhou Jimin queried, Chu Yen? Prince An elaborated, what my father may not know is that Lord Chu is the son of the wet nurse of the young lady from the Wen family whom Fu Wenzhou married, and he shares a fraternal bond with the second Madame Fu. When Lord Chu first arrived in the capital, Fu Wenzhou took the initiative to recommend him to the esteemed Master Yu. Currently, Lord Chu's family resides in a residence that belongs to Fu Wenzhou. Zhou Jimin was somewhat aware of Chu Yan's background but was unaware of the depth of his connection with Fu Wenzhou. Prince An continued, sending Lord Chu serves two purposes. First, Fu Wenzhou will not suspect ulterior motives, and second, it provides Lord Chu with an opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty. Throughout history, few have withstood the test of power. Chu Yan remains a blank slate. How he colors it depends on his ability to discern the situation and make the right choices. Chapter 85 County Town. Zhou Jimin regarded Prince An with a hint of admiration. You have indeed made considerable progress, aligning your thoughts with mine. Over the years, Zhou Jimin had turned a blind eye as Prince An gradually won over the courtiers, steadily demonstrating the demeanor and strategies of a ruler. This was quite gratifying for Zhou Jimin. Then let us send Lord Chu, he decided. Regarding Chu Yan, Zhou Jimin found himself somewhat vexed. To say he lacked talent would be untrue, as he managed all tasks proficiently, yet, to claim he was exceptionally capable would also be misleading. At times, he seemed rather dim-witted, or perhaps his heart was simply not steadfast. For instance, he had benevolently arranged a marriage for himself, to the daughter of the Minister of War, a niece of the favored consort Lan. This should have been more than sufficient for someone of Chu Yan's standing. However, that fool knelt outside the imperial study for an entire day, his head bloodied from his fervent kowtowing, pleading to retract the imperial decree. His justification was that he was still young and did not wish to marry early, fearing it would hinder his service to the court. Nonsense. Zhou Jimin felt both angry and helpless, ultimately conceding. After discreetly investigating, he realized that the lad had long harbored affections for the treasured granddaughter of old Yu. No wonder old Yu had reacted so vehemently upon hearing of the marriage decree, falling ill since. It appeared he had already chosen a suitable match, merely waiting for Chu Yan to excel in the examinations before seeking a union. Yet, before the spring examinations could arrive, the marriage was bestowed upon him. Zhou Jimin felt a surge of irritation at the thought, as if he were deliberately thwarting a pair of lovers, leaving both parties in an awkward position. Moreover, how many times had Prince An and the Wen family sought his permission for marriages? Was he a deity of marriage? Zhou Jimin's gaze towards Prince An darkened as he cautioned, winning people's hearts relies most on one's own influence. Do not indulge in petty schemes that lack substance. Prince An was taken aback. Although he did not fully grasp the emperor's intentions, he responded respectfully, yes, father, I shall heed your counsel. At that moment, Fu Wenzhou and his companions remained unaware of the tumult their actions would incite. With the wedding date for Shangzhou and Jinan approaching, preparations were nearly complete. On this day, Wen Shining took the time to personally accompany Shangzhou to the county town to select jewelry. Although the old matriarch had provided an abundance of exquisite jewelry, both in quality and style, Wen Shining felt those items did not rightfully belong to her. It was far more reassuring to use her own money to procure a dowry for Shangzhou. It was rare for Fu Wenzhou to take the initiative and express a desire to join them. Thus, with Liao Lao's consent, Uncle Wei arranged for a large carriage, accommodating Shangzhou, Jinan, and the coachman, making a total of 6 individuals heading to the county town. As they boarded the carriage, Wen Shining cast a glance at the coachman, only to see another unfamiliar face. Recently, she had noticed an increasing number of strangers in the village, some seeking refuge with relatives, others wandering here in search of a means to survive. The household had also seen an influx of new faces. Uncle Wei remarked that although Qingxi village was known for its simplicity, a few reckless individuals could not be avoided. With more women in the household and the second master needing peace to recuperate, a few additional guards were necessary to prevent any unwelcome intrusions.
It seemed these were indeed the second master's instructions. Wen Shining did not dwell on it further, happily discussing jewelry with Xiang Cao. Upon arriving in the county town, they first settled at the restaurant run by the second son of the Wei family, as arranged by Uncle Wei.
Wei Fang came out to greet them. Second master, second madam.
Fu Wenzhou merely nodded slightly, while Wen Shining smiled and exchanged a few words with Wei Fang. Soon, a sumptuous feast was prepared by Wei Er. After dining, Wen Shining and Xiang Cao set off to browse the gold shops, while Fu Wenzhou remained at the restaurant to rest, having stated, "If I were to go, Xiang Cao would surely feel uneasy." Fu Wenzhou did not insist, simply adding, "If Shining finds anything she likes, do purchase a few items."
For their safety, Fu Wenzhou instructed Jinan to accompany them.
In the tea house on the second floor, Fu Wenzhou gazed out the window at the bustling crowd, lost in thought. A moment later, the coachman entered, cupping his fists in salute. "Second master, there have indeed been several unfamiliar faces in the county town recently."
"I have had someone keep watch."
Fu Wenzhou nodded, a stormy expression clouding his eyes. Some were desperately trying to ensure his survival, while others awaited his demise. Having come to terms with his own heart, having found a compelling reason to live and the determination to continue, he realized he must prepare in advance. If he was to live, he could not do so in a manner that was merely about surviving. Moreover, mere survival would be of no use. After enduring the trial of amputation, Fu Wenzhou encountered a few among those who had come from all directions to support him. It was at that moment he understood that the current listening wing pavilion had expanded beyond his wildest imagination. Initially, he had sought merely to provide a refuge for the homeless. Yet, after securing their own safety, they had perpetuated this act of kindness, igniting a flame that lit thousands. That day, one among them spoke to him, "Second master, you need not know our names or where we come from. You only need to understand that without you, we would not exist. Second master lives for the common people, we live solely for you." Now, Fu Wenzhou harbored no grand ambitions. He merely wished to live for himself and for those who needed him. If this world would allow him, he would live earnestly. If not, he would carve a bloody path for himself. Downstairs, Uncle Wei was discussing the wedding banquet for Xiang Cao and Jinan with Wei Er. Fu Wenzhou suggested that Wei Er arrange for a few cooks to prepare the feast. However, Uncle Wei felt that Wei Er's cooks might not suffice for the occasion and preferred to hire additional, more skilled chefs. Wei Fang, overhearing, rolled her eyes. "It's just a maid, why make such a fuss? One might think the second master is marrying."
Uncle Wei glared at her. "Be quiet, did you even prepare tea for the second master?" Oh, Wei Fang reluctantly moved to comply. Wei Er instructed, "Go fetch the best tea from the top shelf." "Understood." Wei Fang, reflecting on Xiang Cao's smug demeanor, felt a wave of discomfort. "A mere servant, how dare she? Do not underestimate her. Being a servant is not the same as being unworthy. To be favored by the master is far better than many." A woman emerged from the storage room with tea leaves in hand. Wei Fang accepted them, calling out to her second sister-in-law, Wei Er's wife, Cui Shi, remarked meaningfully, "It's rare to find a master like second master Fu these days, who treats a servant as family. If one could be his woman, how fortunate they would be." Wei Fang scoffed, "Who would want to marry a cripple?" Cui Shi frowned. "What of the disability? Do not forget that second master still has the chance to stand. Even if he could never rise, with his lineage, talent, and looks, countless women would compete for his favor." "Are you unwilling, then?" Cui Shi said, casting a knowing glance at Wei Fang. Wei Fang's thoughts were pierced, contemplating Fu Wenzhou's noble demeanor. She could not muster a retort. Cui Shi smiled softly, whispering in her ear, "If I were as young and beautiful as you, I would never let such an opportunity slip away. Forget being a wife, even being a concubine would be far better than marrying an ordinary man." Wei Fang bit her lip. Cui Shi continued, "Even if, heaven forbid, something were to happen to him in the future, wouldn't his vast wealth belong to you? With money in your hands, what sort of man could you not find?" Wei Fang fell silent. Cui Shi patted her shoulder. "All right, hurry and prepare the tea, do not keep the second master waiting." The flicker of hope rekindled within Wei Fang, who quickly brewed the tea and brought it upstairs. Dressed in an elegant long robe, Fu Wenzhou sat by the intricately carved wooden window. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, spilling into the room and casting a soft golden hue upon him, enhancing his figure. His face appeared even more handsome in the gentle light. His brows resembled distant mountains, his eyes like autumn waters, gazing into the distance as if searching or contemplating something, his expression radiating an otherworldly clarity, as if he could see through all of life's complexities. Such a man, composed and refined, was a rarity in the world. Even beset by illness, he remained in existence beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. "Second master, please enjoy the tea." Wei Fang's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with an involuntary blush, her voice tinged with shyness, soft enough to seem as if it could drip with sweetness. However, Fu Wenzhou offered her not even a glance, merely stating, "Set it down." Wei Fang's hands trembled as she placed the teacup down, attempting to step forward. The coachman beside Fu Wenzhou suddenly cast a sharp gaze her way. Wei Fang froze, instinctively halting her steps. "Second master, I am Wei Fang. Do you remember me? I was worried about your health and heard from my father." Before she could finish, Fu Wenzhou's cold voice interrupted again. "Leave the tea. You may go now." Though his tone was not harsh, it bore an unmistakable chill, carrying an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Instantly, Wei Fang felt a wave of shame and awkwardness wash over her. "Yes, second master." She struggled to step back, only to realize that her hands had gripped too tightly, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. This was not the most painful part.
The most hurtful was witnessing Fu Wenzhou eagerly rush downstairs to greet Wen Shining and the others upon their return.
Shining.
He waved to them from a distance, his smiling gaze fixed on Wen Shining, unabashedly revealing his deep affection. Wen Shining ran toward him with a smile. Second master.
Did Shining buy anything?
Yes, second master, but I purchased some materials, I wish to make them myself. That works, Shining is skilled, surely better than any craftsman.
May I make one for you, a hairpin? Could you make a few more? I cannot possibly use just one.
Of course, second master, no problem. The two exchanged trivial banter, reveling in their joy, while even Shangxiao and Jinan, that pair of lowly individuals, exchanged glances without shame, as if performing for her, mocking her for her foolish hopes. Later, when Wen Shining expressed concern for her medicinal herbs and suggested they return, Fu Wenzhou instructed Uncle Wei to pack some specialty dishes for them to take home. When they departed, they did not even bid her farewell, not casting a single glance her way. Particularly when Wei Fong went upstairs to clear the tea set, she discovered that Fu Wenzhou had not taken a single sip of the tea she had brewed. It was as if she were some filthy object, and anything that had passed through her hands was too tainted to be consumed. The suppressed rage within her erupted in an instant. Wei Fong shattered the tea set, trembling with anger. Why should this be? What was so special about that Wen Shining? She had heard that she was a star of misfortune, abandoned by her parents, a calamity that everyone shunned, yet Fu Wenzhou, despite his disabilities, had his heart and eyes so clouded that he treated her like a precious gem. Did he find her filthy? If Wen Shining were even more tainted than she, could the exalted Fu heir still feign such deep affection? Wei Fong's sordid thoughts went unnoticed, nor did anyone care. On the road back to the village, Wen Shining and Shangxiao chattered incessantly. Fu Wenzhou and Jinan wore love-struck expressions, watching them, occasionally agreeing with a word or two, entirely satisfied. Upon reaching the estate, Wen Shining expressed a desire to check on the greenhouses, reminding Jinan to take good care of the second master. Fu Wenzhou replied, "Let Mu Jiu accompany you. It's getting dark, and I cannot trust you to go alone." Wen Shining realized that the coachman's name was Mu Jiu. The fact that the second master arranged this indicated trust, and she did not refuse. Mu Jiu was roughly the same age as Fu Wenzhou, with scars on his face that appeared to be remnants of burns. He did not look grotesque but rather bore an air of maturity. Thus, Wen Shining addressed him as Brother Mu.
Brother Mu, did you know the second master before?
Mu Jiu respectfully replied, "Second madam, you may call me Mu Jiu or Old Jiu, the second master once saved my life. Upon hearing he frequently resided here, I sought a position." Wen Shining surmised some details. After all, the second master was not an ordinary person, it was only natural for him to prepare for contingencies. He likely wished to shield her from too much knowledge, certainly for her own good. Regardless, she trusted the second master. In matters beyond her control, she resolved to fulfill her own responsibilities and avoid causing him any trouble. On the 6th day of the new year, the estate began to adorn itself with festive decorations. Wei Er personally led a team of over a dozen chefs, and Wei Fong accompanied them. Uncle Wei shot her a glance.
"What are you doing here?"
Wei Fong clung to his arm, feigning innocence. "Father, I am not yet married. Naturally, wherever you are is where I belong. Why can't I return to my own home? Besides, I am worried you might exhaust yourself." Uncle Wei's heart softened as he helplessly poked her forehead. "You, behave yourself. Once this busy period passes, I will find someone to discuss a marriage for you." Wei Er chuckled. "Our little sister has quite high standards. How many young masters have come to propose? She hasn't shown interest in a single one." Wei Fong retorted coldly, "They are all wastrels, with their households filled with wives and concubines.
Who would want to marry them?"
Uncle Wei agreed, living well is better when matched appropriately, better to be a humble wife than a high-ranking concubine. Moreover, Fonger has a strong temperament, highborn families are indeed not suitable for her.
Wei Fong muttered under her breath, "It depends on the person. For someone like the second master, I would be willing to serve him in any capacity."
Why was she unworthy of entering a prominent family? Unfortunately, someone approached Uncle Wei, and he did not hear what Wei Fong was saying, nor did he notice anything unusual about her. The banquet was to be grandly held over 3 days, starting on the 7th day, with some villagers voluntarily coming to help. The estate was filled with a lively atmosphere, brimming with joy.
Everyone wore smiles, save for Wei Fong, who flitted about like a ghost. Chapter 86. The marriage of Mu Jiu and Xiang Chao. Wen Shining was exceedingly invested in the marriage of Xiang Chao, attending to every detail with utmost care.
This dedication stemmed from 2 sources, her deep affection for Xiang Chao and a desire to rectify her own regrets. Her own wedding had been a muddled affair, devoid of any opportunity for her to exert control, with nary a soul considering her feelings or desires. Though second master was indeed an exemplary husband, a woman's wedding is a singular event in her lifetime, one that she naturally yearns for and dreams about. Thus, participating in Xiang Chao's nuptials was akin to vicariously experiencing each cherished moment. Consequently, no customary rites were overlooked, including the earlier ceremonies of betrothal and gifting. Fu Wenzhou, aware of her sentiments, diligently supported her in every endeavor, preparing an ample dowry for Jinan. On the evening of the 7th, Jinan and Xiang Chao were ushered into the main courtyard. Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining solemnly presented their respective contracts of servitude to them, returning them under the witness of Liao Lao and Qin Mama. "Jinan, Xiang Chao, from this day forth, you are free," Fu Wenzhou declared. "From now on, let all matters be prioritized around your new household. Jinan, you must remember the responsibilities of a husband, bearing the weight of family obligations, and you must respect your wife. Even in adversity, remain steadfast and resilient, providing shelter for your loved ones. Upon hearing these words, Jinan knelt, tears brimming in his eyes. I will heed second master's guidance. Wen Shining, with misty eyes, gazed at Xiang Chao. You must not be too willful. Learn to spare Jinan's feelings in public. If you feel wronged, do not bottle it up. Before she could finish, the two women embraced, weeping uncontrollably. Amiss, I understand, Xiang Chao will never leave you. Whoever dares to separate us, I shall cleave them in two. Woo-woo. Miss, I'm beginning to feel reluctant about marrying. Initially, the assembly was quite moved, but as Xiang Chao's words took a peculiar turn, the atmosphere shifted to one of bemusement. Particularly Jinan, who hastily interjected, I too will never abandon second master. Such a sentiment seemed amiss. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he offered his contract of servitude to Xiang Chao. From this day forth, I shall be your servant. You direct me east, and I shall not venture west. Does that suffice? Xiang Chao finally ceased her tears, pondering earnestly before nodding in agreement. Subsequently, she approached Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining, performing a formal bow of respect. There is something I have longed to express. In truth, a decade ago, second master saved my life. Thus, both second master and second madam are my great benefactors, and Xiang Chao shall never forget this in her lifetime. Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining exchanged glances. Xiang Chao continued, that year, during the flood in Linchuan County, many citizens were left without a means of survival, and I, along with a group, journeyed toward the capital. Upon arrival, we had nowhere to stay, and we slept in a dilapidated temple. I was so young then, and while begging on the streets, I often received more than others, which led to frequent bullying. On that fateful day, as they robbed me, I was pushed into the street, and had it not been for second master's timely rescue, I might have been trampled by horses. Initially, I did not know it was second master. It was only later, upon entering the Marquis's residence with Miss, that I recognized the jade pendant in second master's study. It was a piece of sheep-fat white jade, often worn at second master's waist, engraved with an eagle in flight. Such an exquisite rarity left a profound impression, and upon seeing the pendant, Xiang Chao's memories were instantly rekindled. Jinan, upon hearing this, suddenly grew animated. I remember now, after second master saved you, he instructed me to escort you home, but you little rascal, you tricked me out of my clothes and all my silver, then vanished without a trace. Xiang Chao vehemently denied, I did no such thing. You are mistaken. Jinan, with a hint of affection, replied, had you not run away that day, upon learning of your plight, I surely would have informed second master, and perhaps you would have suffered less. Xiang Chao retorted, how was I to know you weren't a villain? Jinan, puzzled, asked, did I truly resemble a villain as a child? Xiang Chao shot back, even now, you do. The two soon-to-be-wedded individuals bickered like children, their light-hearted quarrel eliciting amused exasperation from Wen Shining. Qin Mama timely interjected, enough now, tomorrow is the grand wedding, and Xiang Chao must rise early. You both should return and rest. With both Xiang Chao and Jinan being orphans, the arrangements were overseen by Liao Lao and Fu Wenzhou for Jinan, while Qin Mama and Wen Shining took charge for Xiang Chao. Qin Mama, a kindred spirit, took Xiang Chao as her daughter. Per Wen Shining's suggestion, following Qin Mama's directive, Xiang Chao naturally complied. She nestled into Qin Mama's embrace, playfully declaring, tonight, I shall sleep with mother. Qin Mama affectionately patted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Very well, sleep with mother. Tomorrow morning, I shall style your hair. Liao Lao then rose, stating, I have no further business here. I shall return to my drinking. Seizing this rare moment of leisure, he intended to indulge in a few cups with old Wei Jin and had more matters to attend to. Once everyone had departed, only Wen Shining and Fu Wenzhou remained. The couple nestled close, contentment filling their hearts even in silence. Once I am fully recovered, would you consider marrying me again, Shining? Fu Wenzhou suddenly inquired. Wen Shining was taken aback. Why would you wish to remarry? Fu Wenzhou leaned his cheek against her hair, murmuring, I can't help but feel a twinge of envy watching Jinan and Xiang Chao. He came to realize that marrying under mutual affection was a vastly different experience from being thrust into matrimony without choice. The feelings and reflections were entirely dissimilar. Wen Shining giggled softly, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. So, second master also experiences envy. I thought it was solely my domain. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her laughter flowing freely, drawing him into its enchanting warmth. Unable to resist, Fu Wenzhou pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, his usually calm eyes now ignited with a flicker of warmth. Our wedding was fraught with regrets, and I fear I have caused you distress, he whispered, the softness of his words mingling with the tender warmth of their foreheads touching, their breaths intertwining like feathers, lightly caressing Wen Shining's heart. It felt both ticklish and warm, as though something precious was flowing between them. She instinctively tightened her embrace around Fu Wenzhou's waist, her gaze deeply fixed upon his jade-like visage, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her breath slightly unsteady. Second master, Fu Wenzhou, caught in her enchanting gaze, felt his heart race inexplicably. Wen Shining ventured, may I steal a kiss from you? Fu Wenzhou hesitated. Just one, please. Wen Shining's eyes bore into his lips, unabashedly revealing her desire. Feigning composure, Fu Wenzhou stroked her hair, his throat dry as he replied in a husky voice, Shining, such matters should be initiated by the man. Wen Shining blinked her glistening eyes, curiosity shining through a white eye. Fu Wenzhou fell silent. Wen Shining pouted, a hint of grievance in her voice, is that not unfair for women? We yearn for it yet must restrain ourselves, while men do not. That this is not right, second master, it is neither fair nor reasonable. Fu Wenzhou recognized that she was about to present her flawed reasoning yet again, and with a resigned patience, he replied, what brings forth such thoughts, Shining? Chapter 87. A tender kiss. Wen Shining articulated with clarity, women, constrained by modesty, often cannot voice their thoughts directly. How then can men ever comprehend them? Even if a man can decipher unspoken words and offer a response, it carries a semblance of condescension. Yet, this should inherently be a mutual affair between two individuals. Fu Wenzhou remained silent, taken aback. The audacity with which she discussed such matters was truly unique to her. However, he felt no sense of abruptness or embarrassment. Rather, a profound enlightenment washed over him. Most people live under the weight of conventions, and he was no exception, having been influenced by the ingrained belief in male superiority and female subservience, accepting as a matter of course that women ought to rely on men, to be reserved and obedient. For centuries, women have been constrained by rigid norms and suppressed by so-called propriety, never truly living for themselves. But is propriety indeed infallible? Are women genuinely inferior to men? Fu Wenzhou could not help but acknowledge that the worldview he had painstakingly constructed over 2 decades was being gradually dismantled and reconstructed by Wen Shining. She had been trapped for 16 years, yet fortune had favored her, preventing her from being corroded by dogma. She lived simply and sincerely. Shouldn't humanity aspire to such a state? If all women could exist in this manner, unburdened by societal distractions and unshackled from the chains of superficial reputation, they would undoubtedly create myriad possibilities. Wen Shining stood as the finest example of this. Fu Wenzhou's emotions surged, a blend of feelings overwhelming him, yet now was not the time for such reflections. Wen Shining awaited his response with eager anticipation in her gaze. As the depths of his eyes roiled with tumult, he resolved to heed his heart. In a husky voice, he murmured, "You were right, Shining, this should indeed be a shared endeavor. We are husband and wife, and if you wish, when it is just the two of us, you need not seek my permission to kiss me." No sooner had he finished speaking than Wen Shining leaned in, unable to contain herself, and pressed her lips to his. It was a clumsy yet gentle kiss. Her lush eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort, devoid of technique. It nonetheless brimmed with sweetness, as if each breath she took conveyed her longing for an enjoyment of this intimate contact. Throughout the kiss, she would intermittently close her eyes, only to open them quickly, as if to affirm the reality of this sensation, each blink narrating her shyness and joy. This kiss, in truth, bore no carnal desire. It was more akin to curiosity or exploration. Yet, for Fu Wenzhou, this unpretentious Wen Shining struck deeper chords within his soul than any enchanting seductress could. His body and spirit swayed uncontrollably in rhythm with her breath. The depths of his gaze harbored increasingly turbulent tides, yet he fought to suppress them. While Shining could express herself freely before him, he could not afford to be brash. He wished to offer her a life filled with joy, devoid of regrets, yet, clearly, the moment was not right. Fortunately, Wen Shining was not greedy. She tasted this intimacy briefly yet relished it profoundly as she nestled in Fu Wenzhou's embrace, bashfully exclaiming, "You truly are delightful." Fu Wenzhou tenderly caressed her back, his voice becoming even more gravelly.
"You are equally sweet, Shining."
Wen Shining grew increasingly bashful, burrowing further into his embrace. Little did she know the extent of Fu Wenzhou's struggle to contain himself, for his undergarments were drenched in sweat, yet his body relaxed entirely, flooded with an indescribable sense of fulfillment and bliss. Meanwhile, outside the window, a pair of spying eyes brimmed with malice. "Who goes there?" Muzhou's voice rang out when Shining hastily withdrew from Fu Wenzhou's arms to investigate. In the courtyard, Wei Fang anxiously called out, "My father sent me to inquire whether the second master and second mistress would like a midnight snack?" She was not typically permitted in the main courtyard, but with everyone preoccupied tonight, she had stealthily slipped inside. Out of curiosity, she had intended to sneak a glance at Fu Wenzhou's living quarters, but instead, she stumbled upon the scene of Wen Shining enticing him. How shameless of her. Wei Fang scolded Wen Shining inwardly, her eyes darting restlessly toward the entrance. However, Fu Wenzhou showed no inclination to reveal himself. Wen Shining, unperturbed, introduced, "This is Wei Fang, the daughter of old Wei, to Muzhou." Then, addressing Wei Fang, she added, "The second master had little to eat this evening. You needn't concern yourself with us, do attend to your duties." Reluctantly, Wei Fang withdrew her gaze, replying, "Yes, second mistress." Once she departed, Muzhou hesitated, caught between words. Yet, considering it was a day of celebration and the second mistress was of a simple disposition, perhaps the woman had merely stood by the window out of ignorance of propriety. Muzhou reasoned that he could keep a closer watch without raising any alarms. For now, the next day dawned with the wedding ceremony. Xiansa was roused before dawn to prepare for her bridal adornment, as Granny Qin styled her hair while reciting auspicious verses. Hong, Lan, and Zi not only assisted with her attire but also applied her makeup. It wasn't just them, the matrons of the estate joined in as well. While they would never dare overstep with their masters, fearing disgrace, Xiangso was different. In a sense, she was akin to them. Her ascendance represented a beacon of hope, illuminating the path for each of them, especially for Hong and Lan. Their confidence in their futures blossomed with newfound aspirations. Coupled with Granny Qin, old Liao, and the dowry provided by Wen Shining, Xiansao's wedding gifts could rival those of any noble daughter in the capital. During the farewell to her parents, Granny Qin clasped Xiansao's hands tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she implored, "Remember, you now have a home, a family, a mother. If you ever face grievances or encounter troubles, do not bear them alone, share them with us, do you understand?" Xiansao strained to keep her eyes wide open, fighting back tears. "Mother, I understand." Wen Shining wished to lighten the atmosphere, yet her own eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Xiansao, our intention in marrying you off is to elevate you onto a path of happiness, not to sever your retreat. You must know that you are not alone, we are all here, and we will always be." Xiansao gasped, "Mississippi." Wen Shining gently patted her back, saying, "Enough now, no more tears, or you'll have to redo your makeup." Yet, in truth, everyone struggled to maintain their composure. In fleeting moments of days, Wen Shining found herself pondering how, at her own wedding, Lady Wen had managed to remain so impassive. How much hatred must one harbor to remain untouched in such an emotional moment? An auspicious time has arrived. The bride is to depart. As the matchmaker's voice rang out, Jinan burst into the room. Traditionally, the bride would be carried by her elder brother or younger brother, but initially, when Shining had wished to carry herself, a proposal met with unanimous disapproval. Later, when she suggested Mujio, Jinan objected once more. After much deliberation, Jinan declared that he would carry his own bride. Ultimately, Fu Wenzhou endorsed Jinan's suggestion, stating, "This bears a significant meaning.
He personally receives Xiangcao from your hands, thus shouldering her lifelong happiness. This is Jinan's responsibility."
Today, Jinan donned a resplendent red wedding robe, radiating charm and vigor. Xiangcao discreetly lifted her bridal veil for a glimpse, unable to suppress the shy smile gracing her lips. However, even more delightful surprises awaited her ahead. Chapter 88 Completion. The journey from the main residence to the side courtyard was merely a few paces, easily accomplished by Jinan. Yet, when Shining insisted upon the inclusion of a formal bridal procession, complete with the phoenix coronet, a splendid bridal attire, and the grand sedan chair carried by 8 bearers, all of which were indispensable, she was determined to bestow upon Xiangcao a glorious wedding, one that was both honorable and ceremonious. Although she had no choice in the matter initially, Xiangcao did possess that liberty. Despite the considerable expenditure that had been incurred, she was confident in her ability to recoup the costs. Fu Wenzhou was wholeheartedly supportive, arranging for the laying of a 10-mile red carpet and for the sedan chair to make a circuit around the village before returning to the side courtyard. Jinan placed Xiangcao into the bridal sedan chair and mounted his steed. As the wedding music played and firecrackers exploded in jubilant unison, after a thunderous uproar, Xiangcao was suddenly struck by the sound of the whip.
Following was Wen Shining's voice, one whip to announce to heaven and earth. Then, Honglan and Zi echoed, 2 whips to rouse the spirits.
Alongside them were Qin Mama, the village matrons, and the women from the village who held a special fondness for Xiangcao. They all raised their voices in unison, 3 whips to send off the groom. The newlyweds venture forth towards happiness. May the deities bless them, may the groom cherish her, lest misfortune befall. Wen Shining proclaimed, "I am Wen Shining."
Qin Mama declared, "I am of the Qin family." Honglan and Zi chimed in, "Hong heir, Lan heir, Zi heir." The village women added, "And we too." The crowd raised their whips and shouted in unison, "We shall surely demand it." The sound of the whips echoed, each phrase imbued with heartfelt emotion, resonating deeply within the souls of all present, causing Jinan to tremble with trepidation. A procession of women sending off the bride was an unprecedented sight. Yet, when Shining remarked, "If brothers can protect a married woman, why cannot sisters?" Fu Wenzhou added, "It matters not who it is. This ritual serves to remind the groom that the bride is also someone cherished by others. If he fails to appreciate her, heaven may strike, and the earth may quake, and he shall surely be held accountable." While this served as a solemn warning to the groom, it simultaneously emboldened the bride, granting her the courage to face her new life. Thus, the spectacle of the day unfolded. However, Xiangcao was unaware of this grand plan. As she listened to the resounding declarations, her heart raced within her chest, pulsating like a drumbeat, each thrum filled with strength and emotion. She strained to hold her head high, refusing to let her tears fall. She would be happy if for the sake of her mistress, she not only desired happiness but also strength. Together, they would traverse the long journey of life, growing old side by side. Xiangcao finally comprehended Wen Shining's earnest intentions, understanding why she insisted on embarking on this path. It was a journey of growth that every woman must undertake. At the end of this road lay the commencement of her new life. Everyone, herself included, would feel a sense of trepidation toward the unknown, yet, it was the support of those behind her that provided her with strength and courage, gradually solidifying her resolve. She understood that regardless of what the future held, she would confront it with bravery. This conviction stemmed from the journey itself and the heartfelt words that accompanied it. As Wen Shining and the others concluded the bridal procession, they hurried to the side courtyard to greet the bride. They crossed the fire pit and entered the wedding hall. First bow to heaven and earth, honoring the heavens, a match made in heaven, honor the earth, and may our union be blessed. Second bow to the esteemed elders were Qin Mama and Liao Shani. The 2 elders beamed with delight, unable to contain their smiles. Liao Shani, amidst his laughter, found tears streaming down his face, which he quickly wiped away. Xiangcao and Jinan bowed to them, then turned to pay their respects to Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining. On this special day, when Shining accepted the gesture with ease. Following, the couple bowed to each other before being ushered into the bridal chamber. The ceremony was complete, it was a perfect conclusion. As for the raucous festivities that followed, when Shining had contemplated partaking, yet her rationality suggested that it was more appropriate to remain by the side of the esteemed elder. The wedding banquet was primarily set in the side courtyard, and they did not hasten to return to the main residence, knowing they would soon be seated. Elder Wei had arranged for refreshments, allowing them a moment to rest. Fu Wenzhou was dressed in particularly fine garments today, captivating Wen Shining's gaze. She longed to be close to him. However, he had mentioned such intimacy should be reserved for moments of privacy. Thus, she resolved to bide her time. If they were to engage in close contact, their bond would deepen. A mere glance could convey the thoughts of the other. Fu Wenzhou, under her unwavering gaze, felt his heart quicken, his ears flush with warmth, yet he was equally drawn to her, unable to divert his attention. Today, when Shining wore a new outfit, a flowing gown reminiscent of clouds, cinched at the waist with a delicate ribbon that accentuated her graceful figure, rendering her appearance even more ethereal. Her hair was elegantly styled high, secured with a jade hairpin intricately carved with elegant patterns that harmonized beautifully with her tresses. Her makeup was simple, yet radiated a natural beauty. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes reflected the gentle waves of autumn, and her lips were alluringly red. Shining had blossomed into the most exquisite woman in the world, breathtakingly beautiful and utterly captivating. Fu Wenzhou could not help but beckon Wen Shining closer, taking her hand in his voice unconsciously laced with a husky tenderness. "Why does Shining not join the festivities?"
Wen Shining smiled, her eyes sparkling. To witness their affection and joy is delightful, yet it is far more fulfilling to converse with you, esteemed elder.
We too have our own joys.
Fu Wenzhou found himself at a loss for words, clearing his throat lightly, his fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue, enhancing his handsome features. Not far away, Qin Mama and Liao Shani, due to their esteemed status, were invited to partake in tea within the banquet hall. With nothing pressing to occupy their time, they observed the affectionate exchanges between the couple, reflecting on the trials Fu Wenzhou had faced and the intelligence and kindness of his wife. As they conversed, the sweetness of the couple's interaction caused them to feel somewhat bashful. Both Qin Mama and Liao Shani averted their gazes. It is truly wonderful to see their lives filled with hope. I am genuinely happy for them, Liao Shani remarked, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. At that moment, Qin Mama regarded him with a playful glance, quipping, Liao Lao appears stern at times, yet he is surprisingly sentimental.
Liao Shani questioned, who? Qin Mama continued, during the bowing ceremony, I noticed you shedding tears.
Liao Shani quickly blinked, well, that is merely a natural human sentiment.
Qin Mama, intrigued, asked, where are your family members now? I have never heard you mention them.
Liao Shani stroked his beard, his expression momentarily distant. 2 children perished in the ravages of war, my wife succumbed to plague, they are all gone. I had intended to follow them, but was saved and counseled by Yu Lao, allowing me to scrape together a meager existence until now.
Qin Mama sighed, I too once had a daughter, lost to illness. Liao Shani turned, inquiring, what ailment did she suffer? Qin Mama shook her head, it is hard to say. We consulted many doctors, yet none could save her.
Liao Shani expressed regret, had you encountered me earlier, perhaps there would have been a remedy. Qin Mama offered a bittersweet smile, indeed, had we met sooner, such is fate. The 2 elders, having both endured the anguish of loss and traversed the vicissitudes of life, suddenly found themselves at a loss for words.
After a moment of silence, Qin Mama stood. Come, let us greet the guests.
Liao Shani also rose, very well, today is a joyous occasion, later, let us share a drink together. The banquet soon commenced, with Wen Shining guiding Fu Wenzhou to their seats. Fu Wenzhou did not eat much, after a long day, he felt fatigued and instructed Mu Jiu to escort him back to the main residence. Wen Shining wished to follow, but he declined. Although they were all villagers, they were esteemed guests and deserved respect, thus, one of them needed to remain to host. Little did he know, this decision delighted Wei Fong immensely. Chapter 89. Design. When Fu Wenzhou was present, everyone felt somewhat constrained due to their respective statuses. However, once he departed, the villagers came alive, eagerly raising their glasses in toast. Wen Shining had led them toward prosperity, often tending to their ailments. Whenever someone faced a dilemma, they would seek her assistance, and she would invariably strive to help. To the villagers, Fu Wenzhou was akin to a distant deity, revered yet remote, whereas Wen Shining was their benevolent bodhisattva, always close at hand. Thus, the libations they offered came from the depths of their gratitude. Only Wei Fong felt a surge of genuine excitement. She stood apart from the crowd, her fingers fidgeting as her mind raced with plans. Go, go, go. The second lady cannot hold her liquor. If you all get her drunk, who will care for the second master? Granny Qin, aware of Wen Shining's tolerance for alcohol, remained by her side to shield her from excessive drinking. Growing impatient, she began to usher people away, accompanied by Hong Lan and Zi, forming a protective barrier around Wen Shining. Wen Shining, blissfully unaware, merely smiled foolishly, having consumed but a modest amount. Wei Fong, anxious, gritted her teeth, mentally chastising Granny Qin and Hong Lan for their interference. At that moment, Xiang Chao arrived, eliciting surprise from the gathering, but they recognized her capability.
What are you doing here?
Granny Qin instinctively attempted to pull her back to the wedding chamber, insisting, return and wait there. No way, Xiang Chao pouted playfully, I can't bear to miss my own wedding feast, it feels like a loss. She refused to remain alone in the wedding chamber, waiting idly while the festivities unfolded outside. Wen Shining smiled and said, Granny Qin, you should indulge her, I believe Xiang Chao makes a fair point. Having endured the long, hunger-driven wait in the wedding chamber, she understood how arduous it could be. He, my lady truly understands me, Xiang Chao chimed. Granny Qin poked her forehead, saying, well then, sit and eat, but hurry back once you're done. Jinan had already drunk quite a bit, and through the throng, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his bride, thinking it was merely an illusion. Rubbing his eyes and preparing to approach, he was halted by a hand. Jinan, why the rush? The bridal chamber is still far off. The speaker was Lu Er, a short man with numerous blemishes on his face, raised by a fierce mother. Thus, having surpassed 25, he remained unmarried. Nonetheless, he was a diligent worker and always eager to assist, making him well-liked among the villagers. Today, emboldened by the drink, Lu Er not only dared to pull Jinan for a drink but also to steal glances at Wei Fong. In his mind, he believed that those from the capital were celestial beings, lofty and unattainable, yet Wei Fong was different. She was someone he had watched grow up, akin to a fallen fairy, a presence he dared to dream of and reach for. If the 7 fairies could fancy a coward, why not Wei Fong him? Fueled by the liquor, Lu Er's thoughts spiraled, and he finally mustered the courage to approach Wei Fong. Miss Wei Fong, startled, she turned, and upon realizing it was Lu Er, her initial fury swiftly dissipated.
Lu Er Gu.
The term of endearment sent Lu Er's heart soaring, leaving him somewhat tongue-tied.
Ah, it's been so long, Miss Wei Fong, where have you been?
With the drink adding a flush to his cheeks, his eyes sparkled like a frog freshly emerged from the mud. Suppressing her disgust, Wei Fong shyly brushed a strand of hair behind her ear.
I was at my second brother's place. By the way, Lu Er Gu, could you do me a favor?
As the fish had willingly bitten the hook, she had no choice but to play along.
Lu Er nodded eagerly. Of course, tell me.
Wei Fang glanced toward Wen Shining and whispered, there are too many people here, let's talk over there. She led Lu Er to the woodshed, pouring him a cup of water. Lu Er, good, drink some water first, then wait for me here.
I want to show you something.
Lu Er, utterly befuddled, could only nod in agreement. Once outside the woodshed, Wei Fang exhaled a sigh of relief. She hadn't anticipated the first step to be so effortless. That fool Lu Er had practically delivered himself to her, yet the second step was the crux of her plan. She swiftly made her way toward the main courtyard, only to spot Wen Shining emerging from the bridal chamber alone.
Heaven truly assists me.
Elated, she rushed forward, seizing Wen Shining's arm.
Second lady, something terrible has happened. Someone has fainted in the woodshed. Wen Shining instinctively followed her, asking, did you see who it was?
I couldn't see clearly, but it seems like they might be poisoned. Wei Fang led Wen Shining a few paces further and added, I'll go fetch help.
Without pausing, Wen Shining was resolute.
Regardless of who it was, she could never stand by idly in the face of suffering. Meanwhile, Wei Fang burst into the main courtyard, shouting, it's terrible, Lu Er has drunk too much and has forcibly taken the second lady to the woodshed. The crowd erupted in alarm, abandoning their bowls and rushing toward the woodshed. Wei Fang smirked to herself, her lips curling in satisfaction as she made her way back to the main courtyard. Even if Lu Er failed in his intentions, the sheer number of witnesses would tarnish Wen Shining's reputation. The second step had succeeded, and now it was time for the third. Today, most were gathered in the side courtyard, leaving very few to guard the main courtyard. Wei Fang approached anyone she encountered, saying, the second lady sent me to find the second master.
There's an urgent matter.
Thus, she boldly made her way into Fu Wenzhou's chamber. Upon seeing Fu Wenzhou lying on the bed, eyes closed, Wei Fang instinctively quieted her steps, yet her hands moved swiftly to disrobe. However, just as she had removed half of her outer garment, she was abruptly thrown out. Ah, she screamed, blood spilling from her mouth. Having taken medication, Fu Wenzhou had been in a deep slumber but was suddenly jolted awake, his heart racing and color draining from his face. Mu Jiu quickly reassured him, second master, do not worry, it's merely an unruly servant. Fu Wenzhou's gaze turned sharp, flashing with cold fury as he commanded, quickly, to the side courtyard. As his wheelchair passed Wei Fang, he cast a frigid glance in her direction.
Take her away.
At that moment, Wei Fang curled up in pain, cold sweat trickling down her brow, yet her fervent desire burned like a raging fire within her. She reached out toward Fu Wenzhou, her eyes brimming with tears and longing. Second master, my feelings for you are sincere. Ever since you visited the estate, you have occupied my heart. I ask for nothing else, only to serve you. Fu Wenzhou's eyes were as sharp as a blade, glinting with frost as he looked down upon her, delivering a chilling retort, you think you are worthy?
Those three words shattered Wei Fang's spirit. In a frenzied outburst, she cried, how am I unworthy? What does Wen Shining possess? Isn't she just a calamity shunned by the world? Everyone avoids her, yet you hold her in your palm. She will bring about your ruin. And she is tainted, she has been. Another heart-wrenching scream escaped her lips, for Fu Wenzhou's wheelchair had mercilessly rolled over her fingers, showing no sign of halting. In the side courtyard, Wen Shining pushed open the woodshed door, only to be immediately confronted by a rushing figure. Without a moment's thought, she seized the person's arm and executed an over-the-shoulder throw. As soon as the individual was toppled, others rushed in. Second lady, are you all right?
The newcomers swiftly subdued Lu Er, who was attempting to rise while shouting. It was evident they were trained in combat. Wen Shining recognized her as Kai Ling, a maid who had arrived alongside Mu Jiu. Bind him securely first, Wen Shining instructed calmly.
Understood, second lady.
Kai Ling was efficient, using a single rope to tie Lu Er's hands and feet before dragging him out of the woodshed. Chapter 90 Malicious intent. As Wen Shining scrutinized Lu Er's reaction, an unsettling feeling washed over her, prompting her to extract a silver needle from her sleeve. Just as she commenced her acupuncture, guests from the banquet rushed over.
Girl, are you all right? Doctor.
Liao, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, stumbled towards her, clarity returning to his mind yet his heart racing uncontrollably. Wen Shining, while administering the needles, responded, Master, it appears he has been poisoned.
Doctor.
Liao promptly crouched down to check Lu Er's pulse, his eyes narrowing slightly. It is an aphrodisiac powder. Girl, quickly, perform the three-pronged needling. Wen Shining furrowed her brow, understood. Dr. Liao then commanded loudly, prepare the emetic and bring several buckets of ice water, swiftly. Following this, he cursed, drunken fools daring to employ such potent drugs, are they tired of living?
Lu Er? Is it truly Lu Er?
Lu Er's elderly mother, hindered by her frail condition, painstakingly maneuvered through the crowd. Upon confirming it was indeed her son, she collapsed to the ground, wailing.
My Lu Er is the most honest boy.
He would never engage in such treasonous folly. Who is the heartless villain that seeks to harm my son, without fear of divine retribution?
Her lamentations ignited a flurry of speculation among the onlookers.
Indeed, Lu Er is incapable of such deeds.
He hardly ever leaves the village. Where would he acquire aphrodisiac powder?
Surely, someone intends to harm him.
In my opinion, the real target is the second lady. Who could be so vile, deserving of death?
Old Man Wei and Wei Er, particularly busy that day, hurried to the scene upon hearing the news.
Observing the troubling situation, Old Man Wei felt a wave of dread and urgently inquired of Wei Er, have you seen your sister?
Wei Er replied, I was in the kitchen and did not see her. Old Man Wei gritted his teeth in silence, find her. Quickly. Just as Wei Er was about to move, Mu Jiu arrived, pushing Fu Wenzhou forward. Two servants trailed behind them, one of whom unceremoniously dropped Wei Fong to the ground. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd.
Wei Fong. What has happened to Wei Fong? Old Man Wei's heart tightened, disregarding everything else as he rushed to her side. Fonger, what has befallen you?
Wei Fong was in pain physically, emotionally, and mentally. Her gaze searched for Wen Shining, oblivious to her father's concern. Finally, she spotted Wen Shining, who was crouched on the ground, diligently treating Lu Er. Both individuals appeared unscathed. A heaviness settled in her heart, and then, in a fit of madness, she erupted into laughter.
She has been touched by Lu Er. She is tainted. Ha ha. Wen Shining is tainted.
She is unworthy of being the second lady. She is unworthy. At her words, Old Man Wei's heart sank completely. Staring in disbelief at his daughter, he suddenly raised his hand and struck her across the face.
Have you lost your mind? Wei Fong laughed louder. I am not mad.
I simply adore the second master. After all, he has seen my body. I am already his. The crowd was left in stunned silence.
To think it was Wei Fong who did this. Heavens above. Who would have thought she could be so shameless? She dares to have feelings for the second master. How laughable. Whether from pain or anger, Wei Fong trembled, shrieking to the crowd, Wen Shining is tainted. She is the one unworthy. She is the one unworthy. Be quiet.
Old Man Wei hastily covered her mouth, his face a mask of terror as he glanced at Fu Wenzhou. Fu Wenzhou offered not even a glance to them. From beginning to end, his gaze was solely on Wen Shining. Despite his efforts to remain silent, the air around them thickened with tension, resonating with his suppressed fury. His very presence was a deterrent, rendering even Old Man Wei too intimidated to plead for mercy. No courage, no shame. Lu Er's condition deteriorated rapidly. After the acupuncture, he began to convulse. The emetic worked, expelling bile and blood in the process. He was pale and feeble, yet his spirit remained fervent, akin to withered grass struggling against a raging fire. The more he fought, the more fiercely he burned. A few buckets of ice water were poured over him, bringing a measure of calm, yet his complexion turned ghastly gray, resembling that of a corpse.
Fetch the jade dew pill. Doctor.
Liao's expression was grave, and Wen Shining dared not slacken her focus, concentrating intensely on stabilizing Lu Er's heart pulse. The atmosphere grew increasingly hushed, every breath held in fear of summoning death to claim Lu Er. In the face of life and death, all else seemed trivial. With her mouth covered by Old Man Wei, Wei Fong could only emit muffled whimpers, akin to a trapped fly. Who would heed the ramblings of a mere fly? At that moment, all eyes were on the second lady, radiating an aura of sanctity and warmth. Even the most lascivious minds dared not harbor a single impure thought. Lu Er's mother ceased her cries, silently bowing repeatedly to Wen Shining and Dr. Liao. Finally, after nearly an hour of desperate efforts, Lu Er emerged from his stupor. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. Soon after, someone began to applaud, and the sound spread like wildfire. Lu's elderly mother continued to bow. Thank you, divine doctor. Thank you, second lady, for saving my son's life. Our family shall serve you faithfully from this day forth.
Wen Shining, momentarily relieved, hurried towards Fu Wenzhou. Second master.
Meeting his gaze, she felt a pang of guilt and unease, biting her lip before forcing a smile. I am fine.
Fu Wenzhou's heart ached.
It was he who should feel remorse, yet now was not the time to voice such sentiments. He retrieved a handkerchief and gently took her hand to wipe it clean.
Second master, no, it's dirty.
Realizing her hands were stained with excrement, Wen Shining instinctively attempted to withdraw, but Fu Wenzhou held on tighter.
Shining is not dirty.
His voice was hoarse, his gaze tender as he remarked, Shining has worked hard.
Would you kindly rest now?
She had done all she could, let the remaining sordid matters be left to him. Wen Shining understood his intent, yet felt reluctant. Lowering her head, she murmured, Second master, I can handle it myself, please allow me to manage it.
I must grow up.
I will inevitably face the malice of mankind. If I continually hide behind you, I shall never learn how to navigate these affairs. Might they perceive me as weak and easy to bully, emboldening their recklessness? Fu Wenzhou gently grasped her hand, softly replying, there is no need for Shining to rush to maturity.
I am here for you.
He was still unwilling to let go. Just then, Xiang Chao, who had long since fled the banquet hall, could no longer contain her fury. She charged forward, shoving Old Man Wei aside, and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Wei Fong's face. You shameless wretch, how dare you scheme against my lady?
Watch me not beat you to death today.
As she took action, Hong Lan and Zi also joined in, kicking and punching. No one in the vicinity intervened. Instead, they cheered enthusiastically. Granny Qin, filled with compassion, wrapped a cloak around Wen Shining, glaring venomously at Old Man Wei.
Is this the daughter you have raised?
In an instant, Old Man Wei appeared decades older, crawling towards Fu Wenzhou as if his spine had been wrenched from his body. Wei Er, filled with anger and urgency, stepped forward to help Old Man Wei to his feet, both kneeling before Fu Wenzhou. Second master, before Wei Er could utter another word, Fu Wenzhou cast a cold glance at them. There is no need for pleas. His tone, though plain, carried an undercurrent of chilling ruthlessness. Chapter 91. The current examination. A mere glance from Fu Wenzhou was sufficient to instill dread in Wei Lauer, rendering those around him instinctively silent. It seemed as though the gathered crowd had only just grasped the gravity of the situation. Before them stood the second master, once a formidable general who had gallantly traversed the battlefield. How audacious for a mere country girl to presume she could manipulate him at will. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Moreover, Wei Fang's actions were exceedingly insulting. Damn it! Under the onslaught of fists and feet, Wei Fang screamed like a slaughtered pig. Wei Lauer, wiping the sweat from his brow, dared not plead for mercy, yet Wei Laobo could not simply stand by. Lacking the courage to beseech Fu Wenzhou directly, he bowed repeatedly before Wen Shining.
Second madam, I implore you, in your magnanimity, spare her life.
Wen Shining regarded him with quiet intensity.
Wei Laobo, had I been the one harmed today, would the world show me mercy?
In this world, a woman's virtue was deemed more precious than her very life. If she were truly violated by Lu'er, how could she continue to live? The second master might choose to forgive her, and perhaps the world would not dare to openly criticize her, but once the deed was done, the wounds and scars would remain on her own flesh. Who could truly empathize with such suffering? Wei Laobo fell silent, maintaining his posture of supplication, his heart heavy with sorrow. At this juncture, Wen Shining commanded, Xianzao, cease.
Xianzao and Han Blanzi halted, yet their indignation persisted as they spat disdainfully upon Wei Fang's face.
In that moment, Wei Fang lay on the ground, her face marred, hair disheveled, and clothes in disarray, resembling a defeated and featherless rooster, devoid of vitality, yet her eyes still burned with venomous resentment towards Wen Shining. Wen Shining, unfazed, turned her gaze to Fu Wenzhou, awaiting his pronouncement. Fu Wenzhou was indeed incensed. After years of abstaining from bloodshed, his hands now itched for action. Wei Fang's series of malevolent actions were nothing short of heinous. What vile hands had orchestrated such treachery? Was their urgency so desperate that they could not allow him a moment's respite? A torrent of fury seethed within him, mingling with long-suppressed indignation, akin to bubbling magma, threatening to scorch his reason. Yet, confronted by Wen Shining's calm and gentle eyes, he found himself compelled to restrain his wrath. She sought to protect him, to shield him from the world's scorn. He could disregard public opinion, but not hers. The tension in Fu Wenzhou's furrowed brow eased slightly as he finally nodded in acquiescence. She may handle the matter first. Wen Shining then turned to Lu'er.
You speak first. Having just returned from the underworld, Lu'er gazed at Wei Fang with a dazed expression.
His entire being felt as if it had disassembled like a broken doll. With great difficulty, he began, I merely wished to inquire about Miss Wei. Having not seen her for quite some time, she led me to the woodshed, claiming she needed my assistance. Once there, she offered me a cup of water and instructed me to wait, stating she had something to show me. After drinking the water, I felt an intense heat and discomfort, and then I remember nothing. Second master, second madam, you must believe me. I, Lu'er, am no monster, and I would never harbor any improper intentions towards the second madam. Even if I had 100 lives, I would not dare. I never imagined that Wei Fang could be so cold-blooded. As Lu'er spoke, he began to sob pitifully. Old lady Lu struck him on the face. How dare you cry? I told you long ago that the Wei girl is no virtuous maiden. Good girls do not behave like her, looking down their noses at others with such arrogance. You refuse to listen, and now look where it has brought you, close to losing your life, and you've offended the second madam. You truly court your own destruction.
Lu'er's wails grew louder.
Wen Shining then turned to Kai Ling.
Your account?
Kai Ling, who had been following at a respectful distance, straightened her back and stepped forward. I saw the second madam escort Xianzao back to the bridal chamber, and as she emerged, Wei Fang seized her. Wei Fang claimed someone had fainted in the woodshed and urged the second madam to hurry and check, saying she would fetch help.
Feeling uneasy, I followed the second madam.
Just as she entered the woodshed, Lu'er lost control and lunged at her. I had some knowledge of self-defense from my youth, so I managed to subdue and bind Lu'er.
Then, upon noticing Lu'er's erratic behavior, the second madam began to administer treatment, and shortly thereafter, everyone arrived.
Granny Qin ground her teeth in fury.
Well done, Wei Fang.
You lured the second madam to the woodshed, only to scream that Lu'er had forced her there, determined to ruin the second madam's reputation. The second madam has treated you with kindness.
How could you be so malicious?
Mujio added. After leading everyone to the woodshed, Wei Fang rushed to the main courtyard, claiming the second madam urgently required the second master. I witnessed her burst into the second master's room, attempting to remove her clothes with ill intentions, at which point I kicked her out. The course of events was laid bare in succinct terms. Wei Fang had premeditated this scheme, intent on tarnishing the second madam's name. Even if Lu'er had not succeeded, had she truly shed her garments and crawled into the second master's bed, the second master, being a kind man, might have taken her in out of compassion, especially given the second madam's innocent nature. Yet this notion flitted through the minds of those present only to vanish like smoke. Observing Wei Fang's current state, the clarity of understanding among the crowd was as if a mirror had been washed clean. The second master was indeed kind, but such benevolence was extended only in deference to the second madam. It was for her sake that he was willing to show kindness. Without the second madam, even a disabled second master would be beyond their reach, let alone someone they could dare to provoke. Looking at the second madam, she appeared tranquil, yet her commanding presence was undeniable. Everyone held their breath, acutely aware that the second madam would not let this matter rest. As anticipated, Wen Shining looked down upon Wei Fang.
And you, do you have anything to say?
Wei Fang coughed twice, spitting out blood, a sinister smile twisting her features. Wen Shining, no matter the circumstances, you have already been touched by Lu'er.
She enunciated each word with deliberate malice. You are soiled.
Xiangsa rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge forward once more. Jinan hurriedly restrained her, shaking his head gently. He was filled with rage, wishing to strangle such a vile individual, yet he trusted the second madam to handle the situation. As servants, they needed to maintain their decorum, lest some might believe that the second master and second madam's kindness made them open to provocation. Upon hearing this, Wen Shining smiled softly. As a physician, I see all bodies as mere vessels of humanity, devoid of distinction between male and female. If we speak of reputation, it is you, an unmarried woman, who lured a man to the woodshed. Wei Fang's complexion shifted dramatically.
Silence. No, I did not.
Lu'er seemed to have found inspiration, suddenly invigorated.
Yes. Wei Fang held my hand, she smiled at me, played with my hair, but when she handed me the water, she leaned against me, she deliberately seduced me. Ha ha, Wei Fang, we have already shared a moment of intimacy. Your virtue is lost, you can only marry me now. Chapter 92 Concealment. Lu'er's frail body was further weakened by violent vomiting, leaving his throat injured. When he laughed, a hoarse sound escaped, reminiscent of a dilapidated bellows. His countenance, already difficult to behold, became even more grotesque and frightful when adorned with a sinister smile. Wei Fang shuddered uncontrollably, curling up and trembling as she shouted, "You must be dreaming. I would rather die than marry you."
Lu'er struggled towards her. "What is it? Do you find me hideous now? Then why do you still smile at me?" Wei Fang was paralyzed with terror, letting out a piercing scream.
"Don't come any closer."
Lu'er, indeed, was at the brink of exhaustion. After a few feeble attempts, he succumbed to his weakness. At that moment, Wei Fang seemed to regain some clarity. She sobbed pitifully, attempting to move toward Wen Shining.
"Second madam, I was wrong.
Please spare me this once, I truly regret my actions." Wen Shining regarded her with a cold gaze, her tone remaining serene yet laced with icy disdain.
"Wei Fang, you have committed an unforgivable offense by insulting the second master in such a manner.
You claim to have admired him since he arrived at the village, yet why did you not voice your feelings then? Was it out of fear, because deep down, you knew you were unworthy?
Now, seeing the second master in a state of despair, you feel entitled, do you?"
Her words struck Wei Fang like a dagger, piercing straight to her heart. Wen Shining was indeed correct. In the past, when Fu Wenzhou first came to the village, she could hardly bear to look at him, let alone entertain the thought of him. The disparity between them was vast. He was akin to the moon in the heavens, while she was merely a lowly insect on earth. How could she dare to dream? Yet, when Fu Wenzhou appeared before her again in such a broken state, it felt as though the moon had fallen into the mire. If someone of Wen Shining's background could be picked up, why could she not? Indeed, it was her underestimation of Fu Wenzhou that had bred her delusions. Under the penetrating gaze of Wen Shining's clear eyes, Wei Fang suddenly felt as though she were stripped bare, an overwhelming sense of shame washing over her. Simultaneously, a wave of inexplicable fear surged within her, terrified that those scrutinizing eyes would penetrate her soul, revealing its sordid nature. Wen Shining, her hands clenched in frustration, gradually relaxed.
Her voice resonated once more, measured and calm. "Wei Fang, I can somewhat understand your infatuation with the second master. After all, he is the finest gentleman in this world."
Fu Wenzhou, standing nearby, allowed a barely perceptible smile to flicker at the corners of his lips, his anger dissipating slightly. Wen Shining continued to address Wei Fang. "If you dared to treat him with sincerity, to fight for him, to love him openly and unreservedly, I, Wen Shining, would respect you for it.
But you do not genuinely love him.
You are merely enamored with vanity, wishing to relish the feeling of having the moon beneath your feet. That you are wicked, utterly depraved." As she spoke, her fury ignited once more, causing her to tremble. Yet, the words to curse her adversary eluded her. Observing this, Xiang Cao pointed at Wei Fang, continuing to berate her. "You are not only wicked but also shameless. Your left cheek deserves a slap, and your right a kick. A donkey kicks a donkey, and a pig tramples a pig."
Having caught her breath, Hong Lanzi joined in.
"You wretched creature, lower than a pig or a dog, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths.
You are more repugnant than the maggots in a dung pit. You are like a pile of dog excrement, foul and rotten, nauseating to behold. You possess not even the most basic semblance of humanity. You bring shame upon yourself." Old Madame Qin attempted to join the fray but found herself at a loss for words, exclaiming in frustration, "To waste my breath on you is folly." Wei Fang, overwhelmed by the scathing remarks, collapsed into tears, unable to discern whether it was fear or regret that predominated within her. The villagers, stirred by Wen Shining's words, were filled with a sense of righteous indignation. Shouts of outrage erupted. The second master has suffered for the sake of protecting his family and country. How can one like this insult him? Let her sink in a pig's trough.
Send her to the authorities. Such a person deserves to die for the sake of public outrage. The chorus of condemnation was like 1,000 knives slicing through the air.
Wei Fang, tormented, shook her head vehemently.
"No, second madam, please, I beg you, spare my life." Witnessing his daughter's plight, old man Wei's heart was wrenched, blood streaming from his forehead as he bowed repeatedly. Second master, second madam, I implore you both to show mercy. For the sake of my years of loyalty and service to the Fu family, please grant my daughter a reprieve." Wen Shining did not offer him assistance and replied coolly, "Old man Wei, as the sage says, to raise without teaching is the father's fault. However, having known you all this time, I believe that a man of your character could not possibly have remained silent. Therefore, I do not blame you. But to be born a human is to bear the consequences of one's actions. I am no saint. I cannot forgive someone who would cast my life into peril without cause. Nor can I overlook her intentions to insult the second master. As for your loyalty to the Fu family, indeed, neither the second master nor I deny your contributions and hardships.
However, I must ask, has the Fu family ever wronged you?
Why have the eldest and second sons of the Wei family been able to establish themselves in the county while Wei Fang has been raised in such indulgence?
Old man Wei, why not reflect upon your own heart?
Old Man Wei's expression froze, his color draining away. Relying on his connection to the old matriarch of the Fu family, he had secured this position. Over the decades, to claim that his hands were unsoiled would be a lie even the gods would not believe. The second madam was accusing him of ingratitude, any remaining glimmer of hope within Old Man Wei extinguished in an instant. He had erred in failing to raise his children properly. He had erred in underestimating the second madam. She was not simple-minded, she was sharp-eyed and adept at concealing her talents. Wen Shining reached her conclusion. Wei Fang's conspiracy against her master and her insubordination are unforgivable. As she is not a servant of the Fu family, we lack the authority to decide her fate, but administering 50 strikes as punishment is certainly justified. As for her causing harm to the innocent and jeopardizing lives, let the authorities determine that.
This course of action was reasonable, just, and lawful. The crowd erupted in approval. Wei Fang, however, cried out in despair, "No, Wen Shining, you have a heart of stone." Wen Shining could not be bothered to cast even a glance her way, instead addressing Old Man Wei. "We harbor no intention of enmity, yet the facts are laid bare before us. We can no longer deceive ourselves. It seems that we can no longer coexist. Old man, it would be wise for you to retire from Qingxi village." Old Man Wei wept uncontrollably, bowing his head in submission. "Second master, second madam, I am sorry. He had never intended harm, nor did he wish to be ungrateful. It was all fake. No, it was a monstrous spawn." When Old Man Wei looked back at Wei Fang, all remnants of paternal affection had vanished, replaced by resentment. "Wretched spawn. If only you knew today, your mother should never have risked her life to bear you. Not worth it at all." As he gazed at the wailing Old Man Wei, Wei Fang fell into a profound silence. With vacant eyes, she stared skyward, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was finished, utterly finished. Suddenly, Wei Fang pointed at Wei Er, exclaiming, "It was my sister-in-law, she is the one who taught me to do this. She is the true villain." Wei Er, horrified, clamped her hand over Wei Fang's mouth, wishing she could strangle her on the spot. Wen Shining remarked coolly, "If you feel wronged, you may take your grievances to the authorities." Thus, the storm subsided. Others would handle the remaining matters. Wen Shining took a moment to steady her breath before turning to Fu Wenzhou with a gentle smile. "Second master, do you believe I handled the situation well?" Chapter 93 Reflection. As Fu Wenzhou met the gaze of Wen Shining, the coldness in his eyes had long dissipated. It was as if spring had arrived, thawing the ice and snow, heralding the revival of all living things. A smile blossomed in his eyes as he hoarsely remarked, "Shining has done exceptionally well." Indeed, she had surpassed him. What was even more remarkable was that she understood everything he cared about. He recalled not long ago, when the little girl had confidently declared her intention to protect him. At that time, he had merely considered it sweet talk. Yet she had truly accomplished it. Today, she sheltered him, body and soul, preserving his dignity and spirit. Throughout this process, Fu Wenzhou's eyes had grown misty on several occasions. Though he appeared silent, the stirrings of his heart and the depth of his emotions were deafeningly loud. In a short while, Wei Fang was taken away, her life extinguished by 50 strikes of the rod. Lu Er was also sent back home. However, the villagers did not disperse. Someone remarked, "The second master and second madam have toiled all day, please go rest. We'll take care of this." Others echoed, "Rest assured, second master and second madam, there will never be another Wei Fang in Qingxi village." Dr. Liao, having watched the scene unfold for quite some time, could not help but exclaim, "A gentleman is broad-minded, while a petty person is always burdened. A grasshopper after autumn cannot soar to the skies. Everyone, disperse and attend to your own business." "What a pity for all that fine food and drink," someone chuckled. "Not to worry, if the divine doctor still wishes to partake, we shall heat it up for you," another replied. Dr. Liao glanced at Wen Shining, who readily agreed, "Since everyone hasn't eaten well, let's heat it up and continue." As for her, she felt too foul and decided she must take a good bath first. Xiang Cao, rolling up her sleeves, was about to personally attend to her when Shining, both amused and exasperated, said, "Today you are the bride, don't be troublesome, just go to your bridal chamber." Hong Lan and Zi also laughed, "Rest assured, Sister Xiang Cao, we are here to help." Only then did Xiang Cao reluctantly agree, repeatedly instructing, "Make sure to serve carefully and add more flowers." "Understood," Hong Lan and Zi responded obediently. Thus, Elder Liao and Granny Qin remained to attend to the guests, while Fu Wenzhou and Wen Shining returned to the main courtyard. Wen Shining went to take a bath, and Fu Wenzhou's tranquil and gentle gaze instantly stirred up a tempest of emotions. Mu Jiu inquired, "Second master, shall we thoroughly investigate this matter?" Fu Wenzhou pondered for a moment before responding, "No need, leave it to the authorities. Those who had incited Wei Fang must certainly be acquainted with this place. Those who knew it and wished him ill were fewed. It was not difficult to surmise. He felt a chill in his heart at their eagerness. He understood well that this was merely the beginning. Kaling stepped forward, "Second master." Fu Wenzhou cast a glance at her, "From now on, you need not engage in any other tasks. Just follow second madam closely." "Yes, second master." Kaling then asked, "Should I inform second madam about my identity?" Fu Wenzhou replied, "I shall tell her." The stench of excrement was unbearable. Even after several washes, Wen Shining could still faintly detect the odor. Hong Er, concerned, said, "You can't scrub any further, you'll end up with raw skin." Lan Er remarked, "I think the smell is gone, just apply some facial oil, and it will surely be undetectable." Zi, indignant, added, "Wei Fang should have been made to drink some of that filth." Lan Er and Hong Er agreed. However, Wen Shining said, "Her heart is already tainted enough, we need not sully our hands further." Hong Lan and Z nodded in agreement, feeling that second madam's words were even more correct.
Worrying that Fu Wenzhou might fret, Wen Shining settled for a bath lasting just an hour, she gently pushed open the door, expecting Fu Wenzhou to be asleep. To her surprise, she met the gentle and indulgent gaze of the second master.
Why did you take so long?
Fu Wenzhou beckoned her over. Wen Shining, feeling shy, approached and sat at the head of the bed. Second master, perhaps I should return to my own room to sleep tonight.
Fu Wenzhou frowned. Why?
Wen Shining pouted. It smells too bad.
I fear it might disturb you. Come here, let me smell.
Fu Wenzhou pretended to sit up, and Wen Shining hurriedly moved closer. Fu Wenzhou took her hand, inhaled deeply, and then kissed it.
Not stinky at all. It actually smells sweet.
But it's all red from scrubbing. He kissed her tenderly again, feeling a pang of concern. In that instant, Wen Shining's heart melted at his affection. She sniffed her hand and realized it truly didn't smell bad at all. Since the second master had kissed her, it was settled. She slipped off her shoes and climbed into bed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Fu Wenzhou's waist, nuzzling her cheek against his chest and softly asking, Second master, did today frighten you? Fu Wenzhou stroked her hair. It was my oversight that caused you distress, Shining. Wen Shining pouted. Even if the second master refrains from blaming me, I know I was at fault.
Fu Wenzhou smiled slightly. Then tell me, Shining, where did you go wrong?
Wen Shining replied earnestly. First, I lacked vigilance against others.
Second, I did not consider the consequences.
Even as a doctor, saving lives is instinctual and a responsibility, yet it should always be under the premise of protecting oneself. Today, I should have called for help first, then gone to save the person. Fu Wenzhou kissed her hair, feeling immensely gratified. It is good that Shining understands. He certainly felt a sense of dread. Yet, life is unpredictable, and human hearts are inscrutable. What he most wished to convey was, Shining, remember, nothing is more important than your life. Regardless of what happens, we can face it together.
Understood, second master.
Such things shall not occur again.
Wen Shining, like a little cat, nestled closer to him, is Kaling someone you arranged to be by my side?
Fu Wenzhou intended to discuss this matter with her. Mujio, Kaling, and several others who recently appeared in Wuxian, just like Wanli and Songjia, are all members of the Listening Wind Pavilion. Wen Shining had some knowledge of the Listening Wind Pavilion from her time in Lu Town. Fu Wenzhou recounted the story once more, explaining the initial purpose of establishing the Listening Wind Pavilion, narrating the turmoil that had engulfed the Great Zhou dynasty several years ago, leading countless people to become displaced and homeless. The most pitiable among them were the children, who lacked survival skills. Initially, he had no idea how much he could help. He simply assisted whenever he encountered someone in need. Later, under the guidance of Elder Yu, the Listening Wind Pavilion gradually became more organized, gaining direction and faith.
I do not know how many members the Listening Wind Pavilion has now.
All I know is that each of them carries a flame of justice in their hearts, illuminating the dark corners of the world. They have developed the ability to perceive the affairs of the world and have been quietly striving for peace.
They are truly remarkable individuals.
Wen Shining listened in admiration, her eyes shining brightly as she gazed at Fu Wenzhou, speaking with reverence. It is because of the second master that the Listening Wind Pavilion exists. Thus, the most extraordinary person is the second master. Fu Wenzhou smiled sheepishly, sighing softly. I merely performed a small act of kindness, yet they exalt me to such heights. Shining, I fear you might find it laughable, but when I learned that the Listening Wind Pavilion still existed and was thriving, I often felt a sense of trepidation.
Wen Shining, puzzled, asked, why?
Fu Wenzhou contemplated for a moment before responding. I feared disappointing them, fear leading them astray through my own missteps. For due to some past mishaps, he had allowed Princeton to reach this point. To rectify the errors would be complicated, and it was uncertain how many innocent lives would be sacrificed in the process. Chapter 94 Embarrassment. Fu Wenzhou believed himself to be a person of integrity throughout his life, yet he felt a twinge of guilt concerning the matter involving Princeton. However, given the gravity of the situation, it would be a lengthy discourse, and he had no intention of sharing it with Wen Shining at that moment. Yet, in her presence, Fu Wenzhou felt at ease and unconsciously revealed his innermost thoughts. Wen Shining, though somewhat perplexed, endeavored to comfort him with her own understanding. As the saying goes, one person alone cannot gather much firewood, but many hands make light work. One individual cannot bear a heavy burden, yet together we can move mountains. Everything begins with one, followed by many. Humans are not sages. It is inevitable to err, but the collective will surely not falter.
Did not Confucius state in the Analects that when three walk together, one can always find a teacher among them?
We should choose the virtuous to follow and amend the unvirtuous. Therefore, you need not bear excessive pressure, second master. Simply pursue what you believe to be right. If the direction proves incorrect, then heed the counsel of others. I trust that you are not a person of stubbornness or narrow-mindedness, and I believe that the fire of justice will not scorch the innocent. Moreover, the affairs of the world should be the concern of all, not solely your burden to bear. Do not shoulder the weight of mountains alone. Even if one day the world fails to understand you and turns away, you still have me. Wen Shining gazed up at him, her clear eyes brimming with sincere affection. What she did not realize was that every word she spoke resonated gently yet powerfully in Fu Wenzhou's heart, stirring ripples as if he had undergone a spiritual cleansing. He lowered his head and tenderly kissed her eyes, his voice husky, imbued with endless tenderness and emotion. What you say is truly wonderful, Shining.
Wen Shining, feeling a warmth bloom in her heart under his affectionate gaze, replied with a hint of pride, does this mean that my reading has not been in vain?
Fu Wenzhou responded, not only has it not been in vain, but your insight, Shining, is akin to turning stone into gold, truly admirable. You may not believe it, but your inspiration and influence upon me are like the gentle spring rain, guiding me through confusion and illuminating hope amidst adversity. Were it not for our marriage, I would not hesitate to regard you as my mentor. His tone conveyed a slight excitement, with profound affection and sincerity evident in his gaze. Though Wen Shining had grown accustomed to his praises, she could not help but blush, bashfully inquiring, am I truly so wise? Will there be a reward from second master?
Fu Wenzhou promptly asked, what does Shining desire? Even if it were the stars in the sky, he would find a way to reach them.
Wen Shining bit her lip, gazing at him intently.
May I have a kiss?
Fu Wenzhou was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled.
When has Shining not received a kiss? Since that fateful night, kisses had become an indispensable ritual between them before sleep.
Wen Shining, with a playful demeanor, wrapped her arms around his neck, asserting, but we haven't kissed today. As she spoke, her soft lips sought his. In just a few days, she had seemingly grasped the essence of their exchanges, becoming increasingly comfortable. Her agile hands began to explore his body restlessly. Fu Wenzhou felt both sweetness and bitterness given his current physical condition. While he could not claim to be in the prime of youth, he still experienced the requisite reactions and impulses. Nevertheless, a multitude of concerns compelled him to exercise restraint. After a brief interlude, Wen Shining fell into a contented slumber, her satisfied demeanor stirred a tempest of emotions within Fu Wenzhou, leaving him restless long into the night. The following day, as was her custom, Wen Shining arose before dawn to read and practice her calligraphy. Once the sun had risen, she first checked on the greenhouse, then strolled through the fields, and took the opportunity to practice her martial arts in an open area. Kaylin, her attendant, followed closely, albeit quiet and reserved, lacking the chatter of Xiangcao. Wen Shining found this somewhat disconcerting, prompting her to engage Kaylin in conversation on their way back.
How old are you? Kaylin respectfully replied, Madam, I am 13.
Wen Shining continued, then who did you learn martial arts from? After a moment of silence, Kaylin responded, when I was 5, during a time of fleeing with my parents, we encountered robbers. They perished in an attempt to protect me. After being rescued by the second master, he asked what I wished to do when I grew up, and I told him I wanted to learn martial arts to protect myself and those I care for. Thus, under the second master's guidance, I joined a security agency. Wen Shining felt a pang of sympathy. It must have been very difficult all these years. Kaylin replied, training in martial arts is arduous, yet life has not been harsh. My master also received kindness from the second master, and he treats me well, teaching me both the ways of combat and the principles of being a good person. Now that I am here with the second master and madam, all that I have endured is worthwhile. Hearing Kaylin speak so much for the first time, Wen Shining felt a twinge of emotion but was at a loss for words, gently reaching out to pat Kaylin's head. Kaylin stood obediently, and as Wen Shining turned away, a satisfied smile crept onto her face. Upon returning home, as soon as she entered the courtyard, Xiangcao approached her.
Mississippi. Noticing Xiangcao's peculiar gait, Wen Shining furrowed her brow and asked, what is the matter?
Xiangcao, with a pained expression, glanced at Kaylin before leading Wen Shining to sit beneath the eaves, lamenting, it hurts terribly. Wen Shining immediately grew anxious, examining her from head to toe.
Where does it hurt? Did Jinan bully you? Xiangcao, flustered and embarrassed, replied, Miss, when you and the second master consummated your marriage, did it not hurt?
Wen Shining was taken aback, scratching her head. Well, that is Xiangcao, indignant, exclaimed, it must be that the second master is gentler, unlike Jinan.
I loathe him. After this outburst, she looked at Wen Shining, seeking help, and asked, Miss, do you think we might be using the wrong position? Wen Shining stammered, I am not certain.
Xiangcao insisted, but you are a doctor. Wen Shining, feeling helpless, replied, Xiangcao, I am a doctor, and I can certainly prescribe some medicine for you, but regarding that matter.
Perhaps we should have Jinan acquire some instructional books to study? Xiangcao nodded in agreement, that makes sense.
At the corner, Dr. Liao and Fu Wenzhou stood frozen in shock. It was not their intention to eavesdrop on the young lady's private conversation.
Rather, it was a mere coincidence. Dr. Liao, pushing Fu Wenzhou's wheelchair, had intended to head to the pharmacy, only to hear the discussion upon turning the corner. In a moment of realization, Dr. Liao quickly turned the wheelchair around. In his line of sight, Fu Wenzhou, who was usually so composed and as serene as the moon, had ears so flushed they seemed to bleed. Dr. Liao chuckled, ahem. So, second master, how does it feel to have such warmth in your embrace every day?
Fu Wenzhou remained silent. Dr. Liao continued, what is there that cannot be discussed with me? Whether it is feasible or not, I can find a way to assist you. I am merely concerned that you might be bottling up your feelings. Fu Wenzhou clenched his jaw in silence. Everyone treated one another as family, which was quite agreeable, yet his fingers involuntarily curled, his thoughts swirling tumultuously.
Eventually, he forced a smile and remarked, am I perhaps too greedy?
Dr. Liao replied with earnestness, that depends on the matter at hand. Being human, it is only natural to desire both food and companionship. That is not greed, but hope. Fu Wenzhou remained contemplative, not uttering a word. Dr. Liao added, I understand your concerns, the poison has yet to be eradicated, and it is indeed inadvisable to pursue parenthood at this time, but this issue can be addressed. Simply ask yourself whether you wish for it, and consider if the second mistress shares that desire as well.
This is an obligation of a husband, would you not agree?
Chapter 95 of The Sweetness. Fu Wenzhou remained silent. He yearned to engage in this conversation, yet found it utterly impossible. Dr. Liao, however, seemed to grasp everything, stating, "Rest assured, I have already devised a plan for you. As long as second master endures the rigors of training, I guarantee that he shall soon revel in the joys of this earthly realm." Fu Wenzhou's eyelids twitched, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Could Ning's recent assertiveness be but the notion was too difficult to articulate, rendering him speechless. Training was an indispensable path to Fu Wenzhou's recovery. Only by rehabilitating his upper body and right lower limb to a state of normalcy could he be fitted with a prosthetic limb, enabling him to walk steadily. During this period, Dr. Liao had been diligently occupied with this endeavor. Fortunately, Muzhou had arrived. Dr. Liao praised Muzhou profusely. "That lad Muzhou is truly a genius in design. Whatever I require, as long as I provide a rough idea, he not only comprehends it but can also bring it to fruition." As they spoke, they arrived at the training room transformed from the pharmacy. Muzhou and Jinan were already waiting there. Dr. Liao commanded, "Muzhou, please explain and demonstrate for second master." "Yes." Just as Muzhou was about to begin, Wen Shining and Xiang Chao, having heard the news, rushed over. Jinan bore scratches on his face and neck, calling out to the second madam before flashing a charming smile at Xiang Chao. Xiang Chao shot him a glare. Humph. Wen Shining observed the interaction between the young couple with a mixture of amusement and embarrassment, and quickly made her way to Fu Wenzhou's side. "Second master." Fu Wenzhou took her outstretched hand, smiling gently. "Ning has returned." Wen Shining furrowed her brows. "Why is second master's face a bit flushed?" As she spoke, she hurriedly reached to feel his forehead. Fu Wenzhou instinctively glanced at Dr. Liao, his face growing even warmer, as he pulled her close and said, "I am fine, let us watch Muzhou's demonstration together." Seeing Dr. Liao also smiling in a peculiar manner, Wen Shining concluded that there was no significant issue and decided to proceed with the demonstration. Muzhou pointed to a wooden apparatus about 5 feet high, saying, "This is called a wooden bar, primarily used for training second master's arm strength." As he spoke, he grasped the top of the bar with both hands and performed a set of pull-up motions, wherein both hands propelled his body upward. The bar exercise was originally a form of folk performance, typically divided into upper, middle, and lower categories. Those skilled in this art possessed remarkable arm strength, capable of flipping and spinning in the air, leaving spectators in awe. Who would have imagined that Dr. Liao would incorporate it into Fu Wenzhou's rehabilitation training? Muzhou continued, "What sets this bar apart from a regular wooden bar is its adjustable height, allowing second master to exert force more effectively. The mechanism for adjustment was his own design." Following this was the parallel bars, an extension of the single wooden bar, facilitating Fu Wenzhou's practice in standing. There were also wooden horses for abdominal exercises and specially constructed inclined planes, among other equipment. Everyone present praised the innovations, with Wen Shining particularly lauding Dr. Liao. "Master, you are simply a marvel of ingenuity, a paragon of wisdom. Are you not the reincarnation of the great Lu Ban?" Dr. Liao chuckled humbly. "It is all thanks to Muzhou's skillful hands." Muzhou bashfully scratched his head. "If it weren't for Dr. Liao's brilliant ideas, my wooden head could never have conceived these." Wen Shining's eyes radiated warmth. "In any case, thank you both. With these, second master will surely be able to stand." Dr. Liao cast a meaningful glance at Fu Wenzhou, addressing Wen Shining, "Do not worry, my dear, I shall ensure that second master returns as an unparalleled figure." Wen Shining nodded vigorously. "Yes, I believe in master and also in second master." Dr. Liao then deliberately provoked Fu Wenzhou. "Training will be arduous. Does second master possess the confidence?" At this juncture, Fu Wenzhou saw no path of retreat, nor did he desire one. He solemnly declared, "I shall not disappoint the efforts of all. No matter how difficult or painful, it was far better than languishing in the abyss of darkness alone." Their hands unconsciously clasped tighter, their resolve to stride toward new hope intensifying. That evening, following the kissing ceremony, Fu Wenzhou could no longer contain himself and finally voiced his question. "Ning, the kiss, was it your way of sweetening the deal for me, was it not?" Wen Shining paused in surprise before nestling into his embrace and laughing softly. "I knew I couldn't hide it from second master. Master said that training is an arduous process, and fearing that second master might falter, we needed to offer some sweetness to inspire great potential." Fu Wenzhou chuckled. "What a beautiful stratagem. It made him willingly embrace the trials ahead, his heart yearning for it. Even if faced with mountains of blades or seas of fire, he would be willing to brave them." When Shining peeked out from his embrace, her eyes shimmering. "So, did second master fall for it?" Fu Wenzhou replied, his voice low, "What do you think?" As the words fell, he lifted her flushed face, tenderly kissing her forehead, eyes, and nose, finally succumbing to the impulse of kissing her glistening lips. This was his first initiative, imbued with passion and gentleness. When Shining felt dazed by his kiss, her consciousness swirling, as if she were floating on clouds. It was unclear how long it lasted, but eventually, Fu Wenzhou paused, his moist eyes gazing at the girl in his arms, his voice barely above a whisper. "Ning, call me Xianggong." When Shining's heart raced, and under the enchantment, her eyes glazed over as she obediently called out, "Xianggong." Immediately, her body was drawn back into his embrace, unspoken words drowned in a torrent of affectionate kisses. The moonlight shone like silver, as their lips and tongues entwined, a dance of vibrant butterflies, with the joys of the earthly realm encapsulated in that moment. The following day, Chu Yan arrived in Wuxian with his mother, Lu Shi, the county magistrate. Upon receiving news of their arrival, arranged an exceedingly grand welcoming ceremony. Chu Yan, who was already averse to such pomp, frowned, and the magistrate realized he had overstepped. He quickly cancelled the more ostentatious aspects of the proceedings and welcomed them into the magistrate's residence. After some pleasantries, upon learning that Chu Yan's visit was primarily to pay respects to the former General Fu Wenzhou, the magistrate couldn't help but express his sentiments.
I never would have imagined that such a distinguished general has fallen to such a state, a tiger brought low, bullied by dogs. It is indeed lamentable. Chu Yan's expression hardened. What has transpired? The magistrate, sensing his interest, promptly recounted the details of the Wei Fang incident. Upon hearing that Wen Shining had been framed and nearly ruined, Chu Yan's demeanor turned fierce, his fingers gripping the teacup so tightly that they turned pale. Lu Shi was even more incensed, leaping up and cursing vehemently. How can there be such shameless individuals in this world? Is there no law that second madam is a paragon of purity and virtue, the finest maiden in the land? To harm her is simply an affront to heaven itself. The magistrate hurriedly placated her. Madam, please calm down, this case is currently under investigation, and we will certainly provide justice for the second madam and the people. Once the magistrate finished speaking, Chu Yan coldly inquired, how does the magistrate intend to adjudicate this case? The magistrate, pondering the relationship between him and Fu Wenzhou, cautiously replied, this case is quite complex. Wei Fang's drugging of Lu Er was intended to tarnish the second madam's reputation, and he nearly caused Lu Er's death, but Lu Er was saved, and the second madam, bang. Before the magistrate could finish, Chu Yan's teacup flew from his hand, shattering into countless pieces. Chapter 96 Wrath. Chu Yan rose with a voice full of indignation. What do you mean by none? I shall apply the law of our dynasty and judge the crime as it deserves. First, the perpetrator, being a woman, ought to understand the significance of reputation. Her intentions are exceedingly vile, which constitutes the first offense. Second, being fully aware that Lu Er was inebriated, she dared to administer an excessive dose of poison, showing complete disregard for life and the law, an act of utmost depravity. Third, to insult the meritorious subjects of our dynasty is a grave act of treason, deserving of the harshest punishment. The three Yuan brothers, newly appointed favorites of the court, were thunderously enraged, causing the county magistrate to kneel in shock. Lord Chu, please temper your anger. I assure you that I will conduct a thorough investigation. Chu Yan's youthful and handsome visage remained dark and forbidding as he articulated each word with precision. Fu Wenzhou has rendered remarkable military services for our dynasty. Were it not for him and the many valiant soldiers who fought on the battlefield, shedding blood for our peace, how could we enjoy the tranquility of this prosperous era? How could the common folk live in peace and contentment? Their achievements form the very foundation of our great Zhou dynasty, upholding the faith of countless soldiers and the confidence of the populace. Their illustrious names shall forever be etched in the annals of history, remembered by future generations. To insult them is to insult history itself. Such actions challenge justice and conscience, crossing the moral threshold. Can we merely classify this as an ordinary crime? The county magistrate felt utterly dazed. He had considered Fu Wenzhou's status, but to elevate the matter to such heights might be. However, was it within his authority to argue? He risked losing his own position in the process. Trembling, the magistrate said, I am but an incompetent servant, please enlighten me, Lord Chu. Chu Yan tightly shut his eyes. Do you comprehend why His Majesty has dispatched me here? The magistrate, drenched in sweat, replied, I am ignorant and dare not presume to guess His Majesty's intentions. Chu Yan looked down upon him. The emperor cherishes talent, especially a versatile individual like Fu Wenzhou. A dragon in shallow waters is merely a temporary state, yet if mishandled due to some foul matter, it could chill the hearts of the people. Can you bear that responsibility? The magistrate blinked several times. Lord Chu means to report it upwards? Precisely. The magistrate struck his thigh. To insult a meritorious subject is indeed a grave offense. How could I, a mere county magistrate, hastily decide? I shall draft a report to the court immediately. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Chu. Chu Yan's expression returned to its usual composure. Please rise, county magistrate. The magistrate, nearly exhausted, stood up with a tremor, forcing himself to say, Lord Chu and Madam are weary from travel. Please allow me to escort you to rest. Tomorrow, I shall invite General Fu. Chu Yan politely declined, insisting on proceeding to Qingxi village that very day. The magistrate had intended to accompany them but was deftly dismissed by Chu Yan's words. Shouldn't the case be meticulously organized and presented before reporting to the court, until a decision was rendered from above? Shouldn't all involved parties be placed under scrutiny? This case was of great significance. If it were to spread, the repercussions could be dire. Shouldn't measures be taken to soothe public sentiment and prevent harmful gossip from proliferating? These myriad concerns would keep the magistrate busy for days on end. On the road, Lu Shi grew increasingly anxious. I had hoped that by leaving the capital and the entanglements of high society, Shining and the second master could enjoy a few peaceful days. Who would have thought that even a rural girl could bully them? It truly infuriates me. Chu Yan reassured her. The magistrate has stated that fortunately, the second master in Shining reacted swiftly and did not suffer any losses. Lu Shi's eyes widened. What if they encounter someone with greater prowess next time? The second master is currently in a vulnerable position, and Shining is pure-hearted and kind. What do you expect them to do? Chu Yan's gaze darkened, and he fell into silence. Lu Shi studied him inside. What do you mean by asking the magistrate to report it upwards? Chu Yan closed his eyes. Mother, please do not inquire further. He himself was uncertain whether this course of action was correct.
He merely wished for the emperor and the schemers in the capital to realize that a meritorious subject who had shed blood for the great Zhou had fallen to such depths, being belittled and humiliated. This was not merely an insult to Fu Wenzhou but a disgrace to the entire great Zhou. If they still possessed a shred of conscience, they ought to restore the honors that Fu Wenzhou rightfully deserved, rather than harboring malice, making unfounded speculations, or even kicking a man when he is down. Xu Yan was indeed enraged. The fire burning within his chest was not solely for Fu Wenzhou's sake but also for Wen Shining. She was utterly innocent. In his desire to surprise Wen Shining, Xu Yan refrained from sending anyone ahead to announce their arrival. Just a simple carriage, accompanied by Lu Shi, they quietly entered Qingxi village. As dusk approached, villagers returned home after a day of toil. Groups of 3 or 4 chatted, each conversation revolving around the second mistress. This morning, my dog suddenly spiked a fever, and I was terrified. Thankfully, we encountered the second mistress on her morning rounds in our medicinal herb field. She administered 3 needles, and soon, my dog was frolicking about again. Isn't that miraculous? A few days ago, the second mistress heard that my wife could not conceive and even offered to assist us with medicinal prescriptions. Luckily, that scoundrel Wei Fong was thwarted, otherwise, I would have been the first to demand justice. Indeed, our Qingxi village has finally welcomed a living bodhisattva who not only leads us to prosperity but also provides free consultations. Anyone who dares to disrespect the second mistress shall be banished from Qingxi village. Yes, the second mistress is our living bodhisattva, we revere her and will not tolerate any disrespect towards her. But the second mistress lacks for nothing. How should we express our gratitude? I heard the second master is about to commence some training and could use a good replenishment. I'm planning to bring a few chickens from home. Yes. The second mistress's heart and mind are solely for the second master. As long as he is well, she shall be well, and if she flourishes, we all shall flourish. I must say, the bond between the second master and the second mistress is truly remarkable. They are indeed the legendary couple of deities. As the villagers' voices gradually faded, Xu Yan could not help but lift the curtain to gaze into the distance. Lu Shi leaned in beside him, her eyes misting as she took in the vast expanse of medicinal herbs and flowers. I always said, Shining is a good girl. Not only good but extraordinary. Look at all she has accomplished. Which young lady could achieve such feats? Xu Yan pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes concealing an unspoken vulnerability. He feared witnessing her suffering, yet he also dreaded seeing her happiness. His feelings were a tumultuous blend of contradictions, swaying like the flowers and grasses in the evening breeze. Yan. Lu Shi gazed at her son, gently sighing. Mother knows you are troubled, but Shining is even more so. She respects you as a brother. Do not lose your composure and put her in a difficult position. Above all, do not emulate those treacherous individuals who would bring shame upon the second master. A pang of anguish coursed through Xu Yan's heart as he lowered the curtain, saying, Mother, you need not worry. I understand. Lu Shi could not find solace. I hope you wear this official robe with pride, making Shining and us proud rather than fearful. Though she was merely a woman of the household, she was well aware of the complexities of the court, filled with deceit and treachery. Moreover, this mission, dispatched by the emperor, could not possibly be a simple visit. How could Lu Shi not feel apprehension? Thus, she insisted on accompanying him, wishing to provide reminders to prevent Xu Yan from straying from the right path. Xu Yan understood his mother's heartfelt concerns, his emotions more fragmented than ever. This journey felt more like a trial to him. Chapter 97 At the arrival of Xu Yan in the Lu family. The arrival of Xu Yan in the Lu family filled everyone with immense delight, particularly Wen Shining, who was nearly beside herself with joy. She clutched Lu's hand, chattering incessantly. Nanny, I have truly made something of myself. I have become a disciple of Master Liao, and I am now a physician. The herbs I cultivate are rare treasures, and already merchants have come seeking them. I will undoubtedly be able to save many lives in the future. Ah, and by the way, Xiang Chao has married Jinan. If you had arrived just a couple of days earlier, you might have made it to the wedding feast. As she spoke of the wedding banquet, Lu was reminded of a painful matter, and her heart ached. She embraced Wen Shining and said, Those who wish to harm our eldest daughter possess hearts as black as coal, but do not worry, with Xu Yan here, this matter will not end quietly. Wen Shining exchanged glances with Fu Wenzhou. Nanny, you all are aware of it, aren't you? Xu Yan quickly interjected, It was the magistrate's office that informed us first. Thus, it was an official matter. Fu Wenzhou's gaze deepened, and he understood. At that moment, Jinan, now promoted to chief steward, entered and announced, Second master, second madam, dinner is ready, please invite the guests to take their seats. The vegetables were homegrown, the rabbits were raised by them, and the chickens and ducks were gifts from the villagers. A spread of homestyle dishes brought joy to both hosts and guests alike. Naturally, throughout the meal, it was primarily Wen Shining who did the talking. Watching her animatedly express herself and laugh, Xu Yan and her son felt a bittersweet sense of comfort. It was evident that she was genuinely content with her current life and brimming with hope for the future, yet the underlying sorrow, though unspoken, was revealed in the calluses on her hands and the sun-kissed texture of her skin. Lu's eyes often glistened with unshed tears, her grip on Wen Shining's hand never loosening. However, Xu Yan dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of emotion. Even with Master Liao's company, he refrained from indulging in too much wine. His overly cautious demeanor rendered him somewhat out of place. How is the old scoundrel you faring? Master Liao suddenly inquired, to which Xu Yan responded somewhat sluggishly, Old Yu has been ailing at home, but his health is stable. Has Qing Rant's wedding date been set? Not yet. Master Liao shook his head in exasperation. This delay is quite troubling. Xu Yan remained silent, pursing his lips. After a moment of stillness, Fu Wenzhou raised his glass. In lieu of wine, I toast to my brother Chu Yan for his splendid success in the imperial examinations. Chu Yan hastily rose from his seat, stepping back 2 paces, hands clasped together, and bowed respectfully. Without the second master's introduction of my esteemed teacher and your guidance, I would not be who I am today. The kindness of the second master is something I, Chu Yan, will never forget. Fu Wenzhou smiled gently.
Your profound gratitude, dear Chu Yan, is quite overwhelming.
Lu interjected, this gratitude is well deserved, second master. If Chu Yan were to be ignorant of such courtesies, he would indeed be ungrateful, rendering his studies of the sages meaningless. Chu Yan lowered his head further.
Mother speaks the truth.
This remark left Fu Wenzhou somewhat at a loss, prompting him to look toward Wen Shining for assistance.
With a smile, Wen Shining approached and playfully pulled Chu Yan back to his seat.
Why must we speak formally? I have always said that Chu Yan would succeed. Encountering a benefactor like the second master is merely icing on the cake, a matter of destiny.
The second master, too, cherishes talent and is genuinely pleased for Chu Yan. Indeed, this is what we call mutual appreciation, is it not, second master?
Fu Wenzhou gazed at her with warmth in his eyes. What you say is quite correct. Wen Shining beamed with pride, giving Chu Yan a playful pat on the shoulder.
Let me tell you, Chu Yan, I am also a person of literary talent now, and I can paint as well. You must not underestimate me any longer.
Fu Wenzhou solemnly agreed. Shinin's diligence, insight, perseverance, and wisdom are unmatched by ordinary people. Her perspectives often leave me astonished and in admiration.
Should you stay a few more days, you will come to see this?
Wen Shining blushed at his praise, her bright eyes shimmering with the innocence of a young girl, adding a touch of shyness to her demeanor. This version of Wen Shining was one that Chu Yan had never encountered before. A strange ache welled up in his heart, and he bitterly remarked, I have never underestimated Shining.
I have always known she is a pearl hidden in the dust.
He had selfishly pleaded with the heavens not to let the world discover her too soon, just give him a little more time, and he would personally unveil her brilliance and treasure her dearly. Yet he was a step too late, just a step too late. Every time he thought of this, regret knotted his bones, and pain pierced his heart now. Witnessing her treated with such tenderness by others, he felt both joy for her and relief, yet the tearing pain within him had not diminished in the slightest. Amidst the ceaseless flow of anguish, despair took root, yet he dared not utter a sound of pain, for in the presence of the forthright Fu Wenzhou, his suffering felt so shameful and sordid. Before the now radiant Wen Shining, he felt an inexplicable sense of self-loathing, as if merely looking at her was an act of desecration. Throughout the meal, Chu Yan endured great torment. The fiery liquor scorched his insides, and his regrets burned in his heart, making him wish for death. However, such pain was not enough to extinguish his resolve. It was not until after dinner, while Wen Shining conversed with Lu in another room, that Fu Wenzhou invited him to the training room. Staring at the dizzying array of equipment, Chu Yan was left speechless. Fu Wenzhou's calm voice broke the silence.
It was the emperor who summoned you here, was it not? Chu Yan blinked, nodding slowly.
Yes. Fu Wenzhou smirked mockingly.
You came to see if I would live or die.
As Chu Yan opened his mouth to respond, Fu Wenzhou continued, you have seen it. Shining has done so much for me, and they have exerted every effort on my behalf. I cannot die. Chu Yan struggled to articulate his thoughts. There is one thing I have never understood. The second master has achieved great military feats and saved Prince Sen's life. Logically, you should be promoted and awarded titles, but even if the second master is unable to serve the court any longer, your illustrious reputation remains. If you were treated with due honor, it would not only win the hearts of the people but also boost morale, showcasing the emperor's grace. It would be a multifaceted gain.
Why, then, this slow pace?
Fu Wenzhou fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating a matter of great importance. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, the error lies in the fact that I saved Prince Sen's life.
Chu Yan was taken aback.
Fu Wenzhou seemed resolute, his deep gaze fixed on Chu Yan, his voice heavy and deliberate.
Let me tell you a story.
In the 13th year of the Yuan era, the foundation of the Great Zhou dynasty had gradually stabilized. Thanks to the efforts of the soldiers, peace reigned in all corners, except for the northern barbarians, who remained unyielding, provoking conflict every few days. Each time, they would not engage in a full confrontation but would retreat after a brief show of force. Once the army withdrew, they would return again. The continuous harassment left the border populace in dire straits, living in perpetual fear and anxiety. Emperor Yongkang was deeply troubled by this situation. At this juncture, General Fu Wenzhou proposed sending out the main army, not merely for the purpose of defending the city but to take the initiative, driving the northern barbarians back to the desert, seizing their border towns, and stationing troops there to completely liberate the people of Great Zhou. Should the northern barbarians desire peace, they could coexist harmoniously. If negotiations failed, they would gather strength and wait for an opportune moment to conquer them. Given the combat capabilities of the northern barbarians at the time, this proposal was indeed quite audacious and perilous. The barbarians' intent was to lure the Great Zhou army into their territory. The northern region's climate was notoriously fickle and harsh, with year-round sandstorms making it difficult for the people of Zhou to adapt and prone to illness. Moreover, the northern barbarians excelled in archery and poison tactics. If a sandstorm were to occur, their chances of victory would be significantly increased. Should the Great Zhou army suffer defeat, or should the formidable Fu Wenzhou fall, the barbarians would then be free to wreak havoc, pillaging and slaughtering without restraint. Thus, this was a trap evident to any discerning eye. Chapter 98 Origins. However, Fu Wenzhou is far from an ordinary individual. He is capable of articulating grandiose plans and executing strategic deployments. In response to the northern barbarians' arrow formations, he ingeniously devised the fire dragon war chariot. Constructed from wood and mounted on 4 wheels, the chariot is intricately adorned with the likenesses of various beasts such as tigers, leopards, wolves, and bears, concealing within its belly a cache of incendiary devices that belch fire from the mouths of these creatures. With merely 2 to 4 individuals to propel it, the chariot can charge into enemy camps, shattering their arrow formations and inflicting considerable damage. The northern barbarians excel in the use of poison, yet the Great Zhou dynasty is not without its own capabilities in this regard. Within the Fire Dragon War Chariot, there exists the capacity to store poison fireballs, utilizing fuel steeped in various lethal toxins to unleash upon the foe, turning their own methods against them. Furthermore, Fu Wenzhou has prepared countermeasures against the northern barbarians' toxic formations and unpredictable sandstorms. He has designed the toxic defense and dust-repelling screen chariot, constructed from resilient timber, standing as tall as the city gates and equipped with 8 wheels for ease of maneuverability. The chariot is draped in raw cowhide and houses an array of divine artifacts, weaponry, and firearms, allowing for both ranged and close combat, as well as defensive capabilities. Moreover, prior to their expedition, soldiers are instructed to ingest a restorative pill meticulously developed by a consortium of physicians, and they must don poison-resistant masks soaked in vinegar to significantly mitigate the risk of illness and casualties. It can be said that every conceivable preparation has been made, and every detail meticulously accounted for. Fu Wenzhou often professed, "I never engage in unprepared battles," a sentiment that is far from mere rhetoric. These arrangements received robust support from the reigning crown prince, and with the Duke of Rui promising to provide assistance, all apprehensions dissipated, instilling confidence in everyone. The sole unforeseen circumstance is the insistence of the second prince, Zhou Lian, to accompany them. At this juncture, Fu Wenzhou paused momentarily.
Zhu Yan, you have served in office for many days and are close to the sovereign. Do you comprehend why His Majesty has dispatched the second prince to the battlefield? Zhu Yan pondered briefly.
His Majesty and Lady Lan have shared a bond since childhood, having weathered trials together. It is said that when Lady Lan was with child, she shielded His Majesty from a blade, resulting in the loss of their firstborn, and subsequently, upon ascending the throne, His Majesty, after much deliberation, was compelled to designate the daughter of the Grand Tutor as Empress, yet his affection for Lady Lan has never waned. He paused before continuing. From certain remarks inadvertently revealed by His Majesty, it is evident that he harbors a sense of guilt towards Lady Lan. Furthermore, as a result of Lady Lan's struggles, the second prince was born, thus, His Majesty dotes on him and has high hopes for his future.
The battle mentioned by the second prince is undoubtedly one that everyone eagerly anticipates.
His Majesty is confident in the second prince's ability to triumph, which is why he allowed him to accompany us, under the watchful eyes of the populace. Should the battle be won, the second prince cannot be overlooked in the glory.
Zhu Yan felt a surge of trepidation.
This implied that His Majesty had already contemplated the possibility of usurping the crown prince's position at that time. Fu Wenzhou sighed, a tone of mockery lacing his voice. If one were to speak of our sovereign, one could consider him a passionate individual. However, as the ruler of a nation, he bears the weight of the empire's rise and fall. Though his affections may run deep, the state must take precedence. Although his love may be fervent, the welfare of the realm must be at the forefront. And although his heart may be singular in focus, he must also contemplate the future of the nation and prioritize the greater good. Regrettably, I, in my past years of relentless warfare, possess little understanding of the matters of the imperial harem, nor did I possess the keen insight to perceive all that transpired. Had I foreseen the future, or if time were to rewind, I would not have taken the second prince into battle, even at the cost of my own life. Zhu Yan, his heart taut with anxiety, could not restrain himself from asking, what happened next? Later, Fu Wenzhou's gaze darkened, lost in reminiscence. That battle was indeed spectacular. As he had anticipated, the northern barbarians retreated in disarray, and they successfully captured the border city of Qizhou. They had initially planned to secure the garrison and return to the capital. However, unexpectedly, the second prince was captured by northern barbarians hidden within the city. The two armies faced off, engaging in repeated negotiations. The northern barbarian commander, Tuo Baiyu, was equally youthful and capable, akin to Fu Wenzhou of the Great Zhou dynasty. Fueled by youthful arrogance and eager to reclaim his honor after defeat, Tuo Baiyu seized the opportunity presented by the second prince as leverage. His demands were audacious. Not only must Fu Wenzhou and his forces withdraw from Qizhou, but they must also cede the Great Zhou's border city, Suzhou. Suzhou served as the gateway to the Great Zhou, a strategically significant location that was easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Losing Suzhou would render the northern barbarians free to advance, making it increasingly challenging to halt their incursions. To coerce Fu Wenzhou into submission, Tuo Baiyu resorted to humiliating the second prince in the most degrading manner. In a desperate bid to save the second prince's life and preserve Suzhou, Fu Wenzhou found himself compelled to verbally denigrate the prince, branding him as inept, the most incapable and hopeless of princes, suggesting that executing him would be more beneficial than returning with several useful individuals. He referred to him as cowardly, foolish as a pig, and blissfully unaware of his own shortcomings. Such negotiating tactics were a last resort. This was necessitated by the fact that the Great Zhou could not afford to be without spies among the northern barbarians. Tuo Baiyu was undoubtedly aware of the second prince's character. To eliminate a prince who was unpopular with the populace yet favored by the sovereign could very well invite national calamity. However, should Fu Wenzhou allow the tiger to return to its mountain, he would inevitably face dire consequences from the very blade he had plunged into the prince's side today. Watching them inflict harm upon one another would be a spectacle to behold. In the end, negotiations reached a resolution, each side conceding ground. Fu Wenzhou withdrew his forces from Qizhou, releasing all captives in exchange for the second prince.
Of course, the second prince had to crawl out from between Tuobayu's legs to do so. Xu Yan listened, heart racing. So, the second prince harbored resentment because of this?
Fu Wenzhou shook his head. If that were the case, it would be simpler. He had once believed it was his psychological manipulation of Tuobayu that facilitated the negotiations, culminating in the signing of a 5-year non-aggression pact between Shizhou and Xuzhou. However, just as they were about to retreat after rescuing the second prince, the latter suddenly went mad, charging out of the toxic defense and dust-repelling screen chariot, vowing to engage Tuobayu in a death battle. Fu Wenzhou and his trusted aides immediately pursued him. At that moment, Tuobayu unleashed poison arrows in the attempt to shield the second prince. Fu Wenzhou and his confidants tragically fell victim to the arrows. At this juncture, Fu Wenzhou had yet to contemplate deeply, believing only that the second prince was foolish and vengeful, intent on leveraging Tuobayu's hand to eliminate him. Yet, this irredeemable individual was one they could not abandon.
Firstly, he was a citizen of the Great Zhou, and they could not forsake him. Secondly, should he perish, the sovereign would be enraged, and one could only imagine how many loyal subjects would be implicated, how many military achievements would be obliterated, and how many innocent families would suffer unjustly, all while a tempest of bloodshed and chaos threatened to engulf the court.
The second prince's reckless actions were indeed a ploy to incite murder with a borrowed knife. Perhaps heaven had momentarily dozed off, unwittingly granting him his wish. None of the several aides struck by arrows survived. Fu Wenzhou's life hung by a thread, and according to the military physician of that time, he had but a month left to live. It was during this dire period that his spies embedded within the northern barbarians endeavored to relay intelligence to him. Primarily, the reason for the second prince's capture was due to a beauty trap, but even before the war had fully concluded, he could not restrain himself, seeking out tender embraces in a territory just relinquished, while the northern barbarians had not yet cleared the area. One must concede that the northern barbarians knew him all too well. Moreover, Tuobayu's decision to release the second prince was not merely an act of allowing a tiger to return to its mountain. It was also a means to observe their internal strife. The second prince, under the threat of the fierce tiger, audaciously acknowledged Tuobayu as his father, a man of similar age. He even pledged that within 5 years, should Tuobayu assist him in ascending the throne, he would cede Xuzhou and the 5 contiguous cities, willingly accepting a vassal status under the northern barbarians, promising annual tributes of gold, silver, jewels, and beauties. Chapter 99 Heart's Intent. This piece of intelligence nearly drove Fu Wenzhou to the brink of death from rage. The sudden emotional turmoil triggered a toxic reaction, plunging him into a prolonged state of unconsciousness. During this time, the second prince, perhaps sensing something amiss, covertly executed all of Fu Wenzhou's trusted aides under the pretext of failing to protect their lord. He refrained from directly eliminating Fu Wenzhou, first because he believed the latter had little time left, and second, due to his apprehension about controlling the vast army, fearing that any unforeseen incident might lead to his own downfall. Thus, Fu Wenzhou remained in a deep slumber until he reached the capital. For an extended period thereafter, under the influence of the poison, his consciousness was clouded, his vision blurred, and even his speech was often incoherent. Events that had transpired before his injury led him to doubt their reality, considering them mere illusions or remnants of a past life. It was not until the esteemed physician Liao was summoned that he gradually regained his senses. By the time he learned of the crown prince's exile and the annihilation of the empress's maternal clan, more than a year had already passed. At this point, the second prince had risen to prominence as the resplendent King. As Fu Wenzhou pieced everything together, he was suddenly seized by a surge of urgency, sitting upright in his sickbed to clandestinely meet with his most trusted confidant, Elder Yu. Upon learning the sequence of events, Elder Yu was equally taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he meticulously analyzed the situation, concluding that the opportunity had been lost. Without tangible evidence, the sovereign would remain skeptical. Moreover, the second prince had already embellished his grievances before the emperor upon returning to the capital, inciting considerable resentment from the sovereign, who had made no mention of rewards for merits. Had it not been for Fu Wenzhou's poisoning, which left him on the brink of death, it was entirely possible that he would have faced punishment. The matter regarding the second prince's capture had also been thoroughly suppressed. Ultimately, the narrative concluded that Fu Wenzhou, while leading his troops to expel the northern barbarians from the desert, had been unfortunate enough to be struck by an arrow. The second prince had heroically turned the tide, rescuing Fu Wenzhou and negotiating a pact with the northern barbarians. Yet, no matter how one might silence an individual, one could not silence the voices of hundreds of thousands in the army. The truth was known to all, yet it mattered little. The sovereign only acknowledged what was clearly presented, while the officials were fully aware, daringly harboring their grievances in silence. Elder Yu suggested a strategy of cautious observation, discreetly gathering evidence while awaiting the opportune moment. Coupled with Fu Wenzhou suffering from illness and despondency, this matter had dragged on until now. This was also a hurdle that Fu Wenzhou found difficult to overcome in his heart. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "We suspect that the crown prince's case is a result of collusion between King Yin and the northern barbarians, yet we lack evidence. In recent years, King Yin has grown increasingly cautious in his maneuvers, securing the favor of ministers with the sovereign's tacit approval. However, if the intelligence is true, once King Yin ascends to the throne, the consequences would be unfathomable." Xu Yan's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind, thoughts spiraling like leaves caught in a tempest, scattered and unable to coalesce. He attempted to clarify his thoughts, but the shocking reality sliced through his understanding of the world like sharp blades. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable mix of fear, anger, sorrow, and powerlessness intertwining within him, forming a complex emotional state that defied description. The 17th year of Yuanhe, 4 years have already passed. Fu Wenzhou understood his implication, responding gravely, regardless of King Yan's disposition. Once the 5-year treaty expires, war between the two nations is inevitable. If King Yan truly becomes deranged, the nation will be in peril. By that time, the land would be ravaged, a scene of desolation, and the thought was too dreadful to contemplate. In truth, the northern barbarians had already breached the treaty and, in recent years, had shown signs of restlessness. The sovereign had dispatched Shao Qi to guard the borders, and he had yet to return. Chu Yan's heart raced, his icy fingertips curling tightly as a momentary haze clouded his gaze. Suddenly, he inquired, "Why do you share this with me, second master? Are you not afraid?" Fu Wenzhou looked at him and smiled faintly. When I first met Ning, she often spoke of her wet nurse and you. In her eyes, Chu Yan is a person of integrity, intelligence, wisdom, kindness, and a sense of righteousness. I do not trust you, but I trust Ning.
Chu Yan was taken aback.
Yet, Fu Wenzhou had more to convey. Even if you inform King Yan, what of it? At worst, I shall die.
But should I perish, this matter will spread like the wind, infiltrating every corner. Would King Yan dare to act? Can you bear the consequences?
A glimmer ignited in Chu Yan's dimmed eyes as he nodded fervently. Yes, indeed, second master must possess the resolve to protect himself. Only if he could safeguard himself would Ning be secure. Fu Wenzhou gazed at Chu Yan, his heart a tumult of emotions. Brother Chu Yan, I share all this with you tonight out of necessity, but what I truly wish to convey is that I must retract my earlier entrustment. Chu Yan stared at him in shock. Fu Wenzhou's eyes glimmered with warmth as he spoke softly. To me, Ning is like the stars in the sky, someone I never dared to covet or hope for, yet her brilliance is too dazzling, illuminating my path and guiding me out of the abyss, and it has awakened many desires within me. He surveyed the training hall, resolutely declaring, I wish to live, to stand tall, and walk alongside her towards a beautiful future. Ning is my wife, her life is my responsibility. Please, brother Chu Yan, rest assured, and I ask for your understanding. Chu Yan, astonished, retreated several steps, bowing deeply.
Second master must not speak thus.
How shall I face you and Ning in the future? He forced a smile. It is I who am despicable. Ning is innocent and kind, viewing me as a brother, respecting and honoring me. She harbors no romantic feelings toward me. It is I who entertain thoughts that should not exist. But second master, I harbor no contempt. I merely know how much Ning has suffered and how wonderful she is.
I only hope for her happiness.
Fu Wenzhou reached out, gesturing for him to rise.
Brother Chu Yan need not explain. I understand completely. What I mean by understanding is not as you interpret. His gaze darkened, a faint sigh escaping him. I promised Ning I would take her to see the great rivers and mountains, but if the land is shattered, how can I find peace? Chu Yan lowered his eyes, solemnly stating, rest assured, second master, I can see the path before me and will do my utmost. Meanwhile, Wen Shining had been conversing with Lady Lu for quite some time. They discussed matters concerning the estate as well as affairs in the capital. Lady Lu informed her that the sovereign had bestowed upon Chu Yan a residence, yet they had no intention of moving there. They wished to continue managing the estate for the second master, so that when they returned to the capital, there would be someone to look after it. Wen Shining obediently replied, nurse need not worry so much. Just reside wherever you feel comfortable. By the way, how did Chu Yan acquire that injury on his forehead? Now that he is a high-ranking official, surely no one would dare bully him. Lady Lu paused momentarily before truthfully responding. The sovereign intended to arrange a marriage for him, but he was unwilling and ended up bowing his head for an entire day. Why? Wen Shining asked, puzzled. Is that girl not suitable? Lady Lu replied, it seems she is the daughter of a minister, a proper lady, so she should not be lacking. Wen Shining puffed out her cheeks, deep in thought. Lady Lu, feeling a mix of emotions, gently patted her head. Everyone says that as a favored minister, one enjoys boundless wealth and honor, a fortune that takes generations to earn. Yet fortune and misfortune are intertwined, with gain comes loss, not to mention the matter of marriage, which is certainly beyond his control. Shining, Yan has always listened to you since childhood. Please advise him. Wen Shining nodded in agreement, promising to do so. Just then, Kai Ling entered, saying, Madam, the second master has asked me to inquire whether you will stay tonight to accompany Lady Lu. Chapter 100. Wind and Moon. Wen Shining's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is second master going to rest? Kai Ling affirmed. Wen Shining then nestled against Lu Shi, playfully requesting, Nanny, may I accompany you again tomorrow? Lu Shi chuckled, probing gently, have you and second master consummated your union? Wen Shining, blushing, nodded shyly, I've grown accustomed to it. Without second master, I cannot sleep. Lu Shi playfully tapped her nose, shameless child, off you go. Nanny, do rest early, she said before dashing out. How urgent her departure was, Lu Shi smiled, yet an ache welled up in her heart. This time, both she and Chu Yan ought to let go, yet, she felt joy, regardless of everything. As long as Shining was happy, she felt content. When Shining hurried towards the main courtyard, barely noticing Chu Yan standing in the corridor. Observing her lively figure, Chu Yan felt a bittersweet pang in his heart but also a sense of relief. The gentle breeze whispered, and the stars hung low, as his icy fingers wrestled with chaotic thoughts, the figure of her growing ever more distant, clarifying the hollow solace within him. It's fine not as long as she is well. He would allow the feelings he dared not voice to blossom like flowers, only to wither in the depths of his heart. Inside the room, as Fu Wenzhou lay down, Wen Shining returned. He was momentarily taken aback. Why didn't you stay with Nanny? Yet, internally, he felt a bloom of joy, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He had anticipated a sleepless night. Wen Shining skillfully nestled under the covers, wrapping her arms around his waist. Without second master, I can't sleep. Fu Wenzhou's arm encircled her tighter, planting a kiss on her forehead, mimicking her affectionate gesture. Without Shining, I too cannot sleep, which is why I asked Kai Ling to inquire. I knew it. Wen Shining tightened her embrace, warming both his body and heart.
It turned out that simply expressing one's feelings could be the most touching and heartwarming sentiment. Wen Shining nestled deeper into his embrace and inquired, "What did second master discuss with Chu Yan for so long?"
Fu Wenzhou replied, "We talked about matters concerning men." Oh, Wen Shining found a comfortable position, tilting her small face upwards, "Then shall we discuss matters between husband and wife now?"
Fu Wenzhou pressed his nose against hers and whispered, "All right." The moon hung high, casting its gentle light through the window, enveloping every corner of the room. The bed was filled with a hazy romance. As the saying goes, the same moon brings joy to some and sorrow to others. At the same time, in the capital, a drunken Wen Zishan knocked on the door of the Yu residence.
"I must see Miss Yu.
Please ensure she meets with me." When the servant relayed the message, Yu Qingran was supervising old Yu to rest on time. The old man had recently been preoccupied, often locking himself in his study until the wee hours of the night.
Wen Zishan? What business does he have at this hour?
Hearing this, old Yu began to put on his outer garment again. "I'll go see." Yu Qingran watched him silently, not uttering a word. Old Yu felt a twinge of guilt but maintained his stance. A guest is a guest.
"We cannot refuse to see him."
Yu Qingran replied, "Did grandfather not hear clearly? Master Wen wishes to see me." Old Yu retorted, "You are an unmarried young lady." As he spoke halfway, he noticed the sudden chill in his granddaughter's expression, and he promptly fell silent. Yu Qingran helped him settle down, carefully tucking the blankets around him, and deftly retrieved a book from beneath his pillow. Old Yu lamented, "Grandfather is old and cannot sleep. Is it wrong to read a book to pass the time?"
Yu Qingran remained unmoved. "If you cannot sleep, then rest your eyes."
She glanced at the book, which was Human Nature and Military Strategy authored by Fu Wenzhou years ago. Ever since learning that Fu Wenzhou's poison could potentially be cured and that he might stand once again, grandfather had been pondering over this book daily. Although Yu Qingran remained sheltered and uninformed about worldly matters, she sensed that the atmosphere in the capital had long since shifted. Reflecting on this, the typically composed Yu Qingran's voice trembled slightly. "Qingran has only grandfather left. I hope you take care of your health." Old Yu dreaded this tactic. When his granddaughter's eyes reddened, his heart began to quiver. He quickly shut his eyes, pleading, all right, I shall sleep well, and do bring more people. If that little rascal from the Wen family dares to speak rudely, throw him out."
Yu Qingran replied, "Yes, Qingran will obey."
Extinguishing the candle, Yu Qingran quietly exited, her gentle and charming face instantly transforming into one of icy resolve. "Please invite Master Wen to the front hall." To inquire why Wen Zishan had come drunkenly at this hour, one must refer to a widely circulated romantic rumor in the capital. It was said that the recently successful scholar, Chu Yan, had developed a fondness for the talented Yu Qingran. Unexpectedly, Wen Zishan had barged in to claim her affections. In no time, tales inspired by their story had swept through the capital. The performers and storytellers eagerly followed the trend, each with their own rendition, yet the essence remained largely the same. The impoverished scholar Chu Yan arrived in the capital, initially struggling to find a mentor, until he was introduced to the esteemed Yu Lao by the noble Fu Wenzhou. Yu Lao's granddaughter, Yu Qingran, was not only stunning but also possessed keen insight, disregarding social status and instantly taking a liking to Chu Yan. The gentle and graceful maiden naturally attracted the gentleman's admiration. However, adhering to propriety, he refrained from pursuing her, aware of societal expectations. Thus, Chu Yan diligently worked to excel, aspiring to achieve a status worthy of Yu Qingran's hand in marriage. Alas, he was a step too late. When Zishan, though merely a vice minister of the Ministry of War, had gained his position through the patronage of Prince and. In contrast, Chu Yan had risen through his own efforts from humble beginnings to his current status. The public's favor was unmistakably with him. Moreover, some audacious individuals speculated on the underlying reasons for the emperor's sudden marriage decree. It was not complicated. The Wen family had sought to arrange marriages for themselves throughout the year. There were high and low unions alike, all tied to Prince An's lackeys. Consequently, Prince An found himself the subject of public ridicule, as others secured their positions through merit while he relied on matchmaking. Even more audaciously, some likened the emperor to the deity of marriage. Rumors spread like wildfire, unstoppable and intangible, yet piercingly impactful even within the palace walls. The emperor caught wind of the matter, and in his frustration, summoned Prince An to berate him soundly. With his own frustrations boiling over, Prince An then called for Wen Zishan, chastising him for his incompetence and foolishness, lamenting that despite the long engagement, he had failed to finalize the wedding date, allowing the situation to devolve into chaos. Wen Zishan found himself at a loss for words. The Wen family had indeed made overtures, yet the Yu family had firmly stated that Yu Lao was unwell and that the marriage discussions were not urgent, thus postponing them. They could not force the issue, could they? Moreover, Wen Zishan was not without pride. The lady he wished to marry already had a beloved, a fact that any man would find intolerable, and a matter well known amongst the populace. Thus, he was plagued with frustration and anger, drowning his sorrows in wine, which emboldened him to unconsciously venture to the Yu residence. Upon being ushered into the front hall, Wen Zishan had just finished the sobriety soup served by the attendants when Yu Qingran appeared.